Those who reincarnate must die. Wangdi Plain, along the Green Water River. Armies from various provinces of the Eagle Empire have assembled here. The army is commanded by the 5 noble families within the empire. Every general and every soldier has a solemn expression, gripping their weapons tightly, ready for battle. They were facing neither an army from another country nor an invasion of orcs. Rather, it was the imperial capital to which they had sworn allegiance. They've appeared. The leading nobleman, holding a monocular telescope, spotted the army charging from the direction of the capital, the imperial guards. Everyone, form ranks and prepare to meet them. Roar. The roar of the allied forces' elite troops shook the heavens. Form ranks. Raise spears. Set up shields. Fire arrows. However, despite the rain of arrows, the Royal Guard's offensive did not falter. They had no formation, no discipline, and not even a single cavalryman. The large number of soldiers were in a chaotic mess, running on their own 2 feet, creating the feeling of a stampede of 10,000 horses, charging forward as if their lives depended on it. On the other hand, the Noble Alliance, despite being well prepared, still felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy when confronted with the chaotic Royal Guard. Finally, the Royal Guards, like a flood, charged into the Allied forces' formation like madmen. Puff puff. With the sound of blades piercing leather and cutting flesh, the Imperial Guards at the front were mostly stuck in their flanks, while those behind seemed oblivious to the carnage before them, charging forward recklessly, chests against spear tips and heads against shields. They actually managed to break through the Noble Coalition's formation with their bare hands and begin hand-to-hand combat. Not with swords, not even with fists and feet, but with fingernails and teeth. After the Royal Guards broke through the shield formation, they actually grabbed soldiers of the Noble Coalition and began to tear and devour their flesh with their teeth. Those Imperial Guards who had been pierced by spears, trampled by the crowd, or slashed by swords actually got up, opened their drooling mouths, and began to tear at the surrounding Allied forces. This fearless spirit greatly intimidated the Allied forces, and their ranks were thrown into chaos. Even more terrifying, the soldiers bitten by these strange creatures would soon lose their minds and turn around to bite others. They're not human, they're demons. Fear began to spread among the soldiers, and the morale of the Noble Alliance completely collapsed. The Alliance, which originally had an absolute advantage in numbers and equipment, was defeated in the blink of an eye by this enemy that seemed to come from hell. Even 2 of the leading nobles were bitten to death. At this moment, on a high tower in the distant capital, 2 strangers dressed in very different clothes were watching the chaotic battlefield from afar. One of the girls, wearing goggles and purple lipstick, chewed gum and blew a large bubble. Jason's improved virus is really effective. Not only are the zombies it creates strong and fast, but the infection rate is also incredibly fast. Against a medieval world without even magic, it's practically a world-destroying weapon. Another white-haired old man beside him chuckled, "The altar brought us here thanks to the world converter we bought from Wang Defa." He then turned to look into the city, adding, "This is practically the perfect testing ground." Within the Imperial City, the original streets had been separated into several blocks by temporary fortifications. Some blocks still had normal residents, others were overrun with zombies, becoming forbidden zones for the living, and still others seemed to have been infected with other biochemical viruses, causing the residents to become grotesque and terrifying. The entire city has been transformed into a biological testing ground. Hundreds of thousands of its residents have become lab rats. The air is thick with the stench of rotting corpses, the hulls of monsters, and the screams and cries of the surviving inhabitants. The once prosperous capital has become a living hell. The culprits behind all of this were a group of otherworldly visitors who suddenly appeared in the Imperial City a few days ago. You cruel bandits. In the palace hall, a long table was laden with food. At the far end of the table, a beautiful blonde girl was chained to a chair, glaring angrily at the other end of the table. She was the princess of this empire, and opposite her sat a refined young man who completely ignored the princess's curses and was cutting steak with a knife and fork. In the princess's eyes, this guy wasn't human at all, but a demon. A few days ago, this demon and his 3 companions suddenly appeared in the capital. Using strange magic and weapons she had never seen before, they swiftly overwhelmed the palace guards, took her father and mother hostage, and then seized control of the entire capital. Then, these demons began to spread the terrible plague and carried out inhumane experiments. Just days ago, they even brutally murdered her father, mother, and 10-year-old brother in front of the princess, turning them into walking corpses. Now, she is the only survivor of the imperial family. "Why didn't you kill me too?" the princess roared through her tears. "Who are you people? What do you want? You can call me Gates." The man wiped his mouth with a napkin and smiled slightly. Anyone in this country can die, but you can't. You must live until this kingdom is destroyed. Devil. The princess gritted her teeth, looking up at the sky. God, what have we done wrong to deserve this punishment? Praying to the gods is futile. Gates laughed, because you are dealing with people who are not under the jurisdiction of the gods. As he spoke, Gates clapped his hands, and the side door of the palace opened. A tall chef pushed in a silver trolley and slowly walked to the table. My favorite is suckling pig. Gates smiled. This world may be small and boring, but the ingredients are truly excellent. Under the princess's angry gaze, the chef slowly lifted the lid of the plate. As the rising steam escaped, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air, making Gates's mouth water. He couldn't wait to pick up his knife and fork, ready to feast. But at that moment, the cook suddenly reached into the suckling pig, grabbed a dagger, and stabbed it straight at Gates' heart. The stab was so sudden that Gates had no time to react and was stabbed squarely. But despite being stabbed in a vital spot, he was only slightly taken aback. There was no pain or fear on his face. Instead, he calmly tilted his head to look at the chef who had assassinated him. The chef's knife was pressed against Gates' chest, just millimeters away, as if blocked by an invisible barrier. I didn't expect the princess to have arranged such an assassin. Gate chuckled, then said to the cook, unfortunately, your knife is still too slow, it's simply not enough to break through my shield. After saying that, Gates raised his hand, drew a short sword, and thrust it straight at the chef who had launched the sneak attack. To everyone's surprise, the chef dropped the dagger and grabbed Gates' wrist. Gate tried to pull away, but found the chef's strength to be terrifying, and he couldn't break free. Then, the chef pulled out a huge flintlock pistol from behind his back, pressing the dark muzzle against Gates' head. That's fast enough, isn't it? Bang. A loud bang echoed through the castle in the capital, startling the goggles-wearing girl and the white-haired old man who were on the high tower. That's gunshots. The two exchanged a glance. The firearms weren't weapons from this world, it could only have been fired by their comrade. But this royal palace should be firmly under their control by now, so how could there be gunshots? The sound is coming from the castle. Could it be that something happened to Gate? Without saying a word, the two jumped off the tower. The girl grabbed the old man, unfolded her hang glider, and flew all the way to the castle gate, where she landed with a stagger. After retracting their hang gliders, the girl picked up a mini submachine gun, while the old man pulled a shotgun from behind. The two rushed into the castle and arrived at the hall, where they were immediately stunned by the sight before them. Several ropes hung from the chandelier in the castle hall, from which hung a mangled corpse. The corpse's arms were outstretched, like a cross suspended in midair, but its head had been smashed open, and blood and brain matter slowly flowed down. Although their faces were blurry, the two men recognized them by their clothing. These were their teammates. Gate, the girl called out the man's name, immediately rushing forward to put down the body, but the old man stopped her. Don't be impulsive. He had a speed-limiting shield. How did he die? The so-called speed-limiting shield is a special piece of equipment for Gate. Once activated, it forms a transparent energy shield covering his entire body. However, this shield does not block all attacks. It can only withstand impacts within a certain speed range, with a maximum range of 200 meters per second. The specific speed can be freely set. For example, this shield can be configured to block all physical impacts between 300 and 500 meters per second. In other words, all physical attacks slower than 300 meters per second or faster than 500 meters per second can pass through the shield. This time, having entered a world of cold weapons, Gate has likely set his defensive range to between 1 meter and 201 meters. Whether it's boxing or swordsmanship, the speed is at most tens of meters per second. As for bows and crossbows, with the technology of this world, they can hardly exceed the speed of an arrow at 100 meters per second. A shield that can block physical impacts from 200 meters away is basically invincible here. The minimum distance of 1 meter is to prevent him from being unable to make normal contact due to the shield's obstruction, so that gentle touches or putting something in his mouth with a spoon will not trigger the shield. But now Gate's body is right in front of us. Considering the gunshot just now, it's clear that he was shot. Are they from other altars? The girl in goggles frowned. The old man shook his head. Impossible. We came here using props. There couldn't be any other opponents. As he spoke, he narrowed his eyes, noticed the princess at the end of the long table, stepped around Gate's corpse, came to the princess's side, and pressed the muzzle of his gun against her chin. Tell me, how exactly did Gates die? The princess's face was distorted by the cold muzzle of the gun, but her eyes revealed stubbornness, and she refused to utter a single word. Speak. Speak. Ah! The old man screamed halfway through his interrogation. A short sword had suddenly emerged from under the tablecloth and pierced through his calf. It was under the table. Before the old man could react, the rapier twisted and slashed, severing his muscle and causing him to lose his balance and kneel on the ground. At the same time, a dark gun barrel emerged perfectly from the tablecloth and fired a bullet into his face. Boom. With another gunshot, the old man's body flew backward, his skull flying off and his head exploding. Damn it. The goggles-wearing girl behind her raised her submachine gun and began firing under the table. Dishes shattered and food flew everywhere. The long dining table was smashed to pieces by the powerful bullets. The princess next to the table was so frightened that she turned her head to the side as fast as she could, worried about being hit by stray bullets. The magazine was quickly emptied, and the girl with goggles was reloading when the long table suddenly stood up, swept over the corpse hanging in midair, and came crashing down on her. The girl quickly rolled to dodge, but before she could even stand up, she suddenly felt someone behind her and reached back to fire. Unexpectedly, a large hand grabbed her wrist, and a finger pulled the trigger. Bullets rattled out, but all of them hit the wall to the side. The one who grabbed her was a tall man dressed in a chef's uniform. The girl didn't panic. She twisted her body and leaped into the air, a blade popping out from the tip of her shoe, and swept her foot towards the man's neck. But the male chef didn't give her a chance to resist. He grabbed her large hand and suddenly broke her wrist with a snap. The pain made her lose her balance, and the blade grazed the chef's nose but missed. You damned home. The girl cursed, but before she could finish, a large hand covered her mouth, followed by a strong force that snapped her goggles-wearing head 180 degrees. Thus, Gates, the old man, and the young girl all perished at the hands of the tall chef. Even now, the princess, still tied to the chair, is still in shock. In her mind, these people were the most ferocious monsters, terrifying demons. But just moments ago, in an instant, they were all killed by this mysterious man. This guy was tall, strong, and had a resolute face. Although he was dressed like a chef, the princess was certain that there was no such person in the castle's kitchen. What happened? Who are they? Watching the men clean up the bodies, the princess subconsciously asked the question that had been bothering her for days. They are not from this world. The men finally spoke. They travel between worlds, growing stronger through killing and plunder. They are the most despicable bandits, and yet they call themselves Reincarnators. A reincarnator? The princess looked at the men. I don't quite understand. Are you a reincarnator like them? My name is Zhang Lang. I was once a victim, just like you, whose homes were destroyed by them. But now. Zhang Lang tucked the equipment he had looted from the corpses into his waistband and coldly replied, I am a Reincarnator Killer. After cleaning up the body, Zhang Lang turned around and walked to the princess's side, only to find that she was wearing shackles and chained to a chair with a chain about the thickness of a thumb. The key is on that gator, the princess hinted, but Zhang Lang ignored her completely, took out the pistol he had just taken from the dead reincarnator, and fired a shot that broke the chains. Ah! The loud gunshot startled the princess, but Zhang Lang seemed to have no mercy for her. He fired and broke the other chain, and the princess was finally free. You should leave. Zhang Lang waved his hand, it's too dangerous here. The princess stretched her wrists, stood up and hesitated for a moment, but did not leave. Instead, she suddenly knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Zhang Lang. What do you mean? Zhang Lang's thick eyebrows furrowed slightly. The princess raised her head and looked at Zhang Lang with eyes full of pleading and determination. There are actually 4 demons wreaking havoc on the kingdom this time. The princess knelt on the ground and said, compared to the 3 you killed, the 4th reincarnator is the most terrifying. His name is Jason. This monster spread a terrible plague throughout my kingdom, turning my once pure and kind subjects into horrible zombies. I once tried to rebel against him, but the kingdom's strongest warriors and most elite royal guards were no match for him. He is a complete monster. Only a warrior like you, can defeat him and restore peace to my kingdom. As she spoke, the princess fell headfirst to the ground again, the rough brick scraping her delicate forehead raw. I beg you here, please save my country, save my people, kill that monster. The princess gritted her teeth, tears welling in her eyes. I know it's selfish, but I have no other choice. I beg you, if you don't agree, I'd rather die here. As she spoke, the princess closed her eyes and continued kowtowing. With each thud, blood splattered from her forehead, the thuds echoing in the empty hall. Puff. A soft touch came from her forehead. The princess, who was enduring the pain of kowtowing, was stunned. When she opened her eyes, she saw a soft cushion in front of her, with a little blood in the center of the cushion. Is this the cushion on the chair? The princess looked up in surprise and saw the tall figure standing in front of her. I came here to kill him. Zhang Lang's deep voice reached the princess's ears. All you need to do is tell me where he is. That deep, husky voice sounded like heavenly music to the princess's ears, bringing tears to the beautiful woman's eyes. The battle outside the imperial city has ended. The allied forces of the 5 noble families have been routed. Many soldiers have died at the hands of zombies, while many more have been infected by the virus and turned into terrifying undead monsters, joining the zombie army. Amidst the dense horde of zombies, a middle-aged man wearing glasses and dressed in pure white appeared. As he walked, he tapped away on a small tablet. With his advance, the savage and ferocious zombies around him instinctively parted to make way for him, carefully avoiding him, creating an eerie and incongruous atmosphere. Without a doubt, this should be the last Reincarnator, Jason, whom the princess called a monster. Infection speed, extremely fast, intelligence, low, strength, relatively strong, speed, extremely fast, ferocity, relatively high, tolerance, average. Overall, a very good result. Jason finished recording the data, adjusted his glasses, and said, according to the records, several special infected individuals have also appeared. It seems this experiment was quite successful. This virus, when it encounters a suitable mission world, can exert an effect exceeding that of a level 4 sword enhancement. As he spoke, he raised his hand and looked at the ring on his middle finger, saying, Gate, the experiment was a success. We can proceed now. Prepare to leave this world. After sending the message, Jason received no response. He looked towards the direction of the Imperial City with some confusion. Is it too far away? That's the downside of this ancient world. There aren't any readily available long-distance communication methods. With that, he stomped his feet, and the shoes beneath his feet suddenly transformed, sprouting 2 rows of wheels that automatically propelled them toward the Imperial City. These were no ordinary roller skates, their stability and power were extraordinary. They could travel smoothly even on the rugged dirt roads of the medieval world, covering several thousand meters in a short time before entering the capital. Why can't I still get in touch? Jason frowned, realizing something was wrong. He used his roller skates to get to the castle. As soon as he entered, he saw the long dining table and the 3 of them, Gates, sitting at the table with their backs to the door. What are you guys doing? Jason walked over and grabbed Gates' shoulder, only to find that the guy's face was a bloody mess, and the other 2 were also corpses. This is... Before Jason could react, a burst of fire suddenly erupted from under the long table, followed by a terrifying shockwave. Boom. Jason moved Gates's body, which detonated the explosives under the table, shattering the long table into pieces. Jason himself was thrown by the blast, crashing heavily against the castle's stone wall and bouncing down, covered in blood and riddled with wounds. At this moment, Zhang Lang, who had been hiding somewhere, suddenly appeared, wielding a submachine gun he had looted from the girl with goggles, and started firing at Jason, making his body tremble uncontrollably. After emptying the magazine of the submachine gun, Zhang Lang threw it away and took out the shotgun he had taken from the old man. He fired 2 more shots at the head until the man was riddled with bullets and completely dead before stopping the attack. Phew. Zhang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, left Jason's corpse, and muttered to himself in the void, mission complete, send me back. But nothing happened. In Zhang Lang's mind, a voice only he could hear rang out, don't be in such a hurry, a person still has a life. How could this be? Zhang Lang frowned, suddenly feeling a murderous aura coming from behind him. He hurriedly raised his shotgun and turned around, but it was too late. A huge figure crashed into him, knocking the gun out of his hand and carrying him forward until it slammed heavily against the wall, shattering the solid stone walls of the castle and sending dust flying. It was a gigantic humanoid monster over 3 meters tall, its skin festering and muscles exposed. Its forearms were extremely thick, with sharp claws. One hand could pin the towering Zhang Lang against a wall. Crack! A faint cracking sound rang out, and a ray of light flickered a few times on Zhang Lang's body before fading away. Is that Gate's speed-limiting shield? Jason, the monstrous figure pinning him against the wall, grumbled. Even the strongest shield has its limits. Nothing can protect you anymore. As it spoke, the monster raised its claws, about to grab Zhang Lang's head. At the critical moment, Zhang Lang suddenly drew a short sword and stabbed it into the monster's eye. The monster jerked in pain, flinging Zhang Lang away. Zhang Lang somersaulted in midair, landed steadily, turned to look at the shotgun on the ground in the distance, and immediately sprinted towards it. But he hadn't run more than a few meters when the monster caught up, and before he could reach Zhang Lang, it blocked his way and swung its claws to strike again. Zhang Lang hurriedly dodged, rolled on the spot, and thrust his sword into the monster's calf. With a flick of his wrist, he ripped open the monster's calf muscle and severed its Achilles tendon. Jason the monster was in pain and knelt on one knee. Zhang Lang took the opportunity to run out, grabbed a shotgun, broke off the barrel, loaded a bullet, clicked it shut, and fired 2 shots at the monster. Both shots hit the head with great precision. The shotgun exerted tremendous power at close range, causing the monster's head to explode, splattering fluid everywhere. The huge body also fell silent, kneeling on the ground, motionless. Just as Zhang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard a roar, and the huge monster suddenly sprang up, waving its claws and pouncing again. It's still not dead. Zhang Lang didn't have time to reload, so he could only drop the shotgun, grab his sword, and dove aside to avoid the monster's attack. But before he could even stand still, he suddenly felt a pain. Looking down, he saw that a long, thin tail had grown out of the monster's back and pierced through his left leg. The intense pain stimulated Zhang Lang's nerves, but he did not hesitate at all. He swung his sword at the tail, but with a clang, sparks flew everywhere. The tail was so hard that it actually knocked a nick out of his short sword. At this moment, the monster turned around, tucked its tail back, and pulled Zhang Lang in front of it. Zhang Lang continued his attack with his sword, but the monster's huge claw swung out and knocked his weapon away. His right hand, which was holding the sword, was also twisted and deformed, rendering it completely useless. Then it grabbed Zhang Lang's left shoulder and slammed him to the ground with a thud. Its huge nails dug deep into his flesh and embedded themselves in his bone, drawing blood. The pain made the strongman break out in a cold sweat. "You're pretty strong." Jason, his skull smashed and only half his face remaining, cackled at Zhang Lang. "I've met quite a few reincarnators, but few are as strong as you. You must have drawn some excellent blood enhancement, right?" As it spoke, the monster's mouth deformed and split open, transforming into a huge, round maw with rings of sharp teeth inside. It spun rapidly with the movement of its muscles, like a living meat grinder. "But now, your superior genes are going to become my meal." With this declaration of slaughter, the meat grinder-like mandibles snapped at Zhang Lang's head. Zhang Lang strained his neck and dodged with all his might, even tearing his shoulder flesh, barely avoiding the first blow. The terrifying meat grinder grazed his neck and bit into the hard floor tiles. While dodging, Zhang Lang's eyes were also scanning the monster's body from head to toe, intently searching for any possible weaknesses. Finally, a throbbing tumor on the monster's chest caught Zhang Lang's attention. At first glance, it looked no different from the other bloated fleshy tissues on the monster's body, but upon closer inspection, its pulsation was very regular. Was it a heart? Seeing that the mouthparts were about to attack again, there was no time to think. Zhang Lang kicked out his still intact right foot with all his might, and his knee slammed into the pulsating fleshy tumor. A whoa. The monster trembled and let out a roar from its mouth, and the attack missed again. That is indeed its weakness that causes it pain. But the tumor is covered by a tough membrane, so punches and kicks cannot cause any real damage. Zhang Lang wanted to continue attacking, but the monster grabbed his right leg with its other claw. The sharp nails pierced the skin and tore through the muscle, crippling the leg as well. Ugh, ugh. Zhang Lang gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain, his eyes glancing at the short sword not far away, if only he had a weapon. But the monster in front of him wouldn't give him a chance. Its terrifying meat grinder mouth was already set in motion, ready to devour him completely. At the last moment, Zhang Lang's eyes turned back to the monster. Looking at the huge maw that was attacking, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and deliberately inserted it into the meat grinder. His right hand, already fractured by the monster's claws, was further shredded into a pulp by countless sharp teeth and claws as the claws plunged inside. The immense pain stimulated Zhang Lang's nerves, causing him to let out a final roar as he pulled out his half-devoured right hand with a burst of strength. The right hand was completely gone, and half of the forearm was twisted and mangled, with the skin and flesh a mess. The 2 severed forearm bones were sticking out, pale and covered with blood vessels, a truly horrifying sight. Zhang Lang had no time to appreciate the bloody scene. Without hesitation, he plunged the severed arm into the monster's heart. The sharp stumps of the ulna and radius, with Zhang Lang's strength, pierced through the tough membrane and went straight for the heart. This was a deadly attack. The monster, in pain, released Zhang Lang and roared to the sky. But Zhang Lang did not run away. Instead, he used his freed left hand to grab the monster's body tightly, gritting his teeth and howling as he continued to insert his broken bones and struggle to stir it. Either you die or I die. As its heart was destroyed, copious amounts of blood flowed from its mouthparts. The monster's size shrank as its life force diminished, eventually reverting to the shape of the human Jason it had been before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Zhang Lang finally pulled out the broken bone. Because both of his legs were damaged, he could only lie down not far from Jason. One is critically ill, and the other is crippled. This is the first time I've seen you go this far. Jason looked at Zhang Lang and said with his last strength, but, don't think, you've won, your body has already been infected with my virus, a virus that can bypass the altar's healing mechanism, just wait, to become a walking corpse. After uttering the last word, Jason's eyes lost their light, he was completely dead. Zhang Lang tilted his head and looked at his severed right arm. The blood at the wound was black, and it even seemed to be spreading along the blood vessels. However, he merely snorted dismissively, shook his arm to shake off the black blood, and then used his blood-soaked left hand to support his body and stand up. His legs, which were severely injured and covered in blood, seemed to have no effect on his athletic ability at all. Not only that, this guy used his only remaining left hand to pull a slightly crumpled cigar from his pocket, put it in his mouth, then pulled out a lighter, lit the cigar, and took a deep drag like he was smoking a cigarette. As the thick smoke entered his lungs, nicotine rushed into his bloodstream and into his brain, and Zhang Lang's pain was slightly relieved. Looking at his right arm, which was only half intact, the cut was actually writhing violently, the bones were beginning to lengthen, and the muscles were beginning to regenerate. The completely missing hand and half of the forearm were actually regenerating at a speed visible to the naked eye. People who enjoy smoking cigars usually appreciate the slow and deliberate process. It's common for them to smoke a single cigar for an hour, and it's normal for them to smoke it intermittently for several hours or even a whole day. But Zhang Lang didn't have time to savor it. He simply used it as a pain reliever and stress reliever. Relying on his superhuman lung capacity, he puffed on the cigar like a cigarette, filling his lungs with a thick smoke that would make an ordinary person faint. Before long, the large cigarette was reduced to a pile of ash. Looking at Zhang Lang's right hand, it had fully healed, and apart from the skin being somewhat fair and delicate, it looked exactly the same as his left hand. Almost there. Having fully healed, Zhang Lang stretched his body, his joints cracking, and gathered up his lost weapons. As for the equipment dropped by the Reincarnators he had killed, he didn't take it. He knew those things were only useful in this world, he couldn't take them with him. At that moment, the side door of the hall opened, and a timid figure peeked out. It was the little princess who had been locked in the chair earlier. Zhang Lang frowned. He had sent the princess away before the battle began, but he hadn't expected her to dare to return. The princess scanned the hall and saw Jason's corpse. Her face lit up with joy, and she rushed into the hall to Zhang Lang. You really did it. You killed that monster. At least I wasn't killed. Zhang Lang sighed, turned his head, and said to the void, all right, send me on my way. You're leaving. The princess was slightly taken aback, then suddenly knelt down with a thud. Hero, brave warrior, please stay here. Zhang Lang frowned. The princess pleaded, our country has been ravaged by those evil demons and is now in chaos. My father and mother have also passed away. We need a true hero to lead the country out of this crisis. I am now the only heir to the royal family, but I don't believe I will be a successful queen. As she spoke, a blush crept onto the princess's face. If you don't mind, I can help you become the next king. This is your country. Zhang Lang interrupted her. I'm only responsible for eliminating the culprits, as for the mess that's left, you'll have to clean it up yourself. But the princess tried to dissuade him, but Zhang Lang's tone grew increasingly resolute. Quickly, take me away. The words had barely left his lips when a black flame suddenly erupted from his body, engulfing him in mere seconds. He vanished into thin air, leaving the princess kneeling there, her eyes glazed, a look of utter astonishment on her face. Her memories of Zhang Lang and the reincarnated beings began to shift. Black flames burned, and Zhang Lang appeared in a dimly lit small room. The room was only about 10 square meters, with walls on all four sides and a door in the ceiling. A ladder was placed under the door, suggesting it was a basement. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a table and chairs, a bed, and a shelf made of long planks nailed to the wall, on which were placed some pots, pans, and other household items. On the other side, a single, flat plank was laid against the wall, with nails nailed in to hang several sets of clothes, giving it a classical Eastern feel. The room had no lights, only some dim sunlight filtered through the gaps in the skylight above, preventing it from being completely dark. Zhang Lang's chef's uniform was gone, he was practically naked now. It seemed that, like his weapons, he couldn't bring the uniform back here. He picked up a towel and wiped the blood off his body, picked out a set of loose-fitting clothes to put on, and then said to the air, "How many points did I get this time?" "A total of 420 points. That cheeky voice echoed in his mind. "Adding the 860 points I accumulated before, that's a total of 1280 points, enough for one reward draw." "Okay." Zhang Lang nodded. "Let's begin." A strange, incoherent noise filled his mind, followed by a screen of light visible only to him, displaying the following words. Reward type, blood enhancement. Reward name, iron bones. Rarity, rare. Enhancement effects, significantly increases bone density, bone toughness, and cartilage joint strength, making them more robust and less prone to damage. Correspondingly, bone weight will also increase. Note, our goal is no fractures. Zhang Lang nodded and said, "Good luck," before accepting the offer. Then, he felt an unbearable tingling and itching sensation throughout his body, which made him curl up and twitch for a while before finally calming down. When he got up and moved around again, he could feel that his body was slightly heavier than before, which must be because the weight of his bones had indeed increased. However, Zhang Lang didn't pay much attention to it. He tried moving around a bit and then pulled open the wooden board where the clothes were hung. Behind the wooden planks was another compartment filled with various easily stored foods, as well as several large vats covered with wooden boards, containing clean drinking water. Zhang Lang took out several large pieces of dried meat, carried them on his shoulder, closed the wooden door, climbed the ladder, pushed open the door, and climbed out of the basement. Above the basement is a spacious hall, with a staircase leading upstairs, suggesting there should be a second floor. The decor on this floor was antique, but many pieces of furniture had been obviously modified. Some were wrapped with barbed wire, some had crossbows with bows and arrows on them, and there were tripwires on the ground. In other places, large nets hung from the ceiling, all of which seemed to be connected to some kind of mechanism. Even the ground was covered with caltrops, so Zhang Lang had to walk carefully for fear of getting hurt. In short, no matter how you look at it, the layout of this floor is not designed for comfort, it's more like a haunted house filled with torture instruments and traps. On the wall of the room was a huge weapon rack, displaying flintlock muskets and rifles, crossbows, ammunition, swords, spears, ropes, and other weapons and equipment. This seemed somewhat incongruous, as the room was clearly riddled with traps, obviously designed to prevent intrusion. Yet, for some reason, the weapons were displayed so openly and conspicuously. Zhang Lang carried the dried meat, carefully avoiding various traps, and climbed the stairs to the second floor. As his footsteps sounded, some whimpering and footsteps came from upstairs. They didn't sound human but rather like some kind of pet, though clearly not a small cat or dog. Upon reaching the second floor, the area was almost entirely cleared out, with only a massive iron cage standing in the center, inside which was a terrifying monster. The monster crawled on all fours, its body resembling a tiger, but with the head of a velociraptor. Its neck had a lion-like mane, while the rest of its body was covered in reptile-like scales. 2 rows of bony spikes that could open and close extended from its shoulders to its rear end, followed by 2 long, thin tails that forked into 2. These tails swayed slowly as it paced back and forth, and even a casual lash against the bars of the iron cage produced a terrifying sound, demonstrating its horrifying power. The monster became excited when it saw Zhang Lang, and moved closer to the cage, banging its head against the bars. Zhang Lang took the jerky off his shoulder and tossed it into the cage from half a meter away. Upon seeing the food, the monster immediately lowered its head and began to tear and gnaw at it, eating with relish. Seeing the monster enjoying its meal, Zhang Lang finally dared to approach, slowly reaching his hand into the cage to gently stroke the monster's mane, a tender expression on his face. Xiaoya. The monster was quite well behaved at first, but suddenly, for some reason, it turned around and pounced on Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back, causing the monster to crash headfirst into the bars, making the entire cage rattle and shake. Zhang Lang's right hand was also scratched by its claws, leaving a wound more than 10 centimeters long from which blood gushed out. Zhang Lang didn't care about such a minor injury at all. With his abilities, such a superficial wound would heal in seconds, even if left untreated. He was only concerned about the monster in the cage. Xiaoya, is it not to your liking? Brother will go find you some fresh meat right away. With that, he left the second floor and returned to the first floor. Carefully avoiding various traps, he went to the wall, selected a heavy crossbow, a bag of bolts, a bundle of rope, and a machete from the shelf, went around to the entrance, pushed open the door, and went out. Outside the gate lay a desolate and dilapidated oriental town, with its blue bricks and green tiles, exuding an antique charm. Only a few streets stretched out in a crisscross pattern, with rows of 1- or 2-story detached houses forming the residential area. The main street in the town center, however, was composed of 2- or 3-story, high-rise buildings. At this moment, however, the blue bricks and red pillars were covered with unknown plants, blooming with flowers of various colors. The streets were full of rotten carriages, overturned stalls, rusty metal tools, and collapsed brick houses. Occasionally, a strangely shaped little animal would hop by. The ground was overgrown with weeds. Although it was covered with human creations, there were clearly no signs of human activity for a long time. This was once a beautiful town, belonging to Qingyang County, Ningzhou of the Great Lu Dynasty, and was called Anning Town. This is a small town in the east still in the Middle Ages. In this world, the ancient civilization of the East has not been ravaged by foreign tribes and powerful nations, nor has its scientific development been restricted by corrupt scholars and incompetent rulers. In this world, the East invented the steam engine earlier than the West, triggering the Industrial Revolution. Production efficiency increased dramatically, various technologies developed rapidly, steam locomotives were even manufactured, railways were laid between counties, and exchanges with the Western world deepened, leading to the exchange of technology and completely transforming people's lifestyles. However, the dramatic changes in the production structure did not lead to serious social problems in the Great Lu Dynasty. This was mainly due to 3 reasons. First, behind this technological revolution was the support of a powerful dynasty in its heyday. Large factories all over the country were controlled by the imperial court, which established the Industrial Manufacturing Bureau for unified management. The workers were all government employees and were not exploited. On the contrary, it was an enviable profession. Secondly, there is a unique mineral resource in this world called fire crystal. This is a special mineral that can release a large amount of heat energy when activated. After processing, it can be used as a highly efficient energy source, greatly reducing production costs. Third, there is a special group of people in this world. Some of them can lift massive boulders, some can move at speeds imperceptible to the naked eye, some can soar freely in the sky, and some can dive into the deep sea, not only breathing underwater but also swimming faster than fish. That's right, this world is a world where supernatural forces exist. Moreover, this power is not uncommon. On average, 1 in 100 people is born with extraordinary abilities. It is thanks to this group of exceptional individuals that the world has been able to steadily progress. This is an era where swords and guns coexist, and trains and horses race against each other. This is a world where superhumans and mortals cooperate, and monsters and gods coexist. The chivalrous outlaw, carrying a ghost-head saber in his left hand and a revolver in his right, was about to raise his gun when the scholar-like man with a turban on his head opened his mouth and spat out a large fireball. The postman rode a fine horse through the mountains and switched to a bicycle when he reached the towns. However, when there were urgent and important documents, he would hand them over directly to his colleague who could fly. The journey from the border fortress to the capital would take less than a day. The factory workers, while discussing legends of fox spirits and female ghosts, tightened screws on the ship. But when they encountered large parts weighing thousands of kilograms, the tallest guy in the factory would step forward, lift the massive iron lump that 10 men couldn't budge with one hand, jump onto the workbench 2 meters high, and tighten it perfectly. However, this skilled worker didn't earn more than others, because he often over-tightened the screws, deforming perfectly good parts and always having to compensate for the damage. In such a prosperous dynasty, Anning Town was just an inconspicuous little town. It's not too far from Qingyang County, built along the river. Although it's small and not as bustling as the county town, it's located on a major transportation route with a station and docks. You can also see some of the novelties that are popular in big towns here. People are enthusiastic about reading newspapers every day. Although there's only one newspaper in town, the dedicated reporters write new articles daily, bringing the latest news from the big city to the townspeople. There are also frequent opera troupes and circuses, and occasionally, performances by people with special abilities, adding to the enjoyment of life. People are keen to follow the trends of the county town, living a leisurely life, neither as busy as city dwellers nor as isolated as those in more remote rural areas. In short, this is a peaceful and prosperous town where people live and work in peace and contentment, just as its name suggests. This is also Zhang Lang's hometown. Zhang Lang is also one of the superhumans. However, his ability, while very practical, is rather unremarkable. That is its extremely strong self-healing and regeneration ability. In order to manage the people with special abilities that could be found everywhere, the imperial court established the Special Abilities Bureau. Babies born in this world are usually examined to see if they have any signs of supernatural abilities. If they are confirmed to have supernatural abilities, they must be registered with the Supernatural Abilities Department so that their whereabouts can be monitored at any time. Generally speaking, babies with special abilities are noticeably different from ordinary babies. Some have unique physical structures, such as extra cheeks or a tail, etc. Some babies, however, will unconsciously unleash their innate powers, since they don't hide them. A hungry, telekinetic baby will instinctively grab its mother's hair. A baby who can breathe fire will instinctively spew flames when it gets emotionally agitated and cries loudly. But Zhang Lang is different. On the surface, he has nothing special about him, and his regenerative ability is not visible except when he is injured. So who would be so cruel as to harm an infant? If this were in the capital or a county town, they might be more meticulous in cutting and checking, but the government tests tens of thousands of babies every day, 99% of whom are ordinary people. Newborns in a small town might look fine at first glance, so they are easily overlooked. Even if they are mistaken, such supernatural abilities that cannot be demonstrated generally pose no threat. In short, Zhang Lang thus became a fugitive from the Supernatural Abilities Division and survived as an ordinary person. To be honest, even Zhang Lang himself didn't discover his own abilities for a long time. It's inevitable for children to bump and bruise themselves. Zhang Lang was once a restless, mischievous kid, but he was naturally gifted with exceptional athleticism. He rarely fell while running and jumping, and he never suffered any serious injuries. Occasionally, he would scrape his knee, but it would heal before he could even get up, looking as if it were just covered in a little dirt. So, in his memory, he seemed to have never bled. When he was 12, his parents took him and his younger sister Zhangya, who was 5 years younger than him, on a trip. On their way home by steam train, they unfortunately encountered the Bureau of Supernatural Abilities chasing a powerful fugitive. The battle between the two sides affected the train, causing a major accident. In the instant the train overturned, Zhang Lang only had time to protect his younger sister. By the time he realized what was happening, his parents had already been crushed to death by the deformed carriage. His sister, protected by him, had no external injuries, but was knocked unconscious by the shockwave. As for himself, a steel bar had pierced through his thigh. In Zhang Lang's memory, this was the first time he had been seriously injured. He even thought he would bleed to death. But in order to save his sister's life, he endured the excruciating pain and pulled out his injured thigh. It was then that he witnessed his wound healing. It turns out I'm also a superhuman, and a regenerative one at that, something I'd never heard of before. After being rescued, Zhang Lang decided to conceal his abilities. Although young, he knew that such a combat-ready ability might lead to him being conscripted by the Imperial Court for special tasks. His parents were dead, only he could take care of his younger sister. For his younger sister's sake, Zhang Lang dropped out of school and worked as an apprentice at a machine shop in town during the day, processing various parts for the factory. At night, he would go out to work, sometimes loading and unloading at the dock, sometimes working as a night watchman at a shop. He did heavy labor every day to support his sister's education. Although to outsiders, the burden of life seemed far too heavy for a teenager, Zhang Lang himself did not find it particularly difficult. Firstly, Zhang Lang Yuan was not as delicate as ordinary people. His regenerative ability not only provided him with a near-immortal body, but also greatly enhanced his stamina. As long as he had enough food to replenish his energy, he could work at a high intensity for a long time without getting tired, and he could also stay awake for several days in a row and still be full of energy. This allowed him, at a young age, to take on high-intensity work that even adults could not bear and earn a fairly considerable income. Secondly, his younger sister was very intelligent and well-suited for studying. Her essays were praised even by the school teachers and were displayed in the corridor as model essays. Zhang Lang was very proud of this and specially copied a copy, which he would take out and read to everyone he met. For the sake of the outstanding Xiaoya, and for the Zhang family to produce a female scholar, he felt that no amount of hardship or toil was too much. And so, year after year passed, and finally, Zhang Lang survived the most difficult period and became the Zhang Lang. Because of his hard work, after completing his apprenticeship, he was directly recommended by his master to work in a factory on the outskirts of town. He had a permanent position, a stable job, and a higher salary, which made life much easier for the brother and sister. Xiaoya, on the other hand, lived up to expectations. A few years later, she graduated from the higher school and, with her intelligence and excellent writing skills, got a job at the only newspaper in town. This is a respectable job with a high income, no heavy physical labor, and the opportunity to meet people from all walks of life. It would be best to find him a suitable brother-in-law as well. Thinking of the bright future, Zhang Lang was genuinely happy for Xiaoya. On the night she was accepted by the newspaper, this older brother, unusually generous, took her to the most expensive restaurant in town, Zhuaizhai, intending to celebrate with a good meal. But that one night became Zhang Lang's inescapable nightmare. While waiting for the food to be served, Zhang Lang went to the outhouse in the backyard. While he was using the toilet in the stall, he heard voices outside. They were speaking an Eastern language with a strange accent. One voice was deep and inhuman, while the other was slightly high-pitched and much more normal. Is this the kind of world? Steampunk plus advanced superpowers, quite a unique combination. That was the deep voice. Don't underestimate this world. The shrill-voiced figure said. I came here once for a mission and fought against the superhumans of this world, a narrow victory. Oh. You may only be a member of the Shen clan, but you're quite capable. How come you've encountered an opponent in this primitive world? The deep voice seemed somewhat surprised. So this world is a huge hidden danger. This joint operation, number 1, number 6, number 11, number 18, number 19, number 21, number 25, aren't they all powerful hero alters, sent here together to completely destroy this place? Without high-tech weapons, can humanity alone contend with the hero Reincarnators? Interesting. Hey, stop talking, the captain sent a message, we can start the operation. After saying that, the two pushed open the bathroom door and left. Zhang Lang only vaguely understood the conversation. Many of the terms were unfamiliar to him, such as steampunk, reincarnator, and alter. Whenever such terms entered his ears, Zhang Lang would feel a sharp pain in his brain and his memory would become hazy. However, with his powerful regenerative abilities, the discomfort would quickly disappear. Just as he finished wiping his bottom and was about to get up, he suddenly heard broken cups and plates and screams coming from outside the toilet. This sudden commotion gave Zhang Lang a bad feeling, so he pulled up his pants and rushed out. The restaurant was filled with pink mist. Tables and chairs were overturned, and guests were unconscious. Only two people remained standing. One was short, holding an unidentified device that sprayed the red mist. The other was an extremely tall and strong giant. Zhang Lang was also very tall, but he only reached the giant's chest at most. The giant, wearing a metal exoskeleton, stood guard nearby, holding a weapon he had never seen before. Both men's faces were obscured by helmets, making them impossible to see. Zhang Lang spotted his sister lying unconscious on the ground at a glance. He rushed over to help her up and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that she was still breathing. Then, he glared angrily at the two people, grabbed a chair, roared, and charged at them. Seeing Zhang Lang charging towards him, the burly man raised his weapon and fired a shot. The high-speed bullet pierced Zhang Lang's heart and punched small holes in the tables, chairs, and walls behind him. But this fatal injury did not stop Zhang Lang's steps. He rushed in front of the burly man, swung the chair around, and delivered a blow. Crack! The powerful force shattered the chair, but it only caused the burly man's head to tilt slightly. The burly man turned his head, looked at Zhang Lang with slight surprise, and uttered a sentence in a language that Zhang Lang could not understand at all. But the voice was exactly the same as the deep, inhuman voice he had heard in the bathroom. The chair in his hand shattered, and Zhang Lang swung his fist to strike again, but the big man grabbed him and he couldn't break free no matter how hard he struggled. Aside from the power-type superhuman in the factory, Zhang Lang had never been suppressed by anyone in terms of strength. Muscle training is essentially a process of continuous muscle damage and self-repair. For most people, this is a painful and lengthy process. However, Zhang Lang, a superhuman born with superhuman regenerative abilities, experiences this process very quickly, without worrying about fatigue or physical damage from excessive exertion. His naturally tall stature, combined with years of high-intensity physical labor, gave him a physique far superior to that of ordinary people. But at this moment, the strength he was so proud of was like a child facing an adult in front of that burly man, completely unable to fight back. Zhang Lang struggled desperately, but ended up cutting his own wrist. He then noticed that the burly man's hand, which was gripping his, was covered in scales and had sharp nails, resembling the hand of a wild beast. Looking at the burly man's face, he could vaguely see golden vertical pupils behind the black goggles. It should be a physical enhancement ability. The short man beside him said in a language Zhang Lang could understand, it's rare that it wasn't affected by the gene-activating drug. But it doesn't matter, this world is destined to end. These were the last words Zhang Lang heard. Then, he heard the burly man snort coldly, raise his large, scale-covered fist, and smash it into the top of his head. When Zhang Lang awoke again, the two men were gone. He was lying in a large crater in the floor, his clothes torn to shreds, surrounded by radiating bloodstains. This was probably the most serious injury he had ever suffered since birth. However, Zhang Lang had no time to check his body. The first thing he did after climbing out of the pit was to go find his sister. Xiaoya remained unconscious, but signs of illness were already appearing on her body. Her skin was developing calluses, and her hair was falling out. Zhang Lang glanced at the clock on the wall and estimated that she had been unconscious for about 10 minutes. In such a short time, such significant changes had occurred in Xiaoya's body. Looking at the others in the hall, they too had exhibited various mutations. Zhang Lang picked up his sister and ran out of the restaurant, wanting to get to the hospital. But now the streets were filled with that dangerous red fog, and everything alive, humans, mules, horses, cats, dogs, birds, even trees, was undergoing visible mutations. Even the doctors in the hospital were infected and overwhelmed with their own problems. The county town. If it doesn't work here, we'll go to the county town. Zhang Lang was determined to cure his sister, but all animals, including humans, became listless, their bodies mutated, and they were unable to work after coming into contact with the red mist. The steam train also stopped running. It's 120 li from here to the county seat. Standing at the station, Zhang Lang gritted his teeth, carrying his younger sister, and ran along the railway tracks, relying solely on his two legs, towards the county seat. But along the way, a red mist permeated everything. Before long, Zhang Lang encountered a steam locomotive from the county town. The people on board were clearly infected, and according to them, the county town had also fallen. For Zhang Lang, the county town was the end of his world, a place filled with skyscrapers, powerful superhumans, and highly skilled doctors, a symbol of civilization and strength. The fact that even such a place had fallen meant that his world had collapsed. In fact, it's not just Zhang Lang's world, the entire world has completely collapsed. The powerful Reincarnators spread this red mist across the continents of this world within just a few weeks. This substance, originally called a gene-activating agent, as the name suggests, can stimulate the activity of biological genes, causing them to mutate in unpredictable directions within a very short period. Some will exhibit atavism, resembling extinct creatures, while others will evolve into entirely new forms never before seen. But regardless of the method, the mutated creature's personality and memories will suffer devastating damage, turning it into a monster that acts entirely on instinct. In this world, everyone except Zhang Lang, regardless of status or ability, lost their minds and transformed into terrifying monsters of various forms within a short period of time once they were affected by the red mist. Human civilization was wiped out in just a few months, and the planet's ecosystem underwent a complete upheaval. However, Zhang Lang was unaware of all this at the time. All he knew was that his sister was changing day by day before his eyes, eventually turning into a ferocious monster. Zhang Lang could only lock her up and feed her every day. Although he didn't know if any of this would work, or if his sister could ever come back. Ultimately, what made Zhang Lang understand all of this was a voice that suddenly appeared in his mind one day. After the world changed, Zhang Lang spent a long time in a daze. Watching his younger sister mutate day by day, completely losing her reason and memory, and becoming a monster, his heart was torn apart, and he had no direction in life. Civilization and society have all perished. In this vast world, he is the only living person left. What hope is there in such a powerless life? But at that moment, a unique voice resounded in his heart. Do you want revenge on those guys? This voice rekindled the long-extinguished flame in Zhang Lang's heart. Without even investigating the origin of the voice, he subconsciously nodded heavily. Then, a ball of black flames ignited on his body, and when he realized what was happening, he had already been transported to another world. A world bustling with traffic and people. The voice told him that the ones who destroyed his world were a group of people called the Reincarnators. These beings exist inhabiting a mysterious place called the altar. Guided by the altar, they traverse various worlds. Wielding weapons far beyond their time, they kill, burn, plunder resources, and sometimes even destroy worlds to complete their missions. Zhang Lang's hometown is such a destroyed world. In this world now, there are also Reincarnators who have been assigned to cause trouble. Zhang Lang's mission is to eliminate these invaders. This was exactly what Zhang Lang wanted. Guided by the voice in his heart, he found the team of Reincarnators who had invaded this world. At first, Zhang Lang's impression of the Reincarnators was that of terrifyingly powerful beings who could destroy the world. He made thorough preparations for the battle, but once they engaged in combat, he realized that these so-called Reincarnators were far more fragile than he had imagined. Perhaps they possess rifles capable of rapid fire, weapons that shoot out lightning, energy barriers to withstand impacts, and some even pilot robots forged from steel, but they themselves are hardly stronger than ordinary people. Some are even weaker than the frail scholars in Zhang Lang's world. There was only one person with outstanding hand-to-hand combat skills, who could only produce bone blades with his hands, but in terms of both strength and endurance, he was ruthlessly crushed and easily killed by Zhang Lang. These Reincarnators mostly come from a world where, on the surface, there are no supernatural abilities, no magic, and no supernatural powers to rely on. That world has advanced technology, is far from war, and the long period of peace has made its people physically weak. If it weren't for powerful weapons, they wouldn't be your match. The Reincarnators call their home world the main world, and the worlds where they adventure and complete missions the mission worlds. They believe their home world is the template for all worlds, and that the so-called mission worlds are parallel worlds based on the real world. But I think this is nothing but their arrogance. The voice within scoffed at these Reincarnators. Just remember, without the weapons of the altar, these Reincarnators are nothing but paper tigers. With your immense power, you can defeat them once you find the right method. Watching the last Reincarnator die and fall to the ground before him, Zhang Lang's pent-up emotions were released, and he finally found the target of his revenge. Thank you for bringing me here. Zhang Lang sincerely thanked the voice in his heart. One last question, who are you? What are you? Me. The voice chuckled. Just know that I am one with you, sharing your fate. I am here to guide you and help you become stronger. If you insist on giving me a name, call me Void. Zhang Lang didn't ask any more questions. He had nothing left. No matter what this illusion was or what its purpose was, as long as it could help him take revenge, he had no reason to refuse it. Guided by the Void, Zhang Lang also began his life as a Reincarnator, traveling between different worlds. However, while other Reincarnators' goals were the missions of each world, Zhang Lang's goal was these Reincarnators. From then on, he became a Reincarnator Killer. Returning to reality, Zhang Lang, carrying a machete and a heavy crossbow, cautiously made his way through the dilapidated streets. Occasionally, strange animals the size of rabbits would dart across the alley. Although the world had mutated, not every animal was a ferocious beast, some were herbivorous little creatures. Zhang Lang, quick as lightning, seized the opportunity while one of them was foraging for food, and shot an arrow, securing his prey. Zhang Lang walked over, pulled out a crossbow bolt, twisted the monster's head to kill it completely, then used a knife to peel off its skin, cut off a piece of still-dripping raw flesh, and put it directly into his mouth to chew. Raw meat retains more nutrients than cooked meat, but it is not easily absorbed by humans. However, Zhang Lang's robust digestive system, with a digestive capacity comparable to that of a wild animal, makes it more reasonable for him to endure the taste of blood and eat raw meat in this environment. Every time I see it, I feel a little nauseous. In the midst of his grueling, raw meat-eating spree, Zhang Lang suddenly recalled Su's somewhat sleazy voice. The voice sounded a lot like his own, but the tone was completely different, exaggerated and somewhat sarcastic. Zhang Lang completely ignored the voice and continued eating his raw meat. Hey kid, trying to be all mysterious again. It's fine if you don't answer me, but don't forget, I am you, and you are me. Even without saying a word, I can guess what you're thinking. But you boring fellow, all you're thinking about is how to find food for your sister. As the last person in this strange world, you're really pathetic. The voice in his head kept chattering incessantly. After finishing the flesh and blood in his hand, Zhang Lang finally responded, this mission was a bit dangerous. I need to prepare for the next one. Danger. The voice in my head mocked. These guys are just newbies. Except for the one who can turn into a monster, who's a bit tough and has a resurrection item, making him more difficult to deal with, the other three are pretty weak, probably none of their attributes exceed 10 points, note 1. Let me see, you got a total of 420 points this time. 260 of them were from that bio monster. If you're in danger even with that, when will you achieve your grand ideal of killing all the Reincarnators and destroying the altar? I will continue to grow stronger. Zhang Lang wiped the blood from his mouth, picked up his weapon, and continued forward. Rely on what? Su sneered. Rely on your meager points accumulated in hundreds of points at a time. There will always be more. Zhang Lang tightened his grip on his weapon. So many that I can become as powerful as those demons. Zhang Lang's hunting of reincarnators is not static. Traveling through different worlds not only broadened Zhang Lang's horizons, allowed him to accumulate combat experience, and honed his combat skills, but also genuinely strengthened him. Whenever Zhang Lang kills a reincarnator, Void assesses and scores them based on their strength. Zhang Lang accumulates points by killing these reincarnators. Once he reaches 1000 points, he can exchange them for a random enhancement reward from Void. What reward one receives is entirely random, and neither Zhang Lang nor Su can interfere. This Iron Bones reward is just like that. Fortunately, it's a pretty useful enhancement for him. Zhang Lang has already hunted over 50 reincarnators, some of whom only have a score of 10 or even a few points. In virtual terms, they are newbies who have just entered the altar. Others have scores of hundreds or even hundreds of points, and these are basically more troublesome veterans. Zhang Lang's strongest prey so far, valued at 300 points, is a reincarnator with the ability to teleport, wearing an enhanced combat suit and wielding a lightsaber. To deal with him, Zhang Lang went so far as to strap himself with explosives, intending to detonate them the moment the opponent attacked him. That time, Zhang Lang was blown to pieces. It was the closest he had ever come to death since he began hunting reincarnators. But even such a powerful being, in the Hollow's words, is nothing more than a sacrifice on the altar, a low-level reincarnator. The monsters that destroyed Zhang Lang's hometown were high-level powerhouses among the reincarnators, known as heroes. Zhang Lang had never encountered anything of this level before. According to Su, even the weakest one was worth at least 500 points. Much more difficult to deal with than the teleporting prey. Right now, he shouldn't be thinking about those things. Thanks to these deceased reincarnators, including Iron Bone, Zhang Lang has already received 4,000-point rewards. The first time, he drew a reward called Lead Belly, which is an enhancement for the digestive system. It allows his stomach and intestines to better digest and absorb nutrients and energy from food, while also resisting various harmful substances. Even if he eats unclean or even poisonous food, it will not harm his health. At first glance, this move doesn't seem to have much significance for Zhang Lang, since he can eat almost anything. However, the aspect of increasing absorption efficiency is something Zhang Lang desperately needs. After becoming a Reincarnator Killer, he frequently fought until he was covered in wounds. Both high-intensity combat and limb regeneration consumed vast amounts of energy, greatly increasing his need for food. This ability allows him to extract every last nutrient from food, obtaining more nutrition from the same amount of food and preventing him from frequently overeating. It also significantly enhances his survival ability, especially during times of food scarcity. The second time, he drew the enhancement skill called Language Expert, which enabled him to quickly master the local language and communicate without barriers, no matter which country, which place, or how remote the location. This move doesn't improve combat power at all, but as a reincarnator assassin who needs to travel between different worlds and come into contact with different civilizations, this ability is crucial. The third time, he drew a word called photosynthesis. This ability, which doesn't sound like that of an animal, is what Zhang Lang finds most useful. Photosynthesis, as the name suggests, is the ability to obtain nutrients and energy from sunlight. In Zhang Lang's case, the principle is certainly different from photosynthesis in plants. However, the effect is far more powerful, allowing him to absorb energy from almost all forms of energy radiation, including sunlight, to supply himself. This ability is somewhat similar to the previous Lead Belly technique, both aiming at energy intake. However, the former still required food, posing a danger in environments like deserts and Gobi where food was scarce. But with photosynthesis, as long as there is a heat source, energy can be steadily obtained, greatly enhancing Zhang Lang's adaptability to extreme environments. Thanks to his strong survival skills, Zhang Lang managed to eke out a living in this dead world. However, he never dared to be blindly arrogant, because due to the effects of the gene-activating drug, this world was no longer the one he was familiar with. Strange and exotic beasts he had never seen before could appear at any time, and if he was not careful, even he would not be able to escape death. If you're torn apart and eaten by a monster, can you regenerate? Zhang Lang hadn't tried, and didn't want to. Right now, all he wants is to hunt enough fresh meat for Xiaoya to eat as soon as possible. As Zhang Lang walked through a dimly lit alley, he suddenly heard a loud crashing sound, followed by the roars of a giant beast. It's a two-tailed giant rhinoceros, and another one, I've never heard of it before. Having survived alone in this world for many days, Zhang Lang was already very familiar with the types of monsters roaming around. To make it easier to distinguish them, he even gave these monsters names. Since he was all alone, he didn't need to worry about being precise or not, he just named them whatever they looked like. This two-tailed giant rhinoceros is the largest monster in the area. It looks like a thinner version of a rhinoceros, but it is much larger than an elephant. It has two long tails trailing behind it, hence the name two-tailed giant rhinoceros. This behemoth, when it stands up, is taller than a two-story building and can only walk in wide streets, resembling a moving small mountain. Fortunately, this enormous creature was a herbivore with a relatively docile temperament. Zhang Lang always avoided such monsters when he was out and about, and sometimes when he saw it approaching his house, he would deliberately lure it away. After all, even the sturdiest house would be no match for such a beast. However, judging from its roar, this two-tailed giant rhinoceros seems to have encountered trouble. What on earth dares to attack such a giant beast? Out of curiosity, Zhang Lang decided to go and see. He stepped on the wall and leaped back and forth in the narrow alley. In no time, he climbed onto the roof and ran in the direction from which the commotion was coming. Soon, Zhang Lang caught sight of the extraordinary, primitive battle. The enormous, two-tailed rhinoceros roared, its massive horns, resembling pillars, attempting to resist its predator. And only an even more powerful monster could dare to hunt such a formidable beast. That was a huge carnivorous dinosaur. With a size comparable to that of a two-tailed rhinoceros, a huge head, a mouthful of sharp teeth, a row of bone spurs on its back, two thick hind legs supporting its body, and long, thin front claws, each with a long, curved claw, combined with the tearing of its big mouth, each time it strikes the rhinoceros, it can tear open a shocking wound. A monster I've never seen before, let's call it Megatyrannosaurus rex. Zhang Lang had seen Tyrannosaurus rex fossils in a museum before. The huge skeleton stood upright on the ground like a kangaroo, with two small short arms tucked in front of its chest. Both its size and posture were quite different from the monster in front of him. But Zhang Lang only knew the name of this one large dinosaur. Seeing that it was much larger than a Tyrannosaurus rex, he added the word giant to it. When animals are of similar size, herbivores are no match for predators. Despite the two-tailed giant rhinoceros's desperate struggle, even knocking down several buildings and tearing down half a street, it ultimately could not escape the jaws of the giant Tyrannosaurus, its neck was bitten off, and it collapsed to the ground. Watching the enormous beast devour its prey, Zhang Lang quietly retreated. He didn't want to provoke a monster of this caliber. Predators are different from herbivores, with such a massive size, the nearby prey alone certainly couldn't sustain it. Once it had its fill, it would likely leave the town. The leftover scraps would then attract plenty of wild animals, which he could then use to hunt them down. As Zhang Lang turned to leave, a howl suddenly came from afar. This is... Zhang Lang's eyes widened upon hearing this, it was Xiaoya's voice. Xiaoya never makes random noises, so why is she making them now of all times? No wonder Zhang Lang panicked. He wasn't the only one who heard the cry, the enormous Tyrannosaurus rex was also drawn to it, raising its head and tilting its massive dragon head, seemingly puzzled. A whoa. Another sound. As fellow carnivorous beasts, this roar was quite provocative, successfully enraging the enormous Tyrannosaurus rex. The giant beast stopped eating its meat, roared, and charged towards Zhang Lang's residence. Damn it. Zhang Lang hurriedly chased after it, the voice of Su echoing in his mind, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Do you think you can handle that kind of monster? Shut up. Zhang Lang raised his heavy crossbow and fired an arrow at the giant Tyrannosaurus. The crossbow bolt struck the giant Tyrannosaurus's thigh, but it only pierced the scales and didn't even draw blood. This giant Tyrannosaurus rex was several times larger than a real Tyrannosaurus rex, and its hide was much thicker. Heavy crossbows and long arrows were no match for it, being as ineffective as toothpicks. Zhang Lang frowned, jumped over several rooftops, and continued chasing. Give up. Su continued to urge, that level of monster is far beyond your current capabilities. If you risk your life, not only you, but I'll be finished too. Shut up. Zhang Lang continued forward. That monster is no longer your sister, the virtual voice screamed in Zhang Lang's head. She's just a monster. Her body, genes, memories, everything has been completely changed. She has absolutely nothing to do with your sister anymore. You don't need to risk your life for that monster. Didn't you hear me tell you to shut up? Zhang Lang roared, suddenly leaping high from the rooftop and landing on the giant Tyrannosaurus head. He drew his waist knife and plunged it into the gaps between the scales. Roar. This time, blood finally came out. The giant Tyrannosaurus shook its head in pain, but Zhang Lang held onto its scales tightly and refused to fly away, forcing the giant Tyrannosaurus to raise its front claws and scratch wildly at its head. This strange dragon wasn't like a real Tyrannosaurus Rex with short arms. With a swipe of its large claws, it swept Zhang Lang away, sending him crashing heavily against the wall, cracking the plaster, and bouncing back to the ground where he tumbled several times. An ordinary person would likely be pulverized by such a blow. However, Zhang Lang rolled over and got to his feet, coughing up a mouthful of blood. His newly strengthened bones had withstood the attack, and his damaged internal organs began to heal rapidly. He watched the giant dragon continue its rapid advance, his heart filled with anxiety. Without a powerful weapon at hand, I couldn't even attract its attention. Thinking of this, Zhang Lang ran in the opposite direction and rushed into the machinery shop. This was where he used to work as an apprentice. His former master, the boss, the bald old man who always had a magnifying glass stuck in his right eye, was long gone. It was unknown whether he had become food for the monster or had become a monster himself. After the apocalypse, the entire town became Zhang Lang's backyard, and this shop was one of his main strongholds, storing many useful items, such as. Zhang Lang went around to the backyard, lifted a huge, dusty canvas, and revealed an open-top steam locomotive. The fire crystal is still there, and the whale oil has solidified a bit, but it's not a big deal. Just add some water. With that, Zhang Lang picked up a large bottle of water, poured it into the engine's water tank, pulled the starter rope a few times, and finally, with a roar and billowing steam, the car started. The whale oil will take another minute to melt. Zhang Lang ran out of the shop. The monster shook its head, roaring as it squeezed into the narrow alleyway, already collapsing 2 houses. My home is in a residential area, the streets are very narrow, it's not that easy to get in. Zhang Lang felt a little relieved, rushed to the firearms shop across the street, and in a moment, he ran out carrying a large canvas bag and returned to the machinery shop. Whoa. Xiaoya seemed to sense the impending threat and restlessly thrashed about in the cage, roaring incessantly. This only made the enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex even more agitated. It smashed through the house blocking its path, stepped over the rubble, and arrived in front of Zhang Lang's house. It lowered its massive head and peered into the window on the 2nd floor of Zhang Lang's house. Woo 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 woo. Woo woo woo. Xiaoya was so scared that she tucked her tail between her legs, but she still roared defiantly. The giant Tyrannosaurus snorted and opened its mouth wide towards the house, as if it wanted to swallow the attic hole. Just then, a cannon shot rang out, and a round cannonball, drawing a beautiful parabola, struck the dragon on the back. Boom. The massive explosion jolted the giant Tyrannosaurus Rex to the side, its mouth detached from the attic. As the smoke cleared, the scales at the site of the bullet wound were shattered, and blood gushed forth. More than 100 meters away, Zhang Lang stood on the windshield of an open-top motorcycle, a yellow brass cannon barrel slung over his shoulder, wisps of smoke rising from the muzzle. The breech was pressed against the seat, the recoil from the recent firing having created a hole in the leather seat. This is a simple cannon modified by Zhang Lang using copper pipes and gunpowder. Although the structure is primitive, it fires explosive shells with considerable power. The giant Tyrannosaurus screamed in pain after being attacked, turned its head and saw Zhang Lang, then roared and charged at him. Very good. Zhang Lang threw the cannon barrel out of the car, sat on the steering wheel, put it in reverse, stepped on the gas, and drove backwards. The giant dragon charged forward, its thick scales scraping against the narrow street, smashing balconies, tiles, clotheslines, and other debris. Despite the obstacles, the beast's speed was still faster than Zhang Lang's reversing car, and it was closing in on him. At this moment, Zhang Lang suddenly took out a hand grenade with a wooden handle, bit the pull cord with his teeth, and blue smoke came out. 5, 4, 3, 2. Zhang Lang silently counted the explosion time in his mind, and threw it out at the last moment. The grenade spun and flew into the dragon's gaping mouth, where it exploded with a bang. Whoosh! Half a dragon's tooth flew out from the thick smoke and embedded itself in the motorcycle's windshield, its massive size resembling a short sword. Whoa! The massive dragon head tore through the thick smoke and continued its roaring charge. The grenade, far from killing it, had only fueled its ferocity. However, taking advantage of the grenade sniping, Zhang Lang had already backed out of the street corner. Suddenly, he pulled the handbrake, turned the steering wheel, and the motorcycle drifted, drawing a beautiful arc on the ground. Accompanied by the pungent smell of tires, the front of the motorcycle was successfully straightened, and he continued to escape. The giant Tyrannosaurus was not about to let him go. It rushed out of the street and took long strides, giving chase. Upon reaching the open main road, the giant Tyrannosaurus's speed increased significantly. Clinging tightly to it, Zhang Lang gripped the steering wheel with one hand and pulled several loaded flintlock pistols from his bag with the other, firing continuously at the rear. In the urgency, there was no time to reload. Each shot was discarded and replaced with a new one, but the tiny bullets caused negligible damage to the Tyrannosaurus, offering no real protection. In the heat of the moment, another unexpected turn of events occurred. With a loud thud, the motorcycle's tire suddenly burst. It turned out that Zhang Lang had driven to the spot where the giant rhinoceros and the giant Tyrannosaurus had fought before. There were many wrecked buildings, and broken glass and steel nails were scattered on the ground. Zhang Lang was busy turning around to fire his gun and hadn't noticed. The speeding motorcycle suddenly suffered a tire blowout, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently and overturn due to loss of control. The giant dragon caught up and bit down, its sharp fangs piercing the sheet metal, crushing the motorcycle, and carrying the rider and vehicle in its mouth. It then raised its head high and lifted it high. The steam locomotive was torn to pieces by the giant Tyrannosaurus's massive jaws and sharp teeth, but Zhang Lang did not perish in the dragon's mouth. At the critical moment, he leaped out of the car, grabbed the broken tooth he had pulled from the window, and forcefully stabbed it into the monster's eye. Whoa! The giant Tyrannosaurus roared in fury as its vital spot was attacked, shaking its massive head and wildly slapping and sweeping its claws at the painful area. This time, Zhang Lang learned his lesson. He released the broken tooth and crawled away, clutching the scales. The giant Tyrannosaurus's massive claw swept across, striking the broken tooth and tearing it off along with its eyeball, leaving only a huge, bloody hole. Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Lang pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and threw it into the dragon's eye socket. However, blood gushed from the dragon's eye sockets, and the grenade, unable to stay in place, was ejected and fell to the ground with a loud bang, exploding on the giant Tyrannosaurus's toes. This caused the enormous beast to lift its lower leg, lose its balance, and fall, its massive body crashing onto a 4-story shopping mall. In an instant, glass shattered and bricks flew everywhere. Even if it's a grenade, if it's detonated outside the body, it won't hurt this monster at all. Realizing this, Zhang Lang took advantage of the chaos to climb to the dragon's injured eye, pulled the pin on the grenade, grabbed it with his hand, and stuffed it inside. The monster's eye sockets were filled with bloated flesh and blood. If he let go, the grenade would easily fall out. So Zhang Lang simply grabbed the grenade tightly and stuck his entire arm into the eye socket. Boom! A muffled thud resounded in the giant Tyrannosaurus's brain, and the pent-up firelight erupted from its eye sockets, blasting Zhang Lang away. Zhang Lang somersaulted through the air, landing amidst the collapsed ruins, his body covered in cuts and lacerations from the shattered glass, especially his right hand, where several fingers were severed and his palm was reduced to half its original size from a grenade explosion. This was all thanks to the iron bone enhancement he had just received, otherwise, the high-explosive grenades fused with fire crystal powder would have been enough to cripple his entire forearm. Looking at the monster again, it felt as if a grenade had exploded in its mind. No matter how stubborn it was, it couldn't withstand it. After its huge body convulsed a few times, it finally fell completely silent. Huff! Zhang Lang struggled to his feet. With his self-healing ability, his right hand regenerated at a visible speed. Zhang Lang rummaged through his clothes to find a cigar, only to discover that his clothes had been torn to shreds in the fight. Fortunately, there was a liquor cabinet in the shopping mall that the monster had smashed. He found a bottle of strong liquor that hadn't been broken among the scattered ruins, cracked the bottle open on a rock, and poured it in with gulps. The spilled liquor trickled down his neck, passed over his strong body, and stung the wound on his right arm, but the sting quickly subsided under the influence of alcohol. As a superhuman with extremely strong self-healing abilities, Zhang Lang also metabolizes alcohol very quickly. Normally, he can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Only by drinking a large amount of strong liquor in one go can he maintain a brief state of slight intoxication. But that's enough. His only goal was to relieve the pain. Once the effects of the alcohol wore off, the regeneration would be mostly complete. Do you know how dangerous this was? The matter was over, and the grotesque voice rang out again. To dare challenge a monster of this level, do you want to try and be eaten and resurrected? Do you know that if you die, I'll take you with me? If you're worried about your life, don't give me a lead belly, or a language master's ability. Zhang Lang tossed the empty wine bottle in his hand, let out a burp, and continued, give me some real power, and I can take it down, right? As someone who grew up in a steampunk world teeming with superhumans, Zhang Lang had personally witnessed battles between powerful superhumans. The sky filled with flames and lightning, which were awe-inspiring, like gods descending to earth. Therefore, when he exchanged for these abilities, he had high expectations of what kind of powerful strength he would gain. However, in the end, these abilities had neither strong offensive capabilities nor magical effects. At best, they could only be considered minor enhancements. With only these powers, how can we fight against those powerful reincarnators? Faced with his request, Void retorted without hesitation, "Do you think this is some popular novel that will help you become a god? The so-called reincarnators are nothing more than laborers at the altar, living a precarious life for meager rewards. If the altar could easily create a world-destroying Superman, why bother issuing these tasks? Wouldn't it be better to just create a bunch of monsters?" Zhang Lang thought about it carefully. Indeed, most of the reincarnators he had encountered before had very weak physical bodies, and the most troublesome were mostly those with powerful weapons. After all, even if you could train your body to be as strong as a sports champion, you still couldn't defeat a small handgun. Unfortunately, Void cannot provide Zhang Lang with weapons, only physical enhancements. "So, you're just a castrated version of the altar." "I hate your way of putting it, but I have to admit your analogy is quite apt." Su said somewhat reluctantly, "The reward I'm giving you, according to the altar's classification, should be considered a blood enhancement. The downside of this kind of enhancement is that it's difficult to immediately improve combat ability. As for the advantages, it's highly adaptable. After all, weapons will eventually be out of your hands, and your own abilities are the most reliable. Can't you give me a bigger reward?" "Don't even mention me, even the altar itself can only provide random enhancements to those who reincarnate," the Void replied. "However, if you can find a way to join the altar, you should have a chance to obtain powerful weapons and equipment." "Join the altar?" Zhang Lang scoffed. "And become one of those inhuman, wreaking havoc on various worlds, reincarnators?" Su was silent for a moment. "Now, how different are you from a reincarnator?" Zhang Lang frowned, but didn't say anything more. Having rested enough and with his right hand fully recovered, Zhang Lang went to a nearby house and dragged out a huge machete and a saw, attempting to dismember the massive Tyrannosaurus Rex. This oversized machete was made by Zhang Lang himself, as were many of the guns, cannons, and grenades. His years as an apprentice under a mechanic had honed his skills in forging and mechanical craftsmanship. The town's police station also had weapons and firearms, actually far superior to those he currently used. However, those good stuff had been worn out by Zhang Lang long ago. So he could only rely on the materials he could find near the town to start making various weapons himself. The better and lighter ones were kept in his house. These clumsy, rough-looking things were displayed in every household, shop, and store. After all, in this world today, weapons are the least likely thing to be stolen, because he's the only one left who knows how to use them. This dragon was enormous, weighing several tons of meat. It took Zhang Lang most of the day to butcher only a small portion. He carried the freshest parts home for Xiaoya to eat, and preserved the rest by salting it. He had considered making it into smoked meat, but that would allow the smell to spread far and wide, easily attracting predators. Salting was a more reliable method. However, the dragon corpses were too large, and most of them could only be left to rot. This was also a problem for Zhang Lang, as it would attract many nearby scavengers, and even other powerful predators. Therefore, for the next few days, Zhang Lang's job was to continuously dismantle the carcasses of the enormous Tyrannosaurus Rex and the two-tailed rhinoceros and transport them out of town. It was extremely arduous work, but Zhang Lang enjoyed it immensely. It was an excellent way to train. Days passed by like this. With plenty of food, Zhang Lang didn't need to think about hunting in the short term. Every day, besides exercising his body, he practiced the use of various firearms and swords. Shooting and archery are relatively easy, as long as you can keep your aim. On the other hand, with fists and swords, since there is no teacher to teach him, all he can do is practice some basic slashing, punching, and kicking movements over and over again. Finally, after about a month of peace, Zhang Lang embarked on a new adventure. "We have a mission." That day, Zhang Lang was exercising when a ghostly voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "How many reincarnators are there?" Zhang Lang put down what he was holding and let out a long breath. "There are 3 groups." Su replied. "Quite a few people. How about it, want to go?" "What about weapon restriction levels?" Zhang Lang asked. "Level 1. Su said, "But we can't rule out the possibility of pistols or shotguns being brought in." "Okay, I'll go get ready and then we'll set off." Zhang Lang immediately returned to his house and took some rope, machete, crossbow bolts, and the like from the weapon rack. The mission worlds that reincarnators enter usually have weapon level restrictions. The altar categorized weapons into 5 levels, with higher levels generally indicating more advanced weapons. Level 1 typically consisted of melee weapons, while Level 2 generally represented primitive firearms such as matchlock guns, flintlock muskets, pistols, lever rifles, and early shotguns, etc. Level 3 consists of more accurate, powerful, and technologically advanced firearms, such as automatic firearms, sniper rifles, grenade launchers, and rocket launchers. Level 4 refers to even more powerful thermal weapons, typically kinetic or energy weapons that are more advanced than gunpowder weapons, such as laser guns, Gauss rifles, etc. As for Level 5, it refers to weapons of mass destruction. They are generally not used unless absolutely necessary, but once they are used, they can cause devastation. Of course, these are just general summaries. The specific level of a weapon still needs to be analyzed on a case-by-case basis. There are many things that are difficult to classify, such as things involving magic or the mystical realm, which cannot be applied here. The specific level depends on the altar. Incidentally, unlike Zhang Lang, true reincarnators can draw weapons by consuming 1,000 points. These weapons usually have amazing special effects and often lower the level restriction by 1. In this case, it's not impossible for someone to bring in a level 2 weapon in this level 1 restriction world. As for firearms in Zhang Lang's world, they are still in a relatively primitive stage. It is said that the army in the county town is basically equipped with revolvers and bolt-action rifles with full ammunition. However, it is difficult to see such advanced things in a small town like Zhang Lang. A few revolvers were found in the police station before, but they were all broken or lost by Zhang Lang. Now only flintlock guns are available. The world is fraught with crises these days, and he has never left the town too far to collect weapons, but even if he finds military equipment, it will probably only be at level 2. After all, Zhang Lang's world is still in the steam engine era, and the steam engine in this world was invented by the Easterners earlier. Judging from the era alone, it may be older than the steam age in reality, and the precision of weapons such as firearms is still relatively poor. After careful selection, Zhang Lang finally brought a bow, a few arrows, 2 short swords. Anything more would be too cumbersome to carry. Normally, reincarnators can only bring items exchanged at the altar into the mission world, but if this requirement is strictly enforced, reincarnators would probably have to go in naked. So some personal clothing and items can still be brought in, but there are weight restrictions. Therefore, Zhang Lang's weapons should be as lightweight as possible. Often, he'll just grab what he needs in the mission world. Finally, everything was ready. Zhang Lang tore off a large piece of jerky, put it in his mouth, chewed it, and ate it before saying, "Let's go." Su agreed, and a ball of black flame climbed onto Zhang Lang's body. As the flames burned, the scenery before Zhang Lang's eyes changed, and soon he found himself in an ancient-style guest room. Where is this? Zhang Lang blinked, looked up and around, and found several folded pieces of coarse cloth clothing on the bedside table, all of which were in line with the era of this world. Zhang Lang was quite familiar with the process, and quickly changed into his new clothes, also taking his bow and arrows and dagger with him. He also found some loose silver and copper coins under his clothes, which served as his initial funding for his activities in this world. With everything prepared, Zhang Lang wondered to himself, how do I find the Reincarnator? Do I have a clue? This isn't your first time traveling. Su said somewhat impatiently. I don't have 100% control over the movements and missions of the Reincarnators, but I'll always send you to places related to them. Pay attention to your surroundings. If anything unusual happens, it's most likely related to the Reincarnators. Zhang Lang nodded. He could faintly hear some noise outside the room, so he pushed open the door and went out. He found that he was in a guest room of an inn. The corridor outside the door led to the lobby, where many people were eating and chatting. Most of them were dressed in neat short clothes and carried weapons. They should all be martial arts people. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, went down the stairs, asked the waiter for a pot of wine and 2 side dishes, and ate while listening to the conversations around him. There are more and more martial arts practitioners in the city these days. That's right, tomorrow is the day of the martial arts contest to choose a husband. In the past 2 days, all the young talents of the martial arts world have gathered in Chizhou City. Many martial arts practitioners have also come to watch the excitement. The scale is comparable to a martial arts tournament. No wonder. The Shen family is a renowned and prestigious sect in the martial arts world, and Master Shen only has this one daughter. Even if she marries into the family, she will inherit the Shen family's wealth and be able to wield considerable influence in the martial arts world. You don't know this, do you? Not all these people are after status and fame. Even Master Shin's daughter is incredibly beautiful and has many suitors. But this girl has a strong personality, is naturally fond of martial arts, and only likes young heroes with high martial arts skills. That's why she came up with the idea of a martial arts contest to find a husband. Really? It's a pity that the martial arts contest for marriage only accepts those under 25. I'm already 27, otherwise I'd like to give it a try. Age doesn't matter, they're only a few years apart. How could he tell? The key is the invitation. What is this invitation to heroes? The Shin family's martial arts contest to choose a husband began preparations half a year ago. They issued 64 tokens made of black iron to the martial arts world, called Heroes' Invitations. Half of them were given to renowned young heroes in the martial arts world, while the other half were left to roam the martial arts world for anyone to fight over. So not just anyone is qualified. Those who can participate in the martial arts contest to choose a husband must be top-notch young masters. Hearing this conversation, Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes and mentally reminded him, there's no mistake, the Reincarnator's mission is most likely related to this martial arts contest for marriage. They should participate. Then I'll join too. Zhang Lang took a sip of his drink. But you don't have a hero's invitation. Su said, these reincarnators should be allocated spots by the altar. You'll have to figure it out yourself. Think of a way. Zhang Lang pondered for a moment, when suddenly he heard someone inside the room exclaim, look, it's young Master Yun. It's young Master Yun. The previously noisy patrons inside seemed to suddenly fall silent, all looking towards the door. Zhang Lang followed their gaze. A young man dressed in blue and white entered the inn carrying a sword. He was tall and handsome with an extraordinary air about him, and was followed by an attendant carrying luggage. This young Master Yun, although also a martial artist, was clearly on a different level from the other rough-looking fellows in terms of appearance and demeanor. As soon as he entered, he attracted everyone's attention. The master and servant found an empty seat and sat down. The waiter immediately came forward. Before the young master could even speak, the servant took out a piece of silver and ordered, bring up all your restaurant's signature dishes and wines. Also, prepare a superior room, my young master will be spending the night here. The waiter received the money and immediately went to prepare with a beaming smile. Who is this? Some people in the crowd didn't recognize him. You don't know him. Someone nearby, always eager to share their knowledge, exclaimed, the third young master of the Flying Cloud sect, known as Shadowless Sword, famous for his swift left-handed swordsmanship. He's a rising star among the younger generation of martial artists. It's said that this young Master Yun was among the first group of heroes invited by the Shin family. I'm so envious. Why didn't they send me one too? You can have it if you want, but the Shin family rules state that whether you steal or rob, as long as you have the invitation and arrive at the Shin residence at dawn tomorrow, you can qualify for the martial arts competition. If you want it, just go and snatch it from young Master Yun. Me? Forget it, I still want my head. As the two were chatting and laughing, they suddenly saw a burly man stand up, walk straight to young Master Yun's table, and sit down opposite him. Seeing this, everyone in the hall was shocked. Young Master Yun was also slightly taken aback. The servant girl next to him stood up and said, where did you come from? How dare you sit opposite my young master? As she spoke, she raised her hand to drive him away. But the big man raised his hand and grabbed the little slave's wrist with a snap. With just a little force, the boy cried out in pain. Needless to say, this person is Zhang Lang. People in his world, even those who weren't superhumans, had better physical attributes than those in other worlds. He was tall and strong, and with the extra training brought by his regenerative talent, his muscles were like cast iron, and his brute strength was more than 10 times that of ordinary people. Dealing with an ordinary slave was indeed easy for him. Young Master Yun narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Zhang Lang, who are you? What business do you have with me? Zhang Lang released the servant girl, I heard you have a hero's invitation, let me borrow it. Hee hee. Young Master Yun chuckled at his request and shook his head, the item is on me. You're welcome to come and get it, provided you have the ability. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Zhang Lang raised his left hand to grab the young Master Yun, but the young master raised his long sword and directly blocked Zhang Lang's wrist. The scabbard left a red mark on Zhang Lang's forearm, but it did not shake his wrist. Impressive wrist strength. Young Master Yun turned to let him pass, and with a flick of his wrist, his long sword, still sheathed, swung with lightning speed, striking Zhang Lang's radius bone with a snap. With this strike, young Master Yun used his true strength. The distal radius of a person's arm is a weak point that is extremely easy to break. If an ordinary person were struck like this, that arm would basically be ruined. But to everyone's surprise, when the scabbard hit Zhang Lang's wrist, it bounced up as if there were 2 steel bars instead of 2 bones in his forearm. Iron Bones Enhancement truly lives up to its name. Seeing that thick wrist sweep over and grab him again, young Master Yun finally got serious. He slammed his hand on the table, sprang up from the ground, drew his long sword, and thrust it straight at Zhang Lang's forearm. With a soft thud, the sharp tip of the sword pierced the skin, sliced through the muscle, and went straight through the gap between the 2 forearm bones, emerging from the wound. Even so, it did not stop Zhang Lang's attack. His arm continued to swing, his flesh scraping against the sword's edge, using his bones to hold the blade in place, and he grabbed the young Master Yun's collar. Then, to the young master's astonishment, he swung his other fist and slammed it into his chin. Boom. The punch was incredibly powerful, sending young Master Yun flying out of the inn's door. He fell to the ground, rolled a few times, and remained motionless. This is only possible because martial artists are physically strong, otherwise, if an ordinary person's chin were hit by such a punch, their jawbone would probably be shattered. Even so, the chin injury caused a concussion, causing this young Master Yun to lose consciousness and fall into a coma. Looking at Zhang Lang again, Yun Gongzi's precious sword was still stuck in his left forearm. He raised his right hand, grasped the hilt, and slowly pulled it out. The blade cut through flesh and scraped against bone with a soft, grating sound, making the drinker's teeth ache and their brows furrow. Zhang Lang ignored the wound, picked up his sword, and walked to the unconscious young Master Yun's side. The loyal servant girl, holding a sharp knife, protected her master, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Zhang Lang raised his sword, which frightened the young servant so much that his hands trembled. He closed his eyes and heard a clanging sound. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the long sword had been thrown next to young Master Yun, and the terrifying big man was looking at him. "Give me the invitation." Xiao Nu was taken aback, but when she saw the big man glare at her, she was immediately startled. She hurriedly took out a black iron plaque from her bag and tossed it to Zhang Lang with trembling hands. Zhang Lang took a look, nodded, and turned to leave. This inn is no longer safe. He stole the hero's invitation only to enter the Shen residence and hunt down potential reincarnated individuals who might participate in the martial arts contest for marriage. He didn't want to cause any other trouble. Besides, he was able to knock out this young Master Yun only through his fearless and unexpected fighting style. After all he did from beginning to end was grab his collar and throw a punch. No one had ever seen such a fierce person, remaining unfazed even with his arm pierced. Young Master Yun was caught off guard and struck. If the two had both taken their stances and fought head-on, Zhang Lang would not have had it so easy. Even if he were to win, he would only be able to exhaust his opponent's stamina through regeneration, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory covered in blood. If this young Master Yun seeks revenge, it will delay his hunt. As for whether this young Master Yun might be a reincarnator? Based on Zhang Lang's experience, he's definitely not. Firstly, reincarnators generally do not act alone. Secondly, when reincarnators enter the world, they usually do not have a prominent or famous identity. Thirdly, this young Master Yun's attire and every move are very consistent with the background of this era. Reincarnators all come from a world with more advanced technology than Zhang Lang's hometown, and their living customs and language habits are very different from here, so it is impossible for him to be so flawless. After leaving, Zhang Lang did not choose a decent inn or hotel, but instead found a roadside inn near the city gate, paid a few copper coins, and settled down for the time being. Compared to the decent and comfortable rooms in the inn, the conditions here are much harsher. A large communal bed has to sleep a dozen or 20 people, all sharing one blanket. The air is filled with the smell of feet and sweat. Any swordsman of any status would probably find it unbearable. But Zhang Lang didn't care. On the contrary, having survived alone in the apocalypse for more than a year, he actually missed the strong, human touch of the place. Soon, darkness fell. Zhang Lang went to bed early on his bunk, intending to be well rested so he could report to the Shen residence early the next morning. But suddenly, his ears twitched, he heard a noise outside, as if someone was fighting. Zhang Lang didn't pay much attention at first. This was a world of martial arts, and the city was a gathering place for martial artists, so it wasn't surprising that there were private fights in the middle of the night. As long as it didn't involve him, he couldn't be bothered to meddle. But then, a few crisp roars made Zhang Lang suddenly open his eyes. Several other people in the dormitory were also awakened by the noise, with one cursing, "Who's setting off firecrackers in the middle of the night? Can't a person get any sleep?" The dormitory was chaotic and noisy, but those who stayed there were mostly hard-working laborers, exhausted after a long day. They might complain a few times, but they would lie down and go back to sleep. Only Zhang Lang jumped out of bed, grabbed a short knife and bow and arrow, and dashed out. The others nearby were startled. This guy has a temper. Why did Zhang Lang rush out? Because he could tell that it wasn't firecrackers, but gunshots. In this martial arts world, only reincarnated beings can use firearms. The sound came from a place not far from where he lived. He hadn't gone out for more than a few steps when he saw a man lying on the ground with 2 bullets in his chest and 1 in his forehead. Blood was still gushing out. The man was also holding a single-edged sword in his hand, the blade stained with blood. Clearly, the person who fired the shots had also been wounded by him. Zhang Lang looked around and noticed scattered bloodstains not far away. The deceased had no other wounds, he died instantly from 3 shots. The bloodstains must have come from the reincarnator he wounded. Zhang Lang followed the trail of blood and soon turned into a small alley. Hearing noises coming from inside, he slipped inside and vaguely saw a figure applying some kind of ointment to a wound. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, accelerated, and rushed forward. Hearing the noise, the man immediately drew his gun and fired 3 shots, hitting Zhang Lang. The gun was very powerful. This wasn't the first time Zhang Lang had been shot by a pistol. He was prepared, but he was still forced to stagger back several steps, his wounds open and bleeding profusely. Especially the first shot, a single bullet broke 2 of Zhang Lang's ribs, passing through his back and creating a gaping hole. Zhang Lang was already stronger and more robust than the average person, and with his reinforced iron bones, if it were an ordinary person, this shot would probably have blown half of their body off. But it didn't matter. With his powerful regenerative abilities, Zhang Lang gritted his teeth, managed to regain his footing, and charged forward again. The men probably didn't expect that there would be someone who continued to advance even after being shot. He tried to fire again, but Zhang Lang pounced on him and stabbed him in the heart. With a twist and a pull, blood gushed out. The men gripped Zhang Lang's shoulders tightly, but his grip weakened, and he soon lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground, completely dead. He's a reincarnator, the virtual voice in Zhang Lang's mind said. But his strength isn't that great, only a little over 100 points. 80% of that is thanks to the gun in his hand. Before Zhang Lang successfully killed him, Su couldn't tell whether the other party was a reincarnator or not, but after the death, he could try to calculate the score and judge the strength. Zhang Lang had anticipated this. In this world with level 1 restrictions, many weapons and equipment couldn't be brought in, and most reincarnators couldn't obtain many blood enhancements, leaving their own strength in a rather awkward position. Especially this guy, the fact that he could be injured by the dead man's knife meant that not only was his movement and reaction time mediocre, but he probably also lacked any defensive abilities. It was understandable that he was killed by Zhang Lang's sneak attack. Zhang Lang bent down and picked up his pistol. It was noticeably larger than a typical pistol and felt quite heavy. He scanned it and displayed the weapon's appearance. Enhancement type, sword enhancement. Rarity, uncommon. Award name, Burek large caliber pistol. Restriction level, level 1. Category, handgun. Description, Berlusconi is a formidable gunman, renowned not only for his exceptional marksmanship but also for his incredibly powerful large caliber pistol. With a size exceeding that of a typical pistol and far greater power, it is the perfect weapon every gunsman dreams of. Special Effect 1, Low Requirements reduces weapon level restriction by 1. Special Effect 2, Close Range Shooting, when the bullet leaves the barrel, it is enhanced by a mysterious force, unleashing tremendous power. The attack power decreases as the distance increases, reaching normal power at around 10 meters. Skill 1 Precision, enhances the next shot, causing the bullet to instantly teleport to the target after leaving the barrel, making it difficult to dodge. The teleportation distance is not included in the range, so this attack inherits the power bonus of close-range shooting. Maximum teleportation distance is 100 meters, with a 30-second cooldown. Skill 2 Bayonet, a 50 centimeters long energy bayonet can be ejected from the muzzle of the gun for close-quarters combat, lasting for 1 minute, with a 5-minute cooldown. Note, this is a true close-quarters pistol, it seems to be effective in long-range combat as well. Rare equipment. This is a real find. It seems that the first shot was precise and had the added power of close-range fire. This kind of weapon, although it can't be taken out of this world, is still a trump card in hand. Zhang Lang ejected the magazine, but unfortunately there was only 1 bullet left. He searched the body but couldn't find any spare bullets. He only managed to remove a holster from under his arm. The bullets for this gun were quite large, so they probably weren't compatible with other weapons. "What are you doing?" They were government officials. The gunshots in the dead of night woke up not only the laborers at the inn. Zhang Lang turned and ran. His strength and stamina were beyond that of ordinary people, making him impossible for ordinary soldiers to catch. In addition, his wound had already healed and stopped bleeding. He shook off his pursuers after crossing an alley. However, he dared not return to the shop, since the murder scene was not far away, and if the authorities investigated, they could easily find his way there. Under the cover of darkness, he found a spot under a bridge, covered himself with some discarded broken baskets and mats, and slept through the night. As for the reincarnator he killed, why he would shoot someone in the middle of the night, and whether the person he killed was a native of the mission world or another reincarnator, Zhang Lang no longer cared. He only knew that killing any reincarnator he saw was his code of conduct. Fortunately, no soldiers came to check or harass him that night, and Zhang Lang was able to get a good night's sleep. The next day, just as dawn was breaking, he walked out from under the bridge, dusted off the bamboo thorns and thatch on his body, and arrived at the gate of the Shen residence. As for how he found it, it wasn't difficult. Ancient cities like these were generally not very large. The family that could afford to host a martial arts tournament must have been the most magnificent mansion in the city. And with such a grand occasion today, there must be many people watching the spectacle, not just those participating in the martial arts contest to find a husband. It wouldn't be hard to find anyone. Before the appointed time, a number of martial arts practitioners were already waiting at the gate. At the appointed hour, the gates of the Shen residence opened, and a middle-aged man who appeared to be a steward stepped out, bowing to the onlookers and saying, "Distinguished martial arts heroes, talented young men, and elders and fellow villagers who have come to witness this event. Today is the day my young lady will hold a martial arts contest to choose a husband. To ensure fairness and impartiality, starting at 9 a.m. today, the martial arts arena in the front courtyard of the Shen family will be open for 3 days. All martial arts practitioners and fellow villagers are welcome to come and witness this. Now, I announce that the time has come. All contestants, please enter the arena with your invitations. It's currently Chenshi, 7 to 9 a.m., and only participants are allowed to enter. The official opening time is Cshi, 9 to 11 a.m., 2 hours later, so the onlookers haven't stepped forward, only martial arts practitioners are entering one by one. Moreover, the screening is extremely strict, only one person can enter per invitation, and even their servants are not allowed to come in. Zhang Lang also followed the group of martial arts masters inside. When it was his turn, the servant in charge of the inspection even tried to drive him away. "Go away, go away. This is a martial arts contest to find a husband. Go beg somewhere else." Zhang Lang was taken aback, then looked down and saw that he was indeed wearing coarse cloth clothes with bullet holes and blood stains on his body. In addition, he had slept under the bridge wrapped in a straw mat and basket all night. He was covered in dirt and thorns, and he really looked like a beggar. Zhang Lang had no intention of arguing with him. He simply took out the invitation he had snatched from young Master Yun and handed it over. The servant glanced at it, turned pale with fright, and immediately became respectful. "I was blind and didn't recognize your greatness, please come in, sir." Zhang Lang nodded and went inside. The servant couldn't help but look back. "I've heard there are many eccentric characters in the martial world, and some actually like to dress up as beggars. Could they be experts from the beggar clan?" As soon as Zhang Lang entered the Shen family compound, servants immediately led him to the backyard and arranged his accommodations. After all, with over 60 martial arts masters vying for a husband, it certainly wouldn't be a matter of a single day, so the Shen family naturally had to arrange accommodations for their guests. The Shen family is a large and powerful family, and they are also famous figures in the martial arts world. The Shen mansion is even more spacious and magnificent than the county government office in the city, occupying almost half of Chizhou City. Although the Shen family itself does not have many members, there are more than 100 disciples from other surnames under the tutelage of the old Master Shen, plus 400 or 500 servants. The mansion is spacious and deep, with many guest rooms, which is more than enough to temporarily accommodate more than 60 martial artists. Zhang Lang registered his name and signed a life-or-death agreement, stating that the Shen family would not be responsible for any accidents that occurred during the martial arts competition. After everything was settled, he received his room number and was told that he could pack his luggage and rest first, and then arrive at the martial arts arena before 9 a.m. However, he didn't have much to clean up, so the servant, seeing his dirty appearance, simply fetched a basin of water for him to wash up. Zhang Lang washed his face, quickly removed the thorny grass from his body, and looking at least less slovenly, returned to the training ground to watch the martial artists entering from afar. After he arrived, he was given local clothes to wear, and it's estimated that the Reincarnators were in similar situations, so it was impossible to distinguish between Reincarnators and local experts based on clothing alone. However, Zhang Lang could still discern clues from other aspects. First and foremost, the hairstyle. In ancient times, people didn't have the habit of cutting their hair, they would gather their hair up and wrap it with a headscarf. However, in the main world where the Reincarnators reside, men are accustomed to having short hair. If it's a shaved head or a buzz cut, it's easier to explain, perhaps a monk, of course, that wouldn't be appropriate for such a lively occasion, but if it's a strange hairstyle with a distinctly modern feel, then 9 times out of 10, it's a Reincarnator. On the other hand, Zhang Lang himself, having spent more than a year struggling to survive in the apocalypse, had no time to take care of his hair, which was already long and disheveled, matching the temperament of an ancient knight-errant, and there was no flaw to be found at a glance. After observing along the way, he actually recognized a few guys. It is said that 3 teams of Reincarnators have arrived. Based on past experience, each team of Reincarnators has at most a dozen people, and at least 4 or 5 people. Moreover, they need to find those with enough strength to participate in the competition, which will probably reduce the number by half. In addition, women are not suitable to participate. He estimates that the 3 teams can only gather a dozen or so people to participate in the martial arts contest to find a husband. Of these, Zhang Lang identified 6 based on their hairstyles. It was broad daylight, and it wasn't appropriate to make a move in front of everyone. Zhang Lang secretly memorized their appearances and even followed them casually, noting down their address and waiting for the right opportunity. Soon, it was almost 9 a.m., and the last contestant had entered the arena. The contestants, including Zhang Lang, lined up on both sides of the arena after they had finished getting ready. Several large gates opened, and the common people were allowed to enter and watch the excitement from a distance, but they could not get too close and interfere with the competition. After the butler had arranged everything, an elderly man with gray hair and beard, but a straight back, finally came out, followed by a tall and beautiful young woman. Upon seeing the old man, most of the surrounding contestants began to bow respectfully. This was none other than the head of the Shen family, and a renowned hero, Old Master Shen Changfeng. Seeing this, Zhang Lang also bowed in unison, but at the same time, he secretly glanced around. Those who, like him, didn't react immediately, or didn't bow at all, probably didn't recognize this martial arts master and were mostly Reincarnators. Shen Changfeng raised his hand and laughed heartily. You are all renowned young talents in the martial arts world. Your participation in my daughter's martial arts contest to choose a husband is an honor for me, Shen, and for my Shen family. I will naturally remember this kindness. After the contest, the winner will naturally be able to marry my daughter, and even the losers will not be treated unfairly by my Shen family. They will all receive a small gift to comfort you for your hard work and coming from afar. You're too kind, Mr. Shen. It is an honor for us to receive an invitation from the Shen family. The other contestants echoed his sentiments, and Shen Changfeng stroked his long beard, nodding repeatedly. Well then, since this martial arts contest is to decide my daughter's lifelong happiness, let her come forward and explain the rules of the contest to everyone. As he spoke, Shen Changfeng stepped aside to let the girl behind him pass. This young lady of the Shen family, named Shen Qianqian, has just turned 20 this year. She is the late-life daughter of Old Master Shen. Although she might still be of school age in later generations, in this era, she is already a young woman eager to get married. Rumors quickly spread throughout the martial arts world that the eldest daughter of the Shen family had inherited the true skills of her father, and was a woman of exceptional talent, whose martial arts prowess put even many renowned swordsmen to shame. Such a chivalrous woman would find it no easy task to find a worthy husband, otherwise, the Shen family wouldn't have held this grand martial arts contest to find a husband that shocked the entire martial arts world. But it must be said that Shen Qianqian is indeed as beautiful as the legends say. Not only is she naturally beautiful, but she has also maintained a healthy and well-proportioned figure since childhood due to her martial arts training. Although she doesn't like wearing heavy makeup, today is a special day, so she's applied a little, making her truly radiant. The rules are quite simple. Facing numerous suitors and countless onlookers, Miss Shen remained neither humble nor arrogant. 64 people will fight in pairs, advancing through the ranks, until a winner is chosen. Then, the winner will exchange a few blows with me. If he can beat me, I will marry him. But if he loses to me, well, that just means there's no one else left in the martial arts world. Qianqian. Old Master Shen scolded, how dare you be so arrogant and rude? With that, he stepped forward and bowed to the crowd, saying, my daughter is unruly and her words are abrupt. I hope you gentlemen will forgive her. Old Master Shen, you flatter me. One of the contestants immediately declared, we are martial artists, we rely on our skills. I think Miss Qianqian is right. If we're not as skilled, why are we even participating in this martial arts contest to find a husband? Right. That's right. Seeing the crowd below stirring up trouble, Old Master Shen nodded, in that case, let's draw lots to decide the order of the competition. As he spoke, a servant carried a wooden box to each contestant, inside which were their numbers. When it was Zhang Lang's turn to draw a number, it was number 9. Looks like I'll be one of the first to play. After everyone finished drawing their lots, Old Master Shen nodded in satisfaction. I think some of you who are observant have noticed that there were actually 63 people present this time, not 64. Upon hearing this, many participants were taken aback and looked at each other. After all, there were more than 60 people present, and it was hard to tell if one more or one less person would make a difference. It's like this. Shen Changfeng waved his hand and said, last night, a case occurred in Qizhou City. 2 people were killed, one of whom happened to have a hero's invitation on him. He was also a contestant who came to participate in the martial arts contest for marriage today. With his death, a spot became vacant. Coincidentally, yesterday, young Master Yun of the Flying Cloud sect was attacked by villains and lost his hero's invitation. I think everyone here should be convinced of young Master Yun's reputation in the martial arts world, right? So, I took it upon myself to give this extra hero's invitation to young Master Yun, to count as number 1. As he spoke, a young and handsome man dressed in a blue and white robe walked onto the stage, cupped his hands to the crowd, and glanced at the audience before finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Lang, as if he were about to breathe fire. Zhang Lang never expected to see young Master Yun again. However, he didn't really care. He was number 9, and young Master Yun was number 1, even if they were to meet, they'd have to go through 3 rounds of questioning first, and who knew what might happen. Next, Shen Qianqian announced the competition rules. Simply put, the so-called rules were that there were no rules. Any kind of unusual weapon, hidden weapon, bow and arrow, anything is permissible. It seems this world doesn't care much about fairness or honor, as long as victory is achieved, any means are acceptable. Moreover, those who step onto the stage have all signed a death warrant, injuries or even death are simply due to their own lack of skill, and they can't blame anyone else. However, there is only one rule: once one side concedes defeat or falls off the stage, the battle is considered over, and no further pursuit is allowed. After all, the original intention was not to determine life or death. Although the fight is fought in the blink of an eye and it is difficult to hold back, once the battle is over, there is no need to push for the kill. After explaining the rules, Grandpa Shen and Shen Qianqian stepped down from the stage and sat in the stands to wait for the match. The first to take the stage were naturally number 1 and number 2. Young Master Yun stayed on the stage, and the one who caught number 2 was a martial artist wielding a long spear. The two exchanged moves on the stage, and the winner was decided in just 2 rounds. Young Master Yun's sword tip was pressed against the spear-wielding man's throat, less than an inch away. The man swallowed hard, his Adam's apple almost scraping against the sword's edge. I give up. Bravo. The audience applauded and cheered, and old Master Shen in the stands nodded in approval. One sword without shadow, this third young Master Yun is indeed formidable. Born into a prestigious family, with impeccable character and appearance, I think he's a favorite to win the championship. As he spoke, he glanced at his beloved daughter sitting to the side. To everyone's surprise, Miss Shen seemed uninterested. No matter how fast the sword is, someone still snatched the invitation, didn't they? Old Master Shen waved his hand. Qianqian, I've had someone investigate this matter. It was the thief who suddenly attacked, fearless of death. Young Master Shen couldn't bring himself to kill him, which is why he was attacked. Would someone who roams the martial world have such womanly compassion? Shen Qianqian sneered. Besides, isn't the thief who stole his invitation down here too? Young Master Yun didn't mention that. Of course he'd be too embarrassed to mention it. Shen Qianqian laughed. I'm rather curious, what does that guy who managed to steal his invitation look like? I think he might not have come to participate. Old Master Shen shook his head. Many onlookers saw that during the struggle, that man's arm was pierced through by young Master Shen's sword. I specifically asked people to pay attention, and none of the participants today had injured arms. He probably snatched the invitation and gave it to someone else. And even if he did come with such a serious injury, he probably wouldn't be able to win. Then I'm even more looking forward to it. Miss Shen smiled slightly. her gaze sweeping over the contestants below the stage, to fight on even with an arm pierced. Such courage is what makes a man. Martial arts duels that often last 3 days and 3 nights, or involve 300 rounds of combat, are merely scenes from historical novels and stories. In a true life-or-death battle, victory or defeat is decided in an instant. The difference in skill is determined the moment weapons clash. A duel can be decided in as few as 3 or 4 moves, or at most, in the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The first 4 matches were quickly completed, and it was Zhang Lang's turn to play. His opponent was a man with short hair and an earring that looked out of place in this era. It was safe to assume that he was a reincarnator. How lucky! Zhang Lang thought to himself with a cold laugh. His opponent, clearly unaware that he was not a native of this world, stood casually on the arena, a long sword in his hand, looking at his opponent. He's tall and strong, so he must be a power-type fighter. But unfortunately, he's just a bunch of bumpkins who've only ever seen cold weapons. They can't hurt me at all. Zhang Lang was also watching him, carefully observing his physique and gait, looking for weaknesses. At the command of the referee's servant, both men got into position. The man with the earring bent slightly, his left hand gripping the scabbard and his right hand loosely grasping the hilt, preparing to draw his sword. Zhang Lang, meanwhile, drew his bow and shot an arrow at him. While injuring someone with a flying arrow isn't against the rules, it's still not as respectable as close combat. As Zhang Lang drew his bow, boos erupted from the stands. On the other hand, the man with the earring did not dodge or avoid the incoming arrows, but instead drew his knife. With a clang, a flash of light appeared on the blade, the arrow fell to the ground, and he sheathed his sword. Good. A master. Sharp. The audience erupted in cheers. To be able to deflect a flying arrow with a drawn sword, what incredible reaction and precision. It truly left the onlookers in awe. But Zhang Lang frowned. As his opponent, he clearly saw that, in that instant, the arrow wasn't actually knocked to the ground by him. The sword swing was just a gimmick. Golden Bell Shield. In the stands, Shen Qianqian frowned and tilted her head to look at her father. Grandpa Shen nodded. Indeed, he didn't hit the arrow at all, it struck him and bounced off. But in the blink of an eye, ordinary people can't see clearly, but those on the scene could see what happened. As he spoke, Grandpa Shen's gaze swept over the contestants below the stage. There were probably only a dozen or so. Even if it didn't hit, this Golden Bell Shield skill is still incredibly powerful. Shen Qianqian frowned and said, I've heard that the Golden Bell Shield of the great hero of Hashi is unparalleled in the martial arts world, which means it's only at the level of leaving white marks when cut with a knife and white dots when pierced with a spear. This skill, which seems to bounce off a steel plate, is something I've never seen before. This shows that there are many hidden talents among those who came this time. Old Master Shen nodded with a smile. Let's continue. Missing his target with his first arrow, Zhang Lang slung the bow and arrows behind his back and drew his short sword. He knew that the effect he had just experienced was not some kind of Golden Bell Shield or other martial arts technique, but rather one of the common defensive methods used by Reincarnators, an energy shield. This is much better than the speed-limiting shield like the one from the last world, GAT. It has no speed limit, can defend against both melee and firearms, and doesn't affect non-aggressive contact. It's smart and convenient. The only drawback is that its damage absorption limit is usually lower than that of speed-limiting shields of the same level. Zhang Lang had dealt with a large number of reincarnators, and this wasn't the first time he had encountered this thing. He brandished his short knife and charged directly at the earring-wearing man, his movements wide and powerful, his momentum unstoppable, as if he hadn't considered dodging or counterattacks at all. The man with the earring narrowed his eyes. Seeing his opponent enter his attack range, he suddenly drew his sword, his momentum suggesting he would cut Zhang Lang in two. But with a loud clang, the man with the earring's long knife struck the short knife in Zhang Lang's left hand. Zhang Lang brought 2 swords with him this time. The sword in his right hand is longer and is good for offense, while the sword in his left hand is shorter and is used more for parrying. With this sweeping motion, Zhang Lang secretly drew his left-hand knife, gripped it vertically at his waist, and blocked the earring man's attack. At the same time, his right-hand knife slashed down diagonally, and with a clang, a ripple appeared at the earring man's neck. The energy shield blocked the impact, but the immense force still forced the man with the earring to stagger back several steps. Zhang Lang glanced at the left-hand knife that had been slashed by the man with the earring. A large nick appeared on the blade, while the long knife in the other man's hand was perfectly intact. Your weapon is of excellent quality, but your strength is inferior to mine. You mainly rely on your shield and your treasured sword to fight. It's certainly enough to deal with ordinary melee fighters, but it's still a bit lacking if you want to defeat me. Then look at the man with the earring. He had just regained his footing when he attacked again with his knife. This time, he didn't draw his knife. Instead, he swung it with both hands, using the momentum of his charge to slash straight at Zhang Lang's head. Faced with the enemy's attack, Zhang Lang neither dodged nor evaded, but directly raised his twin swords and parried the attack head-on. With a loud clang, the earring-wearing man's attack was deflected, but he didn't care at all. Relying on the shield he had, he didn't even consider defense and gripped the hilt of his knife to attack again. Zhang Lang didn't seem to be in a hurry to break through his shield either. He just swung his twin swords and swung them around, meeting the man's attack head-on. Ding! When? Clang! Ding! A series of crisp, metallic clanging sounds, like the sound of blacksmithing, rose and fell, each strike sending sparks flying, a truly ferocious display. After only a few cuts, both of Zhang Lang's knives were riddled with nicks and chips, one could easily mistake them for saws. Finally, with the earring-wearing man's full force slash once again, the short knife in Zhang Lang's left hand broke off, and half of the blade spun out and landed on the gate dozens of meters away with a thud. The man with the earring also beamed with joy and swung his knife at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, discarded the broken blade in his left hand, and, observing the trajectory of the opponent's swing, gripped the right-hand blade with both hands and launched a fierce horizontal sweeping attack. The blow struck the spine of the earring-wearing man's longsword, the massive shock deflecting his attack and even causing his hands to go numb and tremble, the longsword flying out of his hand. It's now. Zhang Lang threw his right-hand knife, which hit the earring-wearing man squarely in the face. Although the shield blocked the attack, the man was so frightened that he instinctively closed his eyes. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhang Lang stepped forward, tackled him to the ground, locked his neck with both hands, and performed a rear-naked choke. How do you deal with an enemy who is completely protected and wields a precious sword? Zhang Lang's answer is, disarm him first. Although he possessed regenerative abilities, Zhang Lang didn't want to reveal them in public, lest he attract the attention of the Reincarnators. Therefore, instead of risking injury to defeat his opponent, he chose another method, to indirectly harm him. The previous rounds of sword fighting weren't just simple head-on clashes. In terms of strength, Zhang Lang clearly had the advantage. As for endurance, Zhang Lang had never been afraid of anyone. When swords clashed, the shockwaves would naturally travel to their hands. Shields could absorb attacks from swords, guns, and crossbows, but they couldn't defend against this. So after several clashes, the man with the earring inevitably suffered from numb hands and trembling wrists, while Zhang Lang, relying on his superior strength and regenerative abilities, was basically unaffected. When his opponent was nearly exhausted and began to lose his grip on the knife, he seized the opportunity, knocked the opponent's long knife away, and was able to turn the match into a melee. The energy shield is a magical thing, it can defend against most attacks, but it doesn't reject all contact. Otherwise, people with the shield activated probably wouldn't be able to put on clothes, and walking or sitting would be extremely difficult. Therefore, this kind of shield can either be designed to defend against a range of speed, like the one Gatling used before, or it can only defend against contact with sharp weapons and high-speed impacts, and can even offset some of the damage from falling from a height. However, joint locks are not within its defensive range. Therefore, among the Reincarnators, Jiu-Jitsu has become one of the most effective ways to deal with shields. Although there aren't many opportunities to use Jiu-Jitsu for Reincarnators who readily wield machine guns and swords, it is indeed effective. Of course, there are also said to be more intelligent shields that can even defend against joint locks, but those must be extremely advanced and rare enhancements. Obviously, this earring guy's shield is not among them. Because Zhang Lang could already feel the sensation of something locking his throat and cervical spine. With his throat gripped, the earring-wearing man couldn't even beg for mercy, he could only pat Zhang Lang's arm, a gesture of surrender common in many parts of the world. Unfortunately, in this ancient world, no one recognized it. It's even less effective with Zhang Lang. With strong arms, he locked the other man's neck tightly and suddenly exerted force. With a crack, he snapped the man's cervical vertebrae. The man with the earring lay lifeless on the ground, his neck twisted unnaturally to one side. This is the first death to be claimed in this martial arts contest for marriage. The death of someone naturally caused a commotion, but the rules stipulated that everyone had signed a life or death pact. In the end, this guy neither begged for mercy nor fell out of the arena. He could only blame his lack of skill for being killed. Zhang Lang was the winner of this match. Zhang Lang glanced at the corpse, picked up his long sword, sheathed it, and walked off the stage. The surrounding contestants instinctively made way for him. As Zhang Lang walked down, he clearly sensed that several contestants were looking at him differently, some with resentment and hatred. They were probably the earring-wearing man's companions. Want revenge? That would be perfect. Zhang Lang retreated back into the formation and looked at the longsword in his hand. According to the information given by Su, it was a rare quality longsword. Unlike the low-quality pistol, this sword was still a level 1 weapon, but it had an additional powerful effect. It was sharper, stronger, and more powerful. In addition, this knife has the ability to self-repair, and it can increase all attributes by 2 points when held. Not bad, quite excellent as a cold weapon. The competition continued as scheduled, with 32 matches played from morning till evening, finally bringing the first round to a close. In the end, 32 people successfully advanced, while among the 30-odd people who lost, besides Zhang Lang's opponent, the men with the earring, 2 others died. Both of them died at the hands of Reincarnators. One of them was shot to death. Since the rules were fixed and any means were allowed, firearms were naturally seen as unusual concealed weapons, which was not considered a violation of the rules. However, the power of these firearms truly shocked everyone present. Zhang Lang guessed that there were more than just this one among the Reincarnators who brought guns, but they were reluctant to use melee weapons as long as they could be dealt with by them. This guy only pulled out his gun and killed someone when he was about to be eliminated because he was outmatched. As for the other one, he was killed by sheer force. Those around him said that the deceased was a renowned swordsman in life, but he was beheaded by his opponent with a single blow the moment he stepped onto the stage. Many of the spectators didn't even see what happened. Even the martial arts masters present were stunned, shocked by the opponent's swiftness and ruthlessness. The reason Zhang Lang was certain that the killer was a reincarnator was because of his dazzling blonde hair and the watch that was openly displayed on his wrist. Thus, the first day of the competition came to a complete end. The winners were naturally in high spirits, but the losers didn't have to leave immediately. They could still watch the competition for the next few days and stay in the assigned rooms. Since they had come all this way, the Shen family should extend some hospitality and treat them well for a few days. Those who were injured were provided with the best medicine and doctors for proper treatment. Of course, if someone feels ashamed and intends to leave, the Shen family will not force them, they will simply send a small gift as a token of their appreciation. As for the 3 deceased, the Shen family will handle their funeral arrangements and arrange for their families to come and collect their bodies. During this time, the bodies will be stored in the Shen family's underground ice cellar to ensure they do not decompose. When it was time for dinner, the Shen family prepared a sumptuous meal. As a major sect, the manor had a dedicated dining hall where all the contestants could get their food. If anyone had difficulty getting food, someone could be arranged to deliver it to their guest room. Zhang Lang wasn't so fussy. He went straight to the cafeteria, picked out a few of his favorite dishes, filled a plate with rice, and found an empty seat to eat. Just then, several menacing-looking guys sat down opposite him. Feeling surrounded, Zhang Lang looked up and saw 4 people sitting on the bench opposite him. Of these 4 people, 3 have modern hairstyles and are clearly reincarnated. The remaining one, although his hair is as long as that of the ancients, is able to act with the other 3, so he should also be a reincarnated. Zhang Lang squinted, taking a second look at the long hair, and felt that something seemed off. "Who are you?" Zhang Lang asked knowingly. The leader of the 4 was a bearded man who pointed to the long sword Zhang Lang was carrying. "We want this. This is my spoils." "You killed our friend," the bearded man frowned. "We need to take back his belongings." "They must have a special method," the virtual voice reminded Zhang Lang in his mind. When a reincarnator dies, their equipment cannot be taken by others, not even teammates. It's impossible for them to bring this sword back to the altar. These guys must have a special method to inherit the equipment of the dead. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes and looked at the group, friends who came together to participate in the martial arts contest for marriage. Want to become rivals in love? Enough with the nonsense. A burly man, even more imposing than Zhang Lang, slammed his hand on the table. "Give us the knife, and let's not cause trouble." At the same time, the handsome man with long hair drew his long sword and held it to Zhang Lang's neck. His eyes were contemptuous as he lightly sliced the blade across Zhang Lang's neck, leaving a line of blood. This slap drew the attention of everyone eating in the canteen. Seeing someone wielding a knife, they instinctively moved away, and some servants even left, seemingly to report to the Shen family's disciples. Zhang Lang noticed many gazes sweeping over him, sighed, stood up from his seat, and took the long sword from his waist. The men thought he had given in and their faces lit up with joy. Just as the burly man was about to take the knife, Zhang Lang suddenly grabbed the hilt and swept the blade horizontally with a whoosh. Clang. The bearded man at the head of the group drew his long sword, which blocked Zhang Lang's attack. But before he could block, Zhang Lang's blade had already swept across a man's neck. Pat. A severed arm lay on the dining table, the cut clean and sharp at an angle, a long sword still clutched in its hand. The owner of this severed arm, the handsome man who had just pointed the sword at Zhang Lang, was now staring in astonishment, a thin line of blood slowly appearing on his neck, parallel to the cut of the raised upper arm. Zhang Lang drew his sword instantly with astonishing force, severing the arm and cutting off the throat. The handsome man coughed up a mouthful of blood, making 2 bubbling sounds, and then lay down on the ground, clutching his throat with his remaining left hand. Quiet. The burly man was about to help him up when Zhang Lang suddenly flipped his wrist and plunged a knife into the heart of the fallen man. With a twist of the hilt, he ended the man's life. You bastard. The big man suddenly swelled up, grew red hair, and transformed into a half-human, half-beast monster. He roared and charged at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang brandished his sword, ready to retaliate, but suddenly felt a shock in his chest. Although his ribs were not broken, his heart and lungs were severely injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. It's a skill. Zhang Lang immediately realized that a reincarnated being had activated a skill. This is also a kind of enhancement granted by the altar, a mysterious power similar to supernatural magic. Many reincarnators have mastered this ability and can kill silently when unleashed. However, the void cannot grant him this enhancement. Zhang Lang glanced over and saw the bearded man reaching out his hand towards him. It must have been the man who launched the damaging skill. At the same time, the third reincarnator beside him drew a curved sword, suddenly appeared behind Zhang Lang, and stabbed him in the back. Zhang Lang's chest pain had not subsided. He hurriedly turned around and swung his long sword. With a clang, he barely managed to block the attack. But at the same time, the monster that the big man had transformed into pounced on him and punched Zhang Lang in the side, sending him flying. The sudden brawl threw the cafeteria into chaos, with contestants and disciples eating nearby retreating in panic. Someone had already gone to report it to the Shen family. As for Zhang Lang, who was sent flying, he rolled several times on the ground, knocking over a bunch of tables and chairs. He then used his long sword to support himself and finally regained his balance. This monster is incredibly strong, much stronger than him. That punch almost displaced his internal organs and caused internal bleeding, but it didn't break his ribs. This iron bone enhancement is truly powerful. The wounds inside his body were healing rapidly. The long-haired man had already charged forward, brandishing his curved sword. Zhang Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, wiped his mouth with one hand, and swung his long sword to meet the attack. However, the long-haired man's swordsmanship was extremely strange. When the long sword and the curved sword collided, a strange force suddenly came and deflected his blade. If Zhang Lang hadn't possessed extraordinary wrist strength, this move would have likely caused him to drop his long sword. Even if it went astray, it was still deadly enough. The monster that the big man had transformed into pounced again, swinging its fists and smashing them down. Zhang Lang rolled away with the momentum, and with a loud bang, the monster's fist smashed the table and chairs behind Zhang Lang to pieces. This time, Zhang Lang switched to wielding the knife with both hands and thrust it directly at the monster. Just then, the bearded man in the distance raised his hand again, and a fireball shot through the air, hitting Zhang Lang and exploding, blasting him away. So many skills. Zhang Lang rolled on the ground several times to extinguish the flames, but his body was still charred black. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the man with the scimitar rushed forward, his scimitar aimed straight for Zhang Lang's throat. Just at this critical moment, a golden dart shot through the air, striking the curved blade squarely and deflecting it. With a clang, the dart pierced Zhang Lang's shoulder. Zhang Lang gritted his teeth and seized the opportunity to swing his long sword, aiming for the curved blade man's chest. Stop. At the same time, a loud shout rang out. But Zhang Lang showed no intention of stopping. He mustered all his strength and stabbed the man through the heart, then twisted the hilt of his sword, killing the man with the curved blade instantly. Away. The monster that the burly man had transformed into roared and charged forward to attack Zhang Lang, but suddenly several experts rushed in, some with swords and some with knives, and surrounded the monster, forcing it to retreat. They are disciples of the Shen family. Even in his monster form, this burly man dared not go berserk in the face of so many experts from this world. He shed his long hair and returned to human form, but his eyes were still filled with hatred and anger as he looked at Zhang Lang. What exactly is going on? A tall, middle-aged man walked over. Judging from his voice, it was him who had just shouted "Stop." This man is named Fang Yu. He is the eldest disciple of old Master Shen and the most skilled martial artist in the Shen family besides Shen Changfeng. He has been famous in the martial arts world for a long time. Why are you fighting in the cafeteria for no reason? And the senior student narrowed his eyes, glancing at the two corpses lying on the ground. Someone died. Zhang Lang stood up. The four of them attacked me without provocation, so I fought back and killed two of them. Nonsense. You clearly struck first, the burly man roared. You killed him first. Zhang Lang glanced at him, then pointed and complained, he can also turn into a monster. Bullshit, you're the monster, the burly man roared. All right. Senior brother Fang Yu roared, his voice echoing through the cafeteria for several weeks, making people's eardrums ache, which showed how profound his internal strength was. He's not a monster. Fang Yu explained to Zhang Lang first, this is a secret technique of beast transformation from the northern deserts. Practitioners can transform into half-beasts with immense strength, it's a powerful martial art. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang frowned and explained in his mind, this can be considered a benefit from the altar. We will try our best to rationalize the abilities of the Reincarnators in this world to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. Zhang Lang frowned, there's always something he can't rationalize. What do you mean? Su asked, puzzled. At this moment, Fang Yu also began to question the bearded men and the giant men about the situation. Were the deceased acquaintances of yours? As he spoke, he looked at the bearded men and recalled, Mr. Zhuang Xiqing, number 5. Then he looked at the giant men, and Mr. Xiong'an, number 16. Yes. The bearded men, Zhuang Xiqing, nodded and said, including number 10, who was killed by this man during the day, he was also our friend. We only wanted to retrieve the belongings of our deceased friend, but he suddenly attacked and killed two contestants. Upon hearing this, Fang Yu turned to look at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang glanced at his senior brother, then pointed to the handsome young man he had initially killed. It was him, who first held a sword to my neck. He then looked at Zhuang Xiqing, and you said he was one of your comrades. Zhuang Xiqing frowned, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Wait, no. Zhang Lang interrupted Fang Yu, saying, you'll know once you examine his body. No. Zhuang Xiqing stood up and tried to stop him, but he was surrounded by many Shen family disciples and could not make a scene. He could only watch as Fang Yu walked to the corpse to examine it. A moment later, the senior disciple stood up in shock, his face turning cold as he looked at Zhuang Xiqing and Xiong'an. Explain to me, why is she a woman? The two men's expressions shifted between anger and uncertainty. Finally, Zhuang Xiqing feigned surprise, a woman. I don't know. We just had a pleasant conversation and became friends. I really didn't know that. Then why are you stopping me? This. Zhuang Xiqing's eyes flickered, after all, respect for the dead is paramount. We were friends, and we don't want his body to be misused. Fang Yu narrowed his eyes, I'll take that for now, but I hope Mr. Zhuang and Mr. Xiong will behave themselves in the upcoming matches. We're all respected figures in the martial arts world, let's give each other some face. After saying this, Fang Yu instructed his disciples and servants to clean up the scene and carry the body away. He then looked back at Zhang Lang's blood-soaked shoulder and asked, do you need me to find a doctor for you? Zhang Lang waved his hand, I have my own medicine, no need for you to trouble yourself. Fang Yu nodded and left with his men. Zhuang Xiqing and Xiong'an also glared at Zhang Lang before turning and leaving the cafeteria. Zhang Lang seemed oblivious, wiping the blood from his knife with his clothes, sheathing it, picking up the overturned plate, shaking off the spilled soup and rice, walking to the serving area, and pointing to the dishes he had just ordered, give me a full serving of these. The cook inside, seeing the men covered in blood, his clothes charred black, and his hair standing on end, trembled with fear and said in a shaky voice, I have some new plates here, would you like me to get you a clean one? All right. Zhang Lang placed the dirty plate aside and nodded. Thank you. You're welcome. The chef swallowed hard and hurriedly served Zhang Lang a full plate of food. Zhang Lang took it, found a table that hadn't been overturned, sat down, and continued eating. Right now, he's probably the only one in the cafeteria who can still eat. You're pretty decisive. Su thought to Zhang Lang. You actually made your move just like that, I didn't even have time to react. I know it's okay to fight. Zhang Lang said. I watched everyone's fight during the day. Except for that guy with the golden watch whose strength I couldn't gauge, the rest weren't too strong. I have iron bones and regeneration, one sword won't kill me. It's not just because of that, is it? Even if they can't kill you, the Shen family won't let you off the hook for causing a death. Su chuckled. Let me guess. First of all, these guys made the first move and threatened you, and many people can witness that. So your killing was justified. Secondly, you noticed that the handsome swordsman was a woman disguised as a man. To send a woman to a martial arts contest to find a husband is to mock the Shin family, isn't it? In the martial arts world, killing two people isn't a problem, losing face is the real issue. Therefore, you concluded that you wouldn't face much criticism for killing someone here. Zhang Lang snorted and put a piece of meat in his mouth. But how did you figure that out? Su asked curiously. That woman looks quite androgynous. Without makeup and dressed in men's clothing, she's practically indistinguishable from a man. Is it because she doesn't have an Adam's apple? Or is she just petite? Both. Zhang Lang answered in his mind while eating, most importantly, her hand holding the sword, and the nail polish that wasn't completely shaved off. Ah. Su was speechless for a moment. Someone has a sword to your throat, and you still have the mind to look at this. Zhang Lang shoveled the last of the food off his plate, wiped his mouth, and said, but this also reminded me. Anyway, the mission of the Reincarnators is probably to win the championship, and once they complete it, they can leave this world. They don't necessarily have to marry Miss Shen. So, it doesn't matter if they dress as men. What? Have you already figured out who the Reincarnator is? Su asked curiously. Are you going to secretly kill someone tonight? No. Zhang Lang stood up, get a good night's sleep tonight and don't cause any trouble. After eating and drinking his fill, Zhang Lang returned to his room, asked a servant of the Shen family for some bandages, and bandaged his shoulder. Although the flesh wound healed immediately after the knife tip was pulled out, Zhang Lang still made a show of it by dabbing some blood onto the bandage and carefully wrapping the shoulder. Then, just as he had said before, he closed the doors and windows, lay down on the bed, and fell asleep. Today's incident in the cafeteria led him to kill 2 reincarnators, but at the same time, he also realized the strength of the Shen family. Not to mention others, that senior brother Fang Yu is an extremely difficult character to deal with. Zhang Lang didn't know if these native experts could fight against weapons like pistols, but he didn't want to take the risk. After all, during the daytime martial arts competition, some people had already demonstrated the power of firearms to these indigenous experts. If the other side was on guard, Zhang Lang didn't believe that an ordinary person with a firearm could defeat a top expert with internal strength and physical abilities far exceeding the limits of ordinary people. All the reincarnators are here, you're bound to run into them on the field. If he tries to use underhanded tactics and gets expelled from the Shen family, it'll be difficult to get back in. Besides, he's definitely already under the Shen family's scrutiny. If he causes trouble rashly, he probably won't be tolerated again. As for someone coming to cause him trouble in the middle of the night, for over a year, surviving amidst monsters, Zhang Lang remained on high alert even in his sleep. Moreover, his unique constitution made him immune to all poisons and sedatives. Even asleep, a sneak attack wouldn't be easy. If someone did attempt an ambush, he wouldn't hesitate to seize the opportunity to retaliate. I killed an intruder in my own room, surely the Shen family won't blame him for that. So, to prepare for tomorrow's game, let's get some rest and get some sleep. That's it, master. In the inner courtyard, Fang Yu reported what happened in the dining hall to Shen Changfeng. Standing next to him was Shen Qianqian, who had just returned from martial arts practice and was still sweaty. This matter is certainly the fault of those few people. Shen Changfeng stroked his beard, but this guy named Zhang Lang, who can draw his sword and kill without a word, is no ordinary character. I think that's what makes a real man. Shen Qianqian laughed. When someone has a sword to your neck, are you just going to sit here and wait to die? If you're going to fight back, you have to go all out. It's either you or me. In life or death battles, such ruthlessness is certainly necessary. Shen Changfeng sighed, looking at his beloved daughter. But do you think the martial world is just about fighting and killing? The martial world is about human relationships and social interactions. You're too aggressive. When you're in power, people will naturally fear you, but as soon as you lose your footing, countless enemies will come to drag you down. That's still better than having to act according to other people's wishes. Shen Qianqian snorted coldly. Sigh, young people, you're still too green. Shen Changfeng shook his head. All right, let's just leave it at that. Tonight, send someone to keep an eye on these guys, and the others too. Also, pay close attention to that guy who used that strange hidden weapon today. I've never seen a hidden weapon with that kind of power before. It's fast and ruthless. Against that, unless you're a top-tier expert, you're probably doomed. When did such a thing appear in the martial arts world? Nothing happened that night, and Zhang Lang slept soundly until dawn. It seemed that the remaining 2 reincarnators hadn't been completely blinded by hatred. After washing up, Zhang Lang arrived at the martial arts arena early, only to find that many competitors and even more spectators had already gathered there. Zhang Lang casually twisted his joints to warm up, when suddenly he caught sight of a man carrying a long sword walking towards him. He turned around warily and saw that it was none other than young Master Yun, the very man whose hero's invitation he had stolen. "You thief!" Young Master Yun rushed forward and grabbed Zhang Lang by the collar. "How dare you steal my invitation to the hero's tournament? Should we fight?" Zhang Lang was 2 inches taller than young Master Yun, glancing down at him sideways. "Of course I'm going to settle accounts with you." Young Master Yun roared. "But not here. We'll meet in the arena. You're number 9, right? If I win 2 more matches, I can meet you in your section. Don't you dare lose. I'm going to beat you fair and square in the arena. We look forward to your arrival." Zhang Lang replied calmly. "Humph." Young Master Yun loosened his collar and turned to leave. Watching the retreating figure of this rising martial arts star, Zhang Lang suddenly felt that his punch to him might have been a bit unfair. Was he actually a pretty good person? To make a long story short, as the time drew near, old Master Shen and Shen Qianqian arrived at the training ground and announced that today's competition would begin. The first match was naturally against Yun Gongzi, who had won yesterday. His opponent today was a dual wielder. The 2 fought for 7 or 8 rounds, but in the end, Yun Gongzi's skill prevailed, and he knocked his opponent's weapon away, forcing him to admit defeat. The next match was against the bearded man, Zhuang Xiqing. Zhang Lang had noticed him yesterday. This guy wielded a short sword and moved with incredible agility, as if he could predict his opponent's moves. Yesterday's opponent had been subdued by a surprising move, the sword tip pressed against his neck, and he had surrendered. However, today, he was noticeably more ruthless. As soon as the fight started, he raised his hand and his opponent's chest suddenly caved in, spitting out a mouthful of blood and collapsing to the ground dead. It's the same move we used to attack Zhang Lang yesterday. Clearly, Zhuang Xiqing was deliberately holding back in the ring yesterday, but today, whether it was because he was furious about his teammate's death or because his moves had already been revealed and there was no need to hide them anymore, his fighting style became much faster and more ruthless. Before the audience and other fighters could even see what was happening, one of them died in the ring. "What a devastating palm strike." A commentator from the audience remarked, "This move is specifically designed to sever the heart's meridians, but you're the first to be able to execute it from such a distance. Impressive." This was clearly an alter skill move, and it was somehow covered up. Next up was Zhang Lang. Fortunately, his opponent was yet another reincarnator. Remember the guy who shot and killed his opponent in the ring yesterday? That's Zhang Lang's opponent this round. To be honest, this guy is far inferior to the earring-wearing man from yesterday. You could see that from his match yesterday. He originally planned to fight with a spear, but his stance was unstable and his moves were loose. He was quickly overwhelmed by his opponent, otherwise he wouldn't have been forced to draw his gun and kill someone. Today, this guy simply stopped hiding it. He went up into the ring, pulled out his pistol, and pulled the trigger at Zhang Lang as soon as the order to start was given. Boom. The bullet flew over the ring and hit the courtyard wall dozens of meters away, leaving a small crater. The moment Zhang Lang raised his hand, he dodged to the side, crouched down, and charged toward his opponent. The man missed his first shot, then hurriedly turned his gun and fired 2 more shots at Zhang Lang. But Zhang Lang dodged left and right as the man raised his hand, instantly closing in, drawing his long sword, and with a swift diagonal slash, ended the man's life. After the match ended, Zhang Lang looked at the corpse in front of him, bent down, picked up the gun from the body, fiddled with it in his hand for a few moments, then glanced at the other contestants below the stage, and walked off the stage as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, all the reincarnators present felt a pang of anxiety. In their view, Zhang Lang must be an indigenous martial artist. This pistol is easy to operate, anyone could learn it at a glance. If such a skilled indigenous martial artist got his hands on it, the upcoming arena fights would probably be tough. Zhang Lang returned to the area below the arena, watching as the servants and guards cleaned up the corpses in preparation for the next match. He casually reached into his collar, seemingly scratching an itch, and soon pulled out 2 blood-stained bullets. This damn gunman is quite accurate. Zhang Lang did manage to dodge the first shot by anticipation, but when he sprinted, with such great momentum, how could he easily dodge the bullets? The dodge was just for show. Actually, both shots hit him. However, thanks to his regenerative abilities, the minor flesh wound healed instantly, and the bullet was squeezed out by the flesh and landed inside his clothes. Because it healed quickly and there was little bleeding, plus his clothes were already dirty, there was no noticeable sign of anything amiss. It's only because it's you. Anyone else, hit by 2 shots, would be seriously injured, if not killed. Su praised Zhang Lang in his heart. For these native martial artists, defeating an opponent with a gun is no easy feat. Don't underestimate them. Zhang Lang thought to himself. There are experts here too, outstanding individuals with excellent hand-eye coordination, body movement, and footwork. Combined with their internal energy, they should be able to dodge bullets better than me by anticipating their movements. Besides, these are just young people. As he spoke, Zhang Lang glanced at Chen Changfeng in the stands and Fang Yu standing to the side. In the world of martial arts, the older you get, the more cunning you become. To make a long story short, aside from the 2 people Zhang Lang killed last night, there were only 15 matches in the second round of the qualifying matches today, and it was over in just one morning. It was the second round after all, and it was much more intense than the first. Because a player had started it yesterday, even more people were using guns today, resulting in more casualties. One of the winners was even seriously injured due to the intense fighting and was unable to participate in the next round. Therefore, only 14 people will ultimately advance. In the afternoon, the competition for the top 14 to top 7 will take place. The first one to go is still young Master Yun. As long as he and Zhang Lang both win this round, they can meet in the next round. This guy will then be able to get revenge for the one who stole the invitation. His opponent was none other than Zhuang Xiqing. Having witnessed Zhuang Xiqing's previous battles, young Master Yun was well prepared. As soon as the match began and Zhuang Xiqing raised his hand, he immediately held his sword horizontally in front of his chest. Clang! An invisible ripple struck the sword, causing the sturdy blade to tremble violently. Young Master Yun himself was also pushed back 2 steps. What powerful palm strikes! To be able to unleash such an attack from a distance, this person is incredibly strong. Young Master Yun brandished his long sword, ready to retaliate, but found that the enemy had disappeared. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind came from the side. Young Master Yun hurriedly raised his sword to block, but with a clang, he was sent flying to the side. What immense strength! Young Master Yun pushed off the ground with his back foot, regaining his footing, and thrust out his sword like a dragon to counterattack. But Zhuang Xiqing seemed to have anticipated his attack, dodging in advance and parrying with his short sword. The blade sliced across the spine of the sword, sparking a string of sparks, and aimed straight for young Master Yun's wrist. Seeing that the situation was not good, young Master Yun hurriedly changed his move, sheathed his long sword, and swung the scabbard in his left hand, smashing it towards Zhuang Xiqing's temple. Zhuang Xiqing anticipated the attack and ducked past the scabbard, but young Master Yun's long sword twirled and thrust forward, aiming straight at Zhuang Xiqing. Zhuang Xiqing hurriedly brandished his short sword, deflecting the long sword with a clang, then turned and kicked at young Master Yun. Young Master Yun simultaneously raised his knee, blocking Zhuang Xiqing's kick, and the two instantly separated, each retreating several meters. This series of exchanges happened in the blink of an eye, making the audience applaud and cheer, but the other contestants were sweating bullets. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes as well. I initially thought this bearded guy was just someone with a few skills, but it turns out he's quite formidable. Su thought to Zhang Lang. If you really face him, you're in danger. There's always a way. Zhuang Xiqing and young Master Yun clashed again on the stage, and Zhang Lang watched intently, trying to find a weakness. I think it's unlikely. Su continued to pour cold water on the idea. That guy obviously has some kind of ability to predict his opponent's movements. With your mediocre skills, you might be able to deal with third-rate people by sheer brute force, but against him, you probably won't even be able to touch him. Zhang Lang ignored the empty sarcasm and simply looked carefully and attentively. Soon, the confrontation between young Master Yun and Zhuang Xiqing came to a conclusion. As the fight intensified, Zhuang Xiqing seized the opportunity to unleash his heart-shattering palm once more. This time, young Master Yun was caught off guard and was struck squarely by the palm. His ribs broke instantly, his heart and lungs were injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, flying backward. If it weren't for his relatively profound internal strength, this blow would probably have killed him on the spot. Pretty tough. After delivering that blow, Zhuang Xiqing knew the outcome was decided. He snorted coldly, sheathed his sword, and prepared to leave the arena. Wait. Suddenly, young Master Yun stood up, leaning on his long sword. I haven't fallen off the field, I haven't admitted defeat, and I haven't lost my life. How dare you turn your back on me? After saying that, he vomited another mouthful of blood. "Young master, let's call it a day." A shout came from below the stage. It was the little servant who had been with young Master Yun earlier. He was so worried about his master's safety that he was almost crying. "Let's go back to the Flying Cloud sect. Let's not fight in this arena." "Shut up!" Young Master Yun roared. "When have I, the third young Master Yun, ever begged for mercy?" Zhuang Xiqing turned around and snorted coldly, "Since you're so stubborn, I'll grant you one request." As he spoke, he drew his short knife, strode forward, and instantly rushed in front of young Master Yun. With a swift movement, he plunged the knife directly into young Master Yun's throat, the tip of the knife even protruding from the back of his neck. Young Master Yun froze, then with his last ounce of strength, he reached out to grab Zhuang Xiqing. But his opponent gave him no chance, twisting the hilt of his sword and retreating, leaving young Master Yun, his eyes glazed over, emptying his hand and collapsing to the ground with a thud, blood gushing out and staining the arena red. Sigh. Shen Changfeng, watching from the stands, sighed, "Young Master Yun, a renowned young talent in the martial arts world, what a pity, what a pity." "You are?" "Yes." Fang Yu nodded in agreement. "Collect young Master Yun's body carefully, and have someone prepare a generous gift to send back to Fei Yun sect along with the body of young Master Yun. Tell them what happened, express your admiration for young Master Yun's unwavering fighting spirit, but also express your regret for his demise." Disciple understands. Fang Yu nodded in acceptance, then hesitated for a moment before asking, "But the Flying Cloud sect is, after all, a major sect in the martial arts world. For the sect leader's son to die in my Shen family, isn't that? All the sects of the martial arts world can attest to this." Shen Changfeng narrowed his eyes. "Remember to remind yourself, whether you offer comfort or sympathy, never show any remorse, and certainly don't apologize. Although young Master Yun died in the Shen family, it was ultimately not our fault. In a fair arena, swords have no eyes, he was simply outmatched and died on stage. Our Shen family's willingness to provide compensation is a favor. Don't bring trouble upon yourselves." Disciple understands. Fang Yu accepted the order again, and Shen Changfeng nodded with relief after seeing the look in his eyes. Shen Qianqian, standing to the side, stroked her chin, "This Zhuang Xiqing is quite interesting. Dad, do you think it's possible to master the heart-shattering palm to his level? Anyway, I've never seen your father." Shen Changfeng stroked his beard. "But the world is vast and full of wonders. Perhaps this Zhuang Xiqing is exceptionally talented and can truly master this unparalleled skill." At this point, Shen Changfeng suddenly frowned, staring at Zhuang Xiqing's large beard. "By the way, find out later how old this Zhuang Xiqing really is." The Shen family servants finished cleaning the arena, and now it was the next group of contestants' turn to go on stage. On one side was Zhang Lang, number 9, and on the other side was Xiong'an, number 15. That's Zhuang Xiqing's burly teammate, the guy who can turn into a red-haired beast. As soon as Xiong'an stepped onto the stage, he took off his shirt, baring his chest and glaring at Zhang Lang through gritted teeth. "Don't worry, I won't give you a chance to beg for mercy. I'll tear your throat apart first and torture you to death." Zhang Lang patted his stomach, "I ate a lot at lunch." "Huh." Xiong'an was taken aback. Zhang Lang looked at the sky again, "The sun is shining brightly today." "Huh." Xiong'an was confused. "So?" Zhang Lang looked at Xiong'an again, "You're dead." "Huh." Xiong'an looked completely bewildered. "Are you stupid?" Zhang Lang just stared at him without saying anything more. With the sound of a gong, the competition officially began. Xiong'an roared, his body immediately swelled up, and a thick layer of red fur grew out. He had a blue face and fangs, and his limbs were thick and strong. Compared to yesterday when he was empty-handed, his hands were now wearing a pair of fine iron gauntlets. Sparks flew as he hit the ground, and he pounced on Zhang Lang with all 4 limbs. Zhang Lang had already experienced this monster yesterday. It was several times stronger than him, and its skin was thick and tough. There was no chance of winning in a head-on fight. That should be it. Facing the invincible behemoth, Zhang Lang roared, raised his long sword, and charged head-on. Clang! A loud clang of metal clashing rang out, and Zhang Lang was sent flying backward, somersaulting in midair before landing steadily. But immediately afterward, the giant beast pounced on him again, its hands raised high, its gauntlet-clad hands slamming down on him. Boom! Before Zhang Lang could even stand up straight, he was knocked to the ground, his internal organs trembling, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. You say you're full, the monster sneered. Then I'll beat your lunch out of you. As he spoke, he grabbed Zhang Lang's hair with one hand, lifted his head up, and then slammed it to the ground with a loud bang, shattering the floor tiles of the training ground and causing blood to splatter out. Ouch. The audience looked on in pain and couldn't help but turn their heads away. Bang bang bang. Just then, several loud noises rang out. The giant beast clutched its stomach and took a few steps back. Looking at Zhang Lang lying on the ground with his face covered in blood, he was holding a pistol in his hand. This is what he got from his opponent this morning. Now it's come in handy. The behemoth scratched its belly, then spread out its iron paws, revealing several bloody bullets and scattered bloodstains on its palms. Zhang Lang got up, raised his gun, and aimed it at Xiong'an from a distance. He pulled the trigger repeatedly, and shot after shot. Xiong'an raised one hand to shield his face and took several bullets. But after firing only a few shots, he ran out of bullets. Zhang Lang just mechanically pulled the trigger, making a clicking sound. Country bumpkin. Xiong'an, transformed into a giant beast, sneered, "You only took the gun, but not the magazine." With that, he roared and leaped high into the air, his hundreds of pounds of weight crashing down from the sky. Zhang Lang, on the other hand, dropped the gun, raised his long sword, and thrust it into the sky. Boom. The behemoth crushed Zhang Lang, grabbing the long sword with one hand and smashing its other fist into Zhang Lang's chest. The immense force, combined with the momentum of the falling beast, was too much for even the most resilient body to withstand. Zhang Lang's sternum and ribs fractured, and his heart and lungs were violently squeezed and pierced. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splattered all over Xiong'an's face. Ha ha ha. Sensing that the enemy was powerless to resist, Xiong'an simply released his long sword, raised his fists, and smashed Zhang Lang's head and torso repeatedly, even shattering the floor tiles, wishing he could hammer Zhang Lang into the ground. After venting its fury, the monster finally stood up, panting heavily. Looking at Zhang Lang lying on the ground, his limbs twisted, his chest caved in, and his face unrecognizable, it spat fiercely and turned to leave. Zhuang Xiqing smiled slightly from the sidelines, while the other contestants frowned, and some even shook their heads in regret. He's doomed. Shen Changfeng sighed. He's got no healthy bones left in his body, even a god couldn't save him. Shen Qianqian, standing to the side, shrugged, looks like that's about the level. Wait, how is that possible? Suddenly, Shen Qianqian's eyes widened, and not only her, but all the audience members and contestants present gasped in surprise. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Xiong'an frowned, turned around, and stared in disbelief. The opponent he had just beaten to a pulp actually stood up shakily. This is impossible. Xiong'an looked down at his blood-stained fists. The feeling I had just struck him should have made me kill him. Your punches weren't heavy enough. Zhang Lang cracked his knuckles as he stretched his shoulders, a slight smirk playing on his bloodied lips. Not done yet, let's go again. Then I'll beat you until you can't stand up this time. Xiong'an roared and charged forward again with his fist. It was still an overwhelming disparity in strength, still a one-sided massacre, but in the end, Zhang Lang stood up again. And not just stood up, this guy always seized every opportunity to counterattack, whether it was stabbing him again, punching him again, even biting him with his teeth, scratching him with his nails, trying every possible method to inflict even the slightest damage on Xiong'an. Even if the price of that damage was broken bones and spitting out mouthfuls of blood. As the battle continued, Xiong'an's wounds accumulated and his strength was constantly being depleted. He found that it seemed increasingly difficult to break Zhang Lang's bones. It's not just because of a decline in physical strength, bones, once broken and reconnected, are always stronger than before. This guy is invincible. Realizing this, Xiong'an felt a growing sense of fear. If this dragged on, he might not only fail to kill his opponent, but also lose the fight. He couldn't wait any longer. Since he couldn't kill him and wasn't begging for mercy, he might as well just throw him out of the ring. Thinking of this, Xiong'an punched Zhang Lang to the ground, grabbed his calf, and swung him around, trying to throw him away. But suddenly, with a soft thud, Xiong'an felt a sharp pain in his shoulder. The long sword in Zhang Lang's hand, whose blade was now covered in serrated edges from the constant impacts, had pierced into his shoulder. With his shoulder muscles damaged, he couldn't muster any strength and couldn't throw it at all. Xiong'an's eyes widened, and with a roar, he raised his other fist to smash towards Zhang Lang. With a clang, Zhang Lang was sent flying backward. The long sword in his hand finally reached its limit and broke in two. One half was in Zhang Lang's hand, and the other half was stuck in Xiong'an's shoulder. You damned bastard. Xiong'an roared, pulled out the broken blade, and was about to charge forward again when suddenly all his strength dissipated, the red fur on his body slowly receded, and his body shrank continuously until he quickly turned into the form of an ordinary human. This transformation is, of course, not unlimited. The energy consumption and the physical burden mean that the giant beast form cannot last too long. And Zhang Lang has been waiting for this moment. Wait. The moment he reverted to his original form, Xiong'an realized he was doomed. He couldn't win even in his beast form, and in his human form, he was no match for this immortal monster. Seeing Zhang Lang walking towards him with the broken sword, he couldn't help but retreat, opening his mouth as if to surrender. I admit defeat. But before he could utter the word defeat, Zhang Lang threw the broken blade, which pierced Xiong'an's mouth. Xiong'an felt a sharp pain in his throat and took 2 steps back. Zhang Lang pounced on him, grabbed the hilt of the blade, and pinned Xiong'an down. With all his strength and the force of the fall, the broken blade pierced through the back of Xiong'an's head with a soft thud, ending the life of this reincarnator. This match is a victory for Zhang Lang. Seeing his companion killed, Zhuang Xiqin clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. The others, however, were more shocked by Zhang Lang's tenacious will to live. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, Shen Changfeng stood up and clapped his hands. I never expected to see the long-lost great reincarnation secret incantation reappear in the martial arts world today. Truly amazing. The so-called college student secret incantation is naturally a slight intervention by the altar to conceal Zhang Lang's regenerative abilities. Whether such a technique originally existed in this world is impossible to verify. Although he is not a reincarnator, Su essentially stole the altar's power to send him here, and to a certain extent, he was also protected by the altar's functions. In any case, the match was over. The long sword that Zhang Lang had snatched was broken. He looked down and then took the pair of iron gloves off the dead Xiong'an. However, when he tried them on, they were a bit sticky because of the blood on his hands, making them inconvenient to wear. This thing is still suitable even after Xiong'an transforms into a giant beast, because it has an adjustable function. Zhang Lang and Xiong'an are not too different in size, so it should not be unsuitable. Zhang Lang, covered in blood, stepped off the stage, and the other contestants involuntarily made way for him, as if avoiding a malevolent star. The servants immediately went up to clean up the arena. To be honest, this arena was the hardest to clean since the start of the competition. Not only were many bricks broken, but blood was splattered almost everywhere, causing the next match to be delayed for a long time. One arena battle after another had been fought. At this level, the contestants' strength was not to be underestimated, and most of them were reincarnated warriors. Basically, everyone who had a gun had pulled it out. Although the rules did not restrict weapons, seeing so many people taking out similar, powerful firearms made old Master Shen break out in a cold sweat. Has the Thunderbolt Hall made another breakthrough in its research? How come they've come up with so many powerful firearms? As Zhang Lang watched the pairs of players battle it out on the field, a rumbling sound came from his stomach. Regenerating from an injury is extremely physically demanding, especially severe injuries involving multiple fractures. Zhang Lang relied on the enhancement of his leaden belly, ate a lot for lunch, and stayed in the sun the whole time to manage to outlast the enemy's transformation. But if this continued, he would eventually be killed as his stamina ran out. It's still not powerful enough. His regenerative abilities can save him from danger once or twice, but it's impossible for him to rely on them to get to the end. Zhang Lang must become stronger. As dusk fell, the last match came to an end. 7 matches, 6 dead. Besides young Master Yun and Xiong'an, the blonde-haired man with the watch also killed his opponent. His opponent even pulled out a gun. He was a reincarnator, but this guy still showed no mercy and killed his opponent with a single strike. Zhang Lang noticed that his opponent had fired a shot before he drew his knife, but the shot had no effect on him and did not seem to create a barrier. Su explained that it's probably a blocking skill. It can block one or several attacks of a certain power or higher. It generally won't be activated by weak attacks and is often used to block extremely powerful single attacks. Compared to a shield, although it's not as flexible, the blocking limit is very high, and it's almost impossible to break through the block. It's also a very practical life-saving skill. With powerful attack capabilities and the ability to block, this will be a very dangerous opponent. This also made Zhang Lang remember his name, Jin Minghui. As for the remaining 3 dead, one of them was a skilled indigenous person who was shot in the head by a reincarnator with a gun. The other 2 were the 2 reincarnators he faced in the last match, and they died together. It's going to be this intense. Suyi couldn't help but sigh. It seems these teams are competitors, their goal is to win the championship. It's not like they're just playing against each other, they'll fight tooth and nail. That's for the best. Zhang Lang looked at the people on the stage collecting the corpses with a cold gaze. At this point, only 6 people remain. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, these 6 will compete for the final championship. That night, Zhang Lang went to dinner as usual. Today, no one bothered him, and he ate more than usual. Back in his room that night, Zhang Lang touched the gauntlets he was wearing. These were rare pieces of equipment, not only sturdy and durable but also possessing a powerful punching ability. During the battle, Zhang Lang had noticed that enemy punches sometimes carried exceptionally heavy force, those capable of breaking bones were almost always these powerful punches. It seemed to be due to this skill. Unfortunately, Zhang Lang cannot use this skill. This equipment with special abilities is a special reward drawn from the altar's 1,000-fold lottery. While others can use it, they are limited to its basic functions and effects, the additional skills cannot be activated. However, it's still a rare-grade gauntlet, its hardness and power surpass ordinary armor, so it's not bad. Zhang Lang went to bed early, recalling the battles of the day. At present, the most noteworthy ones were Zhuang Xiqing and that blonde-haired swordsman Jin Minghui. Both of them were very strong, and he would have to come up with a plan if he wanted to win. In the middle of the night, Zhang Lang was fast asleep when suddenly his ears twitched, and he sat up abruptly. He heard someone climbing over the courtyard wall. Zhang Lang immediately put on his boxing gloves, quietly walked to the door, and leaned against the wall to wait. Judging from the noise, it seemed there was more than one person, but their footsteps were very light. He could only notice them because they happened to be climbing over from behind his house. After climbing in, the group tiptoed away, and soon the noise disappeared. They weren't after me, were they thieves? Or enemies of the Shen family? Zhang Lang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but remained wary. A thought flashed through his mind, coming in at this time might be related to the Reincarnators. Should we go check it out? Zhang Lang nodded, then quietly pushed open the door and slipped out of the room. He followed the direction in which the footsteps disappeared, and before he had gone far, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the inner courtyard. Someone shouted, "Thief!" As expected of a martial arts family, not only were the disciples skilled in martial arts, but most of the servants and laborers were also trained in martial arts. For a time, there was a constant clanging and banging as hundreds of people carrying weapons came out. The infiltrators could only flee back the way they came, only to run into Zhang Lang, who was secretly following them. There were 3 thieves in total. When the leader saw someone in front of him, he didn't care about anything and just pulled out a pistol and fired 3 shots. One shot missed, and the other 2 hit Zhang Lang in the chest. However, this minor injury was no problem for Zhang Lang. He snorted and charged forward, throwing a punch. The man was startled, not expecting that the other party could fight back after being shot. Caught off guard, he had his weapon knocked away and was then punched in the head, dying instantly. The 2 following behind, seeing the situation was bad, immediately drew their weapons. However, they didn't seem to have any firearms. One used a long sword, and the other used a meteor hammer. They also rushed up and fought desperately. Since they were reincarnated beings, Zhang Lang didn't hold back. He charged forward with his iron fists, quickly taking down the 2 men. He used the long sword of the man on the left to pierce the right side of the chest, and used the meteor hammer of the man on the right to smash the left side of the skull. All 3 men were now dead. Zhang Lang immediately crouched down and picked up the pistol dropped by the first person. It was just an ordinary grade gun, small in size, suitable for assassination, and its power didn't seem very great. Before he could find more bullets, he heard a group of servants and laborers chasing after him. Zhang Lang frowned and immediately turned and retreated. Although he hadn't done anything wrong, Zhang Lang had killed quite a few people in the past 2 days, making him a focus of attention in the eyes of the Shen family. It was best not to get involved casually at this time to avoid getting into trouble. As for the corpses, let them investigate them themselves. Zhang Lang returned to his room, silently grumbling to himself, these 3 petty thieves are nothing special, they're probably teammates of some other participant. They don't even have 200 points combined. I reckon each altar only gets a limited number of hero invitations, and only the strongest participate. They probably infiltrated to take revenge after their teammate died. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang said in surprise, then they should have made their move where the contestants were staying, not in the inner quarters. Maybe, it's not for revenge, it's to rack up points. Su continued to speculate. Reincarnators get rewards for killing powerful people or monsters in mission worlds. Maybe they don't want to fail the mission and lose everything, so they're planning to kill old Master Shen and Miss Shen at the end for a gamble. But that doesn't make sense either. For Reincarnators, failing the main quest is equivalent to having their points reset to 0, so killing more people won't help. Zhang Lang scoffed, not even confident that he could infiltrate the inner quarters to assassinate them. Then I can't guess what he's going to do either. When Su said this, Zhang Lang even thought he saw him shrug his shoulders and look helpless, even though Zhang Lang didn't know what Su looked like, or even if he had a specific form. Since he couldn't figure it out, Zhang Lang stopped dwelling on it and went back to sleep. The next morning, Zhang Lang got up as usual, went to the canteen, and after a hearty meal, he went to the training ground to prepare for today's competition. With the contestants in place, the audience arriving, and Grandpa Shen and Chen Qianqian taking their seats, everything was ready, and the third day of the competition officially began. There are 6 people left. They will be paired up, and the first match will be between Zhang Lang and Zhuang Xiqing. Zhang Lang stood on the field, facing the bearded men whose eyes were filled with hatred. He had 4 teammates, all of whom died at Zhang Lang's hands. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were mortal enemies. But Zhang Lang didn't care whether they hated him or not. In any case, he and all the Reincarnators were sworn enemies to the death. You killed my companion. Zhuang Xiqing gritted his teeth. I'll make you pay with your life for this. Zhang Lang raised his hands and tapped the pair of metal gauntlets provocatively. This move further enraged Zhuang Xiqing. He roared and charged out before the gong could sound, unleashing his heart-shattering palm from afar. Clang! A long metallic sound rang out as Zhang Lang blocked the attack with his fists clasped together. But before he could retaliate, Zhuang Xiqing had already appeared behind him, his hands clasped together, and a blazing fireball instantly formed. With a powerful push, it exploded behind Zhang Lang with a loud bang. Puffed! A mouthful of scorching blood spurted out, turning into red mist and evaporating before it even hit the ground. Zhang Lang was sent flying far away by this attack, only managing to stay on the stage by desperately gripping the floor tiles with his iron hands. But before he could stand up, Zhuang Xiqing rushed over, drew his short knife, and stabbed it directly into his heart. Thump! Thump! Zhang Lang felt his heart scraping against a sharp blade with each beat, and excruciating pain flowed through his body with his blood. But that wasn't the end of it. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from the tip of Zhuang Xiqing's knife, shattering Zhang Lang's heart and lungs with a loud bang, and even causing his chest cavity to swell up. Puffed! Zhang Lang spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with fragments of internal organs. An ordinary person would die instantly from such an attack, but Zhang Lang was different. He abruptly shut his mouth, gritted his teeth and swallowed what was in his mouth, grabbed Zhuang Xiqing's shoulder with his left hand, swung his right fist, and punched him directly in the face. Boom! The punch was extremely powerful, blood and broken teeth spurted out, and several strands of his beard got stuck in the gaps of Zhang Lang's gauntlets. Although Zhuang Xiqing possessed multiple attack skills with astonishing destructive power, his physical body was far inferior to Xiong'an in his beast form, and also much weaker than Zhang Lang. This punch, delivered with his glove on, truly sent stars flying through his face, causing him to drop his knife and stagger back several steps. After delivering that punch, Zhang Lang fell to his knees with a thud, one hand supporting himself on the ground, the other covering his mouth. With each cough, blood mixed with bits of flesh seeped from between his metal fingers. You mustn't kneel down, it will give the enemy an opening. Zhang Lang focused all his energy on healing his internal injuries, while simultaneously grabbing the knife in front of his chest, pulling it out with a thud, and gritting his teeth as he charged toward Zhuang Xiqing. His steps were unsteady, he didn't dodge. Was he planning to use flash? It shouldn't be on cooldown that quickly. Or was he trying to feint to fool me? Never mind that, I'll just charge in. Zhang Lang thrust the knife in his hand straight at Zhuang Xiqing's heart. Puff! Zhang Lang's knife plunged smoothly into Zhuang Xiqing's heart. Zhuang Xiqing grabbed Zhang Lang's shoulder, but his hand was weak and powerless. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, looked at Zhang Lang with resentment, and finally lost the light in his eyes, his body going limp. This man who hated Zhang Lang to the core, this reincarnator who possessed powerful attack skills, was actually stabbed to death so easily just because he was knocked back by a punch. Zhang Lang was slightly taken aback, and then noticed that the contestants surrounding the arena, as well as the spectators who had lost but had not left, had all collapsed to the ground. Even the Shen family disciples in the stand seemed to have their bones go limp. Only the powerful old Master Shen, Fang Yu, and Chen Qianqian could still hold on, but they looked to be in great pain. This is poisoning. Old Master Shen sneered. Someone has poisoned the Shin residents. Hearing him say that, the remaining reincarnators below the arena, including the ruthless blonde-haired Jin Minghui, all took out a small medicine bottle and drank it. That's an antidote, the virtual voice in Zhang Lang's head explained. It's a common potion that can be freely exchanged at the altar. It's powerful and can cure almost all poisons. Sure enough, after drinking the antidote, all the reincarnators became energetic, leaving only the people from the Shin family still weak and powerless. Zhang Lang glanced at Zhuang Xiqing lying in front of him. The guy had been unsteady on his feet and weak all over, not because he had taken a heavy punch, but because the poison in his body had taken effect and he was no longer able to fight. Zhang Lang frowned. It seemed he had gotten away with a kill. It was a pity he was a little slow to react. Otherwise, he could have taken advantage of the opportunity to kill the poisoned reincarnators as well. When the incident occurred at the Shin residence, someone immediately reported it to the authorities. These powerful clans and families in the area had frequent dealings with the government, and soon the local official personally led a large number of constables and yamen runners to the scene, along with a physician. They helped manage the situation, maintain order, and treat the poisoned individuals. But to everyone's surprise, the doctor was at a loss after examining the poison. Strange, I have been practicing medicine for over 30 years and have encountered all kinds of poisons, but I have never seen such a special poison before. The victim is only weak and limp, and has difficulty breathing, which does not seem to be fatal. How strange. Only the Shin residence was poisoned, while others remained unaffected, so it's most likely the food, the head constable analyzed. Quickly, go to the kitchen and check the ingredients for anything unusual. After thorough investigation, it was finally proven that there was nothing wrong with the ingredients in the Shin family's food, the problem lay with the well water. Someone has poisoned the well. And this poison is colorless and odorless, so it can't be detected by ordinary methods. Only by drinking it and seeing if one is poisoned can a diagnosis be made. This is understandable. The Shin family is a martial arts clan, and they have plenty of methods for preventing and detecting poison. What could poison them must not be an ordinary poison. As a result, the well water in the Shin family's residence is no longer drinkable. The government specially arranged for clean water to be brought in from elsewhere for the poisoned patients to drink. The doctors couldn't find the problem and could only prescribe some conventional antidotes. Fortunately, the poison didn't seem to be very strong. After a few hours, the poisoned person's strength began to recover, and they slowly recovered. Zhang Lang knew that the poison was most likely injected by the reincarnators who had sneaked in last night. Those three guys broke into the Shin residence in the middle of the night, not to kill or steal, but only to poison. They didn't expect to be discovered by him, they came with their lives, but they didn't leave alive. As for the motive, since I'm failing my mission anyway, none of you will be doing well. Su chuckled inwardly to Zhang Lang. They don't have the ability or the guts to kill old Master Shen and Shen Qianqian directly, but they happen to have the bone-softening poison from the altar, so they're thinking of secretly poisoning them, then blending into the crowd of onlookers the next day, and launching a sneak attack while the Shen family is poisoned. As long as Shen Qianqian dies, the main mission will fail immediately, and they can leave this world instantly. It's truly a cruel twist of fate. Su sighed. Zhuang Xiqing was incredibly strong, and he hated you to the core. To defeat him, you'd be half dead, if not dead. But who would have thought that because of the ridiculous revenge of a few clowns, he was poisoned and instantly killed by you? That's why I told you before, those who reincarnate are both powerful and fragile. As long as you find the right method, you can always take them down. However, the most urgent task is to prove our innocence. The entire Shen family mansion was poisoned, except for Zhang Lang and a few reincarnators, who were either unharmed or had the antidote. They couldn't be any more suspicious. Once everyone recovered, they immediately surrounded these people. I'm immune to all poisons. Faced with Fang Yu's questioning, Zhang Lang calmly replied, if you don't believe me, you can try other poisons. As a martial arts family, the Shen family certainly had no shortage of deadly poisons. Zhang Lang ate it in front of everyone and was indeed fine. He was quite confident about this. The gene-activating drug that destroyed the world back then hadn't done anything to him, so ordinary poisons couldn't hurt him at all. As for the other reincarnators, they also indirectly proved their innocence. They claimed they just happened to know about this poison and that there was an antidote. If they were the ones who administered the poison, why bother taking the medicine after being poisoned? Why not just take the antidote directly, or not drink water or eat? They were poisoned along with everyone else, and then did nothing. The poison wasn't even fatal, so what was the point of administering it? In conclusion, the investigation has basically cleared the names of the individuals involved. The Shen family has also roughly guessed that the 3 dead men from last night were the culprits who poisoned the victims. Although they do not know the motive, the matter is considered closed. Before the sun sets, the competition will continue. Given such a major incident, generally speaking, events like martial arts contests to choose a husband should be postponed. It's the altar's mission protection mechanism. Su explained to Zhang Lang, unless there's a serious unforeseen event, the mission will always return to normal. In this mission, as long as Miss Shen is alive and the fundamental reason for the martial arts contest remains, the competition will continue, allowing the adventurers to complete the mission. Zhang Lang frowned, so the altar can also interfere with the mission process. In most cases, this protection mechanism won't be triggered. Su laughed. Because the rules of many missions are quite flexible, even if something goes wrong, there's always a way to complete them. But this martial arts contest for marriage relies too much on the competition itself. If the competition is cancelled, the mission is invalid, so the altar tries its best to make adjustments to ensure the competition continues. Anyway, it's logically sound and doesn't cause any major problems. Zhang Lang nodded. He hoped the competition could continue smoothly. The next 2 matches were played very quickly. One of them, a skilled indigenous fighter wielding an iron rod named Xie Yong, defeated a reincarnator using a shotgun. The match proceeded quickly, just as Zhang Lang had predicted. In the martial arts world, top-tier masters can predict an attack and dodge bullets simply by watching you pull the trigger. The reincarnator, who had been invincible with his shotgun, unexpectedly encountered a true master. He was brought close and knocked down with a single blow. As for the other one, unsurprisingly, it was none other than the blonde-haired swordsman, Jin Minghui. It was still a single, clean, and swift strike, leaving no trace of mercy. At this point, only 3 people remained to be chosen for the martial arts contest. How to fight these 3 is a real problem. Normally, one person should receive a bye, while the other 2 compete to determine a winner, who then plays against the other player. However, this arrangement gives the person who received a bye an advantage. In the end, to ensure fairness, the decision was made by drawing lots, and fortunately, Zhang Lang received a bye. Alright. After reaching the result, Fang Yu nodded and looked at Xie Yong and Jin Minghui. Then tomorrow, the 2 of you will compete to determine the winner, and after resting, you will face Zhang Lang in the final. Xie Yong bowed and agreed, but Wang Mao Jin Minghui, standing to the side, let out a series of cold laughs. Why wait until tomorrow? The sun hasn't even set yet. Let's settle this today. He then looked at Xie Yong and Zhang Lang beside him. Or are you scared? Who are you calling afraid? Xie Yong sneered, slamming his steel rod on the ground. If you want to fight, then fight. With that, he stepped onto the ring. Fine. Jin Minghui sneered and followed, but paused as he passed Zhang Lang, chuckling softly. I'll deal with him first, then I'll deal with you. Just how tough are you? I really want to give you a good whack. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. You're welcome to try. Ha 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 ha. Jin Minghui laughed a few times and walked onto the arena. With the sound of a gong, Jin Minghui moved. It's the same routine: sprint, draw your sword, and deliver an incredibly swift strike. But this time, he ran into a snag. With a clang, the blade was blocked by the opponent's steel rod. This was the first time he had ever drawn his knife without drawing blood. It has to be said that out of more than 60 people, only 3 remained. These last indigenous experts were truly extraordinary. Interesting. Jin Minghui's lips curled into an exaggerated smile as he launched a fierce attack with his long sword. Xie Yong also swung his steel rod, his inner strength formidable, and parried head-on. The clanging sounds of their fighting continued, and sparks flew as the blades clashed against the steel rods. The 2 were evenly matched. After fighting for dozens of moves, both sides finally saw an opening in their opponent's defenses. Jin Minghui slashed open Xie Yong's shoulder with a single stroke, and with a whoosh, a line of blood appeared. Xie Yong's steel rod struck Jin Minghui squarely in the chest. With a thud, the 2 were separated. In this exchange of blows, Xie Yong was genuinely injured, and the cut was quite deep. On the other hand, Jin Minghui only used up one opportunity to block, and was not injured at all. Xie Yong frowned. He should have hit his opponent with that stick. How could his opponent be completely unharmed? What's wrong, buddy? Jin Minghui chuckled coldly. You can't even take one knife wound. Xie Yong snorted coldly, tore a strip of cloth from his clothes, wrapped it around his shoulder several times to stop the bleeding, stretched his arm, and picked up the steel rod, again. Good. Jin Minghui laughed loudly, sheathed his sword again, and charged towards his opponent. Swish. A flash of blade light appeared. It was still the same sword-drawing technique. Once again blocked by the steel rod, the two engaged in a fierce battle of offense and defense. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged more than a dozen moves, and it was another instance of trading blows for injury. Xie Yong had a new wound on his side, while Jin Minghui was completely unharmed. What's wrong with this guy? I clearly hit him squarely with both of my blows, so why did they have no effect? Xie Yong was puzzled, but Jin Minghui had already rushed up again. Another sword draw. Still, parry. The fierce battle that followed. Jin Minghui fought with increasing frenzy, but Xie Yong was increasingly alarmed. This opponent was completely illogical. If they continued to trade blows like this, he would definitely suffer a loss. So this time, he became more cautious in his fighting style and lost the momentum of his open and powerful staff techniques. Faced with Jin Minghui's crazy attacks, he fell into a passive position and even retreated step by step. Finally, Xie Yong had nowhere to retreat and had no choice but to fight back. Thud, another wound appeared on his body, while the enemy he struck with his club remained unharmed. Jin Minghui, who was sent flying backwards by the blow, sheathed his sword in midair, did a somersault, touched the ground with his toes, and charged forward again without giving Xie Yong any chance to catch his breath. It's still the sword-drawing technique. Xie Yong had no choice but to use his steel rod to fight back again. But this time, he couldn't hold on. With a clang, a piece of the steel rod broke off and flew up spinning. At the same time, Xie Yong's head also took off. Zhang Lang, sitting in the audience, narrowed his eyes. Jin Minghui's sword-drawing technique was clearly several times more powerful than a normal slash. Xie Yong's steel rod, also a precious weapon made of fine steel, would at most leave a shallow scratch when hit by Jin Minghui's normal slash, but when it was hit by the sword-drawing technique, it would always be cut with obvious nicks. Such a huge difference could only be explained by skill. That strike utilized either the weapon's inherent skill, or Jin Minghui's own skill, or perhaps both. Moreover, all four cuts struck the same spot. That's why he was able to cut the steel rod in 4 strokes and kill Xie Yong along with him. Do you understand now? Su thought to Zhang Lang. A powerful attack skill, plus at least 3 blocks, what are your chances of winning? Less than 30%. Zhang Lang thought to himself, but his legs had already started moving towards the arena. You dare to go even if the success rate is less than 30%. Su seemed a little flustered. Less than 30% right now. Zhang Lang said. Every time he strikes me, my chances of winning increase. As long as I survive, I will definitely defeat him. As they were talking, Zhang Lang had already stood on the ring, his fists clapping together, ready to face Jin Minghui. You've got guts. Jin Minghui chuckled. That was just a warm-up, you're the main course. As he spoke, he sheathed his sword and was about to charge at Zhang Lang. But just then, a shout came from below the stage. Stop. The two turned to look, only to see old Master Shen standing up. Both of you are top-notch young talents, so the final should naturally be more grand. There's no need to rush. I see you two are tired, so why don't you rest up tonight and fight again tomorrow morning? Jin Minghui narrowed his eyes, and Zhang Lang frowned as well. All right. The two said in unison. Very good. Old Master Shen stroked his long beard and nodded. Then please return to your guest rooms to rest. I will have someone send you some food later. Tomorrow morning, we look forward to your exciting duel. Both of them left the ring. You actually agreed? Su asked curiously. I thought you'd insist a bit longer, and that blonde guy over there, he seemed even more eager to fight than you. How come you both agreed to fight tomorrow? Because we can't fight today. Zhang Lang replied, if the two of us insist on fighting, old Master Shen will intervene, and the Shen family disciples will also move into forcibly separate U.S. He was releasing killing intent when he stood up. Why is that? Su asked curiously. I don't know. Zhang Lang frowned. Maybe something will happen tonight. That evening, Zhang Lang did not go to the canteen again. Just as old Master Shen had said, a servant brought dinner to his room. The dishes were plentiful and the portions were generous. However, just as Zhang Lang was enjoying his meal, an unexpected guest walked into his room. Zhang Lang looked at the dashing young woman before him, slightly taken aback. Miss Shen. What brings you here? Shen Qianqian smiled slightly and sat down across from him at the dining table, this entire Shen residence belongs to my family. Where can't I go? That's true. Zhang Lang nodded, then pointed to the dishes on the table. Would you like some? Shen Qianqian chuckled. You think I'm here to freeload? Zhang Lang shrugged and continued eating heartily. Shen Qianqian sighed and leaned forward slightly. Hey, tell me, if my dad hadn't called a halt today, what were your chances of winning? Zhang Lang chewed twice and swallowed the meat in his mouth. About 30%. You're quite optimistic. Shen Qianqian chuckled. In my opinion, maybe not even 10%. Zhang Lang glanced at her, and Shen Qianqian smiled. The match between Jin Minghui and Xie Yong looked intense, but for a master of his caliber, it wasn't much of a drain, it was more like a warm-up. As the saying goes, one burst of energy is all it takes. If he uses the momentum he gained from defeating his previous opponent to directly confront you, you're probably in serious trouble. In that case, I should thank you for saving my life. Zhang Lang looked at Shen Qianqian, picked up a piece of meat, and handed it to her. Then you really have to have a couple of bites. You think this is a joke? Shen Qianqian raised an eyebrow. I was the one who asked father to stop the match because I didn't want to see you die. Why? Zhang Lang put down his chopsticks. Because. Shen Qianqian's eyes narrowed into crescents. I think you're quite interesting. I'd rather you win than that guy. Hey, feed me. Su whistled in Zhang Lang's mind. This girl's got a thing for you. Who knew you'd have such good luck with women? However, Zhang Lang clearly didn't believe it. I want to know the real reason. You're so clueless about romance. Shen Qianqian chuckled. I wasn't lying, but there are other reasons too. Father and I don't want you to die. I value the person, but father, I value your martial arts. A cultivation technique. Zhang Lang immediately remembered that the altar had fabricated a great reincarnation spell to conceal his regenerative abilities. Although he didn't know if this cultivation technique actually existed in this world, at least during this mission, everyone present believed that such a divine technique that could regenerate the body existed. That's right. Shen Qianqian laughed. You know, my father is a peerless martial artist with an extremely high status in the martial arts world. He's had 8 concubines, but why did he only have one daughter like me when he was almost 50? Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow, surprised that this Miss Shen would start gossiping about her father. However, Shen Qianqian didn't seem embarrassed at all, and calmly said, when my father was young, he fought with someone and suffered internal injuries, injuring the Shaoyin meridian of his foot. Although he recovered later, it made it difficult for him to have children. I was born thanks to a prescription given to me by a wandering doctor back then. However, this prescription can only treat the symptoms and works for a while, but it has no effect afterward. So, your father wants to rely on me. Zhang Lang recalled the name, the Great Reincarnation Secret Spell, to regain his former glory. You could say that. Shen Qianqian laughed. I've even told you something so private, so you should believe that we support you, right? All right. Zhang Lang looked at Shen Qianqian. Since you want me to win, bring the experts from your manor and come with me to kill Jin Minghui. As he spoke, he actually put on boxing gloves, looking ready to attack right now. You rascal. Shen Qianqian was slightly taken aback, then laughed heartily. You're shamelessly blunt, but I like it. Ha 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 ha. After laughing enough, Miss Shen wiped away her tears. My Shen family is a prestigious sect, how could we possibly help you cheat like this? However, we can offer you some support, such as divine weapons or martial arts manuals, but I doubt you'll learn anything useful in one night. A good sword would be more useful. I support it. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. How about this, 20 steel bars? And enough rubber bands. Also, an axe, a saw, and all the necessary tools. Miss Shen was slightly taken aback. You need so much stuff, steel bars. What are you going to do with this? Anyway, I want these things. Zhang Lang thought for a moment. Oh, and 10 jars of strong liquor, the stronger the better. Miss Shen shook her head, increasingly confused. Is this all you want? Miss Shen frowned. My Shen family possesses a magnificent iron spear. Considering your height and strength, perhaps. I don't know how to use a gun. Zhang Lang shook his head. Just prepare as I say. The sooner the better. Shen Qianqian nodded. These things are readily available and can be delivered immediately. But what exactly do you want to do? Of course, kill Jin Minghui. Zhang Lang's eyes were filled with determination. Shen Qianqian left with a puzzled look on her face. Soon, everything Zhang Lang had asked for was delivered. After he accepted it, he told everyone not to disturb him no matter what happened, then locked the door and refused to see anyone again. The next morning, the people of the city, the martial arts practitioners who came to watch the battle, and even the eliminated contestants who had not yet left all gathered at the training ground early, waiting to see this final battle. Jin Minghui had already stood on the arena, legs apart, arms crossed, holding the samurai sword, eyes closed, waiting for his opponent. But Zhang Lang never showed up. Finally, the time for the competition was approaching, and just as everyone was wondering whether Zhang Lang had already forfeited, a rich aroma of wine suddenly wafted over. Everyone looked up and saw a group of servants and laborers walking out from the backyard, carrying jars of strong liquor. They walked shakily to the arena and put them down. There were 9 jars in total. Behind them followed Zhang Lang, who was swaying with each step. He had strips of cloth tied around his neck and ankles, and he was carrying a jar of kaifeng liquor in his hand. He was drinking as he walked, and the smell of alcohol wafted far and wide, making people feel drunk just by smelling it. Everyone looked on in surprise, and even his opponent, Jin Minghui, frowned. "What's going on here?" Old Master Shen asked his daughter from the stands. "I heard he asked you for some strong liquor and steel bars yesterday. What's he going to do with them?" Shen Qianqian shook her head. "I don't know either, but I heard that there were clanging and banging noises coming from his room last night, and it didn't stop all night." Grandpa Shen stroked his long beard. "Looks like this final match is going to be interesting. I believe you won't run away." Jin Minghui chuckled. "That would be too boring, and I believe you're not a boring person." Zhang Lang's face flushed slightly. He wiped his mouth with the wine jar, but when he looked at Jin Minghui, he clenched his teeth and said nothing. Just then, Old Master Shen stood up, announced the start of the competition, and personally struck the opening gong. Almost instantly, Jin Minghui rushed forward and unleashed his signature sword-drawing slash at Zhang Lang. Clang! The sound of metal being struck rang out. Zhang Lang blocked the blow with his right gauntlet, while simultaneously taking a swig from the wine jar in his left hand and swinging it directly at Jin Minghui. Jin Minghui dodged, and the wine jar smashed to the ground, splashing the remaining wine everywhere. Zhang Lang followed up immediately, swinging his fists covered with steel gauntlets and launching a fierce attack on Jin Minghui. For a moment, the sound of blades clashing against armor was deafening. But compared to Xie Yong's fierce battle with Jin Minghui earlier, Zhang Lang's situation seemed far more dangerous. Compared to an iron rod that is longer than a person, a pair of iron gloves is far too short. As the saying goes, an inch longer is an inch stronger. It is already difficult to block Jin Minghui's blade with 2 iron gloves. In addition, Zhang Lang is not a martial arts master who has received guidance from a famous teacher. His fighting skills are basically self-developed in actual combat. They are simple and direct, which are naturally effective against laymen. However, when he encounters professional martial artists, his moves become much cruder. His skills were inferior, his weapons were inferior, and all Zhang Lang had left was his brute strength. But when they started fighting, he found that even in terms of strength, he was not the one with the advantage. Jin Minghui had obviously drawn a physical attribute enhancement. Although his strength was not as good as Xiong'an in his beast form, it was much stronger than Zhuang Xiqing and no less than Zhang Lang, and even slightly surpassed him. In this situation of being completely overwhelmed, Zhang Lang looked much more disheveled than Xie Yong had been. He only managed 7 or 8 moves before Jin Minghui kicked him away, causing him to stagger and nearly fall. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jin Minghui sheathed his sword, caught up in one step, and unleashed a quick draw slash. Clearly, this was an attack skill, and its power far exceeded that of Jin Minghui's ordinary slash. If it hit, even Zhang Lang's iron bones would probably not be able to withstand it. Zhang Lang realized something was wrong and immediately used his fists to protect his vitals, but Jin Minghui's slash was clearly aimed at lower body, not at his head, neck, or torso, but at Zhang Lang's legs. He wanted to sever Zhang Lang's limbs first. A technique for regeneration. I'd like to see how you'll regenerate after being chopped into a human stick. Clang. Jin Minghui's long sword struck Zhang Lang's thigh, but it was actually blocked. The blade only cut a few centimeters into the skin before it could go any further, and it even made a dull thud similar to metal striking metal. Jin Minghui's eyes widened in disbelief at the feel of the knife hilt. Just then, Zhang Lang swung his iron fist and punched Jin Minghui in the face. Boom. Jin Minghui was sent flying backward, tumbled on the ground and stood up, looking somewhat disheveled, but completely unharmed. It was his parrying ability that worked. Zhang Lang silently counted in his mind, the first strike. What's wrong with you? Jean Minghui asked with a frown, but Zhang Lang didn't bother to answer him at all. The wound on his thigh had already healed. He grabbed a jar of liquor and gulped it down, then staggered forward again. Drinking alcohol can enhance physical strength. Old Master Shen in the stands frowned. The great reincarnation mantra has this effect. I've never heard him mention it. Shen Qianqian shook her head. As they spoke, Zhang Lang had already rushed in front of Jean Minghui. Facing his opponent's longsword, he directly swung the wine jar. With a clang, the wine jar was shattered by Jean Minghui's longsword, and the clear white wine with a strong aroma spilled out. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Lang crossed his fists, and the metal gauntlets clashed, sparking a string of sparks. With a whoosh, the highly concentrated liquor ignited instantly, splattering all over the two men. Jean Minghui felt his body on fire and hurriedly raised his hand to pat it off, but Zhang Lang didn't care at all. Despite being covered in flames, he rushed forward and punched Jean Minghui again. Boom. The punch landed squarely on Jean Minghui's chin, sending him flying backward. But Zhang Lang knew that the punch hadn't caused any damage, it had only triggered the block effect. The second time. Using the momentum of his backward flight, Jean Minghui rolled on the ground to extinguish the flames on his body. When he looked up, he saw Zhang Lang rushing towards him again, clasping his fists together and slamming them down with all his might. Jean Minghui's current posture wasn't suitable for dodging, but seeing Zhang Lang rushing closer, he suddenly sneered, "Did you think my draw sword strike needed to wait for its cooldown?" Only then did Zhang Lang realize that in the time it took to roll over, Jean Minghui had already sheathed his longsword and was now kneeling on the ground, in a stance ready to draw his sword and strike. Judging from the guy's appearance, he clearly intended to rely on his parrying ability to fight him head-on, trading injury for injury. However, Zhang Lang showed no sign of stopping, and with all his might, he smashed it down directly onto the top of Zhang Lang's head. At the same time, Jean Minghui drew his sword. Clang. Boom. Two voices rang out almost simultaneously. Zhang Lang's all-out attack knocked Jean Minghui to the ground, but it still didn't cause any damage. On the other hand, he himself was also sent flying sideways by the immense force of the sword draw, only managing to avoid falling by grabbing the ground with his hand. That sword draw had just slashed across his neck, cutting off a large chunk of flesh, leaving it bloody and revealing the metallic sheen beneath, making him look utterly wretched. Wait, metallic luster. The onlookers then noticed that within Zhang Lang's bloody and mangled wound on his neck, a silvery white metallic luster was gleaming. It seemed to be a steel bar embedded in the flesh, but it had been severed. So that's why you're so hard. Jean Minghui laughed as he stood up. You rascal, you actually had something like that hidden inside you. The steel bars he wanted were for this. Miss Shen gasped, covering her mouth in surprise. He actually implanted metal inside his own body. Zhang Lang frowned, raised his hand to touch his neck. The wound was writhing, and the strip of cloth that had been wrapped around his neck had been cut off, breaking the rubber band hidden inside. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the broken piece of steel bar was being pushed outward by the writhing flesh. Zhang Lang gritted his teeth, stuffed the steel bar back in, then untied a few leather ropes from his waist, endured the excruciating pain, wrapped them around his neck, tied a tight knot, and firmly secured the steel bar under his skin. Then he picked up a jar of wine, tilted his head back, and gulped it down. This series of actions made everyone on the scene, from the audience and contestants to even the experts from the Shen family, break out in a sweat. Regardless of how painful and dangerous it was for him to have steel bars implanted in his body, just the fact that he had a rubber band tied around his neck. Didn't this guy need to breathe? Wasn't he afraid of going into shock? I see. Miss Shen gritted her teeth and said, to withstand Jean Minghui's slash, he implanted metal under his skin, relying on his regenerative abilities to survive. But the power of regeneration also expels foreign objects from his body, so he needed leather ropes to secure them. As for the alcohol, was it to relieve the pain? Perhaps, it was also to use his drunkenness to mask the strange gait caused by the steel bars inserted into his body. This guy actually went to such lengths. As they were talking, the battle on the field resumed. I admire your fighting spirit, but unfortunately, such tricks won't work on me. Jean Minghui sneered as he charged forward. Now that he knew the other party's tricks, he was no longer afraid. He swung his knife with wide, sweeping strokes, aiming specifically at the areas where the other party couldn't easily block. Since he has steel implanted in his body, his movements will definitely be clumsy, and he can only take a beating. Sure enough, after a few moves, Zhang Lang had several wounds on his body. Although they healed almost instantly thanks to his regenerative ability, people could still see a silvery white flash under each wound as the sun rose. Not only his neck, but also his thighs, lower back, calves, and chest all had metallic appearances. This guy is practically risking his life to win. It was clear that Zhang Lang was being beaten back step by step and had already reached the edge of the ring. You're really tenacious, but I won't let you fall off the ring so easily. Jin Minghui sneered. I want to see how you manage to stick a steel bar in your head. With that, he raised his long sword and slashed it straight down at Zhang Lang's head. Just then, Zhang Lang's step suddenly became firm, and he swung his left fist, striking Jin Minghui, who was wide open. Jin Minghui did not dodge or evade at all. Obviously, he had not used up his parry attempts and was confident that he could take the punch. Boom. Zhang Lang's fist struck Jin Minghui in the chest. Puff. Jin Minghui's long sword struck Zhang Lang's forehead. The skull is the hardest and thickest bone in the human body. With the support of the iron bone, Zhang Lang's skull is especially hard. Perhaps Jin Minghui's knife can cut off his arm or even his thigh, but it is not so easy to cut open his skull. The knife slashed into Zhang Lang's forehead, but got stuck in his skull. That's really tough. Jin Minghui cursed, preparing to draw his knife and slash again. But at that moment, Zhang Lang suddenly took off his right glove, revealing his right hand, and a small pistol hidden under the glove's arm guard. This is the pistol Zhang Lang found after killing those 3 people the night before last. It's small and compact, perfectly concealed within a retractable gauntlet. As the gauntlet fell off, the pistol also dropped, landing right in his right hand. He pressed it against Jin Minghui's chest and fired repeatedly. These shots forced Jin Minghui to retreat repeatedly. The first few bullets were blocked, and only one hit Jin Minghui. The gun is out of bullets. The shot that hit didn't cause a fatal wound. The gun is too weak. Jin Minghui's body has obviously been enhanced, and he only suffered some superficial wounds. But it succeeded in depleting all of Jin Minghui's shields. The moment he was injured, Jin Minghui realized that his defensive measures had been exhausted. A hint of fear appeared in his originally arrogant expression, but then he saw that Zhang Lang's gun was out of bullets, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. We can't give him any more chances, kill him immediately. Thinking of this, Jin Minghui accelerated and instantly rushed in front of Zhang Lang, launching a sword-drawing slash. Without dodging or avoiding, Zhang Lang raised his hands and lunged at Jin Minghui. With a sharp sneer, the blade struck Zhang Lang's ribs, severing the bone and penetrating several inches into his body. Even as he was struck, Zhang Lang endured the excruciating pain, grabbed Jin Minghui, and held him tightly in his arms. You think I only have knives? Jin Minghui suddenly opened his mouth, and a burst of flames shot out, instantly engulfing Zhang Lang's head. This is his secret weapon, a rare skill with great power and a long cooldown. Most importantly, it is unexpected. When encountering a strong enemy, he can suddenly use it in melee combat, which is enough to turn the tide of battle. Like now. So what if you can regenerate? So what if you can't be killed? I'll burn your head to a crisp and see how you can regenerate or revive then. But just then, a loud bang rang out. Boom. Jin Minghui's flames came to an abrupt halt. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked down and discovered a hole the size of an apple in his chest. His heart had been shattered, and his spine broken. With his last vestiges of consciousness, Jin Minghui looked at Zhang Lang and saw that the area on the other man's abdomen, corresponding to his own wound, was also a bloody mess. What is it? With these last words, Jin Minghui's body collapsed to the ground with a thud, his long sword falling to the ground with a clanging sound. Zhang Lang remained standing on the ground, one hand outstretched, the other resting on his side, fingers intertwined with 2 rubber bands. His head was charred black, his hair still sparkling, making him stand there like a bizarre sculpture. The scene was completely silent. Whether it was the onlookers, the disciples of the Shen family, or even old Master Shen and Shen Qianqian, everyone remained silent, watching the two on the field in quiet contemplation. The one that's fallen is probably dead. The one standing there doesn't look like it's still alive. But soon, they noticed that Zhang Lang, who was standing, had a wound on his stomach that began to twitch. Then, a gun barrel emerged from it, was squeezed out as the flesh healed, and fell to the ground with a thud. Berlooker's large-caliber pistol. When Zhang Lang found this rare weapon, it only had 1 bullet left. He hadn't used it yet, saving it for the final, decisive blow against Jin Minghui. Last night, Zhang Lang not only implanted steel bars into his body, but also stuffed this deadly weapon into his stomach, with a trigger tied with a rubber band. Pulling it from the outside would fire him. Just now, he and Jin Minghui were almost embracing each other. This shot triggered the close-range shooting effect, unleashing terrifying power. The weapon's built-in skills are unusable, but the basic special effects can still be triggered. After the gun fell out, Zhang Lang raised his hand and patted his charred face. Pieces of charcoal fell off, revealing tender flesh that had just healed. Even his charred hair had grown back in considerable numbers. He turned around, picked up a jar of liquor and chugged it down. Then, fueled by the alcohol, he took off his shirt, picked up Jin Minghui's long knife, and used it to untie all the rubber bands binding his body, arms, and legs. As the restraints were released, his flesh began to writhe violently, and then steel bars pierced through his skin and emerged, clattering and falling to the ground, leaving him covered in bloody holes that quickly healed. Zhang Lang sighed and turned to look at Fang Yu, the referee, on the stage. Fang Yu stepped forward, about to make the announcement, but Shen Qianqian stopped him. She straightened her back, head held high, and with a smile, announced loudly, "I declare that the final champion is Zhang Lang. This afternoon, I will have the final showdown with this champion." Just as Shen Qianqian announced the news, several flames simultaneously ignited among the onlookers and contestants who hadn't left. However, the locals around them, including Old Master Shen and Shen Qianqian, seemed oblivious to these flames, as if only Zhang Lang could see them. This wasn't the first time Zhang Lang had seen this flame. Unlike his black flame, it was a normal orange. This was a sign that a reincarnated being had left the world. Those not belonging to the altar couldn't see it. People in the mission world, even those who had contact with these people and remembered them, would rationalize their departure and wouldn't connect it to the altar itself. The fact that so many reincarnators left at the same time means that Shen Qianqian's words caused their main quest to fail. From the moment the flames begin to burn until they completely disappear, there are a few seconds. If you interrupt them during this time, it's still possible to catch a reincarnator. However, Zhang Lang was standing on the arena, too far away, and there wasn't enough time. Moreover, he didn't have much strength left, so he could only watch helplessly as the reincarnators left. "We can go now," the virtual voice in Zhang Lang's mind said. "This Jin Minghui and Zhuang Xiqing from yesterday are both quite valuable. This haul is pretty good. I'd like to wait a little longer." "Oh." Su asked, "Is there anything else?" Zhang Lang's stomach rumbled. "The chef here is quite skilled." Inside Zhang Lang's room, a table was filled with steaming hot food. He ate it with gusto, and across from him sat Shen Qianqian, who was smiling at him. "You really didn't disappoint me." Miss Shen smiled, resting her chin on her hands. "Don't worry, I'll hold back in the afternoon's match. You two, just pretend to play it safe." Zhang Lang had no time to pay attention to her, focusing only on stuffing food into his mouth. Thanks to his regenerative abilities and the enhancement of his lead-based stomach, he wasn't worried about overeating and quickly cleaned up the entire table of food. "Are you full?" Shen Qianqian didn't mind his gluttony. Martial artists considered a good appetite a sign of strength. Watching Zhang Lang eat, the young lady actually liked him even more. "If you're still hungry, there's more. I see you like meat, I'll tell the kitchen to make more." "No need, thank you." Zhang Lang waved his hand. "Miss Shen, I'm sorry." "Huh?" Zhang Lang's sudden apology startled Shen Qianqian. "I've disappointed you again." Black flames began to ignite around Zhang Lang. "Find someone more suitable for you." In front of Shen Qianqian, Zhang Lang was completely consumed by the black flames. Of course, in Shen Qianqian's eyes, this man she liked might have stormed out the door, or escaped through a window. In short, he suddenly disappeared from her life. As the black flames died down, Zhang Lang returned to the narrow basement. Burp. Zhang Lang, who had eaten and drunk his fill in the mission world, let out a burp. Everything you acquire in the mission world, including clothes, weapons, and so on, cannot be taken away, except for the food you eat. In the apocalypse where resources are scarce, let alone a lavish feast, even a single exquisite dish is a luxury. Since he has the chance, Zhang Lang naturally wants to make sure he has a good meal before leaving. "I'm back." Zhang Lang looked at the familiar basement, wondering to himself, how much of a reward did I get this time? "You really went all out this time, but the rewards were well worth it." Su chuckled. "You killed 10 reincarnators and earned 1,850 points. Adding the 280 points you had left over from last time, that's a total of 2,130 points. Enough to exchange for 2 1,000-point rewards in one go." So many. Zhang Lang was surprised by this achievement. This is the first time I've ever scored over 1,000 points in a single mission, right? Yes, yes. Su laughed heartily. You have to thank me for choosing such a good mission for you. In normal missions, if you want to kill a reincarnator, you usually have to face an entire team. But this arena mission mode gives you the opportunity to duel them one-on-one. Hee, with your regenerative abilities, killing you one-on-one in a level 1 world isn't so easy. The Zhuang Xiqing and Jin Minghui you encountered this time are both experts worth over 300 points. If it were any other mission, killing one of them wouldn't be so easy. Zhang Lang nodded. Then, let's start the exchange now. Alright. The groaning sound came from the groaning voice, and soon, the first enhancement appeared. Reward type, blood enhancement. Reward name, intermediate attribute enhancement. Rarity, rare. Effect 1, gain 16 attribute points that can be freely allocated. Effect 2, gain 24 randomly assigned attribute points. You can only choose one of the effects, Effect 1 or Effect 2. Each adventurer can obtain this enhancement a maximum of twice, and has already obtained 0 halves. Note, there is no simpler way to enhance attributes than stacking them. Attribute enhancement, huh? Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. Su, bring up my attribute panel. Su agreed, and a pentagram appeared before Zhang Lang's eyes. The 5 points corresponded to the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are mutually generating and restraining. Zhang Lang focused his attention as he scanned the pentagram array. Each attribute had an accompanying description and a numerical value. The display was as follows. Metal represents stability and the body's ability to maintain health, mainly manifested in wound healing, endurance, and the ability to resist disease and toxins. Current value, unable to be calculated. Wood represents extension and the human body's ability to acquire information from the outside world, specifically manifested in various sensory abilities. Current value, 8. Water primarily represents movement and the development of the human nervous system, specifically manifested in reaction speed, memory, and calculation ability. Current value, 8. Fire, the primary energy, representing the strength and attack capabilities of the human body, specifically manifested in muscle strength and muscle recruitment efficiency. Current value, 12. Earth, primarily responsible for bearing and represents the body's tolerance, specifically manifested in the resilience and strength of various organs, as well as the capacity for energy storage and intake. Current value, 12. This wasn't the first time Zhang Lang had seen this panel. When he first entered the mission world, Su had explained to him that every person, or rather every animal, has the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As explained, these 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, can be roughly viewed as self-healing ability, sensory ability, neural reflexes, strength, and physical resilience. And these combined determine a living being's overall physical qualities. According to Su, among the myriad worlds, there are differences in the physical qualities of humans, but in the vast majority of these worlds, the 5 elements attribute of ordinary humans is 5 points. This is not an average, but a standard value. Let's take the most easily quantifiable element, fire, which represents strength. Some might think that a muscular man over 2 meters tall is definitely stronger than a petite girl, perhaps even 10 times stronger. Does that mean a muscular man's fire element is 10 times stronger than a girl's? Wrong. Normally, their fire attribute would probably be 5 points. To put it simply, fire attribute doesn't represent a person's overall strength, but rather the strength provided by that person's muscles. As long as everyone is of the same species and has the same muscle composition, there won't be a significant difference in attributes. Therefore, the strong man's strength compared to the girl isn't because he has a higher fire attribute, but because he has more and larger muscles. Other attributes are similar. For example, the wood attribute represents perception. However, if you blind your opponent or deafen them, it will certainly reduce their perception, but it will not reduce their wood attribute. This is because their original physical structure supports such a high attribute, it is only because of the injury that their ability is reduced. Similarly, earth element represents physical strength. Rats and elephants have similar earth element, but killing a rat might only require a single kick, while an elephant requires a weapon. This is because elephants are larger, not because their earth element is higher. In terms of the strength per unit of flesh, both are composed of protein and are not significantly different. However, upon closer inspection, Zhang Lang's attributes are clearly superior to those of an average human. Needless to say, he has a metallic nature, and his innate self-healing ability is extremely strong, which is probably due to his supernatural power. His wood and water attributes are both 8 points, half again as strong as the average person, indicating that his senses are more acute and his reactions are faster. As for his fire and earth attributes, they are more than double that of the average person. This shows that he is naturally extremely strong. The explanation given is that in Zhang Lang's hometown, people generally have stronger physical attributes, with a standard value of 8 points in all 5 elements. This standard is quite high even by world standards. As for Zhang Lang's higher fire and earth attributes, it should be an additional benefit brought by his regenerative ability. In short, Zhang Lang was able to adapt to the pace of combat very quickly at the beginning of the mission and successfully hunt down the Reincarnators. In addition to his regenerative abilities, his naturally high attributes also helped a lot. After all, the Reincarnators are basically from the main world, and the main world is a standard world with all attributes at 5 points. Take fire attribute for example. Compared to humans in the main world, even those with the same build and training level, Zhang Lang's strength is more than twice as strong. Not to mention, his body is taller and more robust than most people, and his strength is several times greater than that of ordinary people with the same attribute. All things considered, his strength is probably more than 10 times that of an ordinary male in the main world. Imagine a heavyweight boxing champion facing off against a middle school student, the power gap might be even greater. In terms of hand-to-hand combat, only those reincarnated beings with enhanced attributes can put up a fight against him. Unfortunately, those who are reincarnated usually won't engage in hand-to-hand combat with you. Worlds like this, where a fighting arena is set up and combat is primarily conducted with melee weapons, are rare. Most of the time, Zhang Lang faces fully armed reincarnators. They might not be as strong as him, but they're equipped with machine guns, sniper rifles, or even rocket launchers. Or they might possess various amazing skills and magic, all of which Zhang Lang cannot have. Since that's the case, let's maximize the only enhancement he can obtain. Faced with this intermediate level attribute enhancement, Zhang Lang chose to accept it, and he opted for the second effect, randomly allocating 24 attribute points. Soon, with a tingling sensation all over his body, his attributes changed. Gold, healing, immune system unmeasurable. Wood, perception ability 12 points. Water, reaction, calculation, memory 13 points. Fire, muscle strength 20 points. Earth, body strength, energy storage and intake 19 points. Zhang Lang clenched his fist, feeling that his strength had indeed increased. This was the first time he had drawn an attribute type enhancement, and it felt rather strange. My fire attribute has increased to 20 points. Zhang Lang asked Su, so, even if I encounter a reincarnator who looks just as strong as me, my strength will be 4 times his. That's a fair assessment for now. Su replied. Currently. Zhang Lang frowned. What do you mean? Because the effect of each attribute point isn't constant. Su explained. For a single attribute, each point you add improves its effect by a tiny bit compared to the previous point. In other words, the higher your attribute level, the stronger each new attribute point you gain will be. Let me give you an example. Su sensed that Zhang Lang hadn't quite understood. Take fire, the easiest attribute to quantify. Your current fire attribute is 20 points. How heavy can you lift? I haven't tried it yet. Zhang Lang thought for a moment. I once carried a small car in a mission world, and I found it very difficult. A car weighs a little over a ton. He calculated. Back then, you had 12 points of fire attribute. Roughly speaking, 1 point of fire attribute now is equivalent to about 100 kilograms of strength. But if you add another point of fire attribute, it might increase by 101 kilograms, and the next point by 102 kilograms. Arithmetic progression? Zhang Lang asked. No. In fact, the increase is even greater than that. Su denied. I was just using an analogy. The altar has its own calculation method, and I don't know the specifics. I can only give you a reference. Some reincarnators, in order to more easily quantify the effect of attributes, call the fifth attribute the standard attribute. Used to compare the effects of other attributes. It's said that powerful reincarnators have tested this. At around 100 points, adding 1 point of fire attribute increases power roughly equivalent to 5 standard attributes. And at 150 points, 1 point of attribute is roughly equivalent to 10 standard attributes. So, the increase in attribute power accelerates faster and faster. While 100 points may seem like twice the power of 50 points, the actual effect could be 3 times greater, or even more. the higher the level, the stronger. Zhang Lang frowned. In other words, if my attributes are high enough, one day I'll be able to gain enough power to resist weapons and magic with my bare body. But this is difficult. Su seemed somewhat unsure. You see, below this basic attribute enhancement, there's a rule that each adventurer can obtain this enhancement a maximum of 2 times, and we've already obtained 1/2. This means that the number of attribute enhancements each person can draw is limited. Moreover, the probability of drawing an attribute-related enhancement from among thousands of enhancements is not high, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many reincarnators whose attributes are inferior to yours, forcing them to rely solely on weapons and skills to fight. Even if we take a step back and assume there really is a powerful enough reincarnator who has undergone countless enhancements, the more they draw, the more limited the attributes they can obtain. Once the attributes reach a certain level, they will most likely encounter a bottleneck. At least for now, I'm still far from reaching the bottleneck. Zhang Lang shook his head. Alright, let's move on to the next one. No problem, coming right away. Su Huan happily agreed, releasing the chattering noise again. Soon, the second enhancement appeared in front of Zhang Lang. Reward type, blood enhancement. Award name, iron mouth and steel teeth. Rarity, common. Effects, significantly increases bite force, strengthens teeth, mouth, jawbone, and skull, making your mouth your most formidable weapon. Note, since the emergence of jawed fish more than 400 million years ago, the mouth and teeth have been the most powerful weapons of vertebrate predators. However, humans have abandoned this weapon that has been in use for tens of thousands of years. Now, would you be willing to pick it up again? The ability to bite? Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow. It didn't seem very useful. If you don't like it, you can return it. Su noticed Zhang Lang's hesitation. How do I get a refund? Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow. Will I get my points back? How could that be? He chuckled. Wouldn't that just let you randomly farm enhancements here? You can choose to revert to this enhancement and then obtain the corresponding attributes. Exchange enhancements for attributes. Zhang Lang thought it sounded pretty good. How much can we get? Let me see, a basic enhancement might yield some random attributes. Just a little. Zhang Lang was taken aback. That's such a loss. It's all right, he said with a forced smile. These things are bound to suffer some damage. After considering his pitifully low stats, Zhang Lang still chose to accept the enhancement. He felt a tingling, itchy sensation throughout his head, especially in his jawbone and masseter muscles, which subsided after a moment. Then, he tried clenching his teeth and indeed felt a significant increase in his bite force, his canines even seemed slightly longer than before. After finishing the enhancement, Zhang Lang opened the sliding door again, took out 2 pieces of raw meat that he had just hunted the day before, carried them upstairs, and fed them to Aya. Looking at the monster pacing back and forth in the cage, Zhang Lang's thoughts drifted back to the beginning of the pandemic. Xiaoya initially still retained a human form and some memories. Zhang Lang hid her in his house, covering the door with furniture and boarding up the windows. All sorts of strange-looking humans roam the streets outside. Some can no longer be considered human, they have completely lost their intelligence and memory, leaving only the instinct to hunt. For example, Uncle Zhang next door transformed into a giant wolf with 2 heads and ate his wife and children, who were mutating more slowly. Old Li, who used to fry dough sticks on the street every day, had also turned into a grass-eating triangular bull. Suddenly one day, he was pounced on by a sword-tail lion, which bit off his organs, cut open his belly, and ate his internal organs alive. The sword-tailed lion was still wearing a leather belt. Zhang Lang recognized it at a glance as the unique style of the belt. It was the same Su Longzhong who used to buy Old Li's fried dough sticks every day. He never thought that after eating Old Li's fried dough sticks all his life, Old Li himself would become his last meal. Moreover, Zhang Lang discovered that these mutated monsters did not seem to have any species distinction at first. He remembered that Xiaoya had mentioned a term to him in a boastful manner after studying natural science, something like reproductive isolation. That's right. Initially, there was no reproductive isolation among these monsters. As long as they were of similar size and had similar habits, they could fall in love. In addition to hunting, they all had a strong desire to reproduce. They fused and bred with each other. In the end, the growth rate of the offspring was also extremely fast. They could usually reproduce again in 10 days. Soon, a relatively stable population was formed. In the fierce competition, those strangely shaped, erratic monsters gradually disappeared, and those that survived were species with rational and efficient body structures and stable bloodlines. This process, which might take tens of thousands, or even millions of years, to complete in nature, stabilized in just a few months. After that, probably because the effects of the so-called gene-activating agent wore off, the mutation and growth rate of these monsters slowed down significantly, and they began to resemble normal organisms. Looking at this harmonious and self-consistent new ecosystem, it's hard to imagine that just over a year ago, these monsters were all mutated from humans and ordinary animals. During this process, Xiaoya's condition gradually stabilized. Eventually, she went from being able to vaguely call out "brother" at the beginning to completely losing her human intelligence and memory. She began to roar and howl at him, only showing a little obedience when being fed. Looking at Zhangya, or rather, the monster Zhangya had transformed into, wolfing down chunks of meat in the cage, Zhang Lang's eyes revealed tenderness and sorrow. "I will definitely become stronger. I will kill even more reincarnators." Zhang Lang gripped the iron bars, his steel teeth grinding together. "And then, I will find a way to restore you." After saying that, Zhang Lang went down the stairs and carefully headed outside to begin today's hunt. He didn't pick up the flintlock pistol again. This martial arts contest made him realize that this old-fashioned firearm was ineffective against powerful reincarnators or even local experts. His attributes have improved, and his body is stronger and more agile. Rather than relying on this unreliable weapon, he should hone his skills. After all, in terms of weapons, skills, and spells, he was not on the same starting line as normal reincarnators. His only reliance was his own strength. He could only push this path to its limit. In the days that followed, he hunted monsters in and around the town every day, not just for food, but more so to accumulate combat experience, adapt to the new attributes and abilities he had acquired, and grow stronger through repeated life-and-death battles. Finally, 1 month later, just as Zhang Lang had used his iron teeth to bite through the neck of a swordtail lion, he heard Su's voice in his mind. Another mission. Zhang Lang tore open the blood vessel with his canine teeth, gulped down several mouthfuls, and then wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. How many reincarnated beings are there? The exact number is unknown. Su chuckled, but 5 altars are involved. So, 5 teams. Zhang Lang frowned slightly. Su had told him before that the altar was just a general term. In reality, there were thousands of altars in the world. Reincarnators acted in units of altars. Each altar was a team, ranging from a few people to a dozen or even 20 or 30 people. They cooperated and competed with each other. "What, scared?" he chuckled. "If you're scared, you can wait a few days and find someone else." "No." Zhang Lang shook his head. "I've just never encountered so many teams before." "You've gotten stronger." A hint of pride lingered in Su's voice. "I need to increase the difficulty a bit. Risk comes with opportunity, after all." Zhang Lang nodded. "What about weapon restrictions?" "Level 3. Not low at all." Zhang Lang hoisted the monster's corpse, which weighed a good half-ton. "Once I've eaten my fill, we'll set off." Accompanied by a ball of black flame, Zhang Lang appeared in a city in the dead of night. He teleported to the rooftop of a skyscraper. Looking down from the rooftop, you can see signs in foreign languages everywhere, suggesting a Western-style city. Thick smoke billows from many parts of the city, with flashes of fire appearing intermittently. Car accidents happen almost every second, paralyzing numerous streets, and the sounds of crashes and screams echo from all directions. "This is a riot." Zhang Lang frowned. Suddenly, not far behind him, the door connecting to the rooftop was violently smashed open, and 5 or 6 people with blood-covered faces and festering skin rushed towards Zhang Lang like madmen, howling and screaming. Zhang Lang raised his foot and kicked the fastest runner away, knocking down several people following behind. From the sensation from his foot, Zhang Lang clearly felt that he had broken the man's sternum and ribs. A normal person would never have the strength to get up. But the guy's body made a cracking sound as his bones rubbed together, and he stood up unsteadily, opening his blood-soaked mouth and lunging at Zhang Lang again. "Are they zombies?" Zhang Lang no longer held back. This wasn't the first time he'd encountered one. Because it was a level 3 world, the flintlock pistol in his hand was basically useless. This time, he only brought a bow and a machete, so he simply drew his machete and chopped away like vegetables, instantly killing several people. But when only one was left, the creature's body suddenly split open on its own, and 4 sharp, spider-like legs emerged from its back. Its mouth also split open and deformed, turning from its original upper and lower jaws into 3 lobes. Each lobe, in addition to its fine teeth, also grew a huge venomous barb. Its tongue also became extremely long, thrashing back and forth. These aren't ordinary zombies. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, showing no fear, and charged straight at them. The monster flicked its tongue and lunged at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang swung his cleaver, severing the tongue in a flash, and closed in on the enemy. But then, the 4 spider legs also stabbed towards him. Zhang Lang swung his machete, making a clang as he blocked one of the spider legs, cutting a notch but not severing it. The other 3 pierced his body, penetrating his flesh an inch deep. So hard. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. But it lacked strength. With that, he gritted his teeth and pressed forward despite his injuries. He grabbed the monster's head with his left hand and plunged the machete in his right hand into its 3-lobed mouth. With a forceful twist, he severed the spine and ripped the entire head off. Without the brain's command, the body instantly went limp, but the head that Zhang Lang was holding was not quite dead yet, the mouth was still opening and closing, and the tongue was still moving. Zhang Lang frowned, mustered all his strength, and threw the head to the ground. It smashed to pieces with a thud, finally defeating the monster. The wounds on his body had long since healed, and Zhang Lang wasn't worried about any viruses or the like at all. His metal element was immeasurable, which meant he was immune to any viruses, toxins, or even any damage that couldn't kill him immediately. Even gene-activating drugs can't do anything about it, so this virus is far from being effective. What kind of world is this? Zhang Lang wondered to himself. It's a very common plot. A biohazard virus has leaked into this city. Su explained. As Zhang Lang's guide, Su couldn't completely distinguish who the Reincarnators were, nor could he find out their specific missions, but he still had a basic understanding of the world's background. There's a military-affiliated biochemical testing base in this city, secretly developing biological weapons. But due to an experimental accident, the virus leaked and infected the entire city. Su continued, as the first to come into contact with the virus, the researchers and soldiers in the lab were basically all infected. The military, having received the news, is sealing off the city and discussing countermeasures. The residents are also trying to save themselves and escape. It's basically a 3-way battle between the military, civilians, and the infected. And this virus is far more potent than ordinary zombie viruses. Su warned. Those ordinary zombies you just saw, once a living person is infected, they can turn into this grotesque form in a maximum of 3 minutes. In this form, they are more agile and stronger than most zombies. As for the last one you're dealing with, the one that grew several claws, it's in its 2nd stage, even more powerful, and it seems likely to mutate further, so be careful. What might be the mission of a reincarnator? That's uncertain at the moment. Su said somewhat helplessly, it's not surprising that the altar would issue a quest, but reincarnators do get rewards for killing monsters, so those well-equipped, skilled, and most enthusiastically killing monsters among the commoners are probably going to get it. However, please note that this quest is limited to this city, you can't leave. This applies to both you and the other reincarnators. Zhang Lang nodded, picked up the machete in his hand, wiped the blood off the dead zombie's clothes, then pushed open the rooftop door and walked down. This is a commercial office building with more than 40 floors. The elevator is broken, so Zhang Lang can only go down the stairs. On each floor, he could hear the footsteps of the zombies from Phase 1 wandering around, along with their occasional whimpers. Zhang Lang tried to walk as quietly as possible, and quickly descended along the escape route. In the blink of an eye, he had gone down more than 20 floors. But just as he descended to the landing platform on the 18th floor, he suddenly discovered that there was a zombie standing on the lower half of the platform. This guy had been leaning against the wall, completely still and silent. Only when he noticed Zhang Lang coming down did he finally get his attention, suddenly letting out a loud roar and pouncing with superhuman agility. Zhang Lang swung his machete and chopped off its head with a snap. But his roar had alerted the other zombies on the floors above and below, and roars and running sounds immediately echoed from both above and below. They're closing in. Zhang Lang hurriedly sped down the stairs, even vaulting over the railings and jumping down 1 level at a time. But the noise carried even further down the stairwell, especially the thud of his heavy body landing, which attracted countless zombies from below, who were about to surround him. Just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the wall next to him and grabbed Zhang Lang's arm. Zhang Lang was startled and instinctively raised his machete to fight back, but he saw a dirty face with lively and energetic eyes, clearly a living person. "Shoo!" The men gestured for Zhang Lang to be quiet. "Come in quickly." Only then did Zhang Lang notice that the survivor was hiding in the electrical well next to the stairwell, so he followed him in and then closed the hidden door. Soon, the zombies rushed to this floor, but they didn't see their prey. Their low intelligence prevented them from noticing the hidden door to the electrical well, which was painted the same color as the wall for aesthetic purposes. After lingering for a while, they dispersed. Hearing that there was no more movement outside, Zhang Lang breathed a slight sigh of relief, sheathed the knife back in his waistband, and turned to look at the person who had pulled him into the electrical well. This is a girl in her early 20s with short brown hair. Although her face is covered in dust, you can still tell that she has beautiful features and a slender figure. She is wearing a damaged uniform and seems to be a white-collar worker here. Thank you. Zhang Lang nodded to the woman. You're welcome. It's not easy to see a living person. The girl introduced herself softly. My name is Sasha, I'm on the 18th floor, at the front desk of Wellman Pharmaceutical Company. What's yours? Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang thought for a moment. He came down from the top floor. That's amazing. Sasha exclaimed in surprise. You're from the East, right? Chinese. Or Japanese. Ah. Lu State. Zhang Lang didn't know the distribution of countries in this world, but it seemed that Sasha, the frontline representative, didn't know much about the countries in the East either, so he just brushed her off. Zhang Lang looked at the low-voltage electrical shaft that ran through the entire building. They were currently in a space created for maintenance and inspection. Holes had been made in the floor slabs between each floor to allow cables to pass through. Theoretically, one could go all the way down to the first floor, but the holes were already filled with cables, and the remaining gaps were too narrow for Zhang Lang to fit through. I want to leave this building. Is there any other way? Judging from the situation just now, there are at least several thousand zombies in this building, and they are all as agile as sprinters. It's possible that many of them are at stage 2 or even stage 3, which he hasn't seen before. Taking the stairs directly would be difficult even if he wanted to leave. There's only the stairs left. Sasha shrugged. I just started my internship here, only been here for a little over a month, and I'm still not very familiar with the area. I've been stuck here for over 10 hours, and I don't know what's going on outside. My phone's dead. More than 10 hours? Zhang Lang exclaimed in surprise, that long? That's right. Sasha seemed to have finally found someone to confide in, and she opened up. Let me tell you, the news about the pandemic started in our company this morning. I was the first eyewitness when it broke out. At first, a deliveryman came to deliver a package to our manager. I'm the receptionist, and I noticed that the guy's expression wasn't quite right, but I didn't think much of it. After all, I'm just an intern, and if I want to get a permanent position, it's best not to meddle in other people's business. But who knew that when our manager came out to pick up the package, that guy suddenly went berserk and bit our manager. It took several of us male colleagues to subdue him and hand him over to security, and we also called the police. But not long after, the guys in the office who were bitten, including the manager, started attacking others like crazy, and the situation got more and more chaotic. I saw that things were going badly, so I ran away, and then a kind cleaning lady pulled me into this place to hide. She told me that the security guards who had restrained the deliverman had also gone mad, running around attacking people on different floors. The whole building is in chaos, and we can't get out. We tried calling the police, but we couldn't get through. News articles kept popping up online, and it seemed like the whole city was in riots. We panicked and didn't dare to go out, so we've been hiding here. I remember my phone died around 8 p.m., and now it feels like at least 2 hours have passed. Oh God, what did I do wrong to deserve this? I shouldn't have come to work here. What about the cleaning lady? Zhang Lang interrupted the rambling Sasha. She might know the secret exit. Sigh. Sasha's expression turned regretful when she mentioned the cleaner. This afternoon, she said she was going out to check on things, and she never came back. I don't know if she ran away on her own, or... You said you work on the 18th floor. Zhang Lang looked at Sasha. This is the 8th floor, how did you get down here? Sasha pouted. When I first ran away, I ran all the way to the 13th floor before entering the electrical shaft. Later, after the cleaner disappeared, I tried to jump down the electrical wires floor by floor, but I twisted my ankle on this floor, so I'm resting here for a while. Zhang Lang looked at the girl's figure. She could indeed barely squeeze through the passage. Judging from the dust on her clothes, she must have gotten dirty while climbing down. Hey, Zhang Lang. Sasha looked at Zhang Lang, swallowing hard, and asked, do you have any food on you? I haven't eaten all day. Zhang Lang thought for a moment, then pulled a piece of dried meat from his clothes and handed it to her. He had brought it from his hometown. After deciding not to carry the flintlock pistol, he had brought some food instead. After all, his regenerative abilities were his greatest asset now, and having more food would increase his chances of survival. Sasha's eyes lit up at the sight of the dried meat. Ignoring its dryness and hardness, she put it in her mouth and started tearing into it. To be honest, Zhang Lang's dried meat had practically no flavor and even a slightly fishy smell. Most people wouldn't be used to it. But given the current situation, this beautiful receptionist seemed completely unfazed. "I'm thirsty again." After taking a few bites of jerky, Sasha looked troubled again. "Is there any water?" "No, really." Zhang Lang shrugged. "But I have a way to get out of here." "What method?" Sasha's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Zhang Lang drew his knife and turned to Sasha, making the girl's heart tremble. She saw Zhang Lang raise the machete and slash at her, scaring the girl so much that she squatted down, covering her head, but dared not scream. But after waiting for a long time, she was not attacked. She only heard the sound of metal being pried open. Sasha weakly raised her head and found that Zhang Lang's knife was not aimed at her, but at the low-voltage cable behind her. This area houses a collection of low-voltage cables, including network cables, telephone lines, alarm lines, and surveillance cables, which connect the entire building. If these cables were removed, the holes cut into the floor slab to allow the cables to pass through would be large enough for Zhang Lang to squeeze through. Although the cables were protected by bridging, those thin aluminum alloy plates were no match for Zhang Lang's monstrous strength. They were easily dismantled by the thick machete, and the cables were cut. Before long, they were removed from the hole. "Go down." Zhang Lang tucked the machete into his waistband. "I'll go down first, and I'll catch you down below." After saying that, he crawled down through the gap. Even after the cables were cleared, it was only just big enough for him to pass through. Immediately afterwards, Sasha also jumped down. She was quite relaxed. Although the building's ceiling was quite high, Zhang Lang's strong arms still caught her steadily. Next, they used the same trick again and began to remove the cables between the floor slabs. Even though Zhang Lang was incredibly strong, without the right tools and to avoid making any noise that might alert the monster, it took them quite a bit of effort to clean it up. It took them more than an hour to descend to the third floor. At this rate, it will take them at least 2 or 3 hours to escape the building. Zhang Lang didn't know what the missions of the 5 teams of Reincarnators were, nor how long their missions were, but since 5 teams were needed, it shouldn't be over in just a few hours. It should be enough time. Zhang Lang thought to himself. Suddenly, a slight tremor came, accompanied by a rumbling sound. It was an explosion. Zhang Lang frowned. Someone in this building used weapons. A massive explosion occurred in the lobby of the office building. Flames engulfed the opulent decor, and the shockwave shattered the glass curtain wall. Countless zombies were torn apart, burned, and rendered completely immobile in the explosion. Yo-ho! Outside the gate, a blonde, arrogant young man roared excitedly, lowering the rocket launcher from his shoulder. "Nothing beats using a rocket launcher to blow up zombies. Keep it down, Jack." A tall, white man wearing glasses and a suit walked over. "These aren't ordinary zombies on this mission. Remember that stage 3 monster we just encountered? If your explosion attracts a few more of those, it'll be a real problem. Wouldn't that be even better?" Jack, the blonde man, laughed. "That one just now was worth 300 points. If we get a few more, we'll make a killing this time. Barnes, give up." Behind him, a striking red-haired woman placed her hand on the shoulder of the bespectacled man in a suit. This guy hasn't known what fear is since he entered the altar. But Lena. The bespectacled man, referred to as Barnes, was about to retort when a bearded man wearing a powered exoskeleton approached. "Don't just stand there. The map shows the mission objective is inside the building. Let's take one out quickly, that way, at least the main quest is guaranteed." "Andrew's right," the blonde Jack exclaimed impatiently. "The previous 2 targets were snatched up by other altars, we absolutely can't let this one slip by. By the way, Carmen." Barnes suddenly turned around and asked the slender woman with 2 curved knives at her waist, "Are the newlyweds all settled in?" "Don't worry, Dales is watching them," the slender Carmen said. "Let them kill some ordinary zombies to practice and get used to the altar's rhythm as soon as possible." "Hey, stop dawdling." Jack had already put away his rocket launcher, pulled out 2 submachine guns, and rushed into the building. "I can't wait to slaughter zombies." 5 Reincarnators rushed into the building. At that moment, the zombies attracted by the explosion were rushing down one after another. "Come on, come on, come on." Jack's 2 submachine guns roared, riddling the charging zombies with bullets. This madman pulled the trigger, and even though the bullets he fired far exceeded the theoretical maximum capacity, bullets continued to come out in droves. "All right, they're all dead," Barnes, the bespectacled man, advised. "Even with unlimited ammo, you can't waste it like this. The barrel will still overheat." "Got it." Jack finally stopped firing. "Where's the target? Can't you see for yourself?" Andrew, wearing an exoskeleton, said irritably. "It's inconvenient to hold a gun with both hands." Jack brandished the 2 submachine guns in his hands, looking completely self-righteous. "Upstairs," Carmen said, looking at the badge and stating the location, then added, "About 20 meters high. The location isn't very precise, probably around the 4th or 5th floor." "This guy's pretty impressive." Barnes pushed up his glasses. "He's managed to survive this long in a densely populated office building." "Let's search layer by layer." Lena tossed her red hair. "Let's start searching from the 4th floor. Be careful, in places like this, there's bound to be more than one stage 2 monster, and there might even be stage 3 monsters." The group climbed the stairs, easily eliminating the monsters blocking their way, and soon arrived at the 4th floor. The group was stopped outside the automatic door on the 4th floor. Barnes frowned and said, "The city's power system hasn't crashed yet, but the access control and surveillance here seem to be broken." "Who cares?" Jack fired a few shots, cracking the tempered glass automatic door, then kicked it to pieces and charged inside. The gunshot attracted the monsters on the 4th floor, but before the ordinary zombies could rush over, a stage 2 monster with 4 spider legs and a long tongue suddenly darted out from the side. "Watch out!" Lena shouted a warning, raising her hand to cast a shield around Jack. The monster pounced and crashed into the invisible barrier. Jack immediately raised his dual pistols, pulled the triggers, and riddled the stage 2 monster with bullets. "Phew, that was close. They actually dared to ambush me." Jack breathed a sigh of relief. Barnes, standing nearby, scolded, "Can't you be less reckless? If you get bitten or scratched by a monster, you'll get a virus infection. What are you afraid of? We brought the universal antidote." Jack remained unconvinced. "Antidotes are ultimately finite." Carmen brandished her scimitar. "And repeated use in a short period can lead to resistance. You really should change your suicidal ways." All right. Jack was getting a little impatient with their nagging. "I'll be more careful next time." Next, the 5 began to split up and search the 4th floor. Barnes was in one team, Lena and Jack were in another, and Andrew and Carmen were in yet another. They weren't worried about the dangers of dispersing their forces. After all, an office building wasn't that big, and if anything happened, the Reincarnators could arrive to help in a matter of seconds. Moreover, this mission was a cooperative one, and Reincarnators from different altars were forbidden from killing each other. Killing someone would not only not be rewarded, but would also be punished, so there was no need to worry about attacks from other altars. As for the native monsters here, they have seen them. The powerful ones are indeed very strong, but they are not very intelligent. With a little caution, they won't be killed instantly. The location given in the altar mission is very vague. The vertical position error is within a few meters, and the horizontal error may be tens or even hundreds of meters. Therefore, to find the mission target, you need to search the entire floor completely. After searching, they found nothing on the 4th floor. They had only killed a bunch of basic stage 1 zombies. The group met at the stairwell and went up to the 5th floor, where they split into 3 groups to search separately. "Hey!" Jack and Lena found the restroom on this floor when the grumpy boy suddenly said, "Wait a minute, I need to use the restroom." "Oh." Lena smiled slightly. "Do you want your older sister to keep you company?" "No need, big sister." Jack covered his crotch. "I'm all grown up now, I can go to the toilet by myself." With that, he walked into the men's room, slung his gun behind his back, unzipped his pants, and started whistling as he turned on the urinal to release the water. But he didn't notice that the door to a cubicle behind him slowly opened, and a strongman walked out, holding a machete horizontally at him. "Hey, are you done yet?" Lena, who had been waiting outside for a few minutes, was getting impatient. "If you don't come out soon, I'm really going to go in." As she spoke, the stunningly beautiful woman brazenly opened the door to the men's restroom, only to be greeted by the dark muzzle of a gun. Da-da-da-da. This beautiful red-haired female reincarnator didn't even have time to activate her shield skill before she perished. The shooter was none other than Zhang Lang, but now he carried 2 submachine guns and a rocket launcher slung across his back. Behind him, Jack's body lay sprawled on the ground, decapitated, blood slowly flowing and staining the bathroom floor red. In a short time, Zhang Lang killed 2 veteran reincarnators. Zhang Lang was neither surprised nor relieved by this. There was indeed an element of luck in making it go so smoothly, but even if he was discovered or evaded, he could just face it head-on. Zhang Lang had experienced this kind of thing countless times, but in most cases, it was a one-hit kill. The best way to kill someone is through a sneak attack. When faced with a sneak attack, an unprepared reincarnator is just as vulnerable as an ordinary person. These were the words Su taught Zhang Lang when he first hunted a reincarnator. It was precisely because of these words that Zhang Lang was able to successfully kill reincarnators who were stronger than him and wielded superior weapons in mission after mission. The woman only had a standard assault rifle, likely not a high-value weapon, just an ordinary one. However, a dagger was tucked into her boot, a rare weapon. These kinds of melee weapons usually rely on their powerful built-in skills to hold their own. Zhang Lang wasn't the master and couldn't use them, but the dagger itself, with its excellent materials and sharp blade, was far superior to his machete. It also had a passive effect that could break shields, which was quite good. Zhang Lang put it away. After searching the body, Zhang Lang looked up and heard gunshots coming from afar. There are still quite a few zombies in this office building. If they split up, they're bound to bump into each other, and naturally, they'll have to retaliate with gunfire. So, the few shots Zhang Lang fired at Lena didn't attract the attention of his other companions. If they really encountered danger, they'd be able to contact each other through their badges since they're so close. However, the gunshots of the reincarnators became Zhang Lang's guiding light. These hunters never expected that in this place that should only have prey, there was a dangerous hunter lurking around them. Following the sound of gunfire, Zhang Lang walked through the corridor and arrived at a huge office. Under the cover of the screen desks, he crouched down and, through 7 or 8 rows of desks, saw 2 reincarnators holding guns, shooting down several zombies and a menacing second-stage spider monster. There are so many zombies here. Andrew, wearing an exoskeleton, complained. That's why I hate going to work the most. So many people crammed into a small office, let alone a biohazard, even a common cold could spread like wildfire. Stop complaining, keep looking. His partner was the petite, scimitar-wielding Carmen, keep shouting. Andrew snorted and raised his voice, are there any survivors? We're here to rescue you. They're here to rescue people. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, finding it hard to believe that these reincarnated beings would be so kind. As Andrew called out, the side door of the office opened, and a figure appeared. The 2 reincarnators didn't even look before firing, shattering the wooden door and the figure behind it into pieces. After the fight, Andrew went up, lifted the broken door panel, and saw the mangled corpse. The skin is rotten, it's a zombie. Carmen glanced at the badge, the target is indeed still alive. Zhang Lang's pupils suddenly contracted. These reincarnators, their mission is to purge the survivors. Just as I thought, a bunch of bastards who only cause misfortune. Thinking of this, Zhang Lang removed the rocket launcher from his back, loaded a rocket, aimed at the 2 men from a distance, and pressed the launch button. Whoosh! The massive plume of smoke from the rocket instantly engulfed Zhang Lang, propelling the warhead out with a whoosh. This thing wasn't as slow as depicted in movies and TV shows. Although its flight speed couldn't match that of a bullet, it was still easily over 100 meters per second, faster than a traditional bow and arrow. It covered the distance of about 20 meters in an instant, giving the 2 of them no time to react. Boom. The massive explosion shook the entire building, shattering all the glass on the floor. Flames and shockwaves engulfed the 2 people completely, along with the surrounding tables, chairs, and furniture, instantly filling the entire space with smoke and heat. After the rocket was launched, Zhang Lang discarded the rocket launcher, picked up the pair of submachine guns, and rushed up through the thick smoke. He quickly found Andrew, who was blown to pieces. This guy was wearing an exoskeleton, not full-body armor. Although it could provide powerful propulsion and block melee weapons like swords, it couldn't withstand this kind of all-around explosion. His flesh was basically blown to pieces. If it weren't for the exoskeleton's frame holding it up, there probably wouldn't even be a trace of his corpse. Zhang Lang frowned, not because of the enemy's gruesome death, but because he didn't see the other person's body. Just as he was wondering what was going on, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his neck as a curved knife struck his hard cervical spine. Zhang Lang immediately bent down and turned around, firing his submachine gun. Several bullets hit the slender woman with the curved sword, creating ripples that flashed briefly before disappearing. It's a shield. Su reminded Zhang Lang in his mind. She had a shield, but it was used up by the explosion and those shots. Sure enough, upon sensing that her shield had been broken, Carmen immediately withdrew her attack and retreated, disappearing into the thick smoke. An unsuspecting reincarnator is just as vulnerable as an ordinary person. That statement is correct. Unfortunately, many reincarnators are on guard. The defense mentioned here does not refer to all defensive capabilities. You say your skin can harden like steel, impervious to bullets. You say you can create a shield around yourself, absorbing massive amounts of damage. You say your reflexes are incredible, allowing you to dodge bullets. Sorry, even if you have these abilities, you can't keep them on 24/7, right? As long as there's even a momentary opening, someone, whether intentional or unintentional, can always launch a sneak attack before you harden your shield, when you're not protected, or from an unseen angle. For those who reincarnate, the most important thing is actually the ability to defend against sneak attacks. For example, accessories or equipment that can provide a shield 24 hours a day, passive skills that can block a certain number of attacks, senses that can anticipate danger and dodge in advance, or simply a body that is strong enough to be completely immune to sneak attacks. In short, it's the ability to survive a surprise attack when you're completely unprepared, while still avoiding damage. Unfortunately, in the altar where all enhancements depend on luck, only a few can obtain such abilities. But once you draw this enhancement, there is a high chance that you will survive all the way, become stronger and stronger, and even upgrade to a hero-level reincarnator. After all, powerful attacks may help you end hundreds or thousands of lives, but you only have one life. Once you are killed, it's all over. A woman with a shield. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, immediately fired a few shots in the direction Carmen disappeared, and gave chase. It's a shame we managed to blast off her shield. If it gets replenished, it'll be troublesome to kill her again. Barnes. I'm in trouble. Carmen, running through the thick smoke, contacted her teammates through the badge. There's a strange guy here, very powerful, possibly a reincarnator, and he wants to kill us. Andrew is dead, and my shield is gone. I suspect Jack is also. Reincarnators, why are you attacking us? Aren't you afraid of losing points? I'm coming right now. Barnes had just felt the rocket explode and was about to berate Jack for being brainless and launching that kind of thing indoors when he discovered that he couldn't make calls to Jack and Lena. Then, he received Carmen's report. Problem occurs. Barnes immediately rushed towards the direction of the explosion. The rocket explosion nearly destroyed the entire floor's glass curtain wall and plaster partitions, leaving shards of glass everywhere and a choking dust filling the air. Barnes, covering his nose, rushed forward, and just as he passed a stainless steel pillar, he saw Carmen running rapidly towards him. Carmen. Barnes' face lit up with joy, but suddenly a figure darted out from the side, leaping through the air and knocking Carmen away, crashing her into the scattered tables and chairs. Barnes immediately raised his rifle, but remembering that Carmen had said her shield had fallen, he didn't pull the trigger. Instead, he slapped the gun, and a plasma blade popped out from under the muzzle. He then charged forward with the bayonet in hand. Wow. He'd only taken 2 steps when a figure flew towards him. It was Carmen. Barnes immediately dodged the blade, catching Carmen's nimble body. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the girl's throat had been slit. She was dead. Looking up, I saw that the man who had lunged at Carmen had stood up, with a curved knife stuck in his chest and abdomen, the one in his abdomen being particularly deep, even protruding from his back. But judging from his appearance, he seemed completely unconcerned and simply raised his 2 guns and fired at Barnes. Barnes raised his hand, and the bracelet on his wrist flashed, transforming into a transparent energy shield that blocked his face. Bullets struck it, creating ripples, but could not penetrate it. As for the areas not covered by the shield, that suit must have been a special piece of equipment drawn from the altar. Bullets hitting it only caused a slight dent before bouncing off. With bullets failing him, Zhang Lang sheathed his 2 pistols at his waist, gritted his teeth, and pulled out the 2 curved knives that were stuck in his body, charging straight at them. Self-healing ability. Immortality. Seeing Zhang Lang's wounds heal instantly, Barnes frowned. This is the first time I've seen such a strong self-healing ability. This guy is tough. With that, he raised the bayonet in his hand and charged towards Zhang Lang. Clang. The scimitar struck the rifle, sparks flying. Zhang Lang's immense strength sent Barnes' hands numbing, forcing him to take a step back. He was secretly shocked. His strength is formidable. It feels like he has 30 points of fire attribute. But seeing Zhang Lang wielding his curved sword and chasing after him, Barnes sneered inwardly. His swordsmanship is rather lacking. As he spoke, he brandished his rifle, and the plasma blade on the muzzle suddenly lengthened, grazing Zhang Lang's neck and leaving a long, thin, charred wound. Zhang Lang frowned and swung his scimitar to counterattack, but as soon as the blade touched the gun barrel, he felt a strange rotating force. The blade was deflected, and the rifle spun around, bypassing his blade, and the butt of the rifle slammed into his chin. Zhang Lang tilted his head and swung his knife backhand to continue the attack, but he was still slashed away by the spinning force. His body was pulled off balance due to the excessive force, and he was tripped by Barnes, causing him to fall to the side. Before he could fall completely, Barnes spun his rifle, and the energy bayonet pierced Zhang Lang's chest with a thud. He then pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the huge impact sent Zhang Lang flying backward. Zhang Lang gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating pain. He rolled over on the ground and got up, his chest a bloody mess with his broken ribs clearly visible. This guy is no ordinary person. The power of that shot was comparable to that of Lubok's large-caliber pistol from the last world. However, he had undergone attribute enhancement, making his body much stronger and his iron bones more robust, which is why he wasn't blasted through by the shot. This guy is something else. At the same time, the same thought flashed through Barnes' mind. He had just activated his skill with that shot, enough to blast a hole through even a hippopotamus, let alone a person. This guy could withstand it, his body is tough enough, and the wounds are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, even the charred wounds from the plasma blade are no exception. What a tenacious life force. To kill this kind of guy, 1 or 2 shots definitely won't work. Try cutting off his limbs first, or better yet, decapitating him. Thinking of this, Barnes brandished his rifle, the light blade on the muzzle enlarging as he slashed at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang also charged forward, brandishing a pair of curved swords. In terms of swordsmanship, Zhang Lang was swift and fierce, but lacking professional guidance, his moves lacked variety, and he was completely overwhelmed by Barnes, who was clearly proficient in bayonet fighting. Zhang Lang's body is now considered to be above average. Although he was stabbed several times, thanks to his superhuman reflexes, he didn't suffer any deep wounds. Speaking of which, this plasma blade is indeed powerful. Even with Zhang Lang's enhanced flesh, it slices through effortlessly, like a hot water-soaked knife cutting through butter. On the contrary, his scimitar barely caused any effective damage when it cut into Barnes' clothes. This outfit was definitely a very high-level piece of armor. I can hurt you, but you can't hurt me. The outcome of this battle was decided from the very beginning. Barnes sneered inwardly. Facing his opponent's frenzied attacks, he calmly responded and finally found an opportunity. He turned the blade to its maximum power and swept it across Zhang Lang's left arm. The full-power light blade could cut through even steel and concrete. Zhang Lang's iron bones couldn't withstand it. His left wrist was severed, and he was sent flying into the air, still holding the curved sword in his left hand. Despite being severely injured, Zhang Lang advanced instead of retreating. Barnes, having exhausted his moves, could only take a step back and draw his bayonet to sweep towards Zhang Lang's neck. In his haste, Zhang Lang leaped upwards, but the blade missed his neck and instead swept across his side ribs. The blade sliced through the wound in an instant, turning it into charcoal, neatly severing the ribs that had been blocking his path, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to cut off his spine. But at that moment, Zhang Lang took a step forward, letting the rifle barrel pierce his body. The light blade that was originally cutting through him suddenly emerged from behind. In this way, what swept across his spine became the rifle barrel, producing only a dull thud. At the same time, Zhang Lang had already closed in on Barnes, hooking his right scimitar around Barnes' back to prevent him from retreating, raising his head, using his neck to exert force, and slamming his forehead into Barnes' back. Zee-la-la. Zhang Lang's forehead didn't hit Barnes' head, instead, it was blocked by an energy shield. It was Barnes' left hand bracelet. The guy loosened his left hand, raised it to release the shield, and blocked Zhang Lang's headbutt. You're dead. Barnes grinned maliciously, but just then, a cold light fell from the sky and hit him on the head. It was Zhang Lang's severed hand that flew up just now, still clutching a curved knife. The height it flew up wasn't high, and the impact wasn't actually that powerful, but the sudden appearance of a blade of light still startled the overly sensitive Barnes. Instinctively, he raised his left hand and swept it over his head, knocking the curved blade away. Just then, Zhang Lang turned his head and bit down on Barnes' exposed neck. With an iron beak and steel teeth, it bit right where it hurt. In an instant, he bit through the trachea and severed the artery. Barnes struggled frantically, but he couldn't escape Zhang Lang's sharp teeth. As his life slipped away, he convulsed and eventually lost consciousness. Once the hot blood in his mouth began to cool, Zhang Lang released his grip, and Barnes's body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Zhang Lang let out a long breath. His hand had already grown back, but looking down, all he saw on the ground, besides Barnes's corpse, was a scimitar. The severed hand that had held the scimitar was gone, and only some suspicious dust could be vaguely seen, but it all vanished with the cold wind. To be honest, every time I see this, I feel like your ability isn't regeneration. Su sighed in Zhang Lang's mind. Severed limbs will grow back, but the cut-off parts will wither and turn to ash as the body grows. No matter how far away they are or how they are preserved, they will inevitably become useless ashes. Did you summon back all the parts of your body that you lost? I don't know, maybe. Zhang Lang sighed and lowered his head to search for Barnes' body. That rifle was indeed a rare weapon, but the energy blade and enhanced attack were both active skills. Without those, it was just an old-fashioned bolt-action rifle, perhaps a little more powerful, but not very useful to Zhang Lang, far inferior to those two submachine guns with unlimited ammo. As for the bracelet on his left wrist, the shield was also a skill, so similarly, it was useless. After looking at it from all angles, this suit and formal attire really comes in handy. It suffered almost no damage in such a fierce battle, and after a virtual scan, it's also a rare-grade piece of armor. One of its skills, when activated, briefly increases strength, similar to a powered exoskeleton. Other than that, the material itself is extremely tough and can absorb impacts, providing excellent defensive capabilities. Weapons and equipment obtained from these altars are generally called sword enhancements, and they usually have some special effects and skills. The former is due to the basic effects of the equipment's materials and craftsmanship, making it usable by anyone. The latter is its built-in active skill, which can only be activated by its designated owner. Therefore, the more equipment relies on active skills, the less useful it is to others. But this outfit is exactly the opposite. Since Zhang Lang's clothes were also torn to shreds, he simply ripped them off and put on Barnes's outfit. The guy was quite tall, and the clothes fit him fairly well. As for the two curved knives, they were sharp and lightweight, so Zhang Lang took those as well. Then, he found the discarded rocket launcher, with the last rocket still hanging below it. This was a powerful weapon that could be used in a critical moment. After tidying up his equipment, he noticed the vending machine that had been knocked over by the explosion in the corner. He went over and smashed it, took out some drinks and food, and carried it back to the electrical shaft in the stairwell, where he rhythmically knocked on the hidden door. A moment later, the hidden door opened, revealing Sasha's dusty little head. "You changed your clothes. And you brought so much stuff. Come on in." Zhang Lang carried the things into the low-voltage electrical shaft. Sasha closed the small door behind her, turned to look at Zhang Lang, and patted her chest, saying, "That scared me to death. There were gunshots and explosions outside just now. I listened to you and stayed hidden the whole time. I didn't dare go out. It's all right now." Zhang Lang released his grip, scattering the food and drinks all over the floor. "Weren't you thirsty?" Sasha's eyes lit up as soon as she saw food and drink. She grabbed a bottle of juice, twisted it open, and drank it. Then she opened a bottle of mineral water, poured it out, rubbed it in her hands to wash away the dust, and then started washing her face. "You." Zhang Lang was slightly taken aback, unable to understand why this girl was still so concerned about whether her face was clean at this critical juncture. Finally, after using up 2 bottles of mineral water, Sasha managed to clean herself up. Her beautiful features were still visible even when she was covered in grime, but now that she was clean, she looked even more refreshed. She was indeed a beauty, no wonder she worked as a receptionist. "All packed up?" Zhang Lang looked at her. "Since you're all packed, come with me. I'll take you away from here." "Huh." Sasha, seeing Zhang Lang's expression, seemed to be planning to take the stairs. "Where are the monsters outside?" "It's almost all taken care of." Zhang Lang was too lazy to explain the Reincarnators to her. A group of armed thugs came and died along with the monster. As he spoke, he handed Sasha a submachine gun, left behind by the thugs. "Do you know how to use it?" Sasha shook her head, but still took it. At this point, something is better than nothing. Zhang Lang briefly taught her the basic operations and precautions, then asked her to bring some high-calorie snacks and drinks like chocolate. The two of them walked out of the electrical shaft and started running down the stairs. The zombies in the stairwell had indeed been cleared out by the Reincarnators, but some remained in the office areas on the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floors. Now, fully armed, these remaining zombies posed little threat. Zhang Lang even had Sasha shoot a few zombies to get a feel for the action. The scan revealed that Jack's dual pistols were different from Carmen's dual swords. Carmen's dual swords were a set of equipment, but Jack's two guns were two different submachine guns, both of rare quality, with no other abilities besides a high-quality unlimited ammo. However, these two guns seem to be related. When placed together, they have a set effect that can activate a combo skill. The probability of drawing two matching pieces of equipment from the altar, where all rewards are random, is extremely low, so the skill's power is naturally very strong. However, the two of them can't use this skill, so for them, it's just two guns with unlimited ammo. As for why he didn't need to reload, Zhang Lang simply brushed it off with the excuse of high technology. Anyway, this girl wasn't exactly bright. Once she sensed Zhang Lang's reliability, she trusted him completely, believing whatever he said. And so, the two of them successfully descended the stairs and escaped the office building. Phew, finally I can breathe some fresh air. Sasha let out a long, satisfying breath. Although there's still a smell of blood, it's much better than inside the building. Zhang Lang, where do we go next? Zhang Lang glanced at Sasha and frowned slightly. Although she escaped the office building, the city is now full of monsters, and this girl definitely won't survive on her own. But he still has to hunt reincarnators, and taking Sasha along would obviously be a burden. Zhang Lang. At this moment, Su spoke in his mind. Do you want me to let her fend for herself? Zhang Lang thought to himself. She saved my life. Whether I need her or not, she risked her life. I want to send her out of this city alive. At worst, I'll postpone the hunt this time and prioritize getting her out of the city. Anyway, we've already taken down 5 people, that's quite a haul. That's not what I meant. Su explained, it's rare for us to be on the same page like this, and I also wanted to persuade you to bring her along. Take her along. Zhang Lang was slightly taken aback. That's not like you at all. Su chuckled, I'm very kind, okay. Of course, there's another reason. Didn't you notice what those reincarnators were doing? They came to this building, seemingly looking for survivors, but once they found one, they wanted to kill him. But this city is so big, with millions of people, why did they have to come to this building to look for survivors? You mean? Zhang Lang frowned, they're looking for Sasha. Very likely. Su chuckled. Remember what I told you? Although I don't know what the Reincarnator's mission is, and I can't control your teleportation location 100% of the time, the place I send you to is almost always related to the Reincarnator's main mission. There's only one survivor left in this building, and you happen to run into her. 9 times out of 10, she's the Reincarnator's main mission target, or at least one of their targets. Zhang Lang squinted at Sasha, who was still fiddling with her gun. A Reincarnator, you want to kill her? Very likely. Su said. So I estimate that you don't need to deliberately search for her, as long as you bring her along, the Reincarnators will come knocking on your door in droves. Zhang Lang frowned, then I need to protect her even more. Hey, what are you thinking about? Sasha saw Zhang Lang standing there with an unpredictable expression, so she leaned closer and waved the hand in front of his eyes. 1 minute you're frowning, the next you're squinting. It's nothing. Zhang Lang looked at Sasha, I just moved to this city. Do you know the nearest road out of town? I know. Sasha pouted, but, judging from the current situation, traffic is completely paralyzed, how are we going to get around? Walk on your feet. Zhang Lang raised his gun and tilted his head at Sasha. Lead the way. Somewhere in the city, a group of survivors are relying on a gun shop to fend off an attack by a horde of zombies. Damn, there are too many. A bearded white man shot down 2 zombies, retreated to cover to reload, and said, we can't hold out much longer at this rate. We have to hold on. A tall, thin middle-aged man picked up a shotgun and smashed a zombie's head. On the other side, a bald, tattooed, burly man also shot down a zombie with a few shots and smashed its head with the butt of his gun. The government and the military won't stand idly by. We just need to wait for the rescue. Just then, a woman screamed from inside the house, followed by the crackling of gunfire. The bearded man was startled and turned around. It's Linda. A monster went in through the back door. Go quickly, we can hold on, the tall, thin man and the bald, muscular man said. The bearded man immediately rushed back and saw several women huddled in a corner with their children. Only a young man of about 17 or 18 was firing a gun, but 2 zombies rushed in front of him at great speed, making it difficult to hit them. You deal with the one on the left, the bearded man shouted, pulling the trigger on the zombie on the right. A few shots blew its head off. The other young man focused on one zombie and successfully shot it down as well. The 2 immediately shut the back door and covered it with heavy objects. Looking back at the frightened woman and children, the bearded man patted the young man's head. "Well done, my child. I can protect them." The young man looked a little flustered, but he managed to stay calm. Just then, a commotion arose ahead, and the gunfire intensified. The bearded man changed magazines and rushed out. Upon emerging, he saw the tall, thin man and the bald, tattooed man firing wildly at a second-stage spider monster. This monster was stronger and faster, dodging left and right as it advanced, making it extremely difficult to deal with. The bearded man joined in, and the three guns fired simultaneously. The monster was finally wounded and slowed down, then became the target of concentrated fire and was quickly riddled with bullets. "Damn it!" the bald, tattooed man spat. "There are more and more of these monsters. Do you think if we keep waiting, even stronger monsters will appear?" "Don't talk nonsense," the tall, thin man snapped. "Think of something good." Puffed. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp bone spur suddenly pierced his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed dead. "What is that?" The bearded man and the bald, tattooed man immediately raised their guns and aimed, only to find that there was no monster behind him. The bone seemed to have been fired from there. Looking further away, they saw a terrifying monster emerging from around the corner dozens of meters away. The monster's torso resembled a human's, but was significantly larger and stronger. It walked with a slightly bent knee and stooped posture, yet still stood over 2 meters tall. Its legs moved on tiptoe like an animal's, and a thick, long tail trailed behind it. Its head was barely recognizable as human, but its protruding snout, split jaw, and mouthful of sharp teeth, along with a long, thin tongue that flicked back and forth, made it utterly terrifying. The most terrifying thing was his strong upper body, which had grown 4 arms. The two in front were relatively normal in proportion, somewhat resembling human hands, but with strong muscles and sharp nails. The two on his back were unbelievably thick and long, especially the forearms, which were swollen and flat, covered with keratinous carapaces, and had a row of sharp claws growing from the elbows, looking like wings made of bone spurs. The one on the left is clearly missing a bone spur, and a new one is growing at a visible speed. This is probably the thing that shot the tall, thin man to death. A monster we've never seen before. The two immediately raised their guns and fired, but the monster simply stretched out its 2 giant arms, and the bullets clanged against them, causing no damage at all. As the 2 men emptied their magazines and were reloading, the monster suddenly shot out 2 bone spikes with a giant arm. With 2 loud thuds, both men were blown to the head and fell to the ground. "Dad." After waiting for a while, the young man inside sensed something was wrong outside. He cautiously peeked out, gun in hand, but as soon as he came out, he saw a terrifying monster with its back to him, besieging and devouring something. The young man was so frightened he almost stopped breathing. He had never seen anything so terrifying, it was like a demon from hell. But then, he saw clearly what the monster was gnawing on. With a thud, a head fell from the monster's hand and rolled to the doorway. The young man saw the familiar beard on the head's chin and recognized it as his father's. "Ayah!" the young man screamed madly, raising his gun and firing wildly at the monster. The bullets hit the monster but did little to cause serious injury. Instead, they attracted the monster's attention, causing it to suddenly turn around, open its terrifying, blood-soaked mouth, and stick out its tongue at the young man. Just then, a golden light descended from the sky. Puff! With a flash of golden light, the terrifying monster's body swayed, pinning it to the ground. Its tongue, which had shot out, also went astray, smashing against the doorframe and scattering wood fragments everywhere. The young man was startled and looked ahead, trembling, and saw a golden spear stuck in the monster's body. A spear. The young man walked forward shakily. Suddenly, the monster twitched and struggled. Ah! The young man was startled and started firing wildly, but he couldn't kill the monster at all, and it was about to break free. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck the monster, accompanied by a crackling of electric sparks. The monster was smoking and collapsed to the ground. The young man stared blankly at everything, then heard a clear sound of footsteps. He turned around and saw a man in a white tuxedo and a top hat walking slowly towards him. Did he do it? Although he didn't see the attack directly, the young man instinctively concluded that the monster's death was the work of this man. Another stage 3. The man, adjusting his top hat, slowly walked to the monster's side, a slight smile on his face. "Stop pretending, I know this level won't kill you." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the monster, which was steaming hot, suddenly came back to life, its 2 giant hands spreading out, and the bone spikes on them shooting out like machine guns. The man in white raised his hand, and the golden spear suddenly flashed back into his hand, spinning in midair and knocking down the bone spikes. Then, the tip of the spear shone brightly, and spear beams shot out, piercing the monster's body and causing bloodstains. However, the monster's body was tough, and the wounds were only superficial. The spear beams only forced it to retreat repeatedly due to their impact. When the white-clad man thrust the 7th time, the wounds from the previous thrust suddenly began to move across the monster's body, converging at its forehead. As the white-clad man delivered the final thrust, the monster's head, now riddled with 7 wounds, exploded. With a thud, the headless monster's corpse fell to the ground, its life finally ended. 300 points, not bad. The man in white shook the golden spear in his hand, turned his head, and noticed the young man who had been dumbfounded the whole time. "Is that you?" the man in white asked. The young man was taken aback, not understanding what the man in white meant, but seeing that he had killed the monster and avenged his father, he still stepped forward to greet him with gratitude. But to everyone's surprise, the man in white moved his hand, and the golden spear thrust out, piercing the young man's chest with a soft thud. The poor boy didn't even realize what was happening before he died. The man in white took out his badge and examined it. "Looks like it wasn't you," he said, then went inside and saw several women trembling, clutching their children. These were the wives and children of the men who had just resisted outside. The women breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that it was not a monster but a human who had entered. But the next moment, this human revealed a face even more terrifying than that of a monster. The golden spear swung, creating arcs of death as it reaped lives one after another. These women and children were utterly powerless against the superhuman who could easily kill a stage 3 monster. Corpses fell one after another, until only a 2- or 3-year-old child remained, sitting in a pool of blood, wailing loudly. "Still not right." The man in white frowned, looked at the child, and a kind smile appeared on his face, "About the same age as my son, also blonde, and the way he cries is very similar." As he spoke, he raised his hand and suddenly shot out a bolt of lightning. Sizzle. The baby's crying stopped. "So, I've had enough of children crying." The man in white shook his head, looked at the badge in his hand, and a satisfied look appeared on his face. "Looks like I made the right choice this time." Just then, his badge received a communication request. Upon answering, a woman's voice came through. "Rex, you've gone out of range again. How many times have I told you, we have to work together?" "Sorry," the white-clad man known as Rex chuckled, "but you're far too slow. At this rate, the target would have already been snatched away by other alters." "Then don't act rashly," the woman snapped. "This is a level 3 world, a world with modern weapons. You can't withstand heavy firepower. Do you know what the biggest advantage of Reincarnators is over these clueless natives?" Rex laughed. "It's that I know what their weapons are, but they'll never guess what abilities I have." With that, he switched to a map. "I'm going to find my next target, the one 2.5 kilometers east of north. If you want to keep up, you can go there directly. Don't fall behind this time." With that, the guy threw the golden gun on the ground, leaped up, and landed on the gun barrel as if on a skateboard, hovering towards the northeast. Only the angry shouts from the badge remained. "Hey, wait, don't." He didn't get more than a few words before the communication was cut off due to the distance. Meanwhile, on a distant street, Zhang Lang was leading Sasha through streets filled with wandering zombies and car wrecks. In the city today, the subway is paralyzed, and the highways are blocked by various accidents. Transportation has become basically useless, and they can only try to leave the city on foot. With 2 swift strokes, Zhang Lang decapitated 2 zombies, then beckoned Sasha behind him to follow. Sasha, gun in hand, crept over. Seeing the zombie head rolling on the ground with its mouth still open, she shook her head in fright and quickly followed. Along the way, the 2 of them fired so many guns that they couldn't even fill a single magazine. Although both submachine guns had unlimited ammo, Zhang Lang still tried to kill zombies with his knife as much as possible, fearing that the gunfire would attract more monsters. "Wait." Zhang Lang suddenly reached out to stop Sasha. "There's a noise." Sure enough, a squad of fully armed soldiers approached from the front. They were heavily armed and on high alert, shooting down any zombies they saw with perfect coordination and targeting vital points. Clearly, they knew the zombies' weaknesses inside and out. "It's the army," Sasha exclaimed excitedly. "We're saved," she said, and rushed forward. "Don't rush." Zhang Lang grabbed her arm. "Let's take a look first." No sooner had he finished speaking than the door of a house by the roadside suddenly opened, and several survivors carrying crowbars and kitchen knives ran out, waving and calling out to the group of soldiers as if they had seen a savior. But what awaited them was the cold muzzle of a gun and the scorching heat of bullets. These soldiers are not here to provide relief, but to eliminate the survivors. How could this be? Sasha stared in disbelief at the sight of soldiers shooting civilians. Zhang Lang looked at her and said, "Before you escape this city, don't trust anyone." After saying that, he added, "Except for me." Why? Sasha looked at Zhang Lang. Having watched him cleanly and efficiently kill countless zombies along the way, and even kill a stage 2 mutated monster, Sasha already knew that this man was very powerful. "If you hadn't taken me with you, you probably would have escaped long ago." Zhang Lang looked at her, "You saved my life." But Sasha shook her head, "Even if I hadn't pulled you back then, with your abilities, you should have been able to escape the zombie horde, right? You clearly didn't need my help. But you did help." Zhang Lang looked at Sasha. "You risk your life to help me, and I'll risk my life to help you." Sasha stared blankly into Zhang Lang's eyes, feeling the man's sincere gaze. She suddenly blushed, then looked behind Zhang Lang, her eyes showing surprise. "Someone else is here." Zhang Lang was startled, turned around and peeked out, and saw a man in white standing on a golden spear, hovering a foot off the ground in front of the soldiers. "Is it one of you?" The man looked down at the badge and shook his head. "The mission instructions are too vague, we have to kill them one by one." "I'm actually not a cruel person." The soldiers were startled by the sudden appearance of the strange man. After a moment of hesitation, they immediately raised their guns and fired, but the bullets only made a series of ripples when they hit him, causing no damage whatsoever. "A shield." Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes and turned to Sasha, saying, "Hide, quick." Sasha was taken aback. "Who is that man, and why can he float?" "He's dangerous," Zhang Lang exclaimed. "Hide quickly." Sasha nodded and slowly retreated. At the same time, the man in white began his counterattack. His golden spear flew from his feet to his hand, the spear flying up and down, piercing out spear beams in the air, instantly reaping several lives. "Neither." Rex curled his lip. "Continue." As he spoke, he brandished his golden gun and killed another man. Seeing that bullets couldn't harm him, the remaining soldiers immediately began upgrading their weapons, pulling out grenades and rocket launchers, and began bombarding Rex relentlessly. Faced with such a powerful weapon, Rex dared not use his shield to withstand it head-on. He flashed his golden spear, jumped away, and with a flick of his wrist, unleashed a bolt of lightning. The purple-white lightning danced back and forth among the soldiers, instantly scorching them to a crisp. At this point, only one soldier remained. He was loading a rocket launcher when he suddenly realized that all his teammates were dead. He immediately dropped his weapon and ran away. While running, he reported via walkie-talkie, reporting to command, "We have discovered a human with special abilities in the city. The exact location is..." Before he could finish speaking, a sharp gun tip pierced his chest, the soldier went limp, and the walkie-talkie fell from his hand. With a thud, the body collapsed. Rex looked at the badge and frowned. This isn't it either. Could it be hidden in one of the surrounding buildings? Just as he was wondering, a rocket came hurtling in and exploded with a loud bang, instantly engulfing the men in the white suit. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Lang charged forward with his submachine gun, firing into the flames and smoke as he went. In just 10 seconds, this reincarnator used at least 2 skills, electric shock and flash, to deal with these soldiers, and it's uncertain whether his golden spear has activated any skills. In any case, most of these skills are probably on cooldown now, and now is the best time to take him down. As Zhang Lang fired and charged, before he reached him, a golden spear suddenly flew out of the flames and pierced straight into his chest. Zhang Lang dodged, but after the golden spear flew out, it flipped in midair and stabbed back towards his back. Zhang Lang released the submachine gun, letting it hang on his waist with the sling, and drew his curved sword with both hands to block. Clang! Sparks flew as the golden spear and twin swords clashed, the immense force causing Zhang Lang, who was running, to stumble several steps. His strength isn't much less than mine. Zhang Lang knew this in his heart. He wondered what the relationship was between the power of this remote control of the gun barrel and the Reincarnator's own strength. If they were the same, then this guy was very dangerous. Zhang Lang's mind raced. By this time, the explosion had almost subsided, and a white figure rushed out. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the golden spear back, grabbed it with a snap, and thrust the spear tip at Zhang Lang repeatedly. One after another, spear beams shot out like sharp arrows. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes and, relying on his 13 points of water attribute, saw the trajectory of the spear beams. He swung his curved swords and knocked down 2 spear beams with a clang. He couldn't block the last one and it hit his shoulder, but it was blocked by his suit and he was not injured. A Reincarnator? Rex was slightly taken aback. Zhang Lang's reaction and equipment clearly indicated he wasn't an ordinary person. Which altar is he from? Why is he attacking me? Caught off guard, Rex's men slowed down, allowing Zhang Lang to close the distance and unleash a flurry of slashes with his curved blade. Rex hastily parried with his golden spear, and sparks flew as they exchanged 5 or 6 blows in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, the second button on Rex's chest burst forth with a dazzling light, blinding Zhang Lang. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rex swung his golden spear, aiming for Zhang Lang's face. Clang! The spear tip pierced Zhang Lang's mouth, where it was firmly held in place by his steel teeth. "I'll see how hard your teeth are." Rex sneered, twisting his hands and using the power of his golden spear to thrust forward. Just as Zhang Lang felt the force coming from his teeth and was about to lose his grip, he suddenly turned his head to the side. The tip of the spear slashed out and pierced his cheek. The shaft of the spear scraped between his teeth, sending sparks flying. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Lang suddenly moved closer, threw away his curved knife, pulled out a dagger from his sleeve, and stabbed it directly into Rex's chest. With a soft thud, the blade pierced through the shield and into Rex's heart. The excruciating pain and the feeling of impending death startled Rex, who immediately released his golden spear, kicked Zhang Lang, and flew backward. This dagger was found by Zhang Lang on Lena. Because of its short length, he always kept it hidden on his person, using 2 swords in close combat. However, while the pair of curved swords were only of rare quality, this dagger was even more powerful, being of uncommon quality. And one of its important effects was its ability to break shields. Made of special materials, it can ignore most non-physical shields, making it a powerful weapon for shield-breaking assassinations. Zhang Lang's previous attacks were all aimed at creating an opportunity to get close and kill in one blow. After getting away from Zhang Lang, Rex knelt on the ground, clutching his chest. Blood seeped from between his fingers. His heart had been pierced, and blood was also gushing from his mouth and nose. He was clearly not going to survive. But Zhang Lang still wouldn't give up. He spat out the golden spear from his mouth, brandished his dagger, and charged forward to finish him off. But just then, the golden spear that had fallen to the ground suddenly floated up and pierced towards the back of Zhang Lang's head. "Watch out!" A warning suddenly came from afar. Zhang Lang was startled and turned around to parry with his sword, managing to avoid being stabbed. But immediately afterward, a bolt of lightning struck Zhang Lang, causing his body to crackle with electricity and making him tremble uncontrollably. It's Rex. His lightning skill is off cooldown, so he's using it again. However, with Zhang Lang's physique, this lightning bolt was far from enough to kill it. He endured the excruciating pain and numbness, turned around and continued his attack, only to see Rex vanish in a flash. When it reappeared, it was already dozens of meters away. The wound on its chest had healed, leaving only bright red bloodstains on its white clothes. However, a red line was slowly spreading on its left shoulder. Wound transferability. This guy can transfer his wounds to other parts of his body, so that what was originally a fatal wound may become a normal flesh wound and no longer be life-threatening. But Zhang Lang wasn't paying attention to his wounds. All he could see was a young girl in Rex's hand, Sasha. She was the one who spoke up to warn Zhang Lang just now. This girl claimed to be hiding, but she had actually been secretly observing the situation. Seeing that Zhang Lang was about to be ambushed, she finally couldn't help but warn him, thus revealing her location. Sasha struggled desperately, but she was no match for Rex's strength. The submachine gun in her hand was knocked away, and the sharp edge of the golden spear pressed against her neck, drawing a thin line of blood. Let her go. Zhang Lang gripped the knife tightly in his hand and walked towards Rex. If you don't want me to hurt her, then don't move. Rex looked at Zhang Lang and sneered, your charred skin has already healed. Strong physique, perfect armor, a shield-breaking weapon, and self-healing ability. You're quite a powerful reincarnator. You should be about to receive your hero-level advancement quest, right? Attacking me, are you trying to lower your score and delay your advancement quest? Why? Is it because you're afraid of failing the mission? Or? Rex said, gently tapping Sasha's face with the tip of his gun, making the girl tremble and tears well up in her eyes. Or perhaps, you want to slow down and wait for your girlfriend. Killing her will also deduct points. Zhang Lang deduced some of the Reincarnator's mission rules from his few words, so he simply played along and claimed that Sasha was also a Reincarnator. What does losing points matter compared to losing your life? Rex smiled slightly, the tip of his gun continuing to approach Sasha, causing Zhang Lang to frown slightly. You really care about her? Rex chuckled. In that case, killing her will be very painful for you, won't it? What do you want? Zhang Lang frowned. I'll do anything as long as you don't hurt her. Oh. Rex's expression became interesting. Well then, since I don't want to lose points anyway, how about this, you drop the weapon you're holding. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes and looked down at the curved sword and dagger in his hand. Hurry up and throw it away. Zhang Lang sighed, first tossing away the scimitar, and then, seemingly reluctantly, fiddling with the dagger. Don't waste your time. Zhang Lang had no choice but to discard the dagger. Kick it here. Rex commanded. Zhang Lang raised his foot and kicked the knives one by one to Rex's feet. And guns. Zhang Lang took off his submachine gun, threw it on the ground, and then kicked it. Very good. Rex sneered, using his golden spear to pick up a submachine gun from the ground, grabbing it, and firing it into the sky. In the city at night, the gunshots carried far through the buildings and streets, attracting the attention of the wandering zombies and mutated monsters, who began to gather there. Soon, the sounds of chaotic footsteps and roars could be heard. Cress chuckled, picked up his gun, and suddenly fired several shots at Sasha's left leg. The bullets pierced her thigh, causing her to scream in pain and fall to her knees. If you get killed by zombies and monsters, I probably won't lose any points, right? Rex chuckled. Seeing the zombies rushing over, he waved his hand, and the golden spear hovered a foot off the ground. He nimbly jumped onto it, ready to leave. But just then, Rex suddenly coughed, lost his footing, and fell off the golden spear. What happened? Just now, Rex suddenly felt his whole body stiffen, his legs became weak, his consciousness began to blur, his nose felt warm, and when he trembled as he wiped it with his hand, it was full of dark red blood. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhang Lang suddenly rushed forward, rolled over, picked up the dagger on the ground, and stabbed at Rex. You. Rex tried to unleash his skill, but his whole body was numb and stiff, and he couldn't do anything. He could only let the sharp knife pierce his temple, twist it forcefully, and kill him instantly. Although he was already dead, Rex's body was still convulsing, his skin was festering, and he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. His death was extremely gruesome. But Zhang Lang had no time to pay attention to that. Seeing the zombie horde getting closer and closer, he rummaged through Rex's clothes, found a bottle of red potion, then picked up the injured Sasha, grabbed 2 submachine guns, slung them over his shoulder, and ran off with his bags and bundles. As for that golden spear, after glancing at its attributes, it was all active skills, which were of little use to him and would only be a burden. Zhang Lang's fire attribute is now close to 20 points. Combined with his strong physique, his strength is more than 10 or 20 times that of an ordinary person. Even when carrying people or things, he can still move swiftly and is far beyond the reach of ordinary zombies. He bypassed an intersection and shook off them. He kicked open a back door and rushed in. Judging from the furnishings, this appears to be a bar. The windows are boarded up, indicating that security measures have been taken. Unfortunately, however, there are no survivors inside, only a few terrifying zombies. Zhang Lang placed Sasha on a nearby table, brandished his dagger, rushed forward and killed the zombies one by one, threw the bodies out, then pushed over several tables and barrels to block both the front and back doors. After checking that there were no other dangers, he ran back and handed her the red medicine bottle he had found on Rex's body. Drink it, Zhang Lang said. It can heal injuries. Sasha trusted him and took the medicine bottle, drinking it down her throat. This is a standard healing potion produced by the altar. It can be exchanged directly without needing to be drawn. Many reincarnators carry a few bottles with them when they go on missions. Drinking it can greatly accelerate the healing speed of wounds. Although the healing speed is still far inferior to Zhang Lang's ability and it cannot regenerate severed limbs, it can restore combat power as quickly as possible and can even save lives in critical moments. It is a very practical potion. After Sasha drank it, she indeed felt the pain in her wound lessen considerably, and even felt a tingling or itchy sensation. What is this? The silly girl asked only after she finished drinking. The bone isn't broken. Zhang Lang checked her thigh and tried to tear a piece of cloth from his own clothes to bandage it, but found that his suit jacket was too strong to tear. He could only tear off one of Sasha's sleeves and give her a makeshift bandage. After a few hours of rest, it should be almost healed. So fast. Sasha was somewhat surprised. Zhang Lang nodded and began to put on the suit he had salvaged. This high-quality protective gear was more valuable than weapons. Although Zhang Lang possessed regenerative abilities, constant injury still affected his combat abilities. Being able to withstand attacks was naturally better. What happened to that man in white just now? Sasha asked. Is he a superhuman? Why did he suddenly start vomiting blood? I've smeared zombie blood on this knife. Zhang Lang explained. Zombie blood has a higher viral load than saliva. The stronger the monster, the stronger the virus. My knife has the blood of a stage 2 monster, the kind with spider legs. You were prepared all along? Sasha asked in surprise. When you killed that monster on the road, you smeared your knife with its blood. Zhang Lang nodded. This city not only has monsters, but also some powerful superhumans. I need to make more preparations. Oh. Sasha lowered her head, her face suddenly flushing slightly. By the way, when that man in white threatened you, you said, you'd do anything as long as he didn't kill me. Were you really serious? Sasha's voice trailed off, but Zhang Lang remained completely oblivious. That was a lie. It was to buy time for the virus to take effect. I can't let him control me. If I die, you won't survive either. Besides, I have things I must do. Oh. Sasha nodded, her expression suggesting a hint of disappointment. After packing his things, Zhang Lang turned to look at Sasha, suddenly frowned, and grabbed her arm, the one with the torn sleeve, with a snap. What is this? Zhang Lang asked, gripping Sasha's wrist with a serious expression. You're hurting me. Sasha struggled, but couldn't break free from Zhang Lang's grasp. I'm asking you what this is. Zhang Lang pointed at Sasha's forearm, where there was a ring of clearly visible teeth marks. The bite was very deep, and although it had scabbed over, it was clear that it must have bled when it was bitten. This is. Sasha's eyes darted around. Actually, during the riot this morning, I was bitten by someone, but you saw it too, right? Usually, after being bitten, you'd mutate within tens of seconds, at most a few minutes. I've been bitten for so long and I'm still fine, so I definitely haven't been infected. Maybe the person who bit me wasn't a zombie at all, and I wasn't infected. Why would a zombie bite you? Zhang Lang frowned, but anger welled up inside him. This wasn't anger at Sasha for deceiving him. Sasha was right, the wound had been there for a long time, and with the help of the medicine, it was showing signs of healing. She hadn't mutated, which meant she was indeed all right. But this wasn't because she hadn't been infected by the virus, rather, it was because she was most likely immune. And yet, such an immune body is the target of the Reincarnators. No, it should be said that it is precisely because it is immune that it becomes a target. These are the Reincarnators. Su thought to Zhang Lang. They'll stop at nothing for their own benefit, even destroying a world. It's more like they're here to bring disaster and misfortune. Zhang Lang released Sasha's wrist and slammed his fist on the table next to him. The round tabletop was knocked off its single support and flew into the air before crashing to the ground with a loud thud. The noise startled Sasha, who shrank back to the corner, looking at Zhang Lang with a terrified expression. I didn't mean to lie to you, it's just. It's all right. Zhang Lang shook his head. I wasn't doing this to you. I will definitely protect you and get you out of here. Sasha was taken aback, looking at the furious Zhang Lang. She could sense that she wasn't the target of his anger, but what was it that made him so furious? What was this man hiding? At this moment, Zhang Lang took out a potion from his pocket and handed it to Sasha. Drink this. What is this? Sasha asked, taking it from her. Antidote. This was what he found on the Reincarnator. According to Su, this universal antidote was one of the most precious standard items at the altar, capable of dealing with almost all toxins, including damage and mutations caused by viral and bacterial infections. Reincarnators often encounter worlds ravaged by biochemical viruses, and keeping a bottle of this on hand can protect them from infection. There's already an antidote. Sasha exclaimed excitedly, but Zhang Lang shook his head. It's not widely available yet. You drink it first. Although Sasha hadn't mutated for a long time, Zhang Lang still made her drink a bottle just in case. This would not only neutralize the previous toxins but also grant her immunity to the virus for a period of time. Even though Sasha had been kind to him, he didn't want to take a potential virus carrier out of the city. In any case, the two of them had settled down here for the time being, trying to remain quiet and make no noise. Outside, the zombies that Rex had just attracted were gathering, wandering around, searching for any living creature. The two of them were temporarily trapped here. But at least the bar had enough food and drinks, so the two of them could rest there for a while. Once Sasha's leg was almost healed, the zombies and monsters outside should disperse. However, the peace here did not last long. Soon, gunshots rang out outside. Is it the army? Zhang Lang approached the window that had been boarded up and looked out through the crack. He saw many zombies running in one direction, but most of them were shot halfway there. Looking in the direction of the zombie horde, you can see a mecha warrior over 3 meters tall not far away, wielding a Gatling gun and sweeping through the zombie horde. Not to mention ordinary zombies, even those stage 2 monsters mixed in with them were instantly smashed to pieces, leaving not even a complete corpse. Behind this enormous mech was a boxy truck, with a dozen strangely dressed people sitting in the back of the truck, all firing their weapons at the horde of zombies. Whenever there was wreckage of a car blocking the road, the mech warriors would move aside and throw the vehicles, which weighed 1 or 2 tons, to clear the way for the truck behind. This power was truly astonishing. Another group of reincarnators. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. These guys were numerous and well-equipped, they were definitely not easy to deal with. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that one of the men in the wagon was holding a golden spear. These are the belongings of the men in white from before. The situation was urgent, and he didn't need them, so he left them at the scene. Are these people the men in white's teammates? Have they come for revenge? Zhang Lang turned to look at the injured Sasha and whispered, "Hide. Don't come out this time. You're going out again." Sasha's eyes widened, and she shook her head. "It's too dangerous. I have to go." Zhang Lang wasn't just there for the hunt, these guys were most likely following Sasha's signal. Zhang Lang now realized that the Reincarnators probably had a target location, but it wasn't very precise, with an error margin of tens or even hundreds of meters, which was why they wouldn't immediately pinpoint this bar. But with a sweep, they would find Sasha sooner or later. Going out would allow him to draw attention, stall them, and even find an opportunity to turn the tables. It would also be more convenient for him to act alone. "Listen to me, hide." Zhang Lang grabbed Sasha's shoulders, his eyes resolute. Sasha looked at him and instinctively nodded. "Then you must be careful." Zhang Lang quietly opened the back door. "After I go out, block the door. Don't let anyone in except me." Sasha nodded. Zhang Lang closed the door, checked his dagger, picked up his submachine gun, and quietly walked out of the alley, watching the mecha warrior in the truck from a distance. A direct confrontation would be utterly hopeless. Without this protective suit, that Gatling gun alone would have turned him into mincemeat. From the moment he left until now, that machine gun had already fired tens of thousands of rounds intermittently. It was probably another weapon with unlimited ammo. And he had absolutely no way to penetrate that power armor. It was indeed a formidable opponent. Soon, the Gatling gun and truck crossed the street, but paused for a moment, then suddenly turned around and drove back, starting to fire on the houses on both sides of the street. Several people got out of the vehicle, armed, and after the firing stopped, they entered the shops and houses on both sides to begin a thorough search. As expected, Zhang Lang gritted his teeth. These guys were after Sasha. After sweeping the streets and finding no target, they started attacking the shops on both sides. At this rate, we'll find the tavern in no more than 10 minutes. Zhang Lang gritted his teeth and tightened his grip on his submachine gun. Suddenly, a scream came from a shop. A reincarnator scrambled out, but before he could run a few steps, a bone spike pierced his chest, and he fell to the ground dead. The other reincarnators immediately drew their guns in alert, only to see a monster with giant arms and bone spurs emerge from the house. It was a stage 3 mutated infected. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. This was the first time he had ever seen a stage 3 monster. Based on the difference between stage 2 and stage 1, this monster must be quite powerful. Could he create some opportunities for it? When the 3 appeared at this stage, it raised a pair of giant arms, and the bone spikes on them shot out like machine guns. However, when they hit the truck, they were suddenly blocked by an invisible barrier and bounced off with a crackling sound. At the same time, a blue light on the truck's roof kept flashing. A shield generator. Zhang Lang frowned. This was even more troublesome. When the monster saw that the bone spikes were ineffective, it roared, stuck out its tongue, and charged forward. At this moment, the mecha warrior stepped forward, his Gatling gun spinning, and a storm of metal shot out, instantly tearing the stage 3 monster to pieces, turning it into a pile of minced meat that splattered everywhere. Even a stage 3 monster is so fragile in the face of overwhelming firepower. Zhang Lang picked up his gun. It seemed he had no choice but to go himself. He tried to attract their attention with the sound of gunfire. Every little bit of delay counts. Just then, a grenade came from a distance and hit the truck's shield, causing it to explode with a bang. Zhang Lang was startled and shrank back into the shadows. He turned to look in the direction from which the grenade had come. He saw a tall man in a bulletproof vest standing on the wreckage of an overturned truck in the distance, holding a grenade launcher with white smoke rising from the muzzle. Immediately afterwards, about 10 more people emerged from behind the truck, most of them carrying weapons, some dressed in ancient armor that seemed out of place in the historical context, and holding flamboyantly designed swords. Are they all reincarnated beings? Another team. As the flames from the explosion subsided, the group of reincarnators in trucks and power armor revealed themselves. Protected by the barrier, they were unharmed. Each of them pointed their weapons at the reincarnators opposite them. The leader, a red-bearded man, brandished his golden gun and shouted, "Which altar are you from? Why did you suddenly attack us? Why?" The new group of reincarnators, led by a blonde woman, looked at the red-bearded men and sneered, "You'll have to ask the gun in your hand." The red-bearded man was taken aback. "We just found this at that intersection up ahead." "Was that body your companion?" "We didn't kill him." Still trying to deny it, the blonde woman roared. Rex was infected with the virus, but he was only half mutated before someone pierced his brain with a sharp weapon. You must have taken advantage of his infection, coveting his equipment, and killed him before he could drink the antidote. "We didn't," the red-bearded men argued. Killing reincarnators in this world results in points being deducted. 200 points per person. The blonde woman scoffed. "If you have the fire enhancement to seize equipment, a unique level of melee weapon, then the cost of 200 points is basically negligible." "You guessed right." The red-bearded man brandished his golden spear, a beam of light piercing out and leaving a clear wound on a nearby abandoned vehicle. "I've acquired ownership of this spear, which cost me a unique fire enhancement. Giving it up is out of the question. But I must clarify one thing, I didn't kill your companion. It's no use saying anything now." The blonde woman flung her hand away. "Give us back the golden gun. Let that murderer come out, he'll pay the price." "That's impossible," the red-bearded man scoffed. "Besides, we didn't kill anyone." "Hey boss, stop talking nonsense, blast him." At this moment, the guy in the power armor rushed up, picked up the rotary machine gun and started firing. One of the blonde woman's henchmen raised a shield, blocking the barrage of bullets. At the same time, a red-haired young man behind him clasped his hands together, raised his hand, and unleashed a wave of energy that swept past the power armor. The once pristine armor surface suddenly began to rust, the rotating gun barrels became sluggish, bullets frequently jammed, and even the joints of the armor became increasingly stiff. "Damn it. It's rusting magic." A curse came from inside the armor. The blonde woman's side took the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, while the red-bearded man's side fought back fiercely. More than 20 reincarnators from both sides engaged in a fierce exchange of fire. People die for wealth, birds die for food. Zhang Lang, hidden in the shadows, watched the two sides fight fiercely, and couldn't help but comment in his heart, that golden spear is a unique treasure. On average you need to draw hundreds of thousand-point rewards to have a chance of getting one. And it's a cold weapon, basically you can take it into any world. TSK, even if not for revenge, just for a treasure of this level, it's enough for a reincarnator to risk their life. As he spoke, Su couldn't help but encourage him, "Why don't you rush in during the chaos and spray bullets with that submachine gun with unlimited ammo? You might be able to get a few kills." Zhang Lang nodded, "Now is not the time." As they were talking, a zombie leaped up from behind Zhang Lang, roaring as it pounced on him. Without even looking, Zhang Lang grabbed the zombie's head, tucked it under his arm, and locked its neck, leaving it motionless no matter how much it struggled. The battle between the reincarnators lasted for several tens of seconds, but no real casualties were reported, mainly because both sides had strong group protection capabilities. One side relied on the shield-generating devices on their trucks, while the other side had individuals with powerful group shield-type skills. Most of the people on both sides fired from behind their shields, with only those reincarnators with their own protective abilities daring to engage in guerrilla warfare. But Zhang Lang knew that the two large shields wouldn't last long. If neither side was willing to back down, the moment the large shield shattered would be the moment when those vulnerable reincarnators, lacking armor, suffered casualties. Faced with bullets, the flesh and blood of the reincarnators are not much stronger than those of ordinary people. They are now gambling that the opponent's shield will break first. As long as the opponent's shield is broken, it will bring about an instant shift in the situation. But if they become afraid and reduce their output, it may lead to a complete collapse. Those who have experienced countless life-or-death battles understand this principle better than anyone else. Finally, this moment has arrived. The blonde woman's side collapsed first. The shield she built up with her skills was ultimately no match for the truck's shield generator. With a faint cracking sound, the transparent shield crumbled. But at that very moment, several people from the blonde woman's group suddenly gathered together. One of them threw a grenade at his feet, and with the explosion, a hemispherical energy shield opened up, enveloping them all. They have a backup plan. However, on Redbeard's side, several free agents with defensive skills suffered as a result. They thought the enemy's shield had broken and rushed forward, only to have their attacks blocked by the new shield. At the same time, the blonde woman fired an energy ball, which suddenly released a huge gravitational force, gathering the several enemies who had gathered together and holding them tightly. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they unleashed their full power, and the guerrillas outside also turned their guns on, using all kinds of grenades and heavy machine guns, and bombarded the area. So that was their real purpose. They faked the shield breaking, luring the enemy's elite forces closer so they could annihilate them in one fell swoop. Once we've taken care of these guys, the squishy characters behind the shields won't be a problem. But just then, the rusty mech on Redbeard's side suddenly rushed up. The mech's joints were stiff and its weapons were rusted, but the jets on its back were still working. It started moving at full power, pushing the mech all the way forward. The rusty soles of its feet scraped against the ground, creating a string of sparks. With a loud bang, it smashed the gravity ball, separating its own team members. At the same time, its momentum did not decrease, and it crashed headfirst into the hemispherical shield. The shield was ultimately just a temporary prop and couldn't withstand the attack. It shattered with a crash, and the Reincarnators inside scattered to avoid it. However, the clumsy and rigid mech couldn't stop and crashed into the wreckage of an abandoned vehicle. The impact deformed the carriage, and it was pushed and slid a long distance away, making a screeching sound. At the same time, amidst the chaos, a grenade struck Redbeard's large shield and exploded, becoming the final straw that broke the camel's back. At this point, both sides' large shields collapsed, leaving a total of 15 or 16 unprotected Reincarnators exposed to a hail of bullets. Just then, a burst of gunfire erupted from an unknown source, and bullets, stained with blood, shot out from the shadows, spreading out in a fan shape and scattering across both sides' positions. Da-da-da-da. The moment the shield shattered, everyone immediately began to seek cover, dodging and fighting back simultaneously, creating chaos. Only Zhang Lang seized the opportunity to break free from the shadows, grabbing a zombie with one hand and holding a submachine gun in the other, pressing it against the zombie's back and pulling the trigger. Countless bullets pierced through the bodies of zombies and struck the unprotected Reincarnators. Although most missed, a few hit and wounded them. Both sides noticed the person who suddenly appeared. At first glance, they both assumed it was reinforcements from the other side and shouted, "Ambush," before starting to retreat. But there was still one hot-tempered guy who, seeing his teammate injured, roared and, relying on his shield, charged towards Zhang Lang with a long sword. Seeing this, Zhang Lang tossed the zombie over. The men cleaved the zombie in two with a single blow. Zhang Lang followed closely behind the corpse, having already released his submachine gun and letting it sling over his body. He freed his left hand, reached between the two halves of the corpse, grabbed the man's collar, and with his right hand, grasped the dagger that had been flicked from his sleeve. He plunged the dagger into the man's heart. The special effect of ignoring shields caught the Reincarnator wielding the sword off guard. A moment of carelessness led to his death. This man belonged to the blonde woman's group. Killing him made the blonde woman even more convinced that Zhang Lang was an ambush by the enemy. However, the red-bearded man saw this and began to scheme. He knew best whether Zhang Lang had made any arrangements. This guy wasn't one of their own, yet he killed someone from the other side. He was here to cause trouble. But it didn't matter who it was, since they weren't allies anyway. Redbeard yelled using his badge, "Robert, retreat." "Boss, I'm stuck." A pained voice came from the badge. Redbeard frowned and turned to look ahead at the massive powered armor that had crashed into the wrecked car. Robert was the pilot of that power armor. After it rusted, not only did the armor's weapons and joints malfunction, but even the hatch couldn't be opened, and people couldn't get out. It was like a steel prison. Damn it. Redbeard stomped his foot. Go and get Robert back. These Reincarnators were quite righteous, they charged forward together for their teammates. Seeing this, the blonde woman became even more convinced that reinforcements had arrived. With nowhere to escape, she immediately roared, "Fight them!" In an instant, skills flew everywhere and gunfire erupted. Countless zombies, drawn by the gunfire, also surged into the street, joining the fray. Among them were many Stage 2 and even Stage 3 monsters. The not-so-wide street was instantly a scene of utter chaos. In the chaos, relying on his suit and self-healing ability, Zhang Lang was not afraid of the attacks. He picked up his submachine gun and fired wildly at his target. In any case, everyone he sees is a reincarnator, and anyone who is a reincarnator is his enemy. As for how to choose targets, his standard is very simple: pick the ones closest to me and beat them to death. In the chaos, the red-bearded man rushed to the rusty mech, jumped onto its back, pulled out a talisman, and stuck it on the mech's back. Instantly, a door with a perfectly fitting curve appeared on the mech, and the red-bearded man opened the door, from which a boy of about 17 or 18 years old emerged. "Phew, boss, I almost thought I was going to suffocate in there," sighed young Robert. Just then, an arrow came flying by. The red-bearded man raised his hand to block it and pulled him, saying, "Get out of here. The situation is bad." "But my mecha." "What are you still thinking about, mechs?" the red-bearded man roared. "Go back to the altar and pay to get them back." With that, he grabbed Robert and started to retreat. But at that moment, Zhang Lang rushed forward amidst the chaos, unleashing a barrage of fire from his submachine gun at the two men. He could tell that the red-bearded man was the leader, and that the boy's powerful ability to pilot a mecha meant that both of them must have high scores. After so many adventures, Zhang Lang has concluded that the value of a reincarnator mainly depends on their strength. The stronger they are, the more valuable they are. Therefore, a powerful enhancement can bring a reincarnator more points than several weak enhancements. Faced with Zhang Lang's shooting, the red-bearded man shielded the boy behind him. Although the bullets hit him and could penetrate his clothes, they bounced off his skin and did not cause any harm. Invulnerable to swords and spears. Such high earth attribute. Zhang Lang frowned slightly. The red-bearded man flicked his golden spear, sending a beam of light shooting straight towards Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang was already very experienced in dealing with this move. He dodged it and continued charging forward. Since the submachine gun was ineffective, he simply gave up, drew his dagger, and charged forward. As a rare weapon, this dagger has neither powerful skills nor additional damage, but it has one thing in common: extremely strong armor penetration. In addition to ignoring shields, it also has an armor-piercing effect, so no matter how thick-skinned someone is, they can't withstand this strike. Redbeard had just witnessed Zhang Lang's shield-breaking attack and was very wary of the dagger, so he brandished his golden spear in an attempt to force Zhang Lang back. But Zhang Lang didn't fall for that at all. He directly pressed his chest against the tip of the spear and used his strong physique to press down hard. The spear tip pierced the fabric of his chest. Despite the immense force, the unique, second-class sharpness of the golden spear still managed to cut through the fibers of his suit, pierce Zhang Lang's torso, and even create a tent-like opening in the fabric of his back. This blow, which should have been fatal, was withstood by Zhang Lang despite the pain. He grabbed the gun barrel at his chest and pressed down with undiminished force, pushing the red-bearded man off the back of the mech. Luckily, the man was still holding onto the gun barrel and didn't fall. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Lang swung his knife, aiming straight for the red-bearded man's eye. The red-bearded man was so frightened that he raised his hand to block, released the gun barrel, and fell to the ground with a thud. Ignoring the red-bearded man, Zhang Lang drew the golden spear from his chest and thrust it at Robert. This kid was no pushover either. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out an air cannon, blasting Zhang Lang off the back of the mecha, and the golden spear in his hand flew up. At this moment, Redbeard also got up, raised his hand, and activated the control function of the golden spear. The golden spear, which was spinning in midair, seemed to come alive and flew up automatically. Zhang Lang did a somersault on the ground, got up, raised his submachine gun, and fired a burst of bullets at Robert on the back of the mecha. At that moment, the golden gun flew over and spun rapidly in front of Robert like an electric fan, deflecting the bullets with a clang. Taking advantage of the moment, Redbeard swung his hands, and Zhang Lang slipped. The solid asphalt road suddenly turned into a slippery ice surface, and Zhang Lang nearly fell. Seizing the opportunity, Redbeard threw a throwing knife straight at Zhang Lang's face. Zhang Lang raised his hand to block, but the flying knife suddenly became ethereal, passed through his arm, and then immediately returned to solidity, piercing into Zhang Lang's neck with a soft thud. Just as Zhang Lang raised his hand to pull it out, a strong electric current suddenly surged from the throwing knife, causing all the muscles in his body to tighten and twitch uncontrollably. Coupled with his slippery footing, Zhang Lang fell to the ground with a thud. His fingers remained clenched and the trigger was still tightly gripped. The submachine gun fired incessantly, and the recoil made him spin around on the smooth ice surface. The red-bearded man sneered, raised his hand, and the golden spear flew high into the air, its tip pointing directly at Zhang Lang, who was spinning around. If he waved his hand, the golden spear would pierce down and pin Zhang Lang to the ground. But just then, a circle of tall figures suddenly appeared on the rooftops of the surrounding houses. Each of them raised two huge arms and shot out sharp bone spikes at the fighting crowd below. The monsters appearing on the rooftop are all Stage 3 monsters, and at a glance, there are at least 20 or 30 of them. Each monster could shoot out hundreds of bone spikes. This volley of fire was like a rain of bone spikes on the battlefield, catching many Reincarnators off guard. Faced with the barrage of bone spikes, the Reincarnators dodged and defended themselves. Redbeard had no choice but to abandon his attack on Zhang Lang and focus all his energy on manipulating his golden spear, which extended to 5 or 6 meters in length, flew into the air and spun around, knocking down countless bone spikes and protecting him and Robert. Finally, the volley ended. The Reincarnators were either dead or wounded. Redbeard breathed a sigh of relief and turned to look at Robert. "It's all right." He stopped mid-sentence, suddenly stunned. Robert was slumped on the back of the mech, a bone spur lodged in his temple. He was dead. I didn't block it. No, even if one slipped through, it shouldn't have hit my temple so precisely. Could it be? Robert looked in Zhang Lang's direction and found that the attacker was gone, leaving only a few bone spurs stuck in the ground around him. Redbeard sensed something was wrong and immediately manipulated his golden spear to block behind him. With a clang, it blocked Zhang Lang's sneak attack. Redbeard was startled and did a forward roll to dodge. He recalled his golden spear and turned around to see that Zhang Lang had already picked up the armor-piercing dagger and was knocked back a step by his golden spear, barely managing to regain his footing. Stop. Seeing the numerous monsters appear, Redbeard tried to negotiate with this unknown reincarnator, but Zhang Lang ignored him completely, raising his gun, which had just cooled down, and firing another burst of bullets at him, forcing Redbeard to cover his eyes and retreat repeatedly. After their recent exchange, Zhang Lang was certain that this red-bearded man didn't actually have such high attributes. If his earth attribute was truly high enough to be bulletproof, his other attributes wouldn't be too bad either. His strength and reflexes couldn't be that weak. Therefore, the most likely explanation is that this guy has the ability to enhance the strength of his skin. If it's just a layer of iron, then it's nothing to fear. As for the monster that suddenly appeared, Zhang Lang doesn't care about that. He's not a superhero, just an avenger. But just then, these Stage 3 monsters jumped down from the rooftop, seemingly in an organized manner, and began to reap the rewards from the Reincarnators who were stunned by the bone spikes. Two of them charged straight at Zhang Lang and Redbeard, leaving the two with no choice but to fight back in a panic. Although the bone spikes missed, these Stage 3 monsters, with their strong physiques and sharp claws, quickly struck Zhang Lang with a claw, sending him flying backward. The difference in strength was too great. If it weren't for the suit protecting him, this move would have torn his skin to shreds. Just then, Su reminded him, the points are starting to come in. Zhang Lang was stunned. Looking around, he saw several reincarnators who were fighting monsters suddenly convulsing, their skin ulcerating, showing signs of turning into zombies. Some of them had even turned into zombies. This infection wasn't caused by being pricked by bone spurs, the virus doesn't take effect that quickly, and the bone spurs were actually just a purely physical attack. What caused these reincarnated zombies to turn into corpses were the bullets Zhang Lang fired when he first entered the battlefield. Don't forget, these bullets all pierced through a zombie before being fired. Although they deviated from their trajectories, they also carried the virus. In the ensuing melee, the reincarnators didn't have a chance to take the antidote. At this point, the zombies turned into zombies, which meant that Zhang Lang had killed them and received the reward of their heads. The situation is too chaotic, let's quit while we're ahead. Su advised Zhang Lang in his heart. We've gained quite a bit this time. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, suppressed the hatred in his heart, and turned to run away. The Stage 3 monster that had knocked him away seemed to have received a death order, and chased after him relentlessly, following him into the alley. Zhang Lang noticed the pursuers behind him. After running a few steps, he suddenly leaped up, grabbed an iron railing, and flipped over, landing directly on the monster's head. The monster swung its forearms to attack Zhang Lang, but he managed to withstand them all thanks to the defense of his suit. He grabbed the monster's head with one hand, gripped the dagger tightly with the other, and plunged it in. He then twisted it violently a few times, finally killing it. As the monster's massive body collapsed to the ground, Zhang Lang breathed a sigh of relief. His suit, though made of durable material with cushioning properties, couldn't completely block the monster's attacks. If an ordinary person had been hit by those blows, even if the suit hadn't torn, they would have suffered broken bones. Zhang Lang had survived thanks to his physique and iron will, though he still had several bruises. Fortunately, his self-healing ability allowed these minor injuries to heal quickly and not cause any major problems. It is very strong and has sharp teeth and claws, but it is ultimately too stupid. The cunning Reincarnator is much more difficult to deal with. After giving this assessment, Zhang Lang disappeared into the darkness and quickly found the bar he had visited before. He knocked on the door according to the code and saw Sasha when the door opened. "You're back." Sasha swallowed hard. "What's going on outside?" There was such a commotion. Several bullets even pierced the window and got into the house. It was terrifying. "We can't stay here any longer, let's go." As he spoke, Zhang Lang pulled Sasha out. Her leg injury had healed considerably, but she still had difficulty moving freely. Zhang Lang simply carried her on his back and ran away from this troublesome place. The Reincarnators also noticed that the light representing their target was moving away, but they were entangled by a large number of monsters that suddenly appeared and were powerless to pursue them. They could only try to protect themselves first, and used various escape skills. After paying a heavy price, they scattered and fled. The monsters didn't chase the fleeing Reincarnators far, quickly returning to the street to regroup. A short while later, a slender figure emerged from the shadows. The figure appeared to be roughly human but was over 2.5 meters tall, with a long, thin tail trailing behind it. It was completely naked, and its skin was an unusual grayish-white, giving it a somewhat zombie-like appearance, yet without the rotting, grotesque look of a typical zombie. Beneath its skin, there seemed to be no fat, its perfectly proportioned muscles were clearly visible, and with every movement, the muscle fibers pulsated flexibly, like an incredibly precise machine. Looking at its head and face, although human features are visible, there is no hair at all. From the forehead upwards, it is covered with fine and even plates of nails, extending to the top of the head and the back of the head, forming several long, curled horns. Combined with its long tail and sharp nails, it looks like a demon that has walked out of hell, terrifying and evil. With a wave of his hand, the Stage 3 monsters all retreated, prostrating themselves before him as if on a pilgrimage. Zhang Lang carried Sasha through the streets and soon found another place to stay. This was an ordinary house. Zhang Lang cleared out the few zombies wandering inside, locked the doors and windows, and then let Sasha rest for a while longer. Her leg injury is healing quickly. I estimate she'll be able to move around freely in another hour or so. Then it will be more convenient for the two of them to move around together. The power to the house had been cut off, and the food in the refrigerator had thawed. Zhang Lang took out some cooked food for Sasha, while he took out some raw meat and fish and stuffed them into his mouth. With his strong bite force and digestive ability, he can eat anything, raw or cold, and enjoy it just the same. Why don't you eat something cooked?" Sasha handed over a hamburger. "Fine." Zhang Lang tore a piece of raw meat apart with his sharp canine teeth, chewed it up, and swallowed it. Raw is more nutritious. Then, the atmosphere in the room became awkward. Sasha, perhaps due to her recovery, had a particularly good appetite and ate several hamburgers, sausages, salad, and a whole bucket of milk. As for Zhang Lang, he has been closely monitoring the situation outside. According to Su, a total of 5 teams came this time. He wiped out one group. There were just 2 groups fighting amongst themselves when they were ambushed by monsters, resulting in heavy casualties. For the time being, they shouldn't pose much of a threat. There are 2 teams left, their whereabouts unknown. They could be chasing after Sasha at any moment based on her signal. Of course, it now appears that there is far more than just one immune person in the city. With a population of several million, even if it's 1 in 10,000, there would still be several hundred, or at the very least, several dozen. With various Stage 2 and 3 monsters wreaking havoc everywhere, these Reincarnators' lives must be quite difficult. Speaking of monsters, Zhang Lang also had doubts about the group of Stage 3 monsters who suddenly appeared and were clearly organized and disciplined. "Su, you said this outbreak was caused by a leak from a military biological experiment." Zhang Lang wondered to himself, could it be that the military is controlling those monsters? "I think it's unlikely." Su analyzed, if they can successfully control these mutated monsters, then this disaster will be completely under the military's control. It's not worth sacrificing a city and the lives of millions. The world isn't that dark yet. I think it's more likely that when the military created the bio-monsters, they had a design that made them easy to control. Even though the virus is out of control, these monsters still have an instinctive obedience. Obey what? Zhang Lang frowned. If it's not the military, then it can only be a more advanced monster. Su said, for example. Phase 4. Stage 4, can control other monsters. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. If we let this monster escape. Feed. Zhang Lang's tone made Su feel somewhat guilty. You're not thinking of attacking that thing, are you? Impossible. Stage 3 is already difficult to deal with, who knows how terrifying Stage 4 will be. And even if you kill it, you won't get any reward. What's the point? Just to be a hero. I'm not a hero. Zhang Lang frowned. I just don't want to see the tragedy of my hometown repeat itself. The altar connects to so many worlds, and every day people fall into apocalypse for various reasons. You can't control that. Su tried his best to dissuade him, saying, you need to calm down and act within your capabilities. Even if you want to save the world, you should wait until you have enough strength. I see. Zhang Lang nodded, don't worry, I know what to do. Time passed by, and apart from the wandering zombies and the occasional Stage 2 monsters, there was no real danger in the area. Sasha's leg had almost fully healed, so the two packed up and prepared to leave, continuing their journey out of the city. The journey was relatively smooth. The two walked and stopped frequently, dodging roaming zombies and soldiers slaughtering survivors. Soon, they arrived at the southern highway entrance of the city. Once you cross here, you'll reach the ring road. Heading south, you'll be able to leave this city behind. However, the highway entrance had already been sealed off by the military. While the ring road south of the intersection is clear, countless vehicles are stuck in traffic inside the city, stretching for hundreds of meters. Around the vehicle were numerous fresh human corpses. Judging from the wounds, they hadn't been killed by monsters, but by gunfire. We can't get any closer. Zhang Lang stopped Sasha. Recalling what I witnessed earlier in the city, the roaming troops massacring survivors, it seems the military has no intention of leaving any survivors in this incident. Moving forward, they'll likely be met with machine gun fire. Zhang Lang took Sasha away from the highway exit and began secretly searching for an exit along the ring road. They discovered that the army had sentries every 5 steps and checkpoints every 10 steps along the ring road, with makeshift defensive fortifications everywhere. Everywhere you look, you see the bodies of people killed while attacking checkpoints. Clearly, the military has completely closed off the city's ring road, which stretches for dozens of kilometers, effectively surrounding the city. This defense line alone will likely require the mobilization of at least tens of thousands of troops. It seems the military is determined not to let a single person live. Let's cross the finish line. Zhang Lang glanced at his suit. With his strength, taking down a few soldiers and breaking out wouldn't be difficult. As for Sasha, as long as she wears his suit, she doesn't have to worry about being hurt by stray bullets. However, Su once said that the mission area is limited to within the city. Once you cross this ring road, you should be considered outside the city. What would happen if we left the city? Zhang Lang asked himself. I will receive a notification once I leave the city. You can stay outside the city for a maximum of 5 minutes. If you do not return within 5 minutes, you will be forcibly sent away from this world. However, I'm keeping all the heads you've killed for you, which is pretty good. For most reincarnators, exceeding the time limit results in mission failure, and they don't get a single point. Zhang Lang frowned. In this way, even if he could lead Sasha to charge into the enemy lines, it would be useless. Regardless of how far she could run in 5 minutes, she might be caught by the army soon. Once outside the city, without transportation, this ordinary girl wouldn't be able to reach the nearest town. Why don't you just walk by yourself? Sasha noticed Zhang Lang's predicament. I'm already very grateful that you brought me here. Bringing me along would only be a burden to you. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes and shook his head, saying, No, we still have a chance. Let's turn back. Back. Sasha was taken aback. Zhang Lang pulled her back the way they came, and the two followed the defensive line all the way back to the highway entrance, the place heavily guarded. Back here again? Sasha asked, puzzled. We couldn't even get past the small sentry post. How could we possibly escape from here? Can you drive? Zhang Lang asked. Seeing Sasha nod, he continued, then let's wait here. The two found a secluded grove of trees nearby and hid there, spying on the sentry post 100 meters away. Sasha didn't know what Zhang Lang meant, but out of trust in him, she covered her mouth and leaned against him, and the two of them waited there. In the following period, survivors would occasionally escape to this place, but as soon as they got close to the intersection, they would be shot by the soldiers at the checkpoint. The gunshots would also attract a lot of zombies, and even monsters from the second or third stage. But neither humans nor monsters could breach the army's stronghold. Under the metallic storm of heavy machine gun fire, the so-called monsters were like paper, instantly blasted to pieces, no different from ordinary people. Amidst the intermittent gunfire, Zhang Lang and Sasha waited patiently in the grass, remaining motionless. Finally, as dawn approached, a group of unusual men approached the outpost. There are 2 target signals over there. On a rooftop a few hundred meters north of the outpost, a girl with pigtails held a sniper rifle almost as tall as herself, observing the sentry post through the scope. But those soldiers are well equipped. If we just attack them head-on, we'll probably be blasted into dust before we even get close. Of course we can't go straight at them. A thin, blond man wearing glasses smiled slightly. He spun 2 silver iron balls in his hands. These exercise balls, with their distinctly oriental charm and often favored by the elderly, seemed southwest out of place in the hands of this young white man, yet he handled them with remarkable skill. Can we snipe them one by one? Are you sure? The girl pouted. If I fire just 1 shot, they'll be able to pinpoint our location, then they'll unleash suppressive fire, and they might even bring tanks. What should we do then? Asked a tall, freckled young man of about 18 or 19, carrying a baseball bat. One of the laws of reincarnation. A short, middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s touched the curled beard at the corner of his mouth. When facing enemies from the mystical side, suppress them with firepower and help them pass on. When facing enemies from the technological side, teach them a lesson with mystical magic. After hearing him say that, the 4 of them turned to look at a chubby little boy who was eating a bag of potato chips with his mouth dripping with oil. Boris, can you handle those guys? Little Boris, the chubby boy, looked up, opened his mouth, and poured the last bit of food scraps from the bag into it. Then he clapped his hands. The potato chips in this world are too salty, they don't taste as good as those in the main world. Then he stood up, made an OK sign with his left hand, held it in front of his eyes, looked at the highway toll station nearly a kilometer away, and smacked his lips, saying, "There are at least 100 soldiers guarding it, about right, leave it to me." With that, Boris jumped off the roof, which was more than 10 meters high. However, judging from his slow and leisurely descent, as if he had a parachute, he landed smoothly and quickly, then ran straight towards the army's stronghold with light steps. However, as he got closer, the chubby boy's figure suddenly blended into his surroundings and became indistinct. That's not optical invisibility. If you focus your attention, you can still spot him. The problem is, you can't get any interest in him, so you can't notice him. You could say that this is a way of making yourself inconspicuous. In a sense, it is a stealth technique that is even more thorough than invisibility. Boris walked towards the military outpost without attracting anyone's attention, and swaggered into the outpost. He walked up to a soldier on guard duty, and stepped on his shadow, which was cast by the afterglow of the searchlight. After the foot stepped on him, the soldier suddenly shuddered, his eyes showing surprise, but his body remained motionless. No, it should be said that he couldn't move at all. He couldn't even move a finger. Apart from basic breathing and heartbeat, his blood circulation was still maintained, but he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. He looked like a statue standing there. However, he was on guard duty anyway, so no one would think anything was amiss. Then, Boris went around to the other soldiers and stepped on anyone standing guard or setting up a machine gun. Those whose shadows were stepped on silently lost control of their bodies. Then he began to target the patrolling soldiers, chasing after them and stepping on their shadows. If a person walking suddenly freezes, the consequences are predictable. The soldier fell to the ground with a thud due to inertia. His patrolling companion was startled and was about to crouch down to check when his shadow was also stepped on. And just like that, the entire stronghold, with over 100 people, was silently subdued by one person in the darkness of night. From beginning to end, he didn't even utter a single cry for help. Boris's shadow step is really a useful crowd control skill. The girl with twin ponytails, observing through the scope from a distance, chuckled, "Short cooldown, long duration, controls a large number of targets, and it's only a rare level skill. Well, this move requires getting close and stepping on someone's shadow to activate." The blonde man with glasses smiled and said, "Moreover, the control isn't very strong. It's more than enough to restrain ordinary people, but against strong beasts or reincarnators enhanced with fire attributes, they can easily break free. This ability definitely doesn't deserve a rare rating. Extremely rare is a more accurate description. But in this situation, isn't this a divine skill? The curly-bearded middle-aged man laughed. Especially when combined with his stealth abilities, he's a perfect counter to conventional armies that have powerful firepower but limited manpower. TCH, just some petty tricks. The tall, freckled young man looked quite disdainful. Going against him is certain death. It's all about mutual restraint and counteraction, the curly-bearded man laughed. That's why we, as a team, need to cooperate and complement each other. As they spoke, the little fat boy's communicator came through the badge. Everything's taken care of, come over. Upon receiving the message, everyone descended from the rooftop and began heading towards the base. At this time, Zhang Lang and Sasha were still hiding in the bushes. They noticed that not long ago, the gunfire from the stronghold had gradually decreased, especially the sound of rifles, which became less and less frequent. At first, he didn't pay much attention, since most of the zombie monsters were taken out by the machine gun turrets when they got close. But soon, even the sound of heavy machine guns disappeared. Many zombies kept approaching without being attacked until they hit the spiked roadblocks and stopped. Not right. Zhang Lang frowned. Could it be that the Reincarnators have already begun to take action? He peeked out and looked toward the stronghold, only to find that the soldiers on guard were still standing there, completely ignoring the zombies stuck in a roadblock just a few meters away. Just as they were wondering what was going on, gunshots suddenly rang out from another direction, and zombies were being blown off their heads one by one. Zhang Lang looked in the direction of the sound and saw several people strolling over leisurely. One of them, a blond man with glasses, was holding a pistol and calmly firing at the zombies one by one. His marksmanship was extremely accurate. Without a doubt, this is a group of Reincarnators. Zhang Lang hid back in the bushes, watching the group of Reincarnators slowly approach the stronghold, while the soldiers showed no reaction. His heart sank. He originally intended to use Sasha to lure the Reincarnators, triggering a battle between the army and the Reincarnators, and then use the opportunity to send Sasha out of the city to escape. But now, the Reincarnators have appeared, but the anticipated great battle has not taken place. The army has been subdued. Silently. How did they do it? Zhang Lang also didn't notice Boris, who was near the stronghold, but none of that mattered anymore. The problem is, these Reincarnators are definitely here to search for their mission target. They'll kill all the soldiers first, and then they'll start searching for Sasha's whereabouts in the surrounding area. Without the army's help, Zhang Lang certainly couldn't protect Sasha on his own. Escape. They realized that if the target left, they would definitely be chased. Staying here, with many soldiers providing cover, would make it less likely to be exposed. What to do? Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes and placed his hand on Sasha's shoulder. Hide well and don't make any sudden moves. I'll be right back. After saying that, he retreated into the depths of the bushes and quietly left. Bang. A single shot blew a soldier's head off. The blonde-haired man with glasses glanced at his badge and curled his lip. That's not it either. Your luck isn't good, it's my turn. The freckled youth excitedly swung his baseball bat, smashing it across a soldier's skull with a loud thud, then looked at his badge with anticipation. Damn it, this isn't it either. Bang. With a loud gunshot, two soldiers standing side by side were simultaneously shot in the head, their bodies falling to the ground. The girl with pigtails blew on the muzzle of her sniper rifle, neither of these two. Hey, the freckled youth protested. We agreed on one for each person, how come you shot two with one shot? My gun has too much penetrating power, is that my fault? The girl with twin ponytails shrugged. I don't care, you killed two people anyway, the freckled youth glared. You get a bye next round. The girl with pigtails curled her lip in disapproval, TCH, a grown man like you, so petty. Just as they were discussing the rules of this cruel killing game, a beam of light suddenly shone from afar. Accompanying this was the sound of gunfire and the roar of engines. What's going on? The Reincarnators turned to look and saw several pairs of bright headlights flashing as they drove along the highway in the dead of night, firing at the stronghold as they went. It's a military off-road vehicle. The Reincarnators immediately took cover behind cover to avoid the incoming bullets. Why would they suddenly attack here? Would the troops fight amongst themselves? Something's not right. Curly-bearded man frowned and looked over. He saw the nearest vehicle accelerating toward the stronghold, crashing into the roadblock with a loud bang, as if it were a suicide attack. Just before the collision, a figure leaped high from the driver's seat, using the momentum of the car to leap directly to the top of the highway station, which was more than 10 meters high. He grabbed onto the top and climbed up, then raised a submachine gun and began firing at the Reincarnators. This sudden attack caught the Reincarnators completely off guard. In the chaos, several SUVs caught up from behind, but all stopped at the roadblock. The soldiers jumped down and tried to communicate with the guards at the gate, only to find that there were only soldiers' corpses there. "Damn it, all the garrison troops here are dead." The pursuing soldiers shouted and used walkie-talkies to report to their superiors. "Someone has infiltrated the highway station. They've killed our men." Almost immediately, they received orders to take over the highway toll station with all their might. At the same time, orders were issued and reserve troops from several nearby stations rushed to provide support. Upon seeing the soldiers rushing towards him, the men who had jumped onto the station entrance immediately jumped down and escaped into the city by stepping on the crowded rooftops of the highway station. The Reincarnators had barely reacted when they encountered soldiers rushing up, and a new round of battle began. The guy who just jumped onto the platform was none other than Zhang Lang. When he realized that the Reincarnators had taken over the stronghold without anyone noticing, he changed his tactics. He quietly crept to the nearest sentry post, stole the guard's car, and led the pursuers along the ring road toward the highway entrance. During this time, Zhang Lang inevitably spent some time outside the city, but the car was driving very fast, so it was far less than 5 minutes. In this way, he successfully drew the attention of the army to the unusual location of the stronghold. Hearing the intermittent gunfire within the highway toll station, Zhang Lang circled back to Sasha's hiding place and pulled up the still somewhat dazed girl. "Quickly, let's get ready to leave the city. Now." Sasha was stunned, and before she could react, Zhang Lang draped a suit over her shoulders and carried her on his back. "Hold on tight," Zhang Lang shouted, then carried her on his back and rushed out of the bushes. Behind them, there was a continuous barrage of gunfire and a clash of dazzling skills. Without looking back, Zhang Lang carried Sasha and ran wildly, traversing the rugged streets full of obstacles as if walking on flat ground. His speed was comparable to that of a 100-meter champion. In the blink of an eye, he had run more than 1,000 meters away and circled around to a small stronghold. As a nearby outpost, this place had just received orders to send a vehicle to support the highway station. At this moment, there was only one off-road vehicle and a few soldiers here, and the defenses were weak. Without delay, Zhang Lang rushed forward and began firing wildly from afar with his submachine gun, which had unlimited ammo. The recoil of the gun was perfectly neutralized by his wrist strength, which was nearly 20 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. The muzzle swept back and forth steadily, and the bullets that were fired spread out in a fan shape, instantly taking down most of the soldiers. Before the remaining few could react, Zhang Lang had already rushed over and taken them down with a few punches and kicks. He also stole the car keys, a few grenades, and a loaded rocket launcher. Upon arriving at the military off-road vehicle, Zhang Lang had Sasha get into the driver's seat, while he himself sat in the passenger seat carrying the rocket launcher. "Just keep driving along the ring road. Don't be afraid of other cars, it's so dark they can't see who's driving." At this time, troops within a few kilometers were ordered to rush to support, and many vehicles drove towards the highway station. No one noticed anything different about this vehicle. In the blink of an eye, we're almost at the highway toll station. The fork in the road is right outside. When you reach the intersection, turn south and head out of the city. Zhang Lang whispered, "Once we've driven far enough and confirmed no one is following us, we'll find a way to switch cars." Huh. Sasha understood the implication in Zhang Lang's words. "And what about you?" Zhang Lang, shirtless and carrying a rocket launcher, stood up from the passenger seat of the convertible SUV. "I make sure no one is following you. Turn quickly." As they approached the intersection, with a loud shout from Zhang Lang, Sasha instinctively swerved the steering wheel. Zhang Lang jumped out of the car, landed on the ground, rolled twice to dissipate the force. At this moment, the vehicle behind noticed Sasha's unusual behavior, and the soldier inside picked up his walkie-talkie. "Hey, what are you doing up there?" But before he could finish speaking, a rocket was launched, blowing him and his car into the air. The explosion attracted other soldiers who came to provide support, and they naturally regarded Zhang Lang as a threat and began to attack. However, Zhang Lang was incredibly agile. Without Sasha, he was much more relaxed. He leaped over the guardrail and rushed into the roadside forest, attracting many soldiers to chase after him. Thanks to his cover, Sasha escaped successfully. Although the car was hit by stray bullets, Sasha was unharmed thanks to the suit Zhang Lang had given her. She drove south and soon disappeared from sight at the highway station. The point of light that just left has come back, and then left again. Meanwhile, the Reincarnators who were still fighting the soldiers at the highway station noticed the anomaly, but due to the limitations of their mission area, they dared not pursue them out of the city. Fortunately, they had just taken down another point of light, which was a soldier who had been frozen in place. The army is growing stronger. Let's retreat. The blonde-haired man with glasses raised his hand, conjuring a shield that blocked an incoming rocket. The freckled youth operated the machine gun turret, firing wildly at the soldiers below, then glanced at his badge. I agree. We've reached the kill limit, killing these soldiers won't earn us any more points. Several Reincarnators nodded, and the curly-bearded old man took out a potion bottle and threw it out. As the bottle shattered, the liquid inside spread out with a bang, transforming into a large group of terrifying monsters that rushed towards the soldiers. Damn it, what are these things? The soldiers raised their guns and fired, but the monsters were just phantoms, shattering as the bullets swept past them, posing no threat whatsoever. As the illusions completely dissipated, the soldiers checked again and found that the strange figures who had seized the highway entrance were gone, leaving only the corpses of soldiers scattered all over the ground. The Reincarnators who escaped the highway exit quickly returned to the city. There are fewer and fewer targets in the city. The blonde men with glasses looked at the map on the badge. Were they all caught by the other teams? They might have been killed by monsters or an army. The curly-bearded man nodded. There's less than an hour until sunrise, we need to hurry. My immediate goal. The girl with twin tails looked at her badge. It's just 1 kilometer away. Looking at the map, it seems to be a shopping mall. Whatever it is. Go and see for yourself. The group set off immediately. Although they were all quite strong, there was no need to waste ammunition and energy, so they avoided trouble as quickly as possible. After some twists and turns, they finally arrived near their destination. This is a 4-story commercial plaza, surrounded by empty space, with only corpses, vehicle wreckage, and wandering zombies visible at a glance. The mission target can only be surviving humans, which means they are most likely hiding inside the shopping mall. However, given the appalling precision of the mission instructions, which basically covered the entire first floor of the mall, finding him wouldn't be easy. The group entered the mall through the main entrance, and upon entering, they saw several zombie corpses on the ground, their heads blown off. Was it done by the survivors? The group examined the body and found that it had been injured by a sharp weapon, and the force of the wounds was astonishing. It's a Reincarnator. The wounds look fresh, they must have arrived recently. Having made their assessment, the group became even more cautious. As they searched the mall, they found that most of the shops were in a state of disarray, with glass curtain walls mostly shattered, leaving only the frames, and clothing, shoes, and other merchandise scattered everywhere. Most of the zombies on the first floor have been cleared away. However, through the mall's atrium, one could see that many zombies were still wandering around on the second, third, and fourth floors, with constant rustling footsteps and occasional eerie howls. Fortunately, these zombies have much duller senses than humans. Generally, as long as you keep quiet, avoid strong light, and there is no strong smell of fresh blood, you won't easily disturb them. Undisturbed zombies don't display terrifying agility and strength, they simply wander around slowly, like the zombies commonly seen in movies. The group followed closely, walking around most of the first floor of the mall. Suddenly, the freckled youth at the head of the group raised his hand, holding a baseball bat, signaling everyone to stop. There's some noise ahead. This guy had drawn 2 attribute-related enhancements, and the wood attribute, which is mainly responsible for senses, was especially powerful. He was truly sharp-eyed and sharp-eared. When he said there was movement, everyone immediately became alert and quietly hid behind the wall of a stall. It's getting closer. The freckled youth gestured with his hand, indicating a secret code within the team. The blonde-haired man with glasses nodded, raising his hand in preparation to unleash his skill, and the others also drew their weapons. Superior. With a wave of his hand, the freckled youth unleashed a shield, and everyone suddenly rushed out of cover, raising their weapons and pointing them at the other side. At the same time, a group of people suddenly appeared from the opposite side, only a few meters away, also pointing their weapons in this direction. However, neither side fired. Instead, they stood in a standoff for a moment, then, after recognizing each other, both paused in surprise and exclaimed in unison, "Huh? Is it you?" 4 Reincarnators have appeared on the other side. The leader of them had a thick red beard and held a long golden spear. If Zhang Lang were here, he would definitely recognize him as the leader of the group of Reincarnators who confronted the blonde woman on the street outside the bar. However, he used to have more than a dozen reincarnators under his command, but now, only 3 people are left following him. It seems that the previous chaotic battle and the encirclement and killing by countless Stage 3 monsters caused them considerable losses. Who do we have here? The blonde-haired man with glasses smiled slightly. Only 2 worlds have passed, and we meet again. What a coincidence. The red-bearded man planted his golden spear on the ground and let out a cold snort. I think it's a case of enemies meeting on a narrow road. But this time, the altar doesn't encourage us to kill each other. Clear. The blonde man with glasses shrugged. Killing reincarnators not only doesn't bring rewards, but it also deducts points. Who would do such a losing proposition? As he spoke, he lowered his gun and gestured for the people behind him to put down their weapons as well. By the way, Uncle Redbeard, I remember last time you had that kid with you in power armor. Was he in your mission before you died? No need for your concern. The red-bearded man gestured for the men behind him to lower their weapons. His mech is too big to come in easily, so he's leading people to search the surrounding area. I see. The blonde man with glasses narrowed his eyes. It seems you've already searched this floor. The red-bearded man pointed behind him. We've already looked around and haven't seen any survivors. They're probably still hiding around the mall. I suggest you don't waste your time here. The blonde man with glasses smiled slightly. We still trust our own eyes more. Do as you please. The red-bearded man seemed displeased, but his expression subtly suggested a hint of relief. The red-bearded group prepared to return, while the blonde-haired, bespectacled group decided to continue. The 2 groups passed each other, seemingly without drawing their weapons, but both were on high alert. Just then, a loud crash of shattering glass came from the 2nd floor opposite the courtyard. That was quite a sound. Both groups of reincarnators were cautiously on guard against each other when this sudden attack startled the 9 of them. They instinctively drew their weapons and aimed them in the direction from which the sound came. However, only a piece of glass railing was broken. At the same time, a zombie that was by the railing was attracted by the sound and pounced on it. It missed a step and fell from the 2nd floor, hitting the ground with a thud. It was a false alarm. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, the freckled man with the highest wood element suddenly jumped up in surprise and subconsciously looked up. What came into view was a tall figure descending from the sky. With a thud, a burly man covered in blood slammed onto the heads of several reincarnators passing by, knocking 3 of them down, the red-bearded man, the blonde man with glasses, and the chubby Boris. This sudden calamity caught the reincarnators completely off guard. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the big man used both his hands and feet to tightly restrain the 3 of them. His strength far exceeded that of ordinary people. Caught off guard, the 3 of them were unable to break free. The others around them turned their guns on him, but because their companions were entangled, they dared not fire. Instead, they switched to melee weapons and smashed and slashed at the big man. But this thing has thick skin and flesh, especially its bones, which are ridiculously hard. It took several bites but remained unmoved. With such strength and power, this person is naturally Zhang Lang. Just as everyone was preparing their skills and other methods, a loud bang suddenly came from among the 4 people who were entangled. Boom. Along with it came a violent shockwave, scattered shrapnel, and flying blood and flesh. It's a grenade. And judging by its power, there must be more than one. The surrounding reincarnators were scattered by the shockwave of the explosion, while the few who were entangled were swallowed up by thick smoke and blood mist. Some reincarnators who had protective measures or were physically strong were the first to get up and look toward the exploding center. There lay 2 mangled bodies on the ground, the blonde-haired, bespectacled man and the chubby Boris. The 2 had been killed instantly by a grenade. As for the remaining 2, Zhang Lang was still standing on the ground, his hands were blown to pieces, only a small part remained, but he still used his strong arms to lock up the Redbeard. Redbeard withstood the explosion thanks to his tough skin, but he must have suffered internal injuries from the shock. Now he's bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his hands are tightly gripping Zhang Lang's arm, trying to break free. But Zhang Lang didn't give him a chance at all, with a dagger in his mouth, aiming at the red-bearded man's neck. Seeing the situation was bad, Redbeard manipulated his golden spear to hover in midair and stabbed it into his opponent's back. With a soft thud, the golden spear pierced straight through his chest. But Zhang Lang did not die. Instead, the veins on his forehead bulged, and he clenched his teeth even tighter. Finally, he aimed at the red-bearded man's throat, twisted his neck sharply, and stabbed the knife tip in. Click. Click click. Redbeard tried to scream, but with a dagger stuck in his throat, he couldn't make a sound and could only cough up blood. Zhang Lang still wouldn't give up, biting the dagger and shaking his head desperately, completely extinguishing Redbeard's life force. All of this sounds complicated, but in reality, from the moment the glass on the other side shattered, to Zhang Lang descending from the sky, crushing the 3 men, detonating the grenade, and then killing Redbeard, it all took less than 10 seconds. Some reincarnators didn't even realize what had happened before it was all over. What exactly is going on? After seeing Sasha off, Zhang Lang took advantage of the chaos to return to the city and secretly followed the blonde-haired, bespectacled group to this place. To conceal his whereabouts, he deliberately smeared a large amount of zombie blood and internal organs on his body and waited for an opportunity to strike among the zombie horde on the 2nd floor. The glass that shattered across the way was from the things he threw. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was diverted, he pulled the pins on 2 grenades. Afraid that if he threw them down directly, the reincarnators would find them and kick them away. And since he couldn't calculate the timing of the explosion, he simply grabbed them with his hands and jumped down, forcibly locking the 3 of them in place. Detonating at extremely close range will inflict 1,000 casualties on the enemy but also cause 800 casualties on your own. They're the enemy. Seeing their teammates being killed, the other reincarnators didn't care anymore and unleashed all sorts of gun skills. Zhang Lang simply grabbed the red-bearded man's corpse and used his iron body as a shield. Seeing this, everyone realized that the man's hands, which had just been blown off, had somehow been restored. No wonder he dared to carry out suicide attacks, he must have special abilities to rely on. The only advantage he can gain is through a sneak attack. After all, there are still 6 people left on this side. It's impossible for this guy to fight all 6 of them alone. Several reincarnators temporarily joined forces to surround Zhang Lang. The red-bearded man's corpse could only block one side, and Sasha had taken Zhang Lang's shirt. Under the siege, he was immediately covered in wounds. Just when he was about to give up, zombies suddenly rained down from the sky, slamming into the reincarnator's side and even his head. He got up and started attacking. Because of the explosion, all the zombies in the mall were drawn to it. These monsters, driven only by their hunting instincts and utterly devoid of fear, seemed to have been suddenly switched on. They abandoned their previous slow pace and, like athletic champions, vaulted over the railings and charged madly toward the location of the reincarnators. There were 2nd, 3rd, and 4th floors, it felt like a zombie rain was falling. 1 or 2 zombies may not be scary, but no one can withstand this rain-like horde of zombies, many of which are stage 2 monsters. The reincarnators were caught off guard and, seeing the situation was dire, had no choice but to abandon their attack on Zhang Lang in order to defend against the zombies, while retreating out of the mall. But Zhang Lang would never let them go. He discarded the red-bearded man's corpse, grabbed a dagger, and switched from defense to offense, charging towards the reincarnators. Taking advantage of the chaos, he grabbed one and stabbed him relentlessly. Relying on the dagger's armor-piercing and shield-breaking effects, he instantly killed another of the red-bearded man's teammates. Kill him. The girl with pigtails picked up a sniper rifle and fired a shot at Zhang Lang. This gun is an anti-material weapon with extremely strong penetrating power. Even with Zhang Lang's nearly 20 points of earth attribute and his iron bones, he couldn't withstand it and was shot straight through the heart, flying backward. But he changed his posture in midair, somersaulted and landed steadily, holding the knife in his mouth, and chased after the group on all 4s like a wild beast. Is this guy immortal? The girl with pigtails cocked the bullet and wanted to fire again, but Zhang Lang was mixed in with the zombie horde, dodging left and right, and she couldn't aim. Just then, the curly-bearded man running alongside her suddenly roared, pounced on the girl like a madman, and bit down on her neck. Caught off guard, the girl was bitten on the neck, and blood gushed out. Not only him, but one of the remaining 2 Redbeard team members also suddenly mutated and pounced on the other. Fortunately, the one who was pounced on had a shield on his body and was not bitten, but he was stabbed in the heart by Zhang Lang, who suddenly rushed up. These 2 guys were injured by shrapnel from the grenade explosion. Zhang Lang's 2 grenades had also been soaked in the blood of zombies, and the shrapnel that flew out also carried the virus. At this point, of all the reincarnated beings, only the freckled man remained standing. This guy even tried to turn back to save the girl with pigtails, swinging his baseball bat to knock away 3 zombies. Just as he was about to reach her, he suddenly heard a gunshot, and a large hole was left in his own chest. It's a girl's anti-material rifle. However, at this moment, it was held in Zhang Lang's hand. As the freckled man's corpse fell to the ground, Zhang Lang then aimed at the twin-tailed girl on the ground who was being surrounded and bitten by a group of zombies, but was barely resisting thanks to the physique of a reincarnator. He cocked the gun, and with a bang, ended her suffering. Thus, both groups of reincarnators who entered the mall were completely wiped out. Zhang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, leaning on his rifle, which was about the height of a man, and watched the zombies frantically fighting for food. The raid was so successful because of good luck. At least they took down the powerful red-bearded men and the chubby guy who could easily hide and escape in the first instance. That blonde guy with glasses was also a troublesome character. People with mystical abilities are the most difficult to deal with. Zhang Lang noticed that some of the mourners started sniffing around, then looked at him. The disguise failed. Zhang Lang looked at the zombie bloodstains on his body. He had shaken off a lot of them during the fierce battle, and the rest had dried and should no longer conceal his human scent. Zhang Lang, carrying his rifle, left the mall and headed deeper into the city. Not far along, a white light appeared on the eastern horizon. The night has passed, and dawn is about to break. Mission complete, the virtual voice prompted Zhang Lang in his mind. You can leave now. I still have at least one group of reincarnators I haven't seen. Zhang Lang seemed somewhat dissatisfied. You should be content. Su comforted him. You encountered 4 out of the 5 teams this time, and almost wiped out the main force of 3 of them. If you insist, there should still be some weaker reincarnators in the city who aren't good at fighting and haven't been active with the main force at all. They've been hiding somewhere, impossible to find. Now that time's up, the reincarnator should leave this dangerous place as soon as possible, so let's retreat too. Zhang Lang nodded and tossed aside the rifle in his hand. Let's go. As the black flames burned, Zhang Lang's figure slowly disappeared into this world overrun by zombie monsters. Meanwhile, red flames lit up in many places throughout the city. That's the sign that the reincarnated one has left this place and returned to the altar. Less than an hour after the reincarnators left, a missile flew through the air and exploded over the city. The intense heat and shock waves swept through the entire city, collapsing skyscrapers, blowing away vehicle wreckage, uprooting trees, and destroying all survivors and zombies within its reach. Especially the demon monster that led countless Stage 3 monsters, it seemed to have anticipated this, raising its head just before the explosion, opening its arms to the sudden flash of bright light, and roaring angrily. But this did not save it from its fate of death. In the end, it was just like any other zombie, swallowed up by the terrifying explosion and reduced to ashes. Ugh, what happened? Is it because I got shot? Meanwhile, on the highway south of the city, Sasha, who had already driven quite a distance, was troubled because her car had broken down. Suddenly, she noticed a bright light flashing in the north. Startled, she hid behind the car. After a while, she heard a series of loud explosions. Looking up, she saw a huge mushroom cloud slowly rising. The city was bombed. The girl couldn't believe her eyes, couldn't believe that the city she had lived in for so long had been razed to the ground. Just as I was in shock, a sudden rumbling sound came from afar, followed by a strong wind pressing down on my head. Sasha shielded her eyes from the wind and looked up. A military helicopter hovered above her, lowered a rope ladder, and several fully armed soldiers came down. Having witnessed soldiers massacring survivors, Sasha was so frightened that she turned and ran. But soon an off-road vehicle came from the north and blocked her way. Several soldiers got out and subdued her in an instant. The one who came down from the helicopter earlier walked up, looking at her while reporting into the walkie-talkie. Major Thompson, we found the escaped military vehicle. A civilian drove it away. As he spoke, the guy noticed the bite marks on Sasha's arm and examined them closely. Moreover, she seems to be a potential awakened being. Very good. A slightly excited voice came from the other end of the walkie-talkie. Bring her back, alive. Accompanied by a ball of black flame, Zhang Lang returned to his own world. The dagger and suit he plundered in the mission world were gone, even the zombie blood on his body had vanished completely, leaving him only in his underwear. Phew, it's over. Zhang Lang sighed. Although the mission was short, it was tense and exciting throughout, and the combat intensity was very high. He really felt relieved after returning. But such intense fighting does pay off. Ha ha ha, you've really struck gold this time. Before Zhang Lang could even ask a question, Su let out a somewhat manic laugh. A total of 23 reincarnators were killed, earning 3,660 points. Adding the remaining 130 points from last time, that's a total of 3,790 points. Over 3,000. Zhang Lang was also taken aback. 23 people with over 3,000 points, that's an average of 150 or 60 points per person. But he felt that many of the reincarnators were quite weak, they shouldn't be worth that many points. Of these 20-odd people, about 14 or 15 don't even deserve a perfect score. He chuckled and said, but among the remaining ones, there are quite a few experts with scores of 300 or 400. For example, that guy with the lightsaber bayonet has 2 rare-level pieces of equipment. And that guy with the golden gun, if you hadn't ambushed him with a poisoned armor-piercing blade, you would never have been able to beat him. What's even more impressive is that his golden spear changed hands, giving that red-bearded man a unique weapon. His strength increased dramatically, and his rating naturally rose accordingly. Zhang Lang sighed, to be honest, I still don't think that spear deserves such a unique evaluation. In this world with its level 3 weapon restrictions, compared to heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, they certainly seem mediocre. Su explained, don't forget, that's a melee weapon. Its base level is level 1, and as a 1,000-point reward, if it also has the low requirement characteristic, then it's level 0, meaning it can be taken into any world, including the home world of these Reincarnators. Able to control flight freely, capable of ranged attacks, and equipped with other unknown melee weapons, though a bit weak, it still barely qualifies as unique. Zhang Lang nodded. Having experienced so many worlds, he could best appreciate the power of high-tech weapons. With his self-healing ability, he is basically not threatened in melee combat unless he is accompanied by special magic or qigong. But when faced with firearms, you don't even need planes or cannons, a single heavy machine gun is enough to shred him to pieces. He had no desire to try the kind of experiment where you have to be smashed to pieces before you die. However, unlike other Reincarnators, he cannot exchange for powerful weapons. The only thing he can do is to further enhance himself and become stronger. And this time, he can draw 3 more rewards. Looking at all the offerings, earning 1,000 points in a single mission is considered quite excellent. Scoring over 3,000 points in one go, you absolutely have something to be proud of. Come on, let's see what good stuff you can get this time. As the signature chattering noise rang out, an enhanced version appeared in front of Zhang Lang. Reward type, Blood Enhancement. Award name, Fitness. Rarity, Common. Effect, gain 10 points of Earth attribute. Note, this will greatly increase your survivability. This was a very simple enhancement, and Zhang Lang accepted it directly, increasing his Earth attribute from 19 points to 29 points. He felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, and after a moment he felt much stronger, especially his bones. The effects of the iron bones were also enhanced, making them even more resilient. Then comes the second one. Reward type, Blood Enhancement. Reward name, Regeneration. Rarity, Rare. Effect, given enough nutrition and time, missing body parts can regenerate perfectly. Note, did you know about crabs? Learn this, and you'll be the world's first crab with a spine. Upon seeing this ability, Zhang Lang felt like he had been tricked. Is it just regeneration? It's just regeneration. Su explained, what's commonplace for you is a dreamlike power for ordinary people. Do you know how many people suffer limb disabilities each year due to injuries? Do you know how many people have organs damaged beyond repair and can only rely on medication for the rest of their lives? Don't underestimate the power of regeneration. But what does that have to do with me? Zhang Lang sighed, let's change it. Then I guess I'll have to exchange it for attribute points. Su glanced at it, rare grade, 2 points for that, not bad. I think it's pathetic. Zhang Lang shook his head and refused. Subsequently, 2 random attribute points were added to him. One part is of the earth element, and the other part is of the water element. Only one chance left. Accompanied by a series of chattering sounds, a new enhancement appeared before Zhang Lang. Reward type, Blood Enhancement. Reward name, Dragon Heart. Rarity, Uncommon. Effects, grants you a heart and circulatory system as strong as a dragon, slightly increases physical fitness, and can significantly boost strength and reduce pain by accelerating your heart rate and putting your body into an overload state. The trade-off is accelerated physical fatigue, increased energy consumption, and the potential for self-harm. Note, encountering an enemy you can't defeat. Then unleash your berserk mode. This enhancement caught Zhang Lang's eye. What he lacked most right now was attack power, and this feature allowed him to greatly improve his mobility, making him more powerful whether in melee combat or using weapons. In particular, the pain-reducing effect solved a major problem for him, since gritting his teeth and enduring it was very energy-consuming. As for side effects, fatigue, energy depletion, injury, these were never issues Zhang Lang would consider. After receiving the Dragon Heart enhancement, Zhang Lang felt more powerful, so he asked Su to bring up the attribute interface, only to find that he hadn't grown at all. Attributes are just your current basic stats, the benefits from other blood enhancements are not taken into account. But attributes are fundamental, increasing your attributes will also boost the effectiveness of other blood enhancements. After extracting these 3 enhancements, Zhang Lang's abilities have reached a new level. He can personally feel this power, but he should still find an opportunity to try out these new abilities. Zhang Lang walked out of the basement and left the house. This time he didn't carry a weapon, nor did he hide. Instead, he strolled around the street without any concern about being spotted. Finally, a long and fierce roar reached his ears. Zhang Lang turned his head and saw a monster standing at the end of the street, its cold eyes staring at him. A manticore. Zhang Lang frowned, gazing at the ferocious beast in the distance. At first glance, the monster looked like a lion the size of a bull, but it had 2 horns on its forehead, and its body was covered with hard scales like those of a crocodile, except for the mane around its neck. It had a long tail trailing behind its rear end with a poisonous barb at the end that shimmered as it moved. This is also the origin of the name, scorpion-tailed horned lion. This monster is the top predator in the vicinity of the town. Zhang Lang had encountered it a few times before. It was fierce, swift, strong, and thick-skinned. Although not as large as a giant Tyrannosaurus rex, it was agile, and its tail was highly venomous. While not fatal to Zhang Lang, it would cause excruciating pain, making it extremely difficult to deal with. Previously, Zhang Lang had used muskets and traps to kill one, which took a lot of effort. Now, unarmed, he encountered such a formidable opponent, which was truly difficult to deal with. But it's also a great opportunity to test things out. Zhang Lang spread his arms and assumed a hunting stance. The ferocious scorpion-tailed horned lion opposite him was not to be outdone. It roared and pounced on him. The speed of a feline, combined with the strength of a bison, gives this beast an aura of danger. Compared to this ferocious beast, Zhang Lang was still too light. When it pounced on him, he was thrown out, pinned to the ground, and dragged for 2 meters. Faced with its weak prey, the manticore opened its huge mouth and bit down. Then, its enormous body slowly bulged up and stood upright. No, it didn't stand up on its own. The monster was biting Zhang Lang's arm, its sharp teeth barely piercing the skin, but getting stuck in the solid muscle, unable to go any deeper. This is the effect of 30 points in Earth attribute. Zhang Lang's skin was like tough rubber, and his muscles were like dense wood, making him far stronger than ordinary people. It's not just about increased defense. The manticore's body grew taller and taller until, slowly, its 2 hind legs completely left the ground. Zhang Lang had already pulled his arm out of the beast's mouth, grabbing the fur on its chest, and lifted the behemoth weighing over a ton with a single arm. It looked as easy as lifting a kitten. Have you gotten weaker? Or have I gotten stronger? Zhang Lang looked up at the monster in his hand. A kitten. At this moment, Zhang Lang's eyes were bloodshot, the veins on his forehead were bulging, and even his body temperature had increased slightly, which was obviously due to the activation of the Dragon Heart. His physique, combined with 20 points of fire attribute, already made him far stronger than ordinary people. Now, with the activation of Dragon Heart Frenzy, his strength has increased several times over. This boost is terrifying. With a loud thud, the manticore was sent flying 7 or 8 meters away, crashing heavily to the ground. It rolled several times, then frantically scratched at itself with all 4 paws, trying to get up but to no avail. Upon closer inspection, it is clear that there is a distinct fist-shaped indentation on the side of the monster's ribs, indicating that the ribs inside are broken. Zhang Lang caught up in 2 steps, grabbed the monster's mane, and lifted it up with one hand. The scorpion-tailed horned lion struggled fiercely, its tail spikes aimed at Zhang Lang, but he raised his hand and snapped it shut, rendering it unable to move. Faced with the scorpion-tailed horned lion's feeble struggle, Zhang Lang turned his head, opened his mouth, and bit down on its throat. Unfortunately, because the mane was too thick, it didn't bite a vital spot. It seems that bite force alone is not enough, carnivores' long snouts are not just for looks. It didn't matter, Zhang Lang swallowed the bristles directly. As long as it was protein, his leaden belly would accept it. Just like that, Zhang Lang, as if eating cotton candy, quickly bit off all the mane on the monster's chin, revealing its throbbing throat, and then added the last bite. With 20 points of fire attribute, combined with the power brought by Dragon Heart Frenzy, and the added bonus of iron mouth and steel teeth, Zhang Lang's bite force was comparable to that of a Tyrannosaurus rex. With one bite, he directly tore open the throat, severed the artery, and sent this monster to its death. As the foul-smelling flesh was chewed and swallowed, and then absorbed by his stomach and intestines, Zhang Lang felt his strength significantly recovering. It took bite after bite, and in the end, it actually ate the head of the manticore, leaving only the gnawed skull. This, skin and all, must weigh several dozen pounds. Zhang Lang gently patted his bulging belly, let out a burp, and carrying the headless, enormous corpse, headed home. Having gained new power, Zhang Lang's life became much freer. With his strong physique and the berserk power of his dragon heart, he swept away the monsters in the vicinity, solving the troubles and stockpiling a lot of cured meat. After these days of experimentation, Zhang Lang has become more adept at mastering the new ability, has a clear understanding of his current capacity, and is increasingly skilled at using Dragon Heart Frenzy. The Dragon Heart Frenzy move can indeed provide a huge boost to strength for a short period of time. However, the side effects are also very strong. Energy consumption increases dramatically during use because it involves exerting force beyond the body's capacity, making injury very easy. After use, the user will also experience weakness due to overexertion, and in severe cases, it may even lead to sudden death. This is indeed the case for ordinary beings who are subject to reincarnation. However, Zhang Lang's innate and powerful recovery ability allows the damage to his body caused by the berserk state to be instantly healed, preventing it from accumulating and causing him to fall into weakness. However, in order to recover from the damage, Zhang Lang will consume more energy during the berserk state, and will feel hungrier more easily after it ends. However, compared to the fact that you become weak after going berserk, this side effect is basically negligible. In fact, you could say that as long as he has enough energy, he can keep fighting in berserk mode. The Dragon Heart ability was greatly enhanced in Zhang Lang's hands. What was originally a rare ability may have brought him an effect that is no less than that of a unique ability. Feeling that he had truly become stronger, Zhang Lang became more confident, and the hope of his sister returning to normal also increased. A month passed in anticipation, and then Sue brought information about the next mission. This time, it's a special rule. Special rules. Zhang Lang, who was processing the carcass of a wild beast, stopped what he was doing. What rules? The so-called special rules are special tasks that are different from ordinary tasks, which he had encountered before. Ordinary tasks typically involve sending the Reincarnator to a location with only one objective, offering no restrictions on the means to achieve it. However, special rules, in addition to the task objectives, often impose strict restrictions on the means of completing the task. Violating the rules will result in punishment or even immediate defeat. Simply put, it's like a competition, except that the competition often involves fighting and killing. If we were to make a comparison, the martial arts contest for marriage that Zhang Lang encountered last time had a similar special rule in its advancement competition. However, the rules there were set by the Shen family, the native inhabitants of the world. Although they have a certain deterrent effect, they do not have an absolute binding force on the Reincarnators. Zhang Lang committed murder outside the venue, yet he escaped punishment. However, if the rules and tasks are issued by the altar, then there will be no penalty for violating the rules, and the participants may even be separated, unable to meet outside the competition venue. Moreover, the release of special rules differs from that of ordinary tasks. Those who participate in such rule-based missions often do so not through an altar, but in their personal capacity. Once a rule is established, it is usually announced to the entire altar and all eligible reincarnators. As long as a reincarnator agrees, they can use this rule-based task to replace their next adventure, temporarily separating them from their teammates. Once enough people have registered, the rules will be activated. Therefore, special rules provide a relatively fair task mode that allows reincarnators to make their own choices. The rewards are often quite standardized. Although the rules vary widely, it is certain that if you achieve final victory, you will often reap good rewards. Zhang Lang naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. What are the rules? After a series of incoherent noises, a light screen appeared in front of Zhang Lang, detailing the rules for this event. Task name: Hide and Seek. Weapon level: disables all sword enhancements and fire enhancements. Recruitment criteria: participated in more than 5 missions and received at least one reward of 1,000 points, excluding sword enhancement and fire enhancement, a sacrificial reincarnation from a common altar. Dozens of recruits available, currently August 10th. Mission rules: 10 reincarnators enter a massive, spatially distorted castle to play hide and seek. One person is randomly selected from the altar to be the ghost, and the other 9 are the humans. At the start of the game, the ghost is locked up alone, and the humans have 1 minute to hide. After 1 minute, the ghost is removed from the hiding place and begins chasing the humans. Each reincarnator will be given a bracelet with 3 functions. Firstly, it can provide a recoverable shield of 3,000 points. Secondly, it can fire lasers with powerful destructive capabilities. Third, it can provide a 5-point boost to all attributes. The bracelet's power can only be activated when the user is a demon or ghost, allowing them to kill other reincarnators who are humans or humans. The game is played in 30-minute rounds. If not all the humans are killed at the end of the round, the altar will bring all the reincarnators back to the starting point, draw new ghosts, and start a new round of the game. The rounds continue in this manner until only one survivor remains, at which point the game ends. Mission rewards: killing other reincarnators will grant you star points. 1 star is awarded for being a human, and 5 stars for being a ghost. Each time you gain 3 stars, your value increases by an additional star. After the final mission is completed, the altar will distribute rewards based on the star value earned by the victor. 1 star can be exchanged for 200 points. Hint: the castle contains all sorts of amazing mechanisms. Use them wisely for unexpected help. After reading the mission rules, Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. It's quite interesting, and the prohibition on using sword enhancement is also a kind of advantage for him. However, this is a special rule. All reincarnators who meet the recruitment criteria will receive a notification, and the total number is probably in the hundreds or even thousands. But even so, only 8 people have signed up so far. What does this mean? Some might think the rewards aren't generous enough, others might feel the 1 in 10 survival rate is too risky, still others might prefer teamwork and lack the courage to venture out alone. Perhaps the next mission is more important, making it inconvenient to leave the team, or maybe they simply lack confidence in their own abilities. In short, anyone who dares to take on this kind of task must be a reincarnator who is confident that they can benefit from these rules. This is also the trouble with special rules. Everyone thinks they are capable, and the clashes between the strong are often more intense. What's wrong? Are you scared? Seeing that Zhang Lang hesitated, Su Jian advised him. Actually, there's no need to worry too much. The mission is limited to ordinary altars, meaning no hero-level characters will join. The enhancements from ordinary offerings are very limited, you mainly rely on weapons and equipment to improve your combat power. Now that sword enhancement is prohibited, it's very advantageous for you. That's not what I'm worried about. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. I was just wondering, in these kinds of missions, if I kill enemies, all I get are stars. The special rules that Zhang Lang participated in last time did not involve a direct confrontation between reincarnators. He did not kill anyone directly, but like the other victorious reincarnators, he received the rewards within the rules. This time you can directly kill enemies. If you can earn stars and get kill rewards at the same time, wouldn't that be twice as effective? Unfortunately, there are no extra rewards. Su explained with a hint of helplessness. It's already quite an achievement that I was able to get you into the special rules. I don't have the resources to generate any extra rewards. But following the rules is fine too. Judging from the rules, the potential is quite high. If you play well, you can earn a lot of stars. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the number of people already recruited according to the rules had changed from 8 to 9, leaving only 1 spot. I accept. Zhang Lang nodded, and with his decision, the number of people to be recruited became 10, and black flames ignited on his body. As the flames subsided, Zhang Lang arrived at a magnificent circular hall. There were 10 large doors surrounding the hall. Every single one of them was exactly the same. Zhang Lang sat in an ornate chair, wearing a strange bracelet on his wrist. In front of him was an empty round table. On the edge of the table was a number 10 pointing to him, indicating that he was in the 10th position. Besides him, there were 10 chairs around the round table, but only 9 people were sitting there. Counting clockwise, they were numbered 1 through 9, with Zhang Lang being number 10. To Zhang Lang's left, in the 11th or 0th chair, there was no one sitting on it, nor was it numbered. There was only a huge ghost face above the back of the chair. That must be the ghost position. Zhang Lang tried to stand up from the chair, but found that there seemed to be an invisible force binding him, making it impossible for him to get off the chair. Looking at others, it seems they are also making similar attempts, but none of them have succeeded. Among them, the 3rd position, a bald white man, even raised his hand and pointed it at the 8th position opposite him, suddenly shooting out a beam of light from his fingertips, clearly activating some kind of attack skill. However, the light disappeared halfway through its flight, failing to harm anyone. At the same time, a semi-transparent figure with an indistinct face appeared on the ghost position. It's currently a break between rounds. Attacking each other during this time violates the rules, but since this is your first offense, we won't pursue it. Just don't do it again. The sudden appearance of this figure put all 10 Reincarnators on alert, and no one dared to make any rash moves. Very good. The figure nodded slightly. I'm sure you all know the rules, so I won't go into details. Now, let's begin drawing the first round of demons. As he spoke, the figure snapped his fingers, and a nimble pointer appeared in the center of the round table. The figure then made a flicking motion in the air, and the pointer immediately began to spin rapidly before slowly coming to a stop, eventually pointing to position 7. This is the first round of ghosts. Zhang Lang looked at number 7, a black man with a full head of dreadlocks, wearing a sleeveless vest that revealed his muscular arms. He had a tall and slender build, and even sitting there, he was more than half a head taller than the person next to him. When he stood up, he must have been more than 2 meters tall. This physique reminded Zhang Lang of a reincarnator he had once dealt with. He had heard that the reincarnator seemed to be an athlete in some kind of ball game. The black man smiled after seeing that he had been chosen as the first ghost. With a snap of his fingers, the number 7 figure flashed and sat in the ghost seat. Start the timer now. The invisible man pointed to the chandelier above the long table, where a 1-minute countdown had appeared. Start hiding. In 1 minute, the ghosts will start eating people. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Lang felt the restraints on his body disappear. All the people stood up from their chairs and looked at the others warily. Let me remind you one more time. The invisible man clapped his hands and said, "This hall is a no-war zone within the castle. Attacks launched here are ineffective. If you remain here after the timer expires, you will be forcibly removed, and who knows where you'll end up. At least if you leave on your own, you can be sure that it's safe behind the door. By the way, time waits for no one. The countdown under the chandelier has only 40-odd seconds left." The group looked at each other, then stepped aside, choosing different doors to leave the hall. Zhang Lang, being cautious, followed one of the reincarnators as they pushed open the door and left. Although the mission states that it is a game of ghosts catching people, it does not restrict people from killing ghosts, nor does it stipulate that people cannot kill each other. If possible, Zhang Lang wouldn't mind being the second ghost. But when he pushed open the door, he found himself in a long corridor, and he couldn't see the shadow of the reincarnator who had walked away earlier. The two left within a few seconds of each other. The corridor was very long and there were no doors on either side. How could they have run so far away so quickly? Zhang Lang looked back at the door he had just come from, intending to go back to the hall and take another look. But when he pushed open the door, he didn't see the hall he had come from before. Instead, he found himself in an unfamiliar room. It seems that the hall must be a separate space. The illusory figure analyzed, even if they leave through the same door, the reincarnators will be teleported to different parts of the castle. And unless this round ends, they cannot return to that hall. It seems the altar doesn't want humans to cooperate or kill each other. Zhang Lang frowned. There was no other way but to continue along the path in front of him and observe the surroundings first. Judging from the decoration, the castle should be in the style of the Western Middle Ages. There are no complicated mechanical or electronic devices in sight, and apart from the reincarnators, there is no one else. It should be an empty city. Moreover, the structure here is not like a conventional building. Each room basically has more than one door, and leaving through different doors will lead to different corridors or new rooms. Behind the living room might be the kitchen, and pushing open the kitchen door might lead to the toilet, while another door might lead to a building going up or down. It can be said that, except for a few corners and edges, the rooms here are basically interconnected. This design doesn't contribute much to living comfort, it's more like it was designed specifically to make people get lost. That's right, this castle is practically a three-dimensional maze. Zhang Lang entered a living room, walked to a standing full-body plate armor, knocked on the thin iron armor, and then took the long sword and shield from the armor's hands. Although they are decorative items, these weapons and armor are genuine. As a seasoned craftsman with over a decade of experience in forging and machinery, Zhang Lang could tell that the sword's craftsmanship was very primitive. Compared to the steelmaking techniques of the industrial age, the material was rough and rich in impurities. The only redeeming quality is that it was forged with considerable care, and it underwent quenching and sharpening, making it a decent weapon for the medieval era, and usable. As for the armor, Zhang Lang didn't want to put it on. Firstly, it didn't fit him well, and secondly, the clattering sound would give away his whereabouts. Passing through the room, Zhang Lang arrived at a bedroom. Rose petals were scattered on the huge, soft bed, and the carpet was fluffy and thick, without a speck of dust, as if it had just been cleaned. There was a small window on the wall of the bedroom, and it was pitch black outside. Zhang Lang initially thought it was night outside, but when he peered out the window, he found it was just pure blackness and he couldn't see anything at all. Zhang Lang reached out, but was blocked by an invisible force at the window and couldn't reach out at all. This should be an independent space completely isolated from the outside world. It seems that launching a sneak attack from outside the wall is no longer an option. Zhang Lang left the bedroom and returned to the living room, but instead of leaving through the original door, he chose another one. This time, he came to a spiral staircase, which could go up or down. Which floor is this? Without any reference, Zhang Lang randomly chose to go up one floor. After opening the door, he saw a long corridor. To the right of this corridor are a series of large doors leading to various rooms, while to the left is an open stone railing, beyond which lies a flower bed. That's right, it's a flower bed. Why would there be a flower bed here when this is clearly indoors? Moreover, it's located several stories underground. However, the flowers and plants in the flower bed were very lush, and many of them were ones that Zhang Lang had never seen before and could not name. Do you remember the mission hints? At that moment, the virtual voice spoke in Zhang Lang's head. There are many amazing mechanisms in the castle. This place is so unusual, it's most likely related to those mechanisms. Zhang Lang frowned, climbed over the railing and came to the edge of the flower bed, where he could smell a rich and unique floral fragrance. He didn't rush in, but instead threw the shield in his hand. With a thud, the shield landed in the center of the flower bed. Almost instantly, the vines in the flower bed surged, and a small red flower suddenly swelled up, sprouting sharp teeth and transforming into a giant man-eating flower. It bit the shield, chewed it a few times, and then, seemingly realizing it couldn't be eaten, flung the shield back with its massive mouth. Then, it shrank back to its harmless form. Zhang Lang caught the shield with a snap and discovered a clear ring of teeth marks on the iron surface of the shield, with some places even revealing the wood underneath. With a bite force comparable to that of a wild beast, it would be enough to break a person's hand or foot if it bit into them. Is this what they mean by trap? Calling it a trap wouldn't be an exaggeration. Zhang Lang shook his head, turned around and went back to the corridor. He searched the rooms across the way but found nothing unusual. We found the third room, which was another living room. The decor was similar to the room where Zhang Lang had received the sword and shield. It also had a coffee table, sofa, fireplace, paintings, and knight's armor. Everything seemed normal. Zhang Lang sniffed the air, looked down at the ground, and then his gaze swept across the room. On the wall opposite the fireplace hung a knife rack with two sharp battle axes crossed on it. Zhang Lang leaned closer to take a look and found that the battle axe was made of iron rod, thick and sharp, making it more suitable for combat than his long sword. He placed the sword and shield at his feet and reached out to remove the axe, but it seemed to be stuck too tightly. He could only pry the handle back and forth, trying to break it off. Just as he was busy, the suit of armor standing not far behind him suddenly moved. The armored figure raised its flame-shaped sword, and without any apparent movement, suddenly moved at high speed, thrusting towards Zhang Lang. Clang! With a crisp clang of metal clashing, the armored knight's greatsword was suddenly blocked by an axe. It's Zhang Lang. Just as he was about to be attacked, the man suddenly used brute force to disarm the double axes, turned around sharply, used the left axe to parry the sword's edge, and threw the right axe with all his might, aiming straight for the knight's helmet. Boom! The helmet, pierced by the axe blade, flew off, leaving only a headless suit of armor. Looking through the neck, it was completely empty. Nobody here. Zhang Lang was slightly taken aback, then kicked the armor away. At that moment, the flames in the fireplace suddenly intensified, and a tongue of fire shot towards Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang rolled away from the flames, but suddenly noticed that the sword and shield he had thrown on the ground earlier had risen into the air and was attacking him. So it was telekinesis. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, brandishing his double axes as he parried the attacks from the sword and shield while scanning the room for the person controlling him. How could Zhang Lang defend against a sneak attack from behind? Because he knew someone was hiding inside the room the moment he stepped in. Do you remember the fragrance he smelled by the flower bed? Zhang Lang could smell it in this room too, but not in the other rooms. He even looked down at the ground carefully and saw fragments of grass. This means that someone entered that flower bed and then went into this room, and judging from the intensity of the fragrance, they probably haven't left yet. However, after scanning the area, he didn't see anyone. He was afraid of alerting the enemy if he acted rashly, so he simply pretended to dismantle the axe, but in reality, he was on high alert to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to attack. That makes sense. Zhang Lang's strength is now 20 or 30 times that of an ordinary person. How could a mere weapon rack possibly withstand his brute force? He pretended that he couldn't take it down and even deliberately put down his sword and shield, just to lure the other party into making a move. But unexpectedly, that guy was a telekinetic user, able to attack without even showing himself. The room wasn't big, and it was easy to see everything at a glance. So where was that guy hiding? While parrying the attacks, Zhang Lang observed every detail around him. Under the coffee table. On the chandelier. Behind the sofa. Nothing there. During this time, Zhang Lang himself was also interfered with by the opponent's telekinetic abilities. However, he himself is very strong and can easily break free from control. Secondly, telekinesis is difficult to control living things unless one has mastered it to a certain degree. This ability is usually used in conjunction with complex calculations and analysis of the forces acting on the target. It's easy to pick up a knife or a sword from a distance, but it's not so easy to lift or control a lively person unless you've mastered telekinesis and your control overwhelms your opponent. Clearly, this opponent is not that skilled. Where exactly is it? While parrying the attacks, Zhang Lang's eyes darted around rapidly. At that moment, Su reminded him in his mind. Do you think it might be there? In Zhang Lang's vision, a phantom arrow appeared. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. That's quite possible, so this guy can only control one or two things. Thinking of this, Zhang Lang suddenly chopped the shield away with his axe and grabbed the long sword, not the hilt, but the blade. The sharp blade sliced through his skin, drawing blood, but he did not loosen his grip. He held on tightly, and with a flick of his wrist, threw the long sword directly into the fireplace where flames roared. The long sword spun out and stopped abruptly a few centimeters from the fireplace. But then, Zhang Lang threw the axe, which slammed into the sword with a clang, the impact sending both weapons crashing into the fireplace flames. Call. The fireplace suddenly burst into flames, filling almost the entire room, forcing Zhang Lang to instinctively raise his hand to shield his face and take a step back. Amidst the raging flames, a slender figure darted out, wielding a short sword, and thrust it straight at Zhang Lang like an arrow released from a bow. Puff. The short sword pierced Zhang Lang's heart. It went in more than 2 inches, but got stuck in his ribs. What a tough guy, the short guy muttered. He had used a thrusting attack, expecting to pierce his opponent through, but it was blocked by his ribs. But his attack wasn't over yet. All around, scattered weapons, 2 axes, a long sword, a flame-shaped greatsword in the knight's armor, even a fruit knife on the coffee table and a cane hanging on the coat rack, had somehow flown up and followed his thrust, stabbing at Zhang Lang from all directions. Puff puff puff. These attacks made Zhang Lang look like a hedgehog, especially the fruit knife, which went straight into Zhang Lang's left eye. The shortman sneered and was about to turn away when he suddenly felt his wrist being grabbed. Can it still resist? The boy felt a chill in his heart and tried to break free, but he felt an incredibly strong force coming from his hand. He looked up. The man, covered in wounds, had the handle of a fruit knife stuck in one eye and the white of his other eye was bloodshot. He looked at him like a demon and raised his huge fist, aiming a punch directly at his face. Defend against it. The shortman used all his telekinetic power to try to block Zhang Lang's punch, but the terrifying power made it impossible for him to resist. With a loud bang, the punch landed squarely on his left cheek, dislocating his jaw, cracking his jawbone, and knocking out several of his back teeth. He suffered a concussion and lost consciousness immediately. By this time, the flames that had burst forth had mostly dissipated, leaving only a few scattered embers on the furniture and carpet. Looking at the limp little guy, Zhang Lang swung his fist and punched him in the temple again. This time, there was no psychic power to stop him. The fist, empowered by the dragon heart's ferocity, was like a battering ram, sending this guy straight to the western paradise. Zhang Lang's name gained another star. Call. Zhang Lang exhaled, dispelling the dragon heart's berserk state. He put down the corpse in his hands, raised his hand to pull the knife out of its eye, and the other weapons stuck in his body were pushed off by the healing power, clattering to the ground. This enemy is no ordinary foe. His own attributes are not bad, and he also has the ability of telekinesis. That thrust is most likely a skill as well. If we include the disabled sword enhancement and fire enhancement, this guy should have drawn the 1,000-point reward at least 5 times, or even more. Telekinesis is a very convenient ability. Not only can it kill silently, but it can also create a protective shield to help him avoid flames and hide behind the fireplace flames. In addition, he is small in stature, like a child, and he is really hard to spot if you don't look closely. No wonder they dared to accept these rules. It seems there are no weaklings among those who dare to play this game. We can't let our guard down now. Zhang Lang picked up the double axes from the ground. He found them easier to use than the sword and shield, and their weight suited his wrist strength better. At this moment, he noticed that the flames inside the house had all gone out. Although there were still charred marks, it had not caused too much damage. It's the protection of the mission rules. Su explained, a disaster like a fire, which could destroy the entire castle, can be nipped in the bud. Zhang Lang nodded, noticed the fruit plate on the table, and used the axe blade to stick an apple in. He started eating the apple while roasting it by the fireplace, replenishing his energy from both sources. After eating an apple, a sudden light flashed around him. Zhang Lang was startled and said in a daze. 30 minutes of the first round is up, time to teleport back. Zhang Lang nodded, letting the light shine and the scenery change before his eyes. He quickly returned to the huge round table, but the two axes in his hands did not teleport back. It seems this teleportation shouldn't affect anything inside the castle, but the apple 1/8 shouldn't have been taken away. I'm still feeling full. This time, only 8 out of 10 people remained. The short guy Zhang Lang had taken down was number 4, and at the same time, number 8's seat was now empty. On Zhang Lang's desk, besides the number 10, there was an extra small star, representing the star value he had now acquired. The other star, somewhat unexpectedly, was not obtained by number 7, who was the ghost, but by number 3, the bald man who could shoot lasers with his fingers. Oh dear, oh dear. The invisible figure on the ghost position reappears. 2 people were killed. And not by any demons. How could this happen? How could people kill each other? I'm criticizing you. Although they verbally criticized each other, there was no real punishment. Clearly, killing each other among people did not violate the rules. Instead, the player in position 7, who had earned the nickname Ghost, looked indignant, slamming his dreadlocks and yelling, "You bunch of cowards, you hid too well. Come out and fight if you dare." Ha ha ha, rules that seem to favor demons actually make it very difficult for demons to kill people. The virtual character laughed loudly in Zhang Lang's mind. Take that guy you killed, for example. If it were a ghost passing by, he definitely wouldn't have come out, no matter what. He would only dare to fight when he saw a human appear. It seems that drawing the ghost position isn't necessarily a good thing. Perhaps most people will be worn down in the infighting among humans. As they were talking, the invisible man had already started the next round of drawing ghosts. As the pointer stopped, it finally pointed to number 1. This is an Asian woman with long, black, wavy hair. She looks to be about 35 or 36 years old. Her appearance is not particularly outstanding, but she has an elegant demeanor and a tall, slender figure. Upon learning that she was a ghost, the woman smiled slightly and automatically took her place in the ghost seat. As the countdown began, the others left the hall and returned to various parts of the castle. This time, after Zhang Lang pushed open the door, he appeared in the kitchen. Kitchen. Zhang Lang turned and pushed open the door, finding himself in a dimly lit corridor. Going through the back door of the kitchen, he found himself in a bedroom. This medieval kitchen, built between the hallway and the bedroom, didn't have a sewer or anything like that. How were all the garbage and sewage disposed of? It truly is a castle that defies all logic. Zhang Lang wandered around the kitchen, picked up a butcher's knife, let's call it a weapon for now, and carried it into the corridor, intending to cross it. But he walked a long way, passing door after door, and still couldn't see the end in sight. When he looked back, the door he had come out of was nowhere to be seen. Zhang Lang felt that he had just walked at least 500 meters. In any case, the castle was really too big to accommodate a 500-meter-long corridor. The only explanation was that it was also a mechanism. A corridor you can't get out of once you step in. With no end in sight, the only way out is through that door that has been passed through countless times. Zhang Lang pushed open the door and went inside, a foul smell assaulting his nostrils. This is the stable, a very spacious stable with over 20 horses standing side by side in their individual stalls. Some are eating hay, while others are leisurely snorting. This was the first time Zhang Lang had seen any living beings other than reincarnators in the castle. Ah, no, if you include the flowers in the flower bed, this is the second time. Could these horses also be related to some kind of organization? Zhang Lang carefully examined each horse but found nothing unusual. These horses were all very fine, with strong physiques, well-defined muscles, and were very docile. Reaching the end of the stable, Zhang Lang was met by a wall. The wall was completely sealed, with no door at all. Looking back, there was only the small door he had used to enter, a few dozen meters away. Zhang Lang frowned. Did that mean he could only return to that endless corridor? He circled around twice more, even sneaking into the stable, but found no hidden door or anything like that, so he couldn't get out at all. Wouldn't that mean that once you step into that endless corridor, you'll only be able to enter this inescapable stable and be trapped here? Wait, perhaps there's more than one door on the right side of the corridor. Zhang Lang pushed open the door of the stable and returned to the corridor. He tried to continue walking forward, entering every door he saw, but they all led to the stable. It seemed that he was indeed trapped in this system. The endless corridors also connect to the stables. Zhang Lang frowned, analyzing his options as he walked down the corridor. Suddenly, an explosion came from directly ahead. The floor beneath his feet trembled slightly. Is there a battle between reincarnators ahead? Zhang Lang was slightly taken aback. Judging from the sound, it must be very close. He hurriedly ran forward, but the corridor seemed endless. As he ran, he heard other noises ahead. No matter how far he ran, the sound didn't seem to get any closer. No, he couldn't leave this corridor at all. Zhang Lang roared in hatred and slammed his fist on the floor. With his shout, the fighting in front of them stopped abruptly. Has the winner been decided? That's such a coincidence. The two sides in the battle heard that a third force was approaching, so they immediately stopped fighting. That's the most likely explanation. The sound can travel, but I can't escape. What's the problem? Also, why is there a stable in this corridor, and what is the connection between them? Zhang Lang's mind raced. He looked up at the high ceiling of the corridor and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He took a few steps forward, pushed open the door, rushed into the stable, opened the fence, and led out a tall, magnificent horse. Zhang Lang led the horse into the corridor and mounted it. The high ceiling was more than enough to accommodate a rider. Zhang Lang flicked the reins, spurred the horse's belly with his legs, and shouted, "Giddy up." The horse was clearly well trained and immediately galloped forward upon command, but Zhang Lang was still not satisfied. He manipulated the horse to accelerate continuously until he was completely sprawled on its back, galloping vigorously through the endless corridor. Why can his voice carry, but Zhang Lang's can't? What's the difference between him and his voice? Zhang Lang thought of a possibility: speed. Once you reach a certain speed, you can leave. How fast exactly? Zhang Lang's two legs probably aren't enough, it's uncertain if he'd be able to do it on horseback. That's why there's a stable next to the corridor. Finally, as the horse reached its maximum speed, an open gate appeared in front of Zhang Lang. The galloping steed rapidly approached, and Zhang Lang instantly rushed in. Then, his legs gave way, and he fell into a cluttered storage room, crashing into many sacks stuffed with leaves and cotton. Zhang Lang climbed out of the sack, looked back at the door behind him, and found it tightly shut. His horse was nowhere to be seen, and he had only managed to rush out of the corridor and come here by himself. This door can't be opened. Zhang Lang turned around, raised his hand to the other doorknob, then narrowed his eyes and pulled back. Zhang Lang took a few steps back, then suddenly took a running start, bent down, smashed open the door, and rushed out. The instant he burst through the door, a throwing knife and a fireball arrived almost simultaneously, grazing his scalp and striking the door behind him. Boom. The fireball exploded with a deafening roar, and the immense force propelled Zhang Lang, who had just rushed out, forward. He tumbled several times in midair before crashing into a door and finally coming to a stop. He immediately rolled over and sat up, holding the butcher knife across his chest, cautiously observing the situation. This is a large, circular hall with a diameter of over 10 meters. It is very spacious and has virtually no obstructions. Apart from the text on the ground, there are no patterns or decorations. There was one person standing on each side of the hall. Zhang Lang recognized them. One was number 5, and the other was a tall, blonde, short-haired white man with the air of a soldier. There was also number 9, a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing glasses and a blue work uniform. The noise must have come from these two guys. After hearing Zhang Lang's voice, they temporarily stopped fighting and kept their eyes on the door in this direction, ready to attack as soon as Zhang Lang pushed the door open. However, Zhang Lang chose to break down the door and rush in, giving them no time to react. Seeing their attack miss, both men stared at Zhang Lang warily. The older man, who was of Asian descent, spoke first. "Wait, since we're all stuck here and can't get out, we shouldn't make any rash moves. It wouldn't be good if we made too much noise and attracted a ghost." "Can't get out." Zhang Lang frowned. The white man with the buzz cut next to him pointed to the ground, where 2 lines of text were written. On the battlefields of gladiatorial combat, only the head of the defeated can open the door to survival. Zhang Lang squinted and looked up at the door that had just been hit by the fireball, burned for a while, and had only just been extinguished. This seemingly ordinary wooden door, after enduring such an explosion and fire, was completely undamaged and remained tightly closed. He reached out and touched the wooden door behind him. It wouldn't open, and it was very hard. Looking to both sides, I saw that the two guys were also leaning against a door. The circular arena only had 4 doors, all of which were tightly closed. No need to try anymore, it won't open. The short-haired white man shrugged. Once you enter this arena, you can't leave. According to what they say on the ground, you can only leave by sacrificing someone. Now that we're all wary of each other, let's not kill each other. Either we wait until this round is over and leave, or we wait for a newcomer to arrive and then work together to take him down. What do you say? Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over the two men. Suddenly, he flung the butcher knife in his hand at the Asian man, while rushing towards the crew-cut white man. Zhang Lang's sudden attack caught the two of them completely off guard. The Asian man hurriedly dodged, but the white man, in his haste, extended side-shaped claws from his wrists and crossed them to block in front of him. But Zhang Lang didn't care at all and swung his fist down. With a snap, Zhang Lang's forearm broke the white man's 2 bone blades. With over 30 points of fire attribute, plus the enhancement of iron bones, his bone strength probably exceeds that of real steel. With the monster strength boosted by Dragon Heart's berserk power, how could an ordinary person withstand him? The blow caused the crew-cut white man to scream in agony, as he was thrown to the ground by the immense force. He tumbled over before finally getting to his feet, but his hands were trembling uncontrollably. At this moment, the Asian man opposite him had already clasped his hands together, about to unleash his skill, when Zhang Lang suddenly pointed at him and roared. Personal grudge. The roar made the uncle's subordinate hesitate for a moment, and it also made him realize something. If these two were mortal enemies, no matter who lived or died, one of them could be used to open the door and leave. He didn't need to get involved at all and could just sit back and enjoy the benefits. Seeing the older man stop attacking, the crew-cut white man hurriedly shouted, "Don't listen to his nonsense." We didn't. But Zhang Lang didn't give him a chance to speak and rushed up to deliver another punch. Having just suffered a beating, the crew-cut white man knew how powerful Zhang Lang's punch was and could only dodge. However, Zhang Lang's fully enhanced physical attributes, speed, and reaction were all superior to his. The guy dodged the first blow but couldn't dodge the second, and was hit squarely in the chin by a punch. But at that very moment, his body suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke, and Zhang Lang's fist struck only a soft, limp paper figure. After taking this blow, the paper figure crumbled and turned to dust. Substitute. Zhang Lang's gaze swept across the arena, and he spotted the crew-cut white man standing about 7 or 8 meters away by the wall, cursing loudly. Damn it, even the substitution jutsu won't get me out. I see you have quite a few paper figures. Zhang Lang slammed on the ground, braked sharply, and veered back towards the crew-cut white man. Taking this opportunity, the man with the buzz cut finally managed to clear his head. Don't be fooled by him, I don't know him. If he kills me, he'll target you. The Asian man hesitated upon hearing this, but still did not make a move. At this moment, Zhang Lang had caught up with the white man again and threw another punch with all his might. Boom. This attack once again only stirred up a wisp of dust. As the paper figure shattered, the white man appeared beside the Asian man and grabbed him. If you don't help, you're not getting away. But to everyone's surprise, the uncle suddenly raised his hand and aimed it at Zhang Lang in the distance. The skill was activated, and with a whoosh, the two switched positions. The white man found that the one he was holding had suddenly become the terrifyingly strong man. Boom. Another punch, and it's still a paper doll. Zhang Lang turned around, but couldn't see the white man. Where did he run off to this time? Suddenly, Zhang Lang felt a light shining down from above. When he looked up, he saw the bald white man with a buzz cut standing upside down on the ceiling, his feet on the 5 or 6 meter high spherical dome, his hands clasped together, and a dazzling fireball condensing between his palms. My skills are finally complete. Go to hell, you madman. With this declaration, he pushed downwards with both hands, and a huge fireball crashed down. Zhang Lang had no time to dodge and could only raise his hands to block the blow from above his head. Boom. The fireball was like a petrol bomb, and the flames that erupted swept across half of the arena, so bright that even the middle-aged man in the distance had to raise his hand to shield his eyes. The bald white man fell from the ceiling, landing smoothly with a somersault. Judging from his movements, he had probably also enhanced his attributes, though he was still somewhat inferior to Zhang Lang. The crew-cut white man stood in front of the burning fire and chuckled coldly. He was very confident in his skills. The explosive power was already terrifying, and there was also the after-effect of continuous burning. Without protective armor, being hit by it would almost certainly be fatal, unless one had an escape skill. But I didn't see this guy leave the fire. It's been burning for half a day, it's definitely doomed. Cut. The white man spat and turned to look at the bespectacled man beside him. You deliberately stood by and watched me die. Did you think that if I died, no one could restrain your abilities? No, no, no. The bespectacled man waved his hands repeatedly, then suddenly widened his eyes and pointed behind the white man. Look. Don't try to fool me. The white man's wrist sprang out a half-broken bone spur, the broken end still sharp. But just then, a large, burning hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Feeling the burning heat on his face, the crew-cut white man was startled. Before he could turn around, he was pulled into the raging flames by a large hand. Then he could vaguely see figures wrestling in the firelight, accompanied by the white man's screams and the sound of bones breaking. Even paper figures are useless amidst the raging flames. A moment later, the scorching effect of the fireball disappeared, the flames subsided, revealing Zhang Lang, his body charred black, holding the even more charred white man with a buzz cut in his hand, motionless. The bespectacled man stared at the two charred, statue-like pieces of coal and swallowed hard. They all burned to death. The middle-aged man frowned. At the last moment, did they drag each other down with them? He turned to look at the 4 doors around him, but none of them were open. Does it mean exactly what it says, that you need a human head to open the door? Thinking of this, the uncle stepped forward and approached cautiously. To him, Zhang Lang was a bit too tall, so he reached out and grabbed the white man's head. But suddenly, Zhang Lang, who was as black as a charcoal statue, moved. He grabbed the bespectacled man by the neck with one hand, released the shaved white man with the other, and threw a punch. Boom. Zhang Lang's punch was very solid, but he only managed to throw up a handful of carbon slag. The bespectacled man he was holding in his hand has turned into the charred corpse of the white man. Has the location been changed? Zhang Lang turned his head to look to the side, where the white man's body had been squatting, but found it empty. Zhang Lang turned his head and scanned the arena, but he didn't see a single person. What happened? He escaped. Impossible. If he could leave, he wouldn't have waited until now. He still has the white man's head, he must still be in this room. Could it be invisibility? Feed him. The virtual voice in Zhang Lang's mind grumbled. Invisibility is a cheating skill for hide and seek. Being trapped in the arena is bad enough. If you don't take him down here, it'll be a real problem if you let him go. I know. Zhang Lang nodded, reached out and twisted off the charred head of the crew-cut white man, held it in his hand, and shouted loudly into the empty hall. If you want to leave, come and take it. Toshio Ono is the name of the man who wears glasses and overalls. He comes from the main world and belongs to an island nation within the Eastern Alliance. By chance, he was recruited into the altar and began his adventures in various worlds. Whether it was the blessing of Lady Luck or not, he always managed to survive one adventure after another. His companions fell one after another, and new ones were constantly added to replace them, but he always survived, accumulating points and becoming stronger. After the last mission ended, he obtained a rare stealth skill. Not only can it conceal its form, but it can also eliminate its scent. It can last for up to 5 minutes. Launching an attack will break the invisibility state prematurely, and attacks that break invisibility will also cause additional damage. Overall, it's a good skill. The only downside is that the invisibility duration is a bit short and the cooldown is a bit long. The cooldown starts after the invisibility is broken, and it lasts for 1 minute. However, the ability to become invisible is extremely useful in adventures. He had already begun to fantasize about how he would complete the mission unnoticed by anyone, thanks to his invisibility ability. Immediately afterwards, he was summoned by the altar and encountered a special rule mission that was most suitable for this ability. Hide and seek. This is truly a stroke of luck. Toshio Ono believed that although his ability in direct combat was not outstanding, he would be able to make a great contribution in this mission by using his invisibility ability, and ultimately survive and obtain a huge reward. As it turns out, stealth capabilities are indeed impressive. He actually encountered the ghost in the first round, but the ghost couldn't see him at all and just passed right by. Oh no, Toshio chuckled to himself. No demon could find him, and when he was the demon, he could slaughter everyone. If things continued like this, he would eventually kill them all and claim the final reward. But who knew that his good luck would run out in the second round? He was trapped inside the arena, and trapped with him was a white man with a buzz cut. Upon seeing the white man, he immediately concealed himself, but to his surprise, the invisibility seemed to have no effect on him. The man could still see him and raised his hand to fire a large fireball. If he hadn't had the ability to switch places, he would probably have been killed on the spot. This white man has the ability to detect invisibility. In this mission, he was his greatest nemesis. However, he was still lucky. Not long after, a crazed Asian man appeared. I think he was number 10. This guy came in and attacked the white man. Although he claimed they had a personal grudge, Ono Toshio didn't believe him. This guy was clearly planning to take them down one by one. But he'd love to see those two fight it out. In terms of combat ability, they are both stronger than me. It would be best to fight them to the death so that I can reap the benefits. He especially wanted that white man to die, so that his abilities would be invincible again. Just as he predicted, the two fought fiercely in the flames, one dying and the other wounded. But the madman was incredibly tenacious. Despite being burned so badly, he wasn't quite dead yet, and Ono Toshio was almost caught by him. Now that he has escaped, Toshio Ono has no intention of showing his face again. That madman actually planned to use that severed head to lure him out. Did he think he was stupid? Judging from how badly his burns were done, Ono Toshio estimated that he might not even last 5 minutes of invisibility. Let's see who can outlast whom. But soon, Toshio Ono realized that he had been too naive. The madman stood there holding the severed head for a while, and when he realized there was no movement, he raised his hands and started patting his body. What is he doing? Toshio Ono didn't understand at first, but what happened next made him start to tremble. As he was patted, chunks of charred dead skin fell off the madman's body, revealing the new skin underneath. Smooth, intact new skin. This guy has incredible regenerative abilities. Is it a skill? How can it regenerate so quickly? Could it have died once and been reborn? I've heard that such items exist. Finally, seeing Zhang Lang completely naked but with well-developed muscles and intact skin, Ono Toshio fell into despair. There are still more than 6 minutes left in this round. His invisibility will end before the round ends. Unless someone else enters this arena during this period and becomes a variable. Please, someone else. Just one more person. Hidden in the shadows, Toshio Ono clenched his fists and prayed earnestly, but this time, Lady Luck did not smile upon him. No new person appeared until his skill's duration ended. This castle is too big. Besides the 3 of them, there are only 5 people left. The probability of anyone being able to break into this arena is extremely low. In the end, Toshio Ono had no choice but to reveal himself. Despite struggling to escape, he was eventually caught by Zhang Lang. He was like a sheep trapped in a cave by a tiger, utterly powerless to resist. As the countdown ended, this round also came to a close. Zhang Lang returned to the room with the round table, but this time, there were only 5 people left at the table. Besides number 5 and number 9, who were killed by him, number 1 also disappeared. Number 1 is that Eastern woman with long black waves. Wait, isn't she a ghost? Everyone was taken aback when they saw number 1 disappear. The ghost was killed. How is that possible? Who did it? Everyone's eyes swept across the round table and noticed that there were 6 stars on one person's table. It's number 3, that bald man. After killing one person last time, he actually killed the ghost this time. Everyone looked at him with wariness in their eyes. At the same time, number 3 also noticed Zhang Lang, number 10. If killing one person last time was a coincidence, killing 2 more this time is a testament to strength. The bald man narrowed his eyes, already regarding Zhang Lang as his number 1 enemy. The others also noticed this tall, imposing man from the east, not only because of the 2 extra stars in front of him, but also because of his clothing. After being scorched by the flames, most of Zhang Lang's clothes were burned off. Although his skin and flesh had regenerated well, he was shirtless, with only a tattered pair of trousers left to cover his shame. These were only preserved because he had sewn them together from mutated animal hides and they had good fire resistance. Oh dear, another person has unfortunately been eliminated. The invisible figure on the ghost position reappears. Even the demon failed this time. It seems this was truly a dangerous mission. Those of you who are still alive, be on your guard. Now, let's decide who will be the demon next round. As he spoke, the pointer in the center of the table began to spin again, and this time, it finally pointed to number 2. This was a thin man in his 30s who had always been taciturn and had little presence. But the moment he sat in the ghost seat, the man suddenly grinned, revealing 2 rows of fine teeth, and made an exaggerated smile. "Sorry everyone, this game may have to end here this round." What an arrogant statement. The other reincarnators frowned, but still followed the rules, stood up, and left through different doors. Hide and seek, round 3, officially begins. After pushing open the door, Zhang Lang arrived at a restaurant. The restaurant was spacious, with a long table in the middle and a huge chandelier hanging from the top. There were 7 or 8 chairs on each side of the table, and tableware was neatly arranged in front of each chair. The long table was covered with food, which smelled delicious and looked like a banquet that was about to begin. This is a good place. After being burned so badly before and having been open for so long, eating only 1 apple is not enough. He simply sat down and began to devour the delicious food with his hands. Those who have undergone reincarnation, especially those whose physical abilities have been enhanced, are stronger and faster. Normally, they should consume more energy and have a larger appetite than ordinary people. However, most reincarnators do not exhibit an unusually large appetite. This is because, as their physical fitness improves, not only does their energy consumption increase, but their efficiency in storing and utilizing energy also increases. Among the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, fire naturally consumes the most energy after being strengthened. With more power, more work is done, just like a car with 0 displacement engines will definitely consume more fuel than one with 5 displacement engines. But conversely, what if the engine incorporates some kind of advanced technology that greatly increases the combustion efficiency of gasoline? It turns out that 1 liter of gasoline can burn the equivalent of 2 liters, meaning that even with increased power, fuel consumption won't increase. And the earth element is precisely this cutting-edge technology. The earth element, primarily for defense, not only makes your body more robust, but also has a hidden function, enhancing the body's efficiency in absorbing and storing energy. At a certain level, it can even alter the way the body takes in energy, moving beyond ordinary physiological and chemical reactions. Generally speaking, without considering the special constitution of someone with a naturally large appetite, as long as a person's fire and earth elements are roughly equal, their food intake will remain at a normal level. If the fire element is much stronger than the earth element, then this person must eat more to maintain the body's energy expenditure. Conversely, if the earth element is much stronger than the fire element, then you only need to eat very little. If you eat too much, you will be more likely to accumulate fat and gain weight. Therefore, among powerful reincarnators, those with high earth attributes are often very fat. Masters with strong fire attributes often find it difficult to maintain a high body fat percentage. Of course, as the water attribute increases, the energy consumption of the brain and nerves will also increase, but compared to those 2 attributes, the impact on food intake is negligible and can basically be ignored. In contrast, Zhang Lang currently has 25 points in fire attribute and 35 points in earth attribute, with earth attribute clearly being stronger. In addition, with the presence of photosynthesis and lead belly, 2 abilities that promote energy absorption, theoretically, his appetite should be smaller than that of an average person. However, this guy's innate and powerful self-healing ability caused the saved energy to be consumed rapidly. In addition, he now has the Dragon Heart Frenzy ability that accelerates energy consumption. It can be said that after a battle, his appetite is no less than that of an ordinary person. His high earth attribute and lead belly ability have become accomplices that make it easier for him to stuff more food. If one day he were to escape this endless cycle of reincarnation and return to a mundane life, but still maintain this eating habit, Zhang Lang might become a very fat man. However, he wasn't thinking about these issues right now. His real priority was to absorb as much energy as possible and eliminate as many enemies as possible. Soon, Zhang Lang's stomach was bulging from the delicious food. Looking at the time, almost 20 minutes had passed. This meal was so enjoyable that almost a whole round had gone by, and he still hadn't seen anyone. He might as well consider it a break. Thinking this, Zhang Lang leaned back in his chair, put his feet up on the table, picked up a silver fork, twisted off a tooth, and used it as a toothpick to pick at the bits of meat stuck between his teeth, feeling quite content. While they were resting, the restaurant door suddenly opened, and a slender man with a short axe and a smile walked in. "This is number 2, the ghost position for this round. Found you." As he spoke, the man raised his hand and shot out a laser beam. The moment Zhang Lang noticed this guy, he sprang up from his seat. The laser swept across the seat, leaving a small hole burned through it, and the floor behind him was also charred black. The power was considerable. Not bad, you reacted quickly. The ghost smiled slightly. But don't even think about running away, because no matter where you run, I'll find you. That guy before could teleport, you know, he teleported away through several rooms, but in the end, he still died for my laser. As he spoke, Ghost raised his hand again. Zhang Lang immediately dodged when he saw the movement, but the moment the guy raised his hand, he fired 2 lasers in succession. He dodged one of them, but the other shot right in the path he was dodging. The scorching light burned through Zhang Lang's flesh and left charred marks on his bones. Zhang Lang covered his wound in pain and frowned. Pretty sturdy. The ghost chuckled. Looks like you should be able to run for a while longer and bring me even more joy. You know what? As soon as I saw this rule, I immediately accepted it. Hide and seek is simply the perfect game rule for me. The ghost fiddled with the bracelet on its wrist and smiled slightly. When we first sat around the round table, I marked all 9 of you. While attacking each other is not allowed there, non-offensive skills are not prohibited. Anyone I've marked will have their movements firmly monitored as long as they are within 3 kilometers of me. I can say that as long as I'm inside this castle, I can know everyone's location. When I was a human, I could easily evade the pursuit of ghosts, but when I become a ghost, no one can escape my grasp. As he spoke, number 2 slowly approached Zhang Lang, raised his hand, and the light on the bracelet flashed again. At the same time, Zhang Lang also made a move. Trying to escape. Not so easy. Number 2 is also a sharpshooter. This time, he fired 2 shots in quick succession, one aimed directly at Zhang Lang, and the other aimed 1 meter to Zhang Lang's right. Judging from Zhang Lang's current posture, if he wants to dodge the first attack, moving to the right is the optimal solution, which would guarantee a hit from the second attack. However, if he chooses to dodge in any other direction, he most likely won't be able to dodge the first attack. So, where are you going to run off to, little lamb? Number 2 had a plan in mind, but to his surprise, Zhang Lang didn't dodge at all and charged straight at him. Whoosh! The laser struck Zhang Lang squarely in the chest, burning a small, charred hole in his skin, but it did nothing to stop him from moving forward. Compared to energy attacks that only generate high temperatures, Zhang Lang is more afraid of physical weapons with knockback capabilities. With this kind of laser, as long as he grits his teeth and endures the pain, he can always charge in. This fearless and reckless attitude was something number 2 hadn't anticipated. However, relying on his shield and the extra 5 points in all attributes, he picked up the short axe in his hand and chopped it straight at Zhang Lang's head. Faced with the sharp axe blade, Zhang Lang didn't even dodge, but directly used the top of his head to block it. With a crisp clang, the axe was deflected by Zhang Lang's skull, leaving a nick in the sharp blade. Number 2 was thus left wide open, and Zhang Lang slammed him into his arms, knocking him to the ground and pinning him down, then began to punch him repeatedly. Bang 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 bang. Zhang Lang swung his fists, striking left and right, relentlessly attacking number 2. With his iron-boned fists and the raging power of the dragon heart, every punch was incredibly powerful. Even if it missed and hit the ground, it could shatter bricks. Not to mention a human, even a bull would break its bones if it took a hit. But when the fist hit number 2 in the face, it only made him shake his head from side to side, and ripples appeared on his face that were barely visible to the naked eye. That was the effect of hitting the defensive shield. A shield of 3,000 points can basically withstand the attack of a tank's main cannon. While a person's fist will consume energy when it hits, it would be wishful thinking to break the shield, even with Zhang Lang's iron fist, without 100 or 80 punches. This fierce attack completely stunned the arrogant number 2. He took 20 or 30 punches for no reason before he suddenly realized what was happening and raised his hand to fire 2 lasers. Brush! The 2 beams of light blinded Zhang Lang, but he only looked up briefly before continuing his frenzied attack without stopping. Is this guy crazy? The self-proclaimed insane position 2 was also somewhat intimidated by the attack. Taking advantage of the chaos, he crushed a small bottle hidden in his sleeve. With a loud bang, a powerful shockwave erupted, sending Zhang Lang, who was riding on his back, flying away. Zhang Lang somersaulted in midair, landing on all fours. He raised his head, his eyes rolling around, they had regenerated. Then, with a roar, he charged forward again. The second person on the opposite side had just gotten up when he saw the other person rushing over. He immediately waved his hands, and a barrier was placed between the 2 of them. Zhang Lang crashed into it headfirst, and with a thud, ripples spread outwards. Taking advantage of the opportunity, number 2 pulled out a syringe from his pocket and injected it into his arm, but it was blocked by the barrier. Damn it! He touched his bracelet, removed the barrier. Then he injected the medicine. This type of one-time consumable item does not fall under the category of sword enhancement or fire enhancement in the altar, but rather wine enhancement, and can be used in this mission. After the injection, number 2's chest suddenly began to tremble, his heart pounded violently as if it were about to leap out of his chest, his blood vessels bulged, and his eyes became bloodshot. This is an enhancement potion that significantly improves physical fitness in a short period of time by increasing blood flow and metabolism throughout the body. The effect is similar to Zhang Lang's Dragon Heart Frenzy, but stronger. Moreover, the potion contains a buffer, so there will be less severe side effects after the effects end. Despite witnessing Zhang Lang's madness, number 2 has no intention of backing down. Only one person can survive this mission, and he will have to face this monster sooner or later. He's currently in the ghost position, with the advantage of shields and lasers. If we don't take down this madman now, things will get complicated later. As his potion took effect and the shield restarted, the barrier's duration expired, and number 2 raised his hand and fired 2 more lasers. This time, Zhang Lang raised his hand to block, thus avoiding damage to his eyes, and then charged forward with his head down. Number 2 also swung his axe and charged forward. And so, the 2 experts, who had activated their berserk mode and greatly increased their strength, began a frenzied close-quarters melee. Whether it's fire attribute or physique, Zhang Lang has the advantage. Even though number 2's stimulant effect is stronger, he is still weaker in terms of strength. However, he can hold his own against Zhang Lang by relying on his powerful shield effect. On the other hand, Zhang Lang withstood the second's frenzied attacks thanks to his powerful regenerative abilities and a body harder than steel. Both fighters were using a desperate, all-or-nothing style. One's wounds healed as soon as they were cut, while the other relied on a shield to withstand all attacks. It was a battle of attrition, with each side struggling to hold on. The sounds of their fighting were deafening, making the cups and plates on the table clatter and rattle. It was quite a spectacle. As the fight progressed, Zhang Lang suddenly noticed that his opponent's attacks were starting to show signs of hesitation, and that they were shifting their focus from the head, face, and chest to the lower body. This guy's trying to run away. Zhang Lang's keen combat instincts immediately detected his opponent's intentions. Others may not know the shield's remaining amount, but number 2 knows it best. During the battle, his shield was also rapidly depleting. Even with the shield up, he was only able to fight Zhang Lang to a standstill. Once the shield broke, he knew he had no chance of winning. Seeing that victory was hopeless, this guy had already begun to retreat. He attacked Zhang Lang's lower body, hoping to find an opportunity to injure Zhang Lang's leg so that he could take the opportunity to escape. Having seen through this, Zhang Lang suddenly swept a high roundhouse kick towards number 2's head. Number 2 raised his left hand to block it, and swung his axe with his right hand, directly slashing Zhang Lang's thigh. Blood gushed out instantly, and the wound was almost visible to the bone. A great opportunity. Number 2's eyes lit up, and taking advantage of Zhang Lang's leg injury and instability, he turned and ran away. But Zhang Lang had anticipated this move. The moment his right leg was slashed, he used his left leg to push off the ground, leaped forward sideways, grabbed number 2's legs, and the 2 of them crashed to the ground with a thud. "Damn it, you lunatic, get away from me!" Number 2 screamed in terror, wildly waving his axe, but Zhang Lang pinned him down and he couldn't flip over. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Zhang Lang climbed onto his back, grabbed his hair with his left hand, lifted his head and slammed it against the ground, while simultaneously punching and hitting the back of his head and neck with his right fist. Finally, under the relentless onslaught, the shield on number 2 shattered. Immediately afterwards, Zhang Lang's heavy punch landed on the back of his head. The enhancement potion gave him even greater strength, but it did not change the strength of his physical body. Under Zhang Lang's iron fist, the back of his skull shattered, and fragments pierced his brainstem, severing his breathing and heartbeat at the source, sending this arrogant killer away from this world. Zhang Lang climbed off the body of number 2, the wound on his thigh had healed. He patted his stomach, which had calmed down considerably. A good post-meal workout. Then he got up, walked to the table, picked up a glass of red wine, downed it in one gulp, and smacked his lips. The alcohol content is too low, it doesn't taste like much. He then left the restaurant and continued wandering around the castle, but he did not encounter any more reincarnators until the end of the round. We returned to the round table, and this time, only the 2 of us remained. One is Zhang Lang, who has 8 stars on the table in front of him, and the other is the bald man number 3, who has 6 stars. It seems the remaining 2 were taken down by that number 2. The bonus from the ghost rank, combined with his ability to search for others, made his hunting efficiency extremely high. It's estimated that he considered the bald man who had previously killed a ghost as a major enemy and placed him last. But unexpectedly, on the third hunt, they were defeated by Zhang Lang. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. At the ghost seat of the round table, a semi-transparent figure feigned regret and said, "The time has finally come. Only 2 people remain for the final battle." As he spoke, the figure left his seat and began walking around the round table. "You are all excellent. Extremely excellent." The invisible man passed behind Zhang Lang and the bald man, looking at the stars on their table. "Both of you have impressive feats of turning the tables on the ghosts. I'm really looking forward to your duel. Therefore, I'm going to add a new rule to this mission." With that, the invisible man returned to his ghostly position. "Next, to be fair, you 2 will take turns being the ghosts, engaging in duels until one kills the other. The winner will then receive one of the loser's enhancements as an extra reward. How about that? Exciting, isn't it?" Upon hearing this, a sharp glint flashed in their eyes. The opponent's impressive record suggests they must have undergone powerful enhancements. If I'm lucky enough to draw them. It seems neither of you has any objections. Then let's decide who the devil is in the first round. The invisible man raised his hand, revealing a semi-transparent coin. With a flick of his finger, the coin flew into the air and landed back on the table as a real coin. It bounced a few times before settling into place. The coin is engraved with a human head, an Eastern face, with sharp features and a resolute expression, resembling Zhang Lang. "Very good." The invisible man pointed at Zhang Lang. "The first ghost in the round is Mr. 10. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Lang disappeared from seat number 10 and took the ghost seat. The bracelet on his wrist emitted a restless energy, indicating that it was activated. The bald man stared coldly at Zhang Lang, raised his hand to his throat in a throat-slitting gesture, then left his seat, randomly choosing a door to exit. Zhang Lang closed his eyes and waited slowly for the 1-minute countdown to end before standing up and choosing a door to leave. This time, Zhang Lang arrived at a magnificent living room, somewhat similar to the room where he killed the telekinetic in the first round, with weapons hanging on the walls as well. Zhang Lang picked up a heavy curved sword, weighed it in his hand, and carried it. Although this time, as a ghost, he has a shield and laser, Zhang Lang still prefers to use solid melee weapons. After all, he had already experienced the power of that laser. It was not bad, but not too strong, and he couldn't rely entirely on this kind of attack. Moreover, after becoming a ghost, he also mastered the rules for using this laser. It can store up to 2 lasers, each with a 2-second cooldown, so it can't fire continuously like a machine gun. That number 2, at most, managed to fire 2 shots in quick succession. Zhang Lang, carrying a knife, opened the door opposite and entered a long, narrow toilet. Although located in a medieval castle, the layout of this toilet was rather ahead of its time. Zhang Lang kicked open the doors of each cubicle, searched them, and then passed through the toilet to proceed to the next room. Even when he was a human, Zhang Lang did not hide, but was looking for other reincarnators. So he was now very familiar with the hunting rhythm. He searched the rooms one by one, and when he encountered a place where people might be hiding, he would fire a laser to confirm. The laser's penetrating power is quite impressive. Although it couldn't penetrate his iron frame, it was still devastating to ordinary leather and wooden furniture. Zhang Lang searched each room one by one, but couldn't find the bald man. However, he soon faintly heard shouts coming from above. "I'm here. Come find me if you dare. I'm here. Come find me if you dare." Is that the bald man's voice? Zhang Lang frowned. He actually revealed his location on his own initiative. Was this guy arrogant or crazy? It doesn't matter, this saves me the trouble of looking for him. Zhang Lang followed the direction of his voice, passing through rooms and corridors, and soon came to a spiral staircase. He went up 2 floors and saw a corridor. He looks familiar. Zhang Lang looked down the corridor and saw a flower bed not far away, with various plants growing in the middle that he couldn't see. Isn't that the same flower bed he visited in the first round? And the bald man who kept shouting was standing right next to this flower bed. "You finally arrived." The bald man sneered. "I was worried you were too timid to fight." Zhang Lang was too lazy to waste words with him, so he simply raised his hand and fired 2 laser beams. But to everyone's surprise, the 2 laser beams, which were about to strike the bald man, automatically deflected and shot into the flower bed beside him, only scorching a few blades of grass. "Are you in such a hurry?" The bald man sneered. Do you know why I'm willing to participate in this kind of mission? Because the laser mentioned in the rules poses absolutely no threat to me. If you want to kill me, the knife in your hand might be more effective. I don't need you to remind me. The instant the laser failed, Zhang Lang charged forward wielding his scimitar. At the same time, his mind raced, trying to figure out why the opponent dared to challenge the ghost rank. It might be crazy, but Zhang Lang never treats people as madmen. His fighting style has always been quite crazy, but behind it lies a frighteningly calm mind. Is there an ambush here? The biggest variable is that flower bed. Having witnessed the man-eating flower before, Zhang Lang sprinted at lightning speed, but he remained extremely wary of the flower bed. The moment Zhang Lang saw the bald man, he activated Dragon Heart Frenzy. With the additional 5 points to all attributes provided by the ghost bracelet, his speed was now comparable to that of a galloping horse. He instantly sprinted in front of the bald man and slashed with his sword. At this point, the bald man finally moved. It wasn't a dodge, nor did it involve pulling out any mechanisms or props, it simply raised its hand and snapped its fingers. Boom. A tremendous sound erupted, and the knife in Zhang Lang's hand flew out. He was completely engulfed by a violent, unexpected energy explosion. The bald man opposite him, however, smiled and calmly lowered his hand, seemingly unaffected by the explosion. As the dust settled, Zhang Lang stood before the bald man, still in the stance of wielding his knife. However, he was now blown to pieces, his body a bloody mess, charred and steaming, looking like a pig that had been thrown into a skinning machine and then doused with hot oil. Friend, if you're my opponent, your shield won't save your life. The bald man chuckled, twisted his body, and delivered a powerful whip kick, sending the battered Zhang Lang flying into the flower bed. The smell of blood immediately triggered a riot from the carnivorous plants, which revealed their ferocious nature and swarmed over, enveloping Zhang Lang inside and viciously biting him. Seeing this, the bald man sneered and turned to leave. His name is Kerlove, from the Western Continent Union of the main world. He is a master who has completed nearly 20 missions and has 8,000-point rewards. Both players eliminated a ghost player in the same way, but compared to Zhang Lang's all-out, desperate effort, Kerlove's counterattack was remarkably easy. All he did was snap his fingers in front of that woman, and then she exploded. Shield Blast. This is a rare skill that Kerlove obtained several worlds ago. The effect is to detonate the energy shield on the target. Whether it is a plasma window generated by technological equipment or a protective shield generated by magical skills, it can be instantly dispelled and completely disappeared. At the same time, it can also trigger a huge inward explosion, causing great damage to the target that was originally protected by the shield. Moreover, the higher the shield value, the greater the damage. Faced with this skill, the ghost position's original advantage becomes a fatal weakness. This is also the biggest reason why Kerlove chose to join this mission. With this, I'll get 11 stars, 2,200 points, and I can also draw a 1,000-point reward from the opponent. With such generous rewards, I'm sure I can successfully advance to hero. Kerlove pondered this, but soon realized something was amiss. Why isn't the mission over yet? Kerlove turned around and saw that a bulge woven from vines had suddenly risen from the wildly surging flower bed. Immediately afterwards, a nearly naked man stood up from the grass, his body still covered with thorny vines, and half a carnivorous flower dangling from his mouth, its sharp thorns trembling as he chewed. What kind of monster are you? Kerlove looked on in disbelief. Zhang Lang didn't have time to answer his question. He chewed up the man-eating flower and swallowed it. He then raised his hand and tore off the flower vines that were wrapped around his body. He jumped out of the flower bed and rushed towards the bald man without saying a word. Kerlove frowned, raised his hand and unleashed a beam of light that struck Zhang Lang's forehead, causing his scalp to rot and wither. However, before the withering could spread, it was quickly dissipated by Zhang Lang's self-healing ability. What incredible vitality! Kerlove exclaimed, his eyes wide. What kind of ability is this? Immortality. Seeing Zhang Lang rush towards him, raising his fist, Kerlove gritted his teeth, his muscles bulging. I don't care who you are, even if I'm immortal, I'll beat you to death. As he spoke, he raised his fist and charged forward. Click. With a sharp crack, the two men's forearms collided, and Kerlove's bone was broken. In terms of strength, Zhang Lang in the ghost position has 40 points of earth attribute, plus the iron bone bonus. In terms of strength, Zhang Lang's fire attribute is as high as 30 points, and he also has Dragon Heart Frenzy. Kerlove is at a disadvantage in both of these aspects, and has no chance of winning in hand-to-hand combat. Wow, this guy's stats are so high. How many enhancements does he have? Kirillov staggered back 2 steps in pain, his eyes filled with terror, and turned to run away. No, we can't confront him head-on. We can only wait until next time, when he's in the ghost position. But Zhang Lang wouldn't give him that chance. He rushed over and kicked Kirillov to the ground, then proceeded to beat him mercilessly. Kirillov's skills, Shield Blast and Wither Ray, are indeed powerful, and his own attributes are also very high. However, in terms of melee combat, Kirillov is still a level below the number 2 in the previous round, who had a shield and was injected with a berserk potion. Moreover, Zhang Lang is currently in the ghost position, and he also has a 5-point bonus to all attributes. With the tide turning against each other, Kirillov couldn't even last 5 seconds against Zhang Lang's heavy punch before being beaten beyond recognition and dying on the spot. As his last opponent succumbed to his injuries, Zhang Lang was also teleported back to the circular hall by a beam of light. At this point, he was the only reincarnator left at the round table, with 11 stars shining on the table in front of him. Congratulations. The semi-transparent figure clapped its hands at Zhang Lang. To become the ultimate victor, you have the right to acquire the powers of the defeated. This is the law of nature, and the law of the altar. As he spoke, 8 more face-down cards appeared on the table in front of Zhang Lang, representing the 8 enhancements of the bald man, Kirillov. But in Zhang Lang's eyes, only 3 of them were lit up, the other 5 were a dim gray. You can only flip through these 3 pages. He sighed softly. All your abilities require my intervention. I cannot grant you any rewards beyond blood enhancements, so I can only extract these 3 blood enhancements from you. Zhang Lang nodded, raised his hand and pulled out a card, on which was written the name and description of this ability. Reward type, blood enhancement. Reward name, intermediate attribute enhancement. Rarity, rare. Effect 1, randomly gain 24 points of attribute enhancement. Effect 2, gain 16 attribute points that can be allocated as specified. You can only choose one of the 2 effects. Each person can only receive this bonus once. Currently, 0 halves have already received it. Another attribute enhancement. This was quite a surprise for Zhang Lang. No wonder this bald guy dared to fight you hand-to-hand. Su said, 24 attribute points, if evenly distributed, is roughly a 5-point increase to all attributes. For an ordinary sacrificial level reincarnator, that's quite strong. Besides, he has 2 other blood enhancements, so naturally he's bursting with confidence. This enhancement is perfect for you. Pick up the card, and I'll enhance it for you when we get back. Zhang Lang nodded and picked up the card. Very good. The semi-transparent figure nodded. Now, take your loot and get out of here. Many more adventures await you, and I look forward to seeing how you perform next. Don't listen to his nonsense. Let's go. Su's tone was full of impatience, and black flames ignited on Zhang Lang. A moment later, Zhang Lang returned to the basement in his hometown. Zhang Lang raised his hand, the card was still there. With a wave of his hand, black flames ignited on the card and entered his body. At the same time, he felt a tingling and itchy sensation throughout his limbs and bones, which subsided after a while. Zhang Lang breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that his physical fitness in all aspects had been enhanced to a certain extent. Zhang Lang clenched his fist. Void, attribute table. All right. Su's tone was also excited as he brought up Zhang Lang's current attribute table. Gold, healing, immune system unmeasurable. Wood, perception ability 24 points. Water, reaction, calculation, memory 24 points. Fire, muscle strength 31 points. Earth, body strength, energy storage and intake 45 points. Overall, the Earth attribute still has the advantage. Combined with the Iron Bones ability and powerful self-healing ability, Zhang Lang's survivability has been greatly enhanced. However, the increase in Fire attribute is not much, and Zhang Lang frowned slightly. For you, improving survivability is more important than increasing attack power. Su noticed his slight dissatisfaction and comforted him with a smile. Adventuring alone without teammates for protection, you'll need to be tough and resilient to survive mission after mission. Prioritize survival over killing. Besides, you now have Dragon Heart Frenzy, so adding some Earth attribute points would be even more suitable. Zhang Lang nodded. Let's calculate the scores. This time it's easy to calculate. 11 stars in total, 2,200 points, then add the remaining 790 points from last time. 2,990 points. He clicked his tongue slightly. This number is a bit awkward. Just 10 points short of 3,000, so I can only draw the reward twice. Twice is enough. Zhang Lang nodded. If it doesn't work this time, try again next time. Come on. The void emitted that chattering sound again, and then an enhanced version appeared in front of Zhang Lang. Reward type, blood enhancement. Reward name, underwater breathing. Rarity, common. Effect, grants the reincarnated individual the ability to breathe underwater. Note, it allows you to live underwater like a fish, but if the water is low in oxygen, you'll still need to come up for air. That's actually a pretty useful ability. Su chuckled. There will inevitably be times when you have to go into the water during missions, and having this ability can greatly improve your survival skills. No need. Zhang Lang refused outright. Let's cancel the order. Huh. Su was somewhat surprised. You just quit. I think this ability is pretty good. It's a normal level ability, quitting only changes some attributes. It's better than nothing. Zhang Lang insisted. Let's withdraw. Think about it again. Su seemed a little reluctant. I used to work in salvage at the docks. Zhang Lang said. I'm a very good swimmer. It's not about whether you're a good swimmer or not, you know, you can breathe underwater, right? I can hold my breath for a long time. No matter how long it takes, it can't compare to a fish. Once, while salvaging things from a sunken ship, I was so tired that I fell asleep underwater. Zhang Lang said calmly, when I woke up the next morning, I was still underwater. Even if you, wait. Su suddenly realized. Did you take a nap underwater? Have you grown gills? No. Zhang Lang looked at Su. But I don't need to breathe. What? Su couldn't believe it at all. But don't you breathe in and out normally? It's just a habit. Zhang Lang said casually, besides, I can't speak without inhaling, and I can't smell anything. You have this function. Su thought for a moment. No, very likely. Perhaps it's a hidden function resulting from an excessively high metal element. Maybe the damage caused by oxygen deficiency can be healed instantly. Or perhaps your body can function as long as there is energy, and the chemical reactions it requires are different from those of ordinary organisms. I don't understand the principle. Zhang Lang shrugged. Anyway, we don't need it, let's cancel the refund. Alright. The Void Gang removed the enhancement, turning it into a single attribute point, and added it to Zhang Lang's water attribute. We were already one short, and now we've drawn a useless one. He sighed softly, then let's move on to the next one. Accompanied by falsely labeled noise, a second reinforcement appeared. Reward type, blood enhancement. Reward name, powerful wrist. Rarity, common. Effects, significantly improves the strength, power, and flexibility of the hands and forearms, resulting in powerful wrist and grip strength. Note, a pair of weightless power boxing gloves you deserve. Zhang Lang nodded. This enhancement was similar to the iron mouth and steel teeth he had obtained before, both were enhancements to specific parts of the body. However, Zhang Lang felt that strengthening his hands was more practical than strengthening his mouth. After all, human combat had long since moved beyond biting, and his hands were not only more useful, but also allowed him to better control various weapons after strengthening them. Don't hesitate, just accept. With a tingling and numb sensation in his forearms and hands, Zhang Lang felt his hands becoming stronger and more powerful. After the reinforcement was complete, he placed his hand on the wooden armrest of the bed, squeezed it hard, and with a crack, turned the hardwood into dust. With nearly 20 points of fire attribute enhancement, coupled with the power of his strong wrist, his grip strength has been greatly improved. He is confident that he can even make fingerprints on steel, let alone wood. As for the task of killing the 1,000-point guard, it has been completed, 34 out of 100, and he is getting closer and closer to the unique ability. Very good. Zhang Lang clenched his fists and raised his head. Next, it's time to address some other issues. 5 miles south of Anning Town, there is a mountain called Black Wolf Mountain. Legend has it that in this mountain lives a black wolf demon, the leader of the wolf pack and the local mountain god. If a good person sees the black wolf, they will be given money and wealth, and will have good luck from then on. If a wicked person sees it, they will be dragged back to the wolf pack and devoured by the wolves, a truly tragic fate. This is just a far-fetched legend, but it is true that there are many wolves in Black Wolf Mountain. After the Great Cataclysm, not only humans, but also wild animals in the mountains mutated after absorbing the red mist. The pack of wolves also mutated into several kinds of monsters. However, more than a year has passed, and the population has basically stabilized. One type doesn't change much in appearance, still largely retaining the basic form of a wolf, but its body size becomes larger, resembling a tiger, with longer teeth and claws, and its tail becomes thin, bald, and long like a rat's. It also has a pair of eyes on its face, making it look more ferocious and terrifying. These wolf monsters still maintain their gregarious habits and occasionally come down from the mountain to forage around Anning Town. They have even met Zhang Lang before. Zhang Lang's impression of them was that their speed, strength, and explosiveness were all quite average, just like ordinary large beasts. But they have one unique advantage: their defense is extremely strong. Their fur is impervious to swords and spears, and water and fire, making them incredibly tough. And this material is exactly what Zhang Lang needs. As his power grew, Zhang Lang's battles and missions became increasingly brutal, often leaving him barely clothed. If it were just a special rule like last time, it wouldn't matter. The problem is that the battlefield is in a busy city center. Even if Zhang Lang doesn't care, being naked will attract attention and might even bring the police, which would be very troublesome. Therefore, he needed a more durable set of clothes, and the fur of these wolf monsters was the best material. Zhang Lang, now dressed in clean clothes, was carrying a machete and a burlap sack as he traversed the Black Wolf Mountain. For him now, that old flintlock pistol was of little use. In a real fight, it would be far less effective than the knife in his hand. If you do the math, Zhang Lang's fire attribute is already over 30. Considering his physique and the Dragon Heart Frenzy buff, his strength is probably more than 100 times that of an ordinary person. In addition, with the newly acquired Mighty Fist ability, when he swings his sword, it's definitely not something that ordinary firearms can match. Finding a tree in the mountains, Zhang Lang climbed up with a machete in his mouth and a sack on his shoulder. He found a thick branch, straddled it, took out an iron hook from the sack, tied it to the branch, and then took out a large piece of cured meat, which he hung on the iron hook, about 5 or 6 meters off the ground. There were a few pieces of spare cured meat in the sack. Zhang Lang tied the sack tightly, carried it to a higher place, held the knife, and leaned against the tree trunk to wait patiently. This area is within the territory of those wolf monsters, so there shouldn't be any other carnivores appearing. When the time comes, as long as a greedy wolf gets hooked while trying to eat meat, he will have successfully hunted them. Zhang Lang had already figured it out. This wolf was the size of a tiger, and its skin would be enough to make a set of clothes for it. Zhang Lang didn't ask for a full coat, his own craftsmanship wasn't that refined. He just wanted a pair of shorts and a vest to wear underneath. Firstly, it can prevent accidental exposure, and secondly, it also provides good protection. Although his body is quite strong now, it's always good to have an extra layer of protection, at least it won't hurt as much when he gets hit. Zhang Lang hid in the tree canopy and waited until evening, when finally he heard rustling sounds in the distance. Before long, 2 monsters approached and began circling the tree. "They're here." Zhang Lang immediately perked up and gripped the knife in his arms tightly. These 2 were the kind of 4-eyed wolf monsters that were impervious to swords and spears. The 2 wolf monsters circled around a few times before challenging the cured meat on the hook. Zhang Lang had chosen a very high height for it. Given the wolf monster's size and jumping ability, they could definitely reach it, but they wouldn't succeed easily. The 2 wolf monsters took turns trying, but either the height was insufficient or the angle was off. Finally, one of the wolf monsters aimed in the right direction, mustered its strength, leaped up, opened its mouth wide, and snatched the entire piece of cured meat into its mouth, along with the iron hook inside, which also hooked its chin. When it first put it in its mouth, the wolf monster didn't feel anything was wrong, except that it felt something cold and hard in the meat. But as it closed its mouth and sank down, biting the meat, the iron hook finally proved its power. Using gravity, the hook pierced through the monster's jaw muscles, hooked onto the jawbone, and hung the wolf on the tree. Even so, the wolf's skin on its lower jaw only formed a tent-like structure, and the sharp iron hooks did not pierce through the skin. This demonstrates the strength and toughness of the wolf's skin. The wolf monster, its chin hooked, thrashed wildly in midair, but it couldn't reach the sky or the ground, and had nowhere to grab its grip. No matter how hard it struggled, it was to no avail. The wolf below, seeing its companion trapped, paced around anxiously. After struggling for a while, the hanging wolf seemed to have run out of energy, and the one below, seeing it couldn't help, turned and left. At this moment, Zhang Lang emerged from the tree canopy, climbed down to the branch where the wolf was hanging, grabbed a machete, and plunged it directly into the wolf's gaping maw. The fur is indeed impervious to blades and bullets, but inside it is just as tender as that of an ordinary wild animal. After killing the wolf, Zhang Lang reached out, grabbed its chin, and lifted it off the iron hook with one hand. With his current arm strength, the giant wolf, weighing hundreds of pounds, was as light as a wild rabbit in his hands. Now that they had caught the wolf, there was no point in taking the remaining meat from the sack, so Zhang Lang simply threw it away, picked up the wolf carcass, and started heading down the mountain. As the sun set and darkness fell completely, Zhang Lang finally left the Black Wolf Mountain area and entered the woods on the flat ground. Walking about a mile along this path, he would emerge from the woods onto the official road, and Anning Town would not be far away. But just then, he heard a long wolf howl behind him. The howl was clear and loud, unlike that of an ordinary wolf monster, and it sounded like it was not far away. Are there wolf monsters nearby? Zhang Lang frowned and immediately quickened his pace, the trees rushing past him. But before long, he heard the sound of wild beasts running closer and closer behind him. They've caught up. Zhang Lang's 2 legs were already insufficient to outrun 4, and now he was carrying a corpse weighing several hundred pounds, which only made things worse. If this continued, he would be caught up sooner or later. Since there was no way to escape, Zhang Lang simply stopped, put down the wolf carcass, drew his machete, and faced behind him. Before long, 2 wolf monsters, one big and one small, darted out of the jungle. The smaller one was the same one that had tried to get the cured meat with the dead wolf earlier. So, they've brought reinforcements. Zhang Lang took a closer look at the larger wolf monster. This one was different from the others. It was the size of a bull, much stronger, and had black fur and skin. Is he the leader of this pack of wolf monsters? Unexpectedly, the legend of Black Wolf Mountain actually came true after the apocalypse. Zhang Lang brandished the machete in his hand. The 2 wolves, also watching him, slowly separated, one in front of the other, and began circling Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang also leaned to the side, trying to keep an eye on the wolf behind him while facing the Black Wolf King. 1 man and 2 wolves were just circling around in the woods. Finally, the wolf monster behind him couldn't hold back any longer and pounced on him the moment Zhang Lang wasn't looking at it. Zhang Lang was extremely cautious, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. He seized the opportunity when the wolf monster pounced, suddenly sidestepped and raised his arm to avoid the wolf's mouth. Then, he clamped his arm around the wolf's head and, taking advantage of the monster's open mouth to bite, plunged his knife into its throat. With a twist of the hilt, he instantly ended its life. Just then, the Black Wolf King pounced on him. Before Zhang Lang could draw his sword, he was tackled by the Wolf King. The 2 of them wrestled together and rolled on the ground for more than 10 meters. This giant wolf was also exceptionally gifted. Not only was it larger in size, but it also had extremely high muscle density and astonishing strength. Zhang Lang was unable to control it for a moment and was bitten on the shoulder. Logically speaking, Zhang Lang's earth attribute is now over 40, and his skin and flesh are extremely strong. Although they are not bulletproof, they should be able to withstand the bites of ordinary wild animals long ago. However, this giant wolf's teeth were extremely sharp and hard, and its bite force was terrifying. It easily tore through the skin, penetrated the muscle, and bit into the bone. It was only thanks to the iron bone that it withstood its sharp canines. Zhang Lang roared in pain, activating the dragon heart frenzy. He punched the giant wolf in the eye, causing its eyeball to burst and its eye socket to split open. Even so, the cruel beast still refused to let go. Despite the excruciating pain, Zhang Lang used his strength to grab the wolf's head and pry his shoulders out of its mouth. Using the power from the dragon heart's rage, he flipped onto the wolf's back. The black-haired Wolf King was not about to give in, and immediately began to sway left and right, even knocking down 2 small trees, trying to throw Zhang Lang off. But Zhang Lang, who had activated the dragon heart's berserk state, was not so easy to deal with. He grabbed the Wolf King's nape tightly, locked his arms, and locked the monster's neck in a naked choke position. The Wolf King sensed something was wrong and immediately rolled around on the ground, but Zhang Lang was no pushover either. He clamped his legs tightly around the giant wolf's lower back and tightened his grip with his powerful wrists, compressing its arteries and trachea. In just a few seconds, the giant beast stopped struggling. But Zhang Lang still refused to give up, holding the monster firmly for a long time until he was sure it was completely dead before letting go. Then, he didn't forget to finish it off with a stab to the throat with his cleaver. There are now 3 corpses in front of Zhang Lang, including a Black Wolf King. He thought for a moment, then placed the 3 corpses side by side, tied their long, thin tails together, wrapped them around his shoulders, and dragged them back. These 3 wolf monsters probably weigh 2 tons together, but for Zhang Lang now, it's not a big burden. As for the issue of dragging on the ground and wearing them down, the biggest characteristic of these wolf monsters is their tough fur that is impervious to blades and spears. If they were so easily worn down, Zhang Lang wouldn't have bothered to hunt them. Of course, in order to obtain as much intact fur as possible, he still placed the corpses of 2 ordinary wolf monsters at the bottom, and the wolf kings on top. According to his observation, the wolf king's fur was tougher and therefore more valuable. Not long after, Zhang Lang returned to Anning town with the spoils of his trip. He worked through the night to skin, dehair, and debone the 3 corpses, using some of the fresh meat to feed Xiaoya and the rest to marinate. As for the skeleton, Zhang Lang didn't lose it either. These giant wolves also fight amongst themselves. To deal with their equally invulnerable companions, their teeth and claws have naturally evolved to be stronger, even harder than steel. Their bite force is also extremely terrifying, no wonder they could easily bite through Zhang Lang's flesh. To hold their powerful teeth in place and withstand the immense biting force, these wolf-like creatures have incredibly strong jawbones, and their entire skeleton is even more robust than that of ordinary wild animals. These are all good materials. In the days that followed, Zhang Lang was mostly busy tanning leather and processing the stiff wolf fur into yarn. It is said that children from poor families mature early. Zhang Lang, who lost both parents at a young age, not only worked in various industries to support his younger sister, but was also adept at managing all kinds of household chores. Now the whole town is his backyard, with all kinds of tools at his disposal, making him very efficient at his work. During this time, wolves from the mountain also came down to cause trouble, following the scent. But without a leader, the pack of wolves was no match for Zhang Lang. Not only were they repelled, but they also left behind several more corpses, making the materials even more abundant. The leather was quickly made, but when Zhang Lang tried to cut and sew it, he ran into trouble. Ordinary scissors and steel needles are not enough to handle this leather. Zhang Lang even used a saw and chisels to peel it off. Back then, it was just about making a small incision in the skin to make peeling easier, nothing too meticulous. Now, it's about sewing clothes, a delicate process that can't be done so roughly. Therefore, Zhang Lang could only grind and sharpen the wolf teeth and claws he had collected to make simple knives and needles. It has to be said, there really is a natural counter to everything. Once the wolf monster's claws and teeth were sharpened, they became excellent tools for processing wolf pelts. Although it was still much more strenuous than ordinary tailoring, at least I could get the job done. After a month of busy work, Zhang Lang finally managed to sew a pair of shorts that only reached his thighs using the Black Wolf King's pelt. Due to limitations in the tools used, the shorts have a somewhat rough design, with slightly frayed edges. Although Zhang Lang has processed the leather to be very thin, elastic, and breathable, most people would still find them uncomfortable to wear. But Zhang Langdao didn't think so. With his thick skin, he put on the shorts and moved around for a while before getting used to them. The rest of the adjustment period would be about right. Seeing that the Black Wolf King still had quite a few large pieces of hide left, Zhang Lang suddenly felt that making only one vest seemed a bit wasteful. Why not make a coat with lots of pockets? It can serve as armor, and also make it convenient to carry equipment and conceal weapons. As for the leather vest, it can be made from ordinary wolf skin. Just as Zhang Lang was excitedly preparing to proceed with the next task, Su suddenly spoke up. "There's a new assignment, want to give it a try?" "Another mission?" Zhang Lang put down his work. "How many reincarnators are there?" "Team 1. "Only one team." Zhang Lang seemed a bit dissatisfied. "I can't just pick and choose any task." Su complained. "I also had to find a loophole in the altar, and it took a lot of effort to sneak in. There are only 3 or 5 missions that you can actually hack into, and even then you don't get much detailed information. It's always a matter of choosing the best among the worst, trying to find the one that suits you best. So, the missions we encountered this time didn't have many people. Not much." The speaker's tone was also tinged with regret. "Therefore, I can only try to choose reincarnators who are strong and valuable. Although I can't specifically see what enhancements these reincarnators have, I can still vaguely sense their overall strength. This group is also an ordinary sacrifice, but they are very strong. Ordinary offerings." Zhang Lang pondered for a moment. "Can't we hack into the hero's quest?" The one who destroyed his hometown back then was a hero-level reincarnator. If he wants to truly take revenge, he still needs to come into contact with those hero-level beings. Heroic-level quests aren't easy to smuggle. Su's tone was laced with helplessness and disdain. "And you think you can challenge heroic-level quests with your current skill level? You're dreaming." No matter how strong an ordinary offering is, it still has an upper limit due to platform limitations. It won't be too outrageous. Hero-level offerings, however, contain all sorts of monsters and demons. If you encounter a powerful figure like that, even if you had 10 more enhancements, you'd still be utterly crushed. Isn't that strong enough? Zhang Lang clenched his fists, got up, went back into the house, and headed towards the basement. Let's get ready to go. Aren't you going to ask about weapons restrictions? It doesn't matter. Zhang Lang picked out a set of clothes and put them on. I don't have any high-level weapons, and low-level weapons are useless to me, so I might as well just go like this. That makes sense. Su said, but I'll still give you a heads up, this is a level 2 weapon world. Considering the low requirement effects that are standard for the 1000-point reward, Reincarnators might bring in level 3 weapons like machine guns, sniper rifles, and grenades. Be careful. Clear. As they spoke, Zhang Lang had already prepared himself. With a burst of black flame, he vanished into the narrow basement. After the scenery before Zhang Lang's eyes stabilized, he found himself in a guest room that was not spacious but was fairly bright. Judging from the surrounding furnishings, such as the fixed bed and wardrobe, the wooden-paneled walls and ceiling, and the small round window, this is not an ordinary guest room, but a single room on a cruise ship at sea. Since it's a ship's cabin, the furnishings are kept as simple as possible to save space and cope with turbulence. However, in these limited pieces of furniture, Zhang Lang saw the craftsman's boundless energy and creativity. For example, the intricate carvings on the wooden tables and chairs, the exquisite patterns on the bed sheets and blankets, and even the simple relief carvings on the frame of the round window and the wooden panels on the wall. This luxurious style and retro decorative materials gave Zhang Lang an initial assessment. First, the technological level of this world is not very high, probably similar to that of one's homeland, which is consistent with the level 2 weapon restrictions. Secondly, judging from the decorative style, it should be a Western cultural background. Of course, the various mission worlds at the altar are all kinds of strange and wonderful. If Zhang Lang really saw a lot of yellow faces after leaving the cabin, he wouldn't be too surprised. Third, given the use of such luxurious items, this ship must be of a high standard, and its passengers must be dignitaries. Therefore, in this mission, my own identity. As he spoke, Zhang Lang noticed the clothes neatly folded on the bedside table. He picked it up and unfolded it. It was a Western-style suit, complete with a cane, a gilded pocket watch, and a top hat. The size seemed tailor-made for him, and when he put it on, he truly had the air of a Western gentleman. After getting dressed, Zhang Lang opened the cabin door and stepped out, nearly bumping into a waiter pushing a food cart. The young man was startled, then immediately tipped his hat and nodded in apology to Zhang Lang, displaying both discipline and politeness. Zhang Lang nodded in acknowledgement, then turned and walked out of the corridor, soon arriving at a spacious restaurant. It seems to be dinner time now, and the restaurant is crowded. People sit together in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing while enjoying a sumptuous dinner, creating a lively and joyful atmosphere. But Zhang Lang, who witnessed all of this, felt no joy whatsoever. His brows furrowed, and he pondered inwardly. How many people are on this ship in total? There are over 2,000 people, including crew and passengers, the figure replied humbly. You are in second class. There is first class above you, and third class below you. So many. Zhang Lang clicked his tongue. Finding at most a dozen or so reincarnated individuals from here is no easy task. Look on the bright side, he said with a forced smile. They can't escape on this vast ocean. Next, Su briefed Zhang Lang on the intelligence they could currently gather. This is a luxury ocean liner, currently on a long voyage. The current route is close to Antarctica, truly in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by either the vast deep sea or thousands of glaciers. Antarctica. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow. It's the southernmost continent on Earth. Su explained, the coldest place in this world. Your homeland seems to be Antarctica, which is ocean, while the Arctic is land. Oh dear, different worlds are all different. In any case, you and those reincarnators are already trapped on this ship. Want to hear my opinion? What? Find a way to sink this ship. Even if those reincarnators don't drown, they'll have to expose their abilities. Didn't you say you can't drown? This is perfect for you. Are you crazy? Zhang Lang's eyes widened. You think I'm crazy? Su retorted, the guy who detonated the grenade and threw himself at people is calling others crazy. I'm just helping you maximize your profits. No. Zhang Lang immediately rejected the idea. I kill those who have undergone reincarnation not only for revenge, but also to save more innocent people. Then there's nothing we can do. More than 2,000 people, it would take forever to find them all. He sighed softly. However, the time and location you teleport to are usually related to the main quest. Looking around might provide some clues. Zhang Lang pursed his lips. Since there were no clues at the moment, he might as well eat something and observe the situation. He went into the restaurant, where the food was all self-service and replenished by the crew at any time, which was quite convenient. Zhang Lang took a plate, filled it with food, found a seat with a good view, and while eating, observed the diners around him, trying to find anything unusual. Halfway through the meal, someone sat down opposite Zhang Lang with a tray in their hand. He looked to be in his 30s, wore glasses, and was a well-mannered white man. "Sir." The bespectacled man smiled and asked, "Alone?" Zhang Lang looked at him. "Who are you?" "My name is John, and I'm an electronics engineer." The man smiled and sized up Zhang Lang. "Judging by your appearance, you are a wealthy gentleman from the East. Are you aboard the Olympus on your way to the rich southern continent to pan for gold?" Zhang Lang wasn't particularly interested in this overly friendly guy, but fearing he might be connected to the main storyline, he replied casually, "You could say that." "Really?" John said somewhat excitedly. "But I feel that a gentleman of your vision and insight has absolutely no need to invest his precious money in tobacco and plantations that are no longer profitable. The market share in those sectors has basically been divided up. For our small investments, breaking even would be considered lucky. To attract investment." Zhang Lang looked at him. "Do you have a good idea?" Upon hearing that Zhang Lang was interested, John immediately perked up. "To be honest, I'm not only an engineer, but also an inventor. I have a very promising project right now." As he spoke, the man unfolded a drawing, on which was drawn a strange square box with a nearly spherical glass in the center. "I call this the magic box. Don't let its small size fool you. As long as it can receive a wireless signal, it can play dynamic images. You must have seen movies before, right? Imagine having one of these in your home. Just plug it in with a power source and antenna, and you can watch movies at home without leaving your house. What an amazing experience that would be." After hearing his introduction, Zhang Lang was somewhat stunned, but his inner turmoil had already turned into a burst of laughter. "Isn't this a television set? You've actually met the inventor of the world's television." Having experienced so many worlds, Zhang Lang has gained some experience. Although some worlds seem completely different in style, with entirely different civilizations and environments, others share similar backgrounds and worldviews, and may even have had identical histories before a certain period. The abstract explanation for this is that most worlds can actually be seen as parallel worlds, but due to a divergence or coincidence at a certain point in history, they have taken different paths. Some disagreements have existed since ancient times, and naturally the problems stem from their cultural roots. In some worlds, the divisions may have occurred within the last few decades, while the history and culture remain largely the same. Furthermore, given the convergence of technological advancements and cultural development, an invention often becomes prevalent in many parts of the world. In simple terms, it includes swords, spears, halberds, horse-drawn carriages, and small boats. In more complex terms, it includes airplanes, cannons, trains, ships, and even electronic information technology. And the television is naturally such an invention that will become widespread once the level of technology is sufficient. However, this thing didn't exist in Zhang Lang's hometown. He found it quite novel when he first saw it in the mission world, and now that he saw the inventor, he had an even stranger feeling. You should know that, because of the parallel universe theory, there may be countless worlds where the television sets were invented by the same person, namely the bespectacled man in front of him who is eager to attract investment. After John explained his ideas, he waited for Zhang Lang's evaluation, but the other man just stared at the blueprints, seemingly lost in thought. John, thinking the other person found it too fantastical, quickly continued. "The principle is actually very simple. It uses radio waves to transmit images. You've heard of a radio, haven't you? One station transmits a signal, and all the radios in the city can listen simultaneously. Since radio can transmit sound, why can't it transmit images?" John leaned forward. "My experiment has achieved initial success. It's just that funding constraints make it difficult to continue. If you're willing to invest, I can share this patent with you. In the future, this magical box will enter every household, and we will become the richest people in the world. Come on." At this moment, a man of Asian descent with a braid walked over and looked at Zhang Lang. "My friend, this great inventor has approached at least 5 investors today, and not a single one of them is optimistic about his project. You. John seemed a little angry. Why are you meddling in other people's business? I can't bear to see my fellow countrymen being scammed. The men with the braid looked at him and said, besides, if your project were truly reliable, you should be looking for the really wealthy people in first class. As he spoke, the men with the braid turned to Zhang Lang and clasped his hands in a fist salute. My name is Huang Mingfei, originally from Jiangdong province, and I am currently studying in the Western Golansis Empire. Zhang Lang had never seen such a strange hairstyle with long braids before. After careful observation, I didn't see any weapons or anything else that didn't fit the era, so it didn't seem like the appearance of a reincarnator. Moreover, these missions with Western backgrounds usually involve reincarnated individuals with Western faces. The Easterners are likely the indigenous people. After sizing him up for a few moments, Zhang Lang clasped his hands in a fist and introduced himself. Zhang Lang, Anning Town. Seeing the two men acting like fellow countrymen meeting, John decided not to make a fool of himself and turned to leave. Anning Town. Which province is it in? Huang Mingfei sat down opposite Zhang Lang. Brother, judging from your accent, you're from the north. The system in Zhang Lang's hometown is different from that of this world, and the place names are completely different as well. Saying more would only cause trouble, so I changed the subject. If you have the money, you could consider investing in that magic box project. It has potential. You actually believed his nonsense. Huang Mingfei laughed. Transmitting images via radio. That's utterly a fantasy. Zhang Lang remained noncommittal, shrugged, and used his fork to pick up a meatball, causing the broth to splash onto the brim of his hat. Zhang Lang took off his hat and wiped it with a napkin. Only then did Huang Mingfei notice Zhang Lang's hair, and he looked surprised. You don't have a queue. You're not a citizen of my great Jin kingdom. Are Eastern countries now mandating this hairstyle? Zhang Lang frowned. My ancestors left home and settled overseas long ago. I see. Huang Mingfei nodded. Now that our great nation is facing a crisis, a time of life and death, Brother Zhang, as an overseas Chinese, I wonder if you have any intention of returning to your country to serve your country. A life or death crisis. Zhang Lang thought of his hometown, Lu State in the east, which was a first-class power in the world. How could this Jin state that Huang Mingfei mentioned be so disappointing? Just then, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Dear passengers, we regret to inform you that we have just received a distress signal from the south. In the spirit of international humanitarianism, the Olympus will be temporarily changing its course to proceed to the rescue, which may cause some delays. We apologize for any inconvenience this may cause. Coming. Zhang Lang's eyes lit up, and he immediately put down his food and headed to the deck. Left Huang Mingfei standing there, unattended. The sudden events that occur at this time mostly involve reincarnators. Either the reincarnator is on that wrecked ship, or the reincarnator's mission is related to that wrecked ship. Regardless of the possibility, if we go to the deck now, we'll most likely encounter a reincarnator when we rescue the ship later. Following the signs inside the cabin, Zhang Lang made his way to the deck. When he came out, a sailor kindly reminded him that it was nighttime outside, the sea breeze was biting, and the temperature was very low, so he should wear some warm clothes. However, Zhang Lang's current physical condition meant he no longer cared about ordinary heat or cold. He still came to the deck, looked at the moon overhead, and felt the cold wind blowing in his face from the Antarctic Circle. Before long, a faint silhouette of a ship appeared on the horizon ahead. It must be the distressed vessel that had called for help. It's a whaling ship. A sailor confirmed this after observing through binoculars. As he got closer, Zhang Lang could see the wrecked ship clearly. It wasn't large, but it didn't seem to have sunk or been attacked, and there seemed to be nothing unusual about it. Could it be that the fuel has run out? The sailor speculated and began preparing for a rescue. Soon, the Olympus cruise ship approached the whaling ship, lowered its small boat, and several sailors rowed over to board the whaling ship to search for survivors. Before long, they helped a weak crew member onto a small boat and returned to the Olympus. Just this one. The rescue operation was directed by the ship's third mate, a burly man with a large beard. He was the only one we saw on the ship. The crew was very confident. We searched the whaling ship thoroughly, from top to bottom. The ship was completely out of fuel, the propeller was damaged, and it couldn't be sailed. There was only one person on board. We didn't even find any bodies of the others. Going out to hunt whales alone. The third mate glanced suspiciously at the barely alive survivor, who was too weak to speak, and gave the order. Take him to cabin number 9 first, prepare some food and water for him, and have someone keep a close eye on him. I'll go report to the captain. Zhang Lang had witnessed the entire rescue operation. The whaling ship did not appear to be anything unusual, and the crew only brought back this one survivor. The deck was bitterly cold, and besides him were only the busy sailors. There were no other passengers, perhaps reincarnated ones. Could it be that this reincarnated being is hidden among those crew members? Zhang Lang frowned, returned to the cabin, and finally decided to go and see the survivor. Since this is the only gain from this unexpected event, it must be related to the Reincarnator's mission in some way. Cabin 9, Zhang Lang made his way to the crew's cabin area, and with his agile skills, he slipped in unnoticed. He quickly found cabin number 9 and saw a crew member yawning and on duty at the door. Although the third mate had instructed them to keep a close watch on him, what trouble could a mere sickly fellow possibly cause? The crew member didn't seem very motivated either, and even appeared to be complaining about being assigned such a task. Zhang Lang walked straight over. The men heard the noise and turned around, but before he could even see the newcomer's face clearly, Zhang Lang struck him on the back of the neck with a chop, knocking him unconscious. Zhang Lang helped him to the side, opened the cabin door and went inside. He saw the survivor lying flat on the bed, covered in sweat, on the verge of death. Zhang Lang picked up the guy's wrist and took his pulse. The pulse was slightly erratic, but it was beating strongly. It shouldn't be this weak. Although Zhang Lang wasn't a qualified doctor, he had learned a few tricks from his time at the docks. He could take a pulse and get a general idea of whether someone was truly weak. But judging from his sweaty appearance, it didn't seem like he was faking it. He raised his hand to touch his forehead, and his body temperature was abnormally high. Just as Zhang Lang was carefully examining the survivor suddenly trembled all over, stretched out his neck, opened his mouth, and spat out a stream of black water, spraying Zhang Lang's head and face. Zhang Lang was startled and wiped his face with his hand, only to find that the ink-black liquid had seeped into his skin at a speed visible to the naked eye, leaving no trace in an instant. Then look at the survivor who had been sprayed with black liquid. His eyes rolled back, his legs kicked, and he lay there motionless, his skin visibly withering and turning black. His once robust physique collapsed instantly, like a starving corpse, completely lifeless. Dead. Zhang Lang was taken aback. He smelled his hand, which had just been soaked in black liquid, and then touched his face. Apart from a slight tingling sensation, he didn't feel anything wrong. Just as he was wondering, a noise came from outside the corridor. Startled, Zhang Lang immediately left cabin number 9 and quickly left the crew area. He had barely left when a crew member carrying food came down the stairs not far away. Upon seeing the person who had fainted at the door, he hurried up, and when he saw the corpse in the cabin, he was startled and immediately went out to notify the others. Leaving aside how the crew dealt with the deceased survivor, Zhang Lang quickly returned to his cabin, closed the door, took off his clothes, and carefully examined the area sprayed with black water. What exactly is a void? Zhang Lang asked. On the way back, the numbness and itching on his face and hands had disappeared, but he still vaguely felt that something was wrong. I don't know the specifics, but it seems to be some kind of virus. Su was somewhat dismissive. But it's not exactly the same. However, you don't need to worry about this, your immune system will handle it in no time. Virus. Zhang Lang frowned, quickly put on his clothes, left the room, and headed towards the crew area. Why are you going back? Since it's a virus, the corpses could be infected. Zhang Lang frowned deeply. It could endanger everyone on this ship. You're quite noble. My nobility is reserved only for the innocent. Soon, Zhang Lang arrived at the crew quarters. This time, instead of sneaking around, he directly announced his arrival and requested to see the third mate and the captain. Soon, the bearded men in charge of the rescue arrived before him. Were you just watching from the deck when we were rescuing the whaling ship? He was the only passenger on deck at the time, so the three officers naturally noticed him. I'm not just watching the show. Zhang Lang looked into the third officer's eyes and said, I'm a doctor from the East. I witnessed your rescue operation. The survivor looked like he was infected with some kind of Eastern plague. I felt something was wrong, so I went back and checked the records. Is that person dead now? And as he spoke, Zhang Lang described the dead bodies he had just witnessed. Upon hearing this, the third mate nodded in surprise. That's exactly how it is. Zhang Lang frowned. Then it can't be wrong. Is there a risk of this plague spreading? As the ship's security and fire safety officer, the third mate was very concerned about this potential safety hazard. Yes. Zhang Lang nodded. Then I'll have him thrown into the sea right now. No, the more people we contact, the more trouble we'll cause. I'll handle the body, Zhang Lang said solemnly. Furthermore, all crew members who have come into contact with the corpses must be quarantined for observation. Next, with the help of the crew, Zhang Lang took the survivor's shriveled body to the empty deck, put it in an iron barrel, poured oil on it, and burned it. No matter what kind of virus it is, it cannot survive under high temperatures. As for the crew members who were locked up and quarantined, Zhang Lang didn't know what to do. Su had only judged that the black water resembled a virus, but he knew nothing about whether it was, how toxic it was, what symptoms it would cause, or how to treat it. He could only lock them up for now. After finishing all this, it was already very late. Throughout the entire process, Zhang Lang had not found anyone who might be a reincarnator. Helpless, he could only return to his cabin to rest. On his way back, he happened to run into Huang Mingfei at his door. It turned out that this guy lived right across the hall. The two chatted for a few minutes before returning to their respective rooms to tidy up and prepare for rest. In the stillness of the night, Zhang Lang returned to the once prosperous and bustling town in his dream. In the dream, he was still a teenager, holding the hand of Zhangya, who was not yet 10 years old, walking through the lively temple fair. "Brother, I want to eat candied hawthorn." A childish voice rang out, and Zhang Lang, seeing his sister's eyes light up, smiled and said, "Brother will buy it for you." As they talked, the two walked to a stall selling candied hawthorns. Zhang Lang bought the biggest one and handed it to his sister. Xiaoya held the candied hawthorn, her little face flushed with joy, just like an apple. Zhangya took a small bite carefully, chewing with a happy expression, which made Zhang Lang swallow hard. "Brother, you should eat too." Xiaoya handed the candied hawthorn to Zhang Lang. Looking at the bright red hawthorn, Zhang Lang finally couldn't resist the temptation and took a bite. One bite, and the sweet, sour, and icy sensation fills your mouth with happiness. But just then, the hawthorn in his mouth seemed to suddenly turn into a hedgehog, sprouting countless sharp thorns that pierced Zhang Lang's tongue and went through his cheek. The pain made the young Zhang Lang cover his mouth and bend over, with blood gushing out from between his fingers. He. He heard a girl's soft laughter. Zhang Lang looked up and saw that Xiaoya had lost her innocent and childlike expression. Her childlike face now held a mocking expression like that of an adult, which sent a chill down his spine. "Xiaoya," Zhang Lang said, his mouth agape, "what happened to you?" "Brother, I'd like to ask you, what's wrong?" Xiaoya's voice began to grow hoarse and shrill, indistinguishable between male and female. Ugly scars appeared on her face, and her body began to contort. Even the surrounding scenery became unreal, blurry, distorted, and exuding an eerie illusion. "No. You're not Xiaoya." Zhang Lang gritted his teeth and cursed. "What exactly are you? What are you saying, my dear brother?" "I am your sister, Xiaoya." As she spoke, the monster that Xiaoya had transformed into walked towards Zhang Lang and opened her arms as if to embrace him. However, sharp claws grew on her hands, making her look like a demon, ferocious and terrifying. Just as the monster lunged forward, a large hand suddenly grabbed its neck. The monster was so frightened that it desperately attacked the strong arm with its claws, but could only leave shallow bloodstains, which were then quickly healed by itself. Zhang Lang stood up, but he was no longer the ignorant teenager. He had become the adult Zhang Lang, tall and strong. He spat out the hawthorn in his mouth, his powerful hand gripping the monster's neck tightly. "Trying to attack my consciousness? You're still too green." With that, he used his strength and snapped the monster's head off. The decapitated monster collapsed to the ground, its severed head not quite dead yet, its mouth gaping open in a sinister laugh. "You're tenacious, but useless. You'll always have moments of weakness, and sooner or later I'll turn you into my slave." "Ha ha ha ha." Zhang Lang frowned, stepped forward and stomped on the monster's head, shattering the surrounding dream. When he came to his senses, he found himself lying on a bed, staring at the wooden ceiling. Nightmare. Zhang Lang frowned deeply. "It's not that simple. And my head hurts so much. I feel weak, and last night's dream." "What?" Su seemed completely unaware of what Zhang Lang had gone through. Only after listening to his description did he analyze. Perhaps that pool of black water from yesterday wasn't a virus, but an evil spirit. An evil spirit? Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes slightly. So that wasn't an ordinary nightmare. It shouldn't be. It seems that the Reincarnator's mission is mostly related to this evil spirit. Judging from the survivor's appearance and the description in your dream, this guy can probably control the host. Once the host's life is exhausted, he will find an opportunity to parasitize other people. This ship was probably going to be its hunting ground, but now, of all times, it's parasitized you. Not only are your attributes high and your will strong, but more importantly, you also have a powerful self-healing ability. Su chuckled. Whether it's mind control, possession, or even brainwashing, it all boils down to changes in the nervous system. If you can reverse those changes in an instant, then it's naturally not so easy to control. Will it affect you? Zhang Lang asked. We're not from the same system. Su said smugly, besides, what's our relationship? He's just possessed by an evil spirit, he can't even sense my presence. You didn't find it either, did you? Ahem, that's because we don't belong to the same system, but our relationship is definitely closer. There are a million ways to deal with a mere evil spirit at the altar. Su added, but you also need to be careful. This guy won't succeed with a direct attack, he might suddenly strike when you're off guard, like someone shoving you when you're not paying attention, causing you to lose control of your body instantly and disrupting your fighting rhythm. Then how do we get rid of it? Zhang Lang asked. If there are no relevant skills or items, then physical dispel is the only option. It's about eliminating the host while preventing him from parasitizing others. Of course, as for you, as long as you survive this mission, my black fire will burn him completely when you leave this world. Is it blocked by using the altar's rules? Aren't they all the same? Su has absolutely no idea what embarrassment is. You've actually turned misfortune into a blessing in disguise. This thing is definitely related to the Reincarnator's goal. Taking him on a boat trip might just bring the Reincarnator to you. The target is an evil spirit. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. Do you intend to use this dangerous thing to do whatever you want? Zhang Lang stretched his body, washed up briefly, put on his clothes, and pushed open the cabin door to go out. Just then, the door opposite opened, and a blonde, blue-eyed white man walked out. When Zhang Lang saw the white man, he was stunned for a moment. He clearly remembered that Huang Mingfei should have lived across the hall. How come he's now a white man? Yo-ho-ho-ho. The virtual voice in Zhang Lang's mind laughed. I never expected that guy with the braided hair to have this kind of hobby. Looks like he had ulterior motives for talking to you yesterday. Zhang Lang frowned, feeling that it wasn't that simple. The white man glanced at the stunned Zhang Lang but didn't pay any attention. He turned and left, heading towards the restaurant. Just then, a bespectacled man walked over from the other side. Coincidentally, it was John, who had invested in Zhang Lang yesterday. Zhang Lang grabbed him, startling John. John's face lit up with joy upon seeing who it was, thinking Zhang Lang had changed his mind and was planning to invest. Just as John was about to introduce his product again, Zhang Lang interrupted him, pointing to the white man's retreating figure in the distance and asking. Do you know him? Certainly. John looked at Zhang Lang with a strange expression. Wasn't it him who ruined our conversation yesterday? A white guy trying to claim kinship with an Asian like you, huh? It's him. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, released John, and turned to follow the white man. The white man arrived at the restaurant, first stood at the door and looked around, then waved in one direction. Zhang Lang looked in that direction and saw a table in the corner. A man and a woman were sitting at the table. The man was a muscular, bald middle-aged man, and the woman looked to be around 40 years old, with black curly hair and a slightly plump figure. The two men waved in the direction of the blonde-haired white man, clearly indicating they knew each other. Zhang Lang walked calmly to the food area, grabbed some food, but took an extra few forks and knives, and sat down at the table next to the couple. Before long, the blonde-haired white man also brought out the food and came over to sit with the two of them. The three of them ate and chatted, all of which Zhang Lang overheard. Have you gotten the details? I've inquired. The survivors of the whaling ship died last night, and their bodies were burned and disposed of. This doesn't match the altar's quest description. It's all right. The host died of his own accord. Judging from the manner of death, the evil spirit should have successfully possessed someone else. We'll try to investigate the people the host came into contact with before his death last night. They were mostly crew members. A night has passed, and the evil spirit may no longer be with the crew. It might have escaped to first class and third class. It might even have developed into a puppet. We must be careful. Understood. I've already spoken with the captain and the others. They'll be investigating in other areas. Hearing these words, Zhang Lang was certain that all three of them were reincarnators. Zhang Lang had a bad feeling the moment he saw the white man walk out of Huang Mingfei's room. John's words then confirmed his suspicions. It turns out he'd been wrong all along. In previous missions, he'd always entered the mission world after the Reincarnators, at most simultaneously. But this time, he'd arrived early. That's right, those reincarnated beings entered this world after they fell asleep last night. And they didn't just appear out of thin air, but replaced some of the original inhabitants of this world. Poor Huang Mingfei was replaced by this white man in his sleep last night. This is also one of the common methods used by reincarnators to intervene in the world, allowing the reincarnator to replace the original identity that existed in this world. As for the differences in appearance, name, and personality between the reincarnated and the original identity holder, these are compensated for by the altar's reality distortion ability. For example, right now, this white man has replaced Huang Mingfei, who is of Asian descent. From the moment of the replacement, Huang Mingfei's name and appearance no longer exist in this world, and are replaced by this white man. The things Huang Mingfei did before will all be attributed to this white man, even if some of them may not fit his white identity, but those around him won't find it incongruous. After the reincarnator leaves, Huang Mingfei, who was previously replaced, will return. The things the reincarnator did these past 2 days will not be attributed to him. People around him may remember the scenes of the reincarnator fighting and causing chaos here, but they will not connect these events with Huang Mingfei. In everyone's memory, he has been living an ordinary life these past few days, and will continue to live an ordinary life in the future. Very good. Just as Zhang Lang was eavesdropping on the conversation of the 3 reincarnators, the evil spirit possessing him began to stir. After last night's battle, the evil spirit has learned a thing or two about Zhang Lang's prowess and knows that it has now possessed a troublesome fellow. If we don't control this guy's mind and take control of this body, he won't even be able to leave this body and parasitize a new host. But this guy was practically invincible. Not only was he physically strong, but his willpower was also incredibly strong. Of course, he has encountered similar warriors in his long career as an evil spirit, but as a qualified evil spirit, his strongest weapon is actually time. As time goes by, he will slowly wear down the host's spirit and body, making him weaker and weaker until one day he is completely destroyed and controlled by himself. In his eyes, even the strongest host is just a bone that needs more time to gnaw on. But this guy is different. The evil spirit discovered that it couldn't accumulate any more energy drain on this host. Both mentally and physically, he could quickly recover to a healthy state. The only impact was that he expended more energy fighting against it, which he could easily replenish by eating something. No, as the morning sun shone in, the evil spirit discovered that this guy didn't even need to eat, he just needed to bask in the sun. What kind of monster is this? Am I going to be trapped inside this thing forever? Just when the poor evil spirit was at its wit's end, it suddenly sensed the host's emotional fluctuations. This man, who had always been calm and composed, like a still well, suddenly felt a surge of anger. Moreover, the target of his anger was the 3 men and women eating at the table next to him. They have a grudge against each other. That's great. Evil spirits are masters at manipulating human emotions, amplifying and strengthening them, causing them to become excessively agitated and act irrationally. If I amplify his anger and make him lose his temper, causing him to attack those 3 people, then without me even lifting a finger, he will be attacked by the others and become injured and weakened. In that case, I will have an opportunity. With that in mind, the evil spirit began to fully arouse Zhang Lang's anger. Get angry, explode. Don't hold back, don't suppress your feelings, be brave, To the evil spirit's surprise, this host not only did not suppress the anger in his heart, but also, with his guidance, instantly amplified his anger to the maximum. Before the evil spirit could react, he had already rushed towards the next table. The 3 reincarnators were discussing something, completely ignoring Zhang Lang at the next table. According to the altar's instructions, this mission involves only their group of reincarnators, and the enemy they will face is merely a possessing evil spirit. Even if this evil spirit is cunning and has some special abilities, they do not lack ways to deal with evil spirits. The main difficulty is how to find it. From the perspective of the reincarnators, it was already a favor that they didn't try to catch that evil spirit. How could that guy dare to come looking for them? As for topics related to the altar, ordinary natives would automatically filter them out if they heard them, so they wouldn't reveal the existence of the altar. Therefore, they had no suspicion of Zhang Lang, the Easterner who was eating breakfast alone. But they never expected that this evil spirit would possess a powerful and formidable master. Fueled by the rage stirred up by the evil spirit, Zhang Lang activated the dragon heart frenzy, suddenly leaping up and grabbing several sets of knives and forks from the table, violently hurling them at the 3 of them. Puff 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 clang clang. These sharp cutlery pieces were stuck in the body of the woman and the blonde white man. Although they did not hit any vital organs, they were still pierced and drew blood. As for the knives and forks aimed at the bald, muscular men, they were deflected by an invisible shield. The three were stunned by the sudden attack. Before they could react, Zhang Lang had already launched the tableware that followed. One with a shield is hard to deal with, but the other two can be killed quickly. Zhang Lang reached out and grabbed the black-haired woman and the blonde-haired white man by the hair, slamming their heads directly onto the table. Clang! The dining tables on this ship were all solid wood tables fixed to the ground. With this sudden attack, Zhang Lang's powerful strength directly smashed the head of the woman, who had low earth attribute, and killed her on the spot. The blonde white man had a hard forehead. He smashed the thick tabletop, but only his forehead bled. Zhang Lang sensed something was wrong and immediately grabbed the white man's blonde hair, pulling him into his arms and tucking his head under his armpit, assuming a guillotine pose. But just then, Zhang Lang suddenly felt a powerful blow to his face. He was sent flying backward. It's that bald guy with the shield. Seeing his teammate being attacked, this guy finally reacted, clenched his fists, and unleashed a skill that sent Zhang Lang flying. But even when Zhang Lang was being hit, he didn't let go. He still held onto the blonde-haired white man, and the two of them flew out together, smashing through 2 table panels and rolling 7 or 8 meters before crashing into a pillar under a table and coming to a stop. The sudden commotion startled the restaurant, causing screams and passengers to flee. The bald, burly man frowned and looked over. He saw Zhang Lang crouching down, slowly raising his head, his bloodshot eyes staring at the bald man, a ferocious smile on his lips. Then, he opened his arms and grabbed the blonde white man he had just caught. Upon seeing this, the bald, burly man's eyes widened in fury. His teammate, the blonde white man, had his head tilted to one side, his neck twisted, and he swayed without any support. It was clearly broken. In an instant, his 2 teammates, who had just been eating with him, were both dead. The bald, burly man's forehead veins bulged, and with a roar, he pulled out a submachine gun from his coat and began firing wildly at Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang waved his hand and threw the body away. The poor blonde white man was hit by his teammates' bullets even after he died. The places where he was hit exploded repeatedly, and the body was blown to pieces. Taking advantage of the spray of blood, Zhang Lang crouched down and rushed forward, tackling the bald, burly man to the ground. The burly man tried to fight back, but found that he was no match for Zhang Lang's strength. He was pinned to the ground, and his submachine gun was taken from him and fired repeatedly at Zhang Lang's head. Clap 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 clap. The submachine gun bullets exploded repeatedly on the bald, muscular man's forehead, rapidly depleting his shield. Soon, Zhang Lang emptied the magazine, threw the gun aside, and raised his fist to continue the attack. Just then, a loud bang erupted between the two, and the powerful shockwave sent Zhang Lang flying. His clothes were charred and torn, and his skin was covered in blood. The bald, burly man got up from the ground, with an iron ring on his finger. While Zhang Lang was attacking him, the bald, burly man detonated a concentrated grenade. However, because of this explosion, his shield flickered frequently and was on the verge of breaking. Madman! Seeing Zhang Lang, covered in blood, get up again, the bald, burly man was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, turned around, and ran away. As he ran, he activated the altar emblem to urgently notify the others. I'm under attack. There's one here. Ah. After running 2 steps, the bald, burly man felt something hit the back of his knee, causing him to fall face first into the dirt. It was Zhang Lang. He had just grabbed a thick table board and thrown it, hitting the bald, burly man. He then jumped up and rushed forward, kicking the enemy to the ground as he got up, and punching him directly in the back of the head. Boom. With that punch, the bald, muscular man's shield shattered completely, and his vulnerable body was finally exposed to Zhang Lang, like an oyster whose shell had been pried open. Where? At this moment, the tall third mate, carrying a gun, led a group of armed sailors toward the restaurant. It's just ahead. A crowd of onlookers had gathered outside the restaurant. One of them, seeing the sailors arrive, pointed inside. They're inside. Just now, for some reason, a fight suddenly broke out, and someone opened fire. 3 people died. The third mate frowned, released the safety on his gun, and peered out. He found the restaurant in complete disarray, the floor covered in blood, and several corpses visible, some so mangled they were unrecognizable. Beside these corpses stood a tall, ragged, blood-soaked Eastern man. Isn't this the Eastern doctor who helped them dispose of the plague corpses last night? Did he do it? The third mate asked a passenger nearby, and John, who was studying the television, leaned over. That's him. His name is Zhang Lang. He was going to invest in tobacco and plantations in the southern continent. I talked to him this morning. Who would have thought that while we were eating, he would suddenly go crazy and start killing people? After he finished killing, he didn't run away. He just stood there. The third mate frowned, then led his men inside, approaching cautiously. Zhang Lang noticed them and turned around. The sailors immediately raised their guns. The third mate raised his hand, signaling everyone not to fire, and took the initiative to ask. Dr. Zhang. Did you do this? Why? Zhang Lang's gaze swept over the crowd, and the faint murderous aura made the sailors' spines tingle. What happened yesterday wasn't a plague, it was a demon. After saying this, Zhang Lang raised his hands, making a gesture of surrender. The third mate frowned, waved his hand, and the crew rushed forward, grabbing Zhang Lang's hands and locking them behind his back. Dead. Inhabited by a world that suddenly went mad. In the crowded third-class cabin of the Olympus, a simply dressed, thin-faced man with a slightly receding hairline and a pale complexion looked at the ring on his hand with surprise. Yes. A slightly aged reply came from the ring. Kalia just questioned the captain, and he said the man was killed by a doctor with an Asian appearance. Furthermore, we learned that this same doctor was also in charge of handling the bodies of the Antarctic whaling ship survivors last night. We suspect he's been possessed by a demon and suddenly went berserk, killing people. Is that so? A demon actually came knocking on our door. As he spoke, the man looked up at his companions around him. Third-class cabins typically have bunk beds, much like student dormitories, with 4 to 6 people living in a single room. At this moment, besides this man, there were 3 other people living in the same room on the ship. One of them was a young girl with short blonde hair, another was a middle-aged woman with curly hair and a plump figure, and the third was a boy of about 14 or 15 years old with small eyes. Those assigned to third class by the altar had little say on the ship. The people in first class, on the other hand, were all of high status and could talk to the captain and other high-ranking officials. It was easier for the people in first class to find out news about the ship. That's a bit strange. The short-haired young girl frowned and said. While demonic possession can drive people mad, is it really possible for all 3 of them to be killed by an ordinary person? People possessed by evil spirits are not simply driven mad. The plump, curly-haired woman said that she was wearing many bracelets and gemstone ornaments, all engraved with strange patterns, clearly indicating that she was very knowledgeable about the supernatural. Under the influence of the demon, their physical abilities will be greatly enhanced, they will be stronger and more agile, and they may even gain certain abilities by overdrawing their life force. Something still doesn't feel right. The short-haired girl shook her head. Even if someone suddenly launches a sneak attack, it's one thing for others, but Grumman has a shield, so how could he be killed so easily? It seems this evil spirit is more difficult to deal with than we anticipated. The pale man frowned and turned to look at the small-eyed boy. Wade, are the newcomers all settled in? We warned you. Young Wade nodded. They're all staying obediently in the cabin. You go too, the pale-faced man frowned. Keep an eye on them, lest the evil spirits take advantage of any weakness. And what about you? Wade glanced at the pale man and the short blonde girl. Neither you nor Suna have any supernatural abilities, so I can help out if I go along. That's precisely why we need you to go. The short-haired girl, called Suna, looked at the boy and smiled. If the newcomer gets possessed by an evil spirit, we'll be in a very difficult position. Neither Baird nor I are good at dealing with evil spirits, and killing the evil spirit requires Mrs. Anderson's abilities, so you'll have to protect the newcomer. All right then. Wade pouted and turned to leave the room. Next, let's go and meet that locked-up evil spirit. The pale-faced man, Baird, stood up and led Suna and Mrs. Anderson out of the room, heading towards the crew quarters. You would like to see the person who committed the murder this morning. The captain looked at the elegantly dressed noblewoman before him, along with the old butler following behind her, and was somewhat surprised by the demands of this single aristocratic woman. Yes. The lady remained silent, but her butler stepped forward and bowed slightly. Mrs. Kalia studied psychology. This morning's horrific incident has piqued her interest, and she wants to meet this suddenly deranged, murderous doctor. But this guy is extremely dangerous. The captain had some concerns. Based on the traces left at the scene, this killer possessed superhuman explosive power after going berserk. Although he's quiet now and handcuffed, he's still very dangerous. Moreover, the killer himself said that he didn't seem to have gone mad for no reason, but rather. At this point, the captain hesitated for a moment. Instead, they were possessed by a demon and had no control over their own lives. I know this is absurd, but the various signs at the scene, coupled with the bizarre death of yesterday's survivor, indicate that there is indeed something unusual about this incident. I happen to have a suggestion on this. Lady Courier laughed. Before I boarded the ship, I happened to meet several third-class passengers. They were highly skilled and knowledgeable in the mystical and supernatural fields. Since I also had some knowledge in these areas, I made a deal with them that they could come and seek refuge with me when we reached the southern continent. Now, why don't we get them to help control this crazed killer? If it really is related to evil spirits, maybe we can find a way to exorcise it. Third-class passengers. The captain wasn't discriminating against third-class passengers. Tickets on the Olympus were quite expensive, and third-class passengers were considered to be from wealthy families or even the lower middle class. His surprise stemmed from the fact that a top-tier tycoon like Madame Courier would not normally exchange more than a few words with ordinary people, yet she, of such status, had managed to be acquainted with a third-class passenger. This approachable style won the old captain's favor. All right. The old captain nodded. Just then, a sailor came to report that 3 third-class passengers had been sent by Madame Courier to check on the murderer. They're the ones. Lady Kalia nodded. Soon, the 3 third-class passengers were brought to Mrs. Kalia. They were Baird, Suna, and Mrs. Anderson. That's right, these 3, along with Lady Courier and her butler, are all reincarnators, and experienced senior reincarnators at that. Including the 3 who were killed, plus Wade who went to look after the newcomers, there were 9 veterans this time. That's quite a large team. After the 5 met, they exchanged glances but didn't rush to look at the murderer. Lady Courier and the captain said, "Besides the murderer, I also want to see the remains and belongings of the deceased. If this matter is truly related to evil spirits, those items may have been contaminated as well." That makes sense. The captain readily agreed. It seems that paranormal phenomena are not so unacceptable in this world. At least this knowledgeable captain must have known about such things and wouldn't be surprised. He was also very cooperative. After discussing it, the Reincarnators decided that Alpha, Lady Kalia's butler, would take the short-haired blonde girl, Suna, to examine the body. In their words, the 2 were exceptionally gifted with supernatural abilities and were experts at finding clues from relics. But in reality, the Reincarnators themselves knew that they were precisely the ones lacking supernatural powers. They were only sent to secretly retrieve the equipment of the deceased Reincarnators. Although the equipment of a Reincarnator does not leave this world with the other Reincarnators after their death, they happen to have special consumable items that can inherit the belongings of their teammates. Moreover, even if they cannot take it with them, this equipment can still be useful in this world, so it is normal to recycle it. Thus, the 5 split into 2 groups. Mrs. Courier, Baird, and Mrs. Anderson, under the protection of the 3rd mate and several crew members, went to see the murderer possessed by the evil spirit. Alpha and Suna went to retrieve the equipment. Led by the 3rd mate, the 3 Reincarnators arrived at a guarded cabin. The sailor guarding the area opened the hatch, revealing the murderer who was locked inside. At this moment, Zhang Lang was sitting on the cold ground, his clothes tattered, covered in blood, his hair disheveled, his hands behind his back, and he was chained to a thick iron pipe. Is it him? Lady Kalia used an exquisite folding fan to cover the lower half of her face, using the fragrance on the fan to mask the smell of blood on Zhang Lang. Yes. The 3rd mate nodded. This is a doctor from the East who once treated the whaling ship survivors whose deaths were shrouded in mystery. Last night was peaceful, but this morning at breakfast, for some unknown reason, he suddenly went berserk and attacked others. Perhaps, as he said, this is indeed related to evil spirits. Lady Kalia glanced at the strong muscles revealed beneath Zhang Lang's tattered clothes. Was he this physique yesterday? Yes. The tall 3rd mate also looked at Zhang Lang. He's a very strong man. Mrs. Anderson, who was standing nearby, picked up a string of gemstones and waved it in front of her eyes. Through the bracelet, she could see a hideous phantom on Zhang Lang's body. It's him. Mrs. Anderson nodded and looked at Kalia and Baird beside her. Humans who were already strong, when possessed by evil spirits, gain even greater power, and may indeed possess the power to kill those who have reincarnated. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lang, who had been looking down, twitched his ears. Do evil spirits really exist? The 3rd person looked surprised. He had filtered out the part about the Reincarnator, but he still understood the part about the evil spirit possessing this guy. Indeed. Mrs. Anderson nodded, pulled a cloth bag from behind her back, and opened it to find straw figurines, candles, haystacks, animal teeth, dried fruit pits, medicine, dried insects, and other such things. Seeing these things that were clearly related to voodoo, the third mate swallowed hard and subconsciously took a step back. Next, an exorcism ritual will be performed here. A pale-faced Baird said to the third mate. Please leave. We professionals can handle this here. Are you sure you can do this? The third mate shuddered as he watched the old woman grab a lively lizard, rip open its belly, and let the blood spill onto the ground. Don't worry. Mrs. Anderson scattered more spellcasting materials, and as she chanted incantations, a strange smell filled the room. All right. The third mate glanced at Kalia. Madam, let's go out first. I'll stay here. Lady Kalia nodded with a smile. Don't worry, I'm quite the expert on the occult. As she spoke, the noblewoman raised her hand, and a ball of multicolored flame burst forth from her fingertips. Despite Lady Kalia's repeated insistence, the third mate finally withdrew, but still gave the following instructions. We'll be waiting outside. Call us anytime if there are any problems. After the hatch closed, the three reincarnators looked at Zhang Lang, who was locked up. Although the madman possessed by the evil spirit in front of them had killed their companions, the three of them did not take him too seriously. Firstly, they believed that Zhang Lang's killings involved an element of surprise. Now that the three of them knew how capable he was, they were on guard and naturally wouldn't let him succeed so easily. Secondly, the three people in second class weren't very good at dealing with evil spirits, while Mrs. Kalia and Mrs. Anderson both had strong supernatural abilities. Moreover, Mrs. Anderson had just set up a barrier to restrict evil spirits, and under the suppression of this barrier, the evil spirit inside Zhang Lang's body was unable to cause any trouble. Thirdly, Pale Baird, who came in with them, although he did not have supernatural abilities, was the strongest in the group. With him around, even if this guy goes berserk again, he can still control the situation. Moreover, Zhang Lang was handcuffed and unable to move. Having dismissed the unrelated individuals, their main task now began, exorcising the spirit. Mrs. Anderson arranged the spell materials, held the magic beads in her hand, and chanted incantations. The dry powders and leaves burst into flames. At the same time, Lady Korea closed her folding fan and flicked her finger in the air. The burning fireworks then formed runes with mysterious energy in midair. After circling the bound Zhang Lang several times, the runes began to strike his forehead, shoulders, and chest in succession. With each rune cast, Zhang Lang's body trembled uncontrollably. As all the runes were cast, Zhang Lang suddenly began to shake violently, and a hideous and terrifying phantom appeared behind him, emitting a shrill scream. It's an evil spirit. This thing is being expelled from Zhang Lang's body by the magic of Mrs. Kalia and Mrs. Anderson. Are you all right? A question came from the third officer outside the cabin, and Baird replied loudly. No problem, the exorcism went very smoothly. After saying that, the pale-faced man pulled out a silver pistol with his left hand and held a short knife in his right hand, staring intently at Zhang Lang in case he retaliated at any moment. As it was pulled away from Zhang Lang's body, the evil spirit's cries grew more and more miserable, and it seemed that it was about to succeed. But Kalia, who was leading the ceremony, frowned. It's too peaceful. As an exorcism expert, Kalia knew that the pain of having an evil spirit forcibly pulled out of the body was immense for the host. Normally, the host should scream even more miserably than the evil spirit. But this guy just trembled all over, and kept his head down the whole time without making a sound. Kalia turned to look at Mrs. Anderson and noticed that the old woman chanting the incantation also had a furrowed brow, clearly finding it strange as well. At that moment, Zhang Lang finally moved. Suddenly, he raised his head, opened his mouth wide, and beneath his tattered clothes, his strong abdominal muscles twitched continuously, as if he was about to vomit something. What is he going to do? Baird frowned, his silver spear already aimed at Zhang Lang's forehead. In the morgue, the old butler Alpha and the blonde girl Suna had already examined their companions' bodies and were now looking at their belongings. In my opinion, those who died weren't good people either, said the crew member who brought them. We found weapons on them, even submachine guns. I don't know how they got past the inspection and onto the ship. Yes. As the old butler Alpha answered, he gave Suna a wink. The blonde girl nodded and turned to walk over to the young crew member. Hey, judging from your accent, you don't sound like someone from the southern continent. Suna was young, beautiful, and sexy. When such a beautiful woman struck up a conversation with him, the crew member immediately blushed. Yes, my hometown is Golan Sis. What a coincidence. I lived there for a while. Which city are you in? While Suna was talking to the crew member, Alpha hesitated for a moment, then picked up a snow-white pistol and hid it in his pocket. At the same time, with a flick of his right hand, he conjured up another pistol out of thin air, exactly the same as the white one, and placed it in its original position. After successfully switching the items, Alfred glanced at the other objects, suddenly frowned, and turned to ask the crew member, "Are all the things from the deceased's body here?" The crew member looked over and said, "Everything's here." Alpha turned back to the 3 corpses, rummaged around for a while, and then frowned. Suna walked over and asked in a low voice, "What's missing?" Alpha swallowed hard, looked at Suna, and said what was missing. Concentrated hand grenade. At the scene of the exorcism, Kalia, Baird, and Anderson stared wide-eyed at the grenade still rolling on the ground, covered in stomach acid and saliva. This thing, which Zhang Lang just spat out of his mouth, is a size larger than a regular grenade, and the fuse has already been pulled. Just as Zhang Lang spat it out, his mouth moved and he spat out a clanging object, which was the pull ring of a grenade. It's about to explode. Upon seeing this, Kalia and Mrs. Anderson immediately interrupted the ceremony and turned to run, but the cabin door was already closed to prevent the crew from disturbing them, so they couldn't get out for the time being. Baird, on the other hand, did not retreat but advanced, raising his hand to grab the grenade. He has defensive skills and should be able to withstand the explosion of a grenade. If he can hold the grenade in his arms, he should be able to protect his 2 companions. Just as he was about to grab the grenade, a large hand suddenly grabbed his wrist. Baird was taken aback. He looked up and saw that Zhang Lang had broken free of his handcuffs, grabbed him with one hand, and was already throwing a punch with the other. The screams inside seemed to have stopped. Just as the 3rd mate and several crew members were about to knock on the door, a loud bang suddenly erupted, and the entire hatch was blown out by the powerful explosion, slamming directly into the hatch opposite. The massive shockwave caused the entire corridor to tremble slightly. Flames erupted, and the heat wave engulfed the crew members at the door, scattering them to pieces. Even the metal walls were blasted and deformed. What's going on? Fortunately, none of the crew members were directly hit by the door panel, they were only hit by the residual heat and were at most thrown out, their hair catching fire. They scrambled to their feet, still dazed, and looked ahead. In the corridor, besides the bombed-out hatch, lay 2 women. It was Mrs. Anderson and Mrs. Correa who were in charge of the exorcism. Mrs. Anderson was blown beyond recognition and was unlikely to survive. Mrs. Kalia, however, was still alive and tried to get up, but she was also clearly seriously injured. As soon as she regained her balance, she struggled to pull out a bottle of red medicine and gulped it down her throat. Before the crew could figure out what was going on, another man suddenly flew out of the deformed door frame. He was thin and pale-faced, it was Baird, who had been exorcising demons with them. Baird flew out and crashed into the opposite wall, looking somewhat disheveled, but at least he wasn't injured. He raised his silver pistol and fired into the hatch. Immediately afterwards, a tall figure rushed out despite the bullets and punched Baird. Baird dodged with a side somersault, and the figure punched the opposite wall, shattering the outer wooden cladding and even denting and deforming the inner metal wall, demonstrating the immense power. It's that madman. The crew recognized Zhang Lang and opened fire, but their weapons could only inflict superficial wounds. With 45 points of Earth attribute, these bullets could at most pierce the skin, not even penetrate muscle. Zhang Lang did not pursue Nabled any further. Instead, he turned around and punched Lady Kalia in the face, who had just gotten up. Cluck. Lady Kalia's fragile face couldn't withstand Zhang Lang's heavy punch. Her cheeks were dented and deformed, her jaw protruded, her teeth flew out, and she was sent flying backward, her head slamming into the bulging wall with a thud. But just as he bounced back, before he could fall down again, Zhang Lang had already caught up and delivered another punch. Boom. This punch pinned Lady Kalia's head directly into the wall. Kalia. Seeing his teammate die, Baird's eyes widened in fury, and he fired his silver spear repeatedly. This gun was a rare reward from the altar, with considerable power and a knockback effect. It forced Zhang Lang to retreat repeatedly, leaving him with torn flesh and wounds that almost exposed bone. But a pistol has a limited number of bullets, and it quickly ran out. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Lang counterattacked and started throwing punches. Baird's defensive capabilities are similar to Jean Minghui's in the previous martial arts contest for marriage, both can block a certain number of attacks. Since he still has a few blocks left, he simply put away his pistol, and instead of retreating, he advanced, gripping his short sword with both hands, and charged straight at Zhang Lang. Block his fist, plunge the knife into his heart, activate the skill, and kill him instantly. With that in mind, Baird directly met Zhang Lang's fist with his head. Fortress. As he chanted, a flash of light suddenly appeared on his body. Zhang Lang's fist struck his forehead, but it was as if he had hit a charging train. It couldn't budge him an inch, instead, it was pushed back. Even with a blocking skill to avoid damage, being overwhelmed by strength will still send you flying. To withstand Zhang Lang's punch, he must have activated a special skill. This left Zhang Lang wide open, and Baird's short sword pierced straight into Zhang Lang's heart. However, the knife only penetrated less than 2 inches and did not hit any vital organs at all. So hard. Baird gritted his teeth, suddenly twisted the hilt, and a burst of fire shot out from the end of the hilt like the nozzle of a rocket, propelling the short sword further in and piercing directly into Zhang Lang's heart, all the way to the hilt. It pierced his heart. Baird snorted coldly, but still wouldn't give up. He continued to activate his weapon skill, injecting a powerful paralyzing toxin into the tip of the blade, which spread throughout Zhang Lang's body with each stubborn beating of his heart. The opponent was possessed by an evil spirit, so his vitality must be very strong. Piercing his heart would not guarantee that he would die immediately. Baird added this poison to silence him completely. Just then, a large hand suddenly grabbed Baird's right hand. Although the strong grip could not hurt him, it firmly controlled him, making it impossible for him to escape. This thing can move. Baird was still in astonishment when a huge fist rapidly enlarged in his field of vision. Boom. Baird's head was knocked back, but his right hand was grabbed and pulled back. Boom. Another punch. He was pulled back again. Boom. After the third punch, Baird began to tremble all over, and his left hand, which was not being grabbed, suddenly pulled out a knife. Boom. The fourth punch still didn't cause any damage, but following that punch, Baird also swung his short sword. However, instead of stabbing Zhang Lang, he cut down on his own right arm. The sharpness of the sword, combined with the force of the jet thrust from the hilt, severed Baird's right hand in one blow. Baird gritted his teeth, didn't cry out in pain, and turned to run. The fact that he managed to escape with a severed arm means he had used up all his parry attempts. If he hadn't run, the next punch would have been fatal. But how could Zhang Lang let him leave? He pushed off the ground with both feet, using the power from the Dragon Heart's fury to leap and bound through the narrow corridor, sprinting forward in a three-dimensional, zigzag path, and in the blink of an eye, he caught up with Baird on top of his head. At that moment, Baird was speaking to his ring. "Hide, you can't win. Wait until the mission is over." And these words became his last words. Thump. The fifth punch landed heavily. Zhang Lang picked up the scimitar and the silver large-caliber pistol from Baird's body, then rummaged through them and found about 10 bullets. He then simply stood next to the body, removed the magazine, and began loading the bullets one by one, seemingly oblivious to everyone else. At this moment, the third mate and his crew caught up, raising their guns and pointing them at Zhang Lang. "Put down your weapons right now." Zhang Lang didn't even bother to look back at them, and continued loading bullets and checking the condition of his guns and daggers. "I'll say it again. Put down your weapons," the third mate roared. "Or we'll open fire." Zhang Lang finally finished loading the bullets, pushed the magazine into the gun handle, and glanced back at them. This glance made the crew members swallow hard, their hands trembling as they gripped their guns, but they ultimately dared not pull the trigger. On the contrary, Zhang Lang, armed with a pistol and a knife, slowly walked towards them. "Ah. Don't come any closer." The recent melee had taught them that ordinary firearms were useless against this guy. Now, seeing Zhang Lang approaching, the crew members were terrified and scrambled backwards. Only the third mate remained standing, his hand holding the gun trembling slightly, but because his body was stiff, he couldn't fire. He just watched as Zhang Lang walked up to him and brushed past him. That's right, Zhang Lang didn't attack the third mate, nor did he chase after the crew members. He simply went to the bodies of the 2 Reincarnators and began searching their bodies. But this time it's not about finding weapons. The 2 women carried mostly tools for dealing with paranormal events, which were of little use to Zhang Lang. He rummaged through them for a while, found their wallets and purses, opened them but didn't take the banknotes, instead took out folded ticket stubs from a hidden compartment. "It's a ship ticket. A ship ticket with a room number." Zhang Lang carefully put the ticket stub away, then turned and passed by the third officer again, never once giving him a proper look. Once Zhang Lang was completely out of sight, the strong third mate suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon, collapsing instantly, panting heavily, feeling his back soaked with cold sweat, as if he had just climbed out of the water. After returning to the passenger area, Zhang Lang went back to his room and changed into clean clothes. But when he came out again, he saw that the corridor was crowded with sailors, each holding a bolt-action rifle. The front row was crouching, the back row was standing at attention, and there were also people with bulletproof shields. More than a dozen gun barrels were locked on Zhang Lang, who had just stepped out of his room. This bolt-action rifle is far more powerful than an ordinary pistol. After this volley of fire, even with Zhang Lang's thick skin, he would be riddled with bullet holes. This also reveals the limitations of blood enhancement alone. 45 points of Earth attribute are definitely top tier among ordinary sacrificial reincarnators, and it might take several blood enhancements to accumulate. However, the defensive effect they bring is not even as good as an ordinary shield. What do you want to do? Zhang Lang's gaze swept over the crew members, but this time, they were all unfamiliar faces who had never witnessed his killing prowess. Now, dressed neatly and impeccably, Zhang Lang was not intimidating at all. "Sir, please surrender," the lead crew member shouted. "We know you've been corrupted by demons, and killing isn't your true intention. If you overcome the evil spirit within you and lay down your weapons, we guarantee we'll find the best exorcist to help you return to a normal life." "This is slander." An angry voice echoed in Zhang Lang's mind, but it wasn't a ghost, it was the evil spirit possessing him. "I just wanted to leave that godforsaken place, Antarctica. You killed those people, you chose to kill them." The evil spirit cursed in Zhang Lang's mind, "You're a madman, a monster, a beast. Shut up." Zhang Lang roared in his mind, startling the evil spirit into a sudden halt to its curses, which stammered. "Let's talk this out calmly, why are you getting so angry? Do you have a way to deal with these people?" Zhang Lang asked, looking at the crew members on both sides. "You're asking me?" It was Su who answered. Although Zhang Lang's thoughts were addressed to the evil spirit, Su heard them too. "No, I'm talking to that." "Don't interrupt." "Which one?" This time it was the evil spirit that answered, "What, are there more than just me residing inside you?" "Enough with the nonsense," Zhang Lang said to the evil spirit. "Is there any way? It wouldn't be difficult for you to deal with them yourself, would it?" The evil spirit seemed unwilling to help. "I mean a method that doesn't involve killing." "You don't want to kill anyone." The evil spirit seemed to have heard something unbelievable. "In all my years, I've possessed dozens, even hundreds of people, and I've never seen anyone kill as decisively as you. It's not shameful to just say you can't do it." Zhang Lang sneered. "An evil spirit, my foot. You don't even have this much magic power. Who are you calling shameful?" the evil spirit roared. "Just watch." As he spoke, he suddenly floated out of Zhang Lang's body, transforming into a blurry shadow that was difficult to see with the naked eye, and flew to the side. After the crew shouted, seeing that Zhang Lang didn't react and just stood there motionless, they were puzzled. Suddenly, they felt a chill on the back of their heads, then their heads went blank, their eyes rolled back, and they all fell to the ground with thuds. The crew on the other side were shocked to see this, it really is an evil spirit. Just as they were about to fire, they suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground with a thud. "This guy may be a bit slow, but he's quite capable." Zhang Lang nodded. "He's the big boss of the mission, after all." Although he could only hear Zhang Lang's words, Su could roughly guess what the two were talking about. If it hadn't encountered you and had possessed a more controllable target, it would probably have displayed considerable magical power and caused chaos on the ship. Zhang Lang frowned. "So, if the Reincarnator's mission is to exorcise spirits, isn't that doing good deeds? That's not like them." Forehead. Su hesitated for a moment, then explained. "The altar's mission is unpredictable. It may seem like a good thing on the surface, but there might be some conspiracy behind it. And maybe they're not exorcising spirits, but enslaving evil spirits to turn them into their own power. Don't worry, there are no innocent reincarnators in this world. Including myself." Zhang Lang nodded. While they were talking, the evil spirit had already knocked everyone down and returned to Zhang Lang's body. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Zhang Lang could clearly hear the evil spirit panting heavily, as if it had expended a great deal of energy. "It's all solved. How about that? I'm awesome, right? Is it that much trouble?" Zhang Lang asked rhetorically. "No. It's not difficult." The evil spirit stubbornly insisted, it was just a little rushed, I'll be fine after catching my breath. The first-class cabin on the Olympus is the most expensive and offers the best service. A first-class ticket is a luxury that an ordinary family might not be able to earn in a lifetime. The guests here are all wealthy and powerful, and their accommodations are not cramped cabins. The lavish decor and luxurious facilities are in no way inferior to the top suites of luxury hotels on land. In addition, the first-class cabin is equipped with a swimming pool, banquet hall, dance floor, sauna, gym and more, striving to bring guests the ultimate enjoyment. It was afternoon tea time, and many young men and women gathered in the cafe at the edge of the cabin, chatting and enjoying delicate black tea and pastries. These are all first-class passengers. The women are dressed in luxurious and elaborate attire, with lace, ruffles and bows everywhere, while the men are mostly wearing smart tailcoats and light-colored vests, exuding a sense of composure and dignity. Although they might not have been very proper when chatting with those beautiful young women. Just as the atmosphere was cheerful and relaxed, a broadcast suddenly came from the loudspeaker. I apologize for disturbing everyone, but I am the captain of the Olympus, and I have an urgent announcement to make. A very dangerous murderer is roaming this ship. He has an Asian appearance, his name is Zhang Lang, he is between 20 and 30 years old, 6 feet 3 inches tall, with a strong physique, wearing a black trench coat, carrying a gun and a knife, and is extremely vicious. He has killed at least 6 people so far. Some of you may have heard about the bloodshed in second class this morning that was caused by this vicious murderer. I'm sorry, but he has escaped our control and is currently roaming the ship. Passengers, please return to your cabins immediately, lock your doors, and ensure your personal safety. I am mobilizing the crew to conduct a full-scale manhunt for him. Until a safety announcement is issued, please remain in your cabins and do not come out no matter what noise you hear. Finally, I want to emphasize that this person is extremely dangerous, possessing dangerous weapons and extraordinary fighting skills. If you encounter him, do not attempt to attack him. Avoid him at all costs. Avoid him at all costs. The sudden broadcast plunged the previously pleasant atmosphere of the coffee shop into a brief silence. What does this mean? A murderer. The ladies were somewhat worried, but their upbringing prevented them from acting like ordinary people, panicking and shouting at the slightest thing. Rest assured. A tall, handsome young gentleman stood up and smiled. I heard about the case this morning. It happened in second class. The area between first and second class should be sealed off now, so he can't easily get on. And even if he did. As he spoke, the young gentleman picked up his cane. I'll also let him know that having a weapon doesn't make you powerful, you first need to know how to use it. The gentleman's confident speech earned applause and approving glances from the crowd. 2 tables away, a noblewoman with chestnut hair blinked her beautiful blue eyes, concealed her nose and mouth with her folding fan, tilted her head slightly, and asked a woman beside her who was just as beautiful, but slightly more mature. Sister, this person is so arrogant, who is he? You don't know him at all. The older sister tilted her head and looked at her younger sister, Alfred Walker, the second son of Earl Walker, a lieutenant commander in the Imperial Navy, a combat hero, proficient in fencing and shooting, with rich combat experience, and the dream lover of many noble ladies. By the way, I heard that father intends for you to get to know him better, so that you can build a relationship with Earl Walker. Huh. The girl frowned. But I don't think it's a good idea to tell everyone not to take shelter in such a dangerous situation. Oh, just a petty thief. Everyone in first class has bodyguards and servants with them. That madman can only cause trouble in second or third class at most. As they were chatting and laughing, a commotion suddenly came from outside the coffee shop. Everyone turned to look and saw a crew member being thrown in, overturning 2 tables. The customers at the tables screamed and stood up to avoid him. Immediately afterwards, a tall Asian man walked in through the door, wearing an open trench coat and carrying a short knife. It's that murderer. The murderer mentioned in the broadcast was right in front of them. Even the most composed people couldn't remain calm. The young ladies and gentlemen of these noble families rose from their seats and retreated noisily. The 2 sisters with chestnut hair also stood up and retreated to the wall with their eyes full of fear. Only young Master Alfred, holding a cane, remained calm as he watched Zhang Lang walk in. Zhang Lang pulled a ticket stub from his pocket and scanned the crowd. Who lives in room number 12, or the one next door or across the street? Hey. Sir. Alfred smiled at Zhang Lang and raised his cane. Now I am the one standing before you. Do you know number 12? Zhang Lang asked Alfred. I know him. Alfred laughed. My room is number 14. Who lives in number 12? Zhang Lang asked Alfred. Where is he now? Why should I tell you about a murderer? Speak. Zhang Lang emphasized, stepping closer to Alfred, his manner startling the ladies and wives behind him who gasped in surprise. Bang. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Alfred pointed at Zhang Lang's cane, and a burst of fire shot out. The bullet struck Zhang Lang in the chest, and blood stained the white shirt under his trench coat. Alfred smiled slightly, turned around and bowed slightly to the others. "Ladies and gentlemen, please forgive me for bringing my weapons onto this ship. It's a habit I've developed over many years as an Imperial officer. And it has proven to be a wise choice." Alfred looked up and saw that the people's expressions hadn't relaxed, instead, they looked like they'd seen a monster. He was wondering what was going on when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as if he were being clamped by iron pincers, causing him excruciating pain in his skull. Then the iron pincers lifted him up, causing his feet to leave the ground. Ah! The excruciating pain in his skull caused Alfred to scream loudly, his legs thrashing back and forth, his hands reaching for the top of his head, only to find that what was grabbing his head was a large hand. With a flick of his hand, Alfred was turned around. To his horror, the man who had just been shot in the chest was now staring at him with a serious expression. "I'll ask you one more time." Zhang Lang looked up at Alfred. "Where is the person in room 12? In the third-class section, the old butler Alpha and Suna were hiding in a 4-person cabin. Besides them, there was also the young Wade and 4 other people in the room who looked somewhat flustered. These 4 must be newcomers participating in the mission for the first time. Judging from their terrified and inexperienced appearance, they're unlikely to be of much use. When a crisis arises, we'll have to rely on the veterans. The broadcast just said that the crew can't control that guy at all, they're letting him roam around. And the leaf I left behind tells me he just went into my and Kalia's room." Alpha stroked his graying beard, his brow furrowed. "And then there's Baird's dying warning, hide, you can't win, wait until the mission is over. This guy might be more dangerous than we thought." Originally, he and Suna realized they had lost a grenade and heard an explosion. They planned to rush to help their teammates, but halfway there, they received Baird's last words. They immediately turned back, found Wade's room, hid, and discussed their next move. 6 people have already died. Suna gritted her teeth, on the verge of collapse. Why is this mission so difficult? Wasn't it just a matter of exorcising one evil spirit? Why is it so dangerous? If Kalia and Mrs. Anderson couldn't handle an evil spirit, how can we possibly win? "Don't worry, I'm here." The small-eyed boy, Wade, patted his chest confidently. "I even have tools to exorcise spirits. I don't think this is a problem with evil spirits." Alpha gritted his teeth and said, "No matter what, this evil spirit is a bit too powerful. Kalia and Mrs. Anderson's exorcism techniques are far superior to yours, and Baird is an expert with 8,000-point rewards. Even if these 3 were in trouble, they should have been able to escape, right? There's no reason for them to be killed so quickly. And those 3 in second class, their strength was also considerable. I examined the bodies, and there were no special signs of being haunted by evil spirits. On the contrary, they all seem to have been killed by brute force. It's normal to have increased brute strength after being possessed by an evil spirit," said young Wade. "That's an excessive increase." Alpha shook his head. "Unless, the host possessed by that evil spirit isn't an ordinary person to begin with." "What do you mean?" Suna asked curiously. "Are you saying that we've gotten involved with other supernatural forces in this world again? That possibility can't be ruled out." Alpha touched his prominent nose and pondered. "Have you heard of the Reincarnator Killer? You mean that legend that's associated with the altar?" Suna frowned. "A reincarnator who doesn't belong to any altar, who intervenes in the reincarnators' missions without any warning, and who doesn't do any main quests, but only hunts down other reincarnators." "I know that too." Wade raised his hand. "This guy's on the bounty list, all his information is unknown, and the bounty keeps going up every month." "Uncle Alpha, are you saying we've run into that Reincarnator Killer?" "Very likely." Alpha, who looked like a butler, nodded. "Think about it, if this guy is possessed by an evil spirit and has gone mad, why doesn't he harm ordinary passengers and instead targets 3 reincarnators? These are the toughest nuts to crack. Also, he secretly hides the reincarnators' weapons, deliberately leaks information about the evil spirit, and despite having immense power, he surrenders without resistance. He's practically waiting for us to walk right into his trap." Alpha's explanation sounded increasingly plausible, and Suna slapped her forehead in surprise. "That makes sense. Why didn't I think of that before? We were blinded by the altar's mission instructions." Alpha gritted his teeth. "It seems that the Reincarnator Killer can disregard the altar's rules to a certain extent. Now that I think about it, the biggest clue was actually in the altar's mission description. Hearing him say that, the group opened their badges, brought up the quest description, and found the following in the main quest line. Complete the exorcism ritual before the whaling ship. Survivors possess others to earn an extra reward. When we entered the world, the survivors of the whaling ship were already dead. Wade gasped. If this was the original arrangement, the altar wouldn't have included this rule in the first place. This means someone intervened, disrupting the original course of this world, causing the survivors of the whaling ship to die prematurely. There's no mistake. Suna grabbed her blonde hair from her forehead, her face filled with terror. It really is the Reincarnator Killer. While the remaining Reincarnators were reasoning, Zhang Lang had already obtained the information he wanted from Alfred. With Kalia was an old butler named Alpha. The identity of a reincarnator involved is unlikely to have a close connection with the natives. This old butler is most likely also a reincarnator. Moreover, judging from the fact that this guy didn't show up on the 12th, he probably received a warning from the Pale Man and went into hiding. Very good. After inquiring about the old butler's clothing and appearance from Alfred and other nobles who had seen Kalia and Alpha, Zhang Lang left first class and headed to steerage. The other ticket stub he had was for third class. Along the way, he encountered some resistance from sailors, but these guys posed little threat to him. He either tried to hypnotize them with evil spirits, but the evil spirits were ineffective, so Zhang Lang knocked them out himself. Soon, he arrived at the room where Mrs. Anderson and Baird were. The door was already locked, but Zhang Lang kicked it open, the loud noise startling the passengers taking refuge in several nearby rooms, but no one dared to move. The room was empty. There were many ferrets in the lower class, and one cabin wasn't enough, so the altar arranged an extra one for them. Will the next one be nearby? Zhang Lang walked out of the room and kicked open the door to the next room. There were only a few women inside, who screamed and huddled together in terror. Is this a reincarnated being? Zhang Lang was unsure, as neither he nor Su had the ability to directly identify reincarnators. His only clue was the old butler named Alpha. Thinking of this, Zhang Lang pulled out a pistol and aimed it at the forehead of one of the women. This was not the silver spear he had taken from Baird, but rather something he had picked up from an unconscious sailor. Oh. Please, don't kill me. I'm just an ordinary elementary school teacher. I really haven't done anything wrong. At most, I've only accepted some gifts from students' parents, really. Sister. Another young woman who looked about 70 to 80% like her hugged her. Don't kill my sister. Her fiancé is waiting for her to marry him in the southern continent. If you're going to kill someone, kill me instead. Looking at the two sisters embracing each other, and the two women on the opposite bed who were probably just roommates, also hugging and crying, Zhang Lang's eyes were cold, but he still pulled the trigger in the end. Bang. The bullet grazed the cheeks of the sisters who were hugging each other and struck the pillow behind them, leaving a small hole. Even after he fired, there was no reaction. These people probably weren't. After confirming, Zhang Lang picked up his gun and left for the next closed room, leaving the four women too frightened to make a sound. He's here. At this moment, the reincarnators were hiding in the cabin more than 20 meters away from Zhang Lang. Through a special prop, Alpha saw the scene in the corridor. He checked each room one by one, searching for us. Can we just fool them? Wade whispered. It's difficult. Alpha shook its head. He went to first class, so he probably found out about me. Besides, it's hard to explain why there were 7 people crammed into a 4-person cabin. Then we can only fight to the death when he arrives. Suna clenched her fists, and the intricate magic runes on her gloves shimmered faintly. If Baird and his team couldn't win, what are the chances of the 3 of us winning? Alpha glanced at the 4 nervous newcomers. Are we relying on them? What do we do? Suna panicked. Belder told us to hide until the mission ends, but there are still more than 30 hours until then. He can find us in less than 30 minutes. I'm going to go out and fight him. Young Wade's blood boiled. No. Alpha grabbed his shoulder. I'll go. You. The two glanced at Alpha. You're not good at head-on combat, are you? I don't intend to fight him head-on. Alpha glanced at Wade. While I'm distracting him, think carefully about how to get rid of the evil spirit on him. Once we've dealt with the evil spirit, we can leave this world and escape the clutches of the Reincarnator Killer. As he spoke, Alpha raised his hand to his forehead and saw Zhang Lang kicking open a door in the corridor and bursting in with a gun. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he opened the door and went into the corridor, pulled out a grenade from his waist, pulled the pin, rushed over and threw it into the room where Zhang Lang was. Puff! A muffled explosion rang out, and Zhang Lang walked out with his hands covered in blood, just in time to see Alpha standing not far from the doorway. Exactly as Alfred described. Plus that grenade. Zhang Lang drew Baird's silver spear and fired. With a bang, the bullet pierced Alpha's body, leaving only a blur of afterimages. Zhang Lang frowned, looked up, and saw Alpha's figure appear at the end of the corridor, so he took off after it. As for the room where the explosion had just occurred, the several innocent passengers were unharmed, trembling as they looked at the few drops of blood on the ground. Zhang Lang followed Alpha's figure to the third-class dining room, which was now empty and deserted. Zhang Lang looked up, his gaze passing over a dozen tables, and saw Alpha at the other end of the restaurant. He reached out, broke off a tabletop, and threw it away. The round tabletop, like a giant frisbee, spun and crashed towards Alpha. Clang! The tabletop passed right through the old butler's figure and slammed into the wall behind him. Another phantom. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes, turned around and looked around. Just then, a gunshot rang out, and Zhang Lang was shot in the back of the head, causing him to duck forward. Looking back, Alpha reappeared where the phantom had just been standing, holding a pistol that was emitting smoke. Zhang Lang raised his silver pistol and fired 2 shots, shattering the wooden planks and flipping the metal plates on the wall behind Alpha. However, Alpha only swayed slightly, remaining completely unharmed. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen figures appeared out of nowhere in the huge restaurant, each resembling an Alpha, holding a gun, pointing at Zhang Lang, and smiling. It was truly a mix of truth and deception, making it difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. For Zhang Lang, such an opponent was even more difficult to deal with than a warrior. While Alpha and Zhang Lang were dealing with each other, Wade, who was in the room, was holding a dark green jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant was about the size of a palm, square in shape, and engraved on it was a man standing upright, but whose face was contorted in pain, whose posture was stiff, and who looked somewhat unnatural. How do I get rid of the evil spirit? Wade gritted his teeth and stared intently at the jade tablet. This is the exorcism tool in his hand, called the spirit-locking talisman. Its main function is to seal evil spirits and other spiritual monsters within it, and even to control and utilize them. However, this only works on evil spirits in a free-floating state, or when the host is extremely weak and unable to maintain their existence. If the host is healthy and the evil spirit is powerful, it cannot be easily sealed away by this thing. Clearly, this thing has no effect on the evil spirit possessing the Reincarnator Killer. But this is the most effective means they have against evil spirits. How can we defeat that evil spirit and create an opportunity to escape this world and the Reincarnator Killer? Inside the restaurant, Zhang Lang shattered the illusions one by one, but for every one he destroyed, a new one was born. This Alpha illusion seemed endless, impossible to eradicate or kill. Alpha's true form paced back and forth, looking at Zhang Lang in the center of the restaurant from afar. In fact, all the Alphas that have been revealed are illusions. His true form has concealed itself and is hiding in the void, observing Zhang Lang's fighting style. At present, it seems that they only have brute force attacks. Apart from the confiscated weapons, they don't seem to have any skills. Alpha squinted. However, his brute strength is immense. Even considering his physique, his fire attribute is conservatively estimated to be over 30 points. But what's truly fatal is his endurance. A resilient body capable of withstanding pistol attacks, and the ability to heal at supersonic speed. Is this a skill? Or blood enhancement? If it's of the metal element, how high would one need to be to achieve this speed? This near-immortal power, while not as impressive as those dazzling magical skills, is the ability that every reincarnator dreams of most. While Alpha was analyzing, he didn't notice that a phantom figure was slowly approaching from behind him. This guy has great stamina. As Alpha watched Zhang Lang destroy one illusion after another without showing any signs of fatigue, his brows furrowed even deeper. Suddenly, he felt a cold sensation enter his body. The feeling was like having ice water poured into the back of your neck, cold, desperate, your body numb, yet you trembled uncontrollably. Is it an evil spirit? Alpha stared wide-eyed at Zhang Lang, who had just shattered a phantom. I've been captured by his evil spirit. Alpha felt a chill run down his spine as he sensed that he was possessed by an evil spirit. In his current state, if he were captured, he would undoubtedly die. He might even be subjected to severe torture to extract information about others. It's over, it's over. But soon, Alpha realized that the other party was still destroying the phantoms that were floating back and forth, and had no intention of killing him. His invisibility hasn't been broken yet. He didn't notice him. Just as they were in shock, a strange murmur came from Alpha's ear. A moment later, the murmur ceased, and Alpha felt relaxed again. His eyes darted around twice, then suddenly transformed into two afterimages, faking their escape and leading Zhang Lang away from the restaurant in other directions. His real body, however, turned back and returned to the six-person cabin in third class. I've got an idea. As soon as he returned, Alpha spoke to Suna and Wade. What's going on? The two were startled by Alpha's sudden appearance. Where's the Reincarnator Killer? I lured them away. And I obtained crucial information. Alpha took a breath. Just now, while I was dealing with him, this guy released an evil spirit to search for me. The evil spirit found me, but instead of dragging me out, it said something to me. What did you say? The two men leaned closer, and the four newcomers behind them also stared wide-eyed. He said he didn't want to inhabit that Reincarnator Killer body anymore. Alpha looked at the group and said, he said that guy is a madman, possessed by an evil spirit. They've become his slaves, unable to escape or take control. The evil spirit knows we have psychic abilities and wants our cooperation to get rid of that monster. If we agree, it's willing to do everything in its power to interfere with the Reincarnator Killer's actions during the battle. It was thanks to it that I misled the Reincarnator Killer into following the wrong direction. Is it believable? Suna asked. Could it be a trap set by the Reincarnator Killer? The evil spirit had already taken control of me. Alpha said, shaking his head. The Reincarnator Killer could capture me anytime soon and easily torture me to force me to reveal the whereabouts of others. There's no need for this elaborate trap. Whether it is or not, we have to give it a shot. Wade gritted his teeth. According to Uncle Alpha, this evil spirit is currently in a situation where it has been countered by its host. This usually happens when an evil spirit possesses a host with an excessively strong life force, making it impossible to control or leave. For the evil spirit, it's like being locked in a dark room. Over time, it might even be assimilated by the host, which is probably more terrifying than being banished. Hearing Wade's words, Suna frowned. Then how can we get it out of the Reincarnator Killer's body? Use this. Wade pulled out the dark green jade pendant. If the evil spirit cooperates, and with the power of the spirit-locking talisman, we should be able to pull him out. Can you do it? Alpha looked into Wade's eyes. I'm 70% sure. Wade gritted his teeth. Maybe 80%. That's enough. Alpha nodded. Get ready, that reincarnator assassin is probably about to realize something's wrong and turn back. As he spoke, he looked at the four trembling newcomers. You all brought weapons, right? This is a battle for our lives, you all have to go. The four newcomers were startled upon hearing this, their faces immediately turning pale with fear. Only one of them, a young girl wearing glasses, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Holy crap. No need to say anything." Alpha's gaze swept over the remaining three. This isn't a discussion, you all have to join. As he spoke, Alpha glanced towards the door. He's back. I'll go stop him in the restaurant. You guys get ready. Alpha pushed open the door and left. The others immediately packed their things and checked their weapons. Alpha hung the soul-locking token around his neck and gently stroked it. Zhang Lang chased after it for 2 floors, almost to the second-class cabin, but still couldn't see any trace of Alpha. Only then did he realize he had been tricked. Didn't you say he ran in this direction? Zhang Lang questioned the evil spirit within him in a stern voice, which frightened the evil spirit into shrinking its neck. He carries something that misleads my inspiration. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. He deliberately led me away, which means the others are on that same floor. Thinking of this, he immediately turned back and quickly returned to the restaurant. Just then, he saw the other side of the restaurant's door and walked in the upright, white-bearded old butler, Alpha. Bang. Without saying a word, Zhang Lang raised his hand and fired a shot. As expected, the bullet passed right through him, leaving only a blur. At the same time, several more people with different appearances appeared inside the house. They were a girl with short blonde hair, a boy of about 15 or 16, a girl wearing glasses, and several people who looked timid. They were the remaining Reincarnators. And there were more than one, there were 3 or 4 of each type, like twins, with 20 or 30 of them in total, making the originally spacious restaurant feel crowded. Zhang Lang frowned slightly. What did this mean? Just as he was wondering what was going on, a blonde girl rushed up to him and swung her fist at him. Zhang Lang swung his short sword, slashing through the air. The girl vanished like a bubble, and then a boy rushed in from the side. Zhang Lang waved his hand, scattering him as well. Are they all illusions? Zhang Lang shattered several newly appeared phantoms in succession, frowned, and wondered what this old guy meant by just trying to disgust me with a few more tricks. As he was pondering, several people rushed towards him from all directions. Zhang Lang swept his short sword horizontally, scattering several phantoms. But just as he was about to strike the last blonde girl, Zhang Lang suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness, and his sword path was deflected. Taking advantage of the opportunity, the girl punched Zhang Lang in the face. This punch was not an illusion, it was a real attack. At the moment of impact, the gauntlet lit up with a dazzling light and unleashed a powerful shockwave that blasted Zhang Lang away. This is true. Zhang Lang did a somersault in midair, and just as he was about to land, one of his legs suddenly straightened out against his will. What are you doing? Zhang Lang roared in his heart, startling the evil spirit. Zhang Lang focused his attention and pulled his leg back, but he was a step too slow and fell to the ground in a rather disheveled manner. Taking advantage of this opportunity, all the phantoms raised their guns and fired at him, causing Zhang Lang's clothes to fly everywhere and blood to splatter. He could sense that not many bullets had actually hit the target. These phantoms were just one of each type that had actually been fired. Alpha creates so many illusions to cover up its true form. When he casts an illusion, he can become invisible, but his teammates can't. To carry out the plan and cover his teammates' entry, this guy created a large number of illusions of his teammates in advance. However, this also put a huge burden on Alpha. He remained invisible, hiding in a corner, unable to even move, and could only concentrate on manipulating the illusions. Fortunately, his teammates didn't let him down, and the evil spirit didn't lie to them. It did indeed limit Zhang Lang's attack at the crucial moment. With this coordinated attack from both inside and outside, Zhang Lang could only fight back in a sorry state, scrambling to his feet and attacking haphazardly to destroy the approaching illusions. In the midst of his busyness, he was completely unaware that a phantom of a boy was constantly keeping a certain distance from him, making strange gestures. It's done. Wade guided the process step by step, and had just established contact with the evil spirit. Now, only the final step remained. In 10 more seconds, no, 5 more seconds, I can get that evil spirit onto me and seal it into the spirit locking tablet. Once the seal is broken, the main quest will be complete, and then I can leave this damned world. But just then, the Reincarnator assassin suddenly roared. Then, his skin turned a light red, his eyes became bloodshot, and his murderous aura suddenly increased significantly. Something's not right. Just as Wade had this thought, Zhang Lang pushed off with both feet and rushed forward. This speed is wrong. Zhang Lang's sudden acceleration caught all the Reincarnators off guard. He waved his arms, one hand holding a gun and the other a knife, like a derailed locomotive, rampaging through the restaurant, instantly shattering 5 or 6 illusions. Among them was the real newcomer holding a gun. Boom. Under Zhang Lang's impact, the fragile newcomer immediately spat out blood and flew backward. Zhang Lang didn't even look at him, rushing past him, and just before hitting the wall, he turned around and kicked the wall with his foot. Crack! The immense force shattered the wooden cladding of the wall, and the iron plate inside suddenly caved in. Using the reaction force, Zhang Lang flew sideways in another direction, shattering a series of illusions with a series of thuds. During the incident, another newcomer was swept away and his neck was broken. Damn it, this guy. Alpha, hidden in the shadows, frowned. Maintaining the illusion for so long was already difficult for him, and the sudden destruction of so many of them had left him overwhelmed and unable to replenish them in time. Moreover, this round of attacks by the Reincarnator Killer was not without purpose. It aimed to shatter all illusions. After being beaten, he had roughly figured out the enemy's location. Although he couldn't pinpoint the exact location, he could still manage to hit them while charging around. At this rate, the illusions in the room were almost completely swept away by his several charges. Wade, are you done yet? Alpha looked at Wade's true form in the arena. The young man had clearly realized the seriousness of the problem and was rapidly forming hand seals, casting a spell with all his might. We no longer need to maintain social distancing. Looks like we've reached the final stage. But just then, Zhang Lang completed his second charge, his feet already planted on the wall, and launched his third charge. Wade, who was focused on casting spells, happened to be on the path of this charge. Oh no. Alpha was taken aback and was about to show himself to help, but Zhang Lang had already rushed out and smashed through 2 phantoms in succession. The mental shock brought on by this made the old butler hesitate for a moment. Just then, the blonde-haired girl rushed over and threw a punch at Zhang Lang as he charged forward. Boom. The punch knocked Zhang Lang off course, but he only staggered 2 steps before regaining his footing. With the Dragon Heart's berserk power boosting him, he quickly regained his composure, turned around, and raised his gun to counterattack. The shot hit Suna squarely in the chest, and the powerful knockback sent her flying backward, crashing into several tables and chairs. But Suna rolled over and got up without getting hurt. It's a shield, this woman has a shield. However, in front of Zhang Lang, the shield did not give her any more sense of security than others. This was a Reincarnator Killer who had even killed Grumman. Grumman's shield is even stronger than hers. Zhang Lang also noticed the shield's presence. After firing his gun, he followed without hesitation and slashed at Suna with his sword. Just then, Zhang Lang's movements suddenly froze. His whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. At the same time, a hideous and enormous phantom emerged from his body, as if being pulled by an invisible hand. It's an evil spirit. Wade succeeded. Alpha excitedly looked up and saw Wade about 10 meters behind the Reincarnation Killer, his hands clasped together, concentrating on performing a ritual, his forehead and back covered in sweat. The evil spirit forcibly left his body, causing Zhang Lang to briefly lose control and begin to tremble violently. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Suna used her boxing gloves to punch him hard in the chin, sending the burly man weighing over 200 pounds flying into the air. At the same time, the 2 newcomers hidden in the phantom also fired at him repeatedly. Finally, with a piercing scream, the evil spirit completely detached from Zhang Lang's body and flew into Wade's body. The sweat-covered boy seemed to be pushed by an invisible hand, took 2 steps back, lowered his head, and remained motionless. Looking at Zhang Lang again, he was still in the same position when Suna knocked him down, lying on the ground in a starfish shape, amidst a pile of broken table and chair wreckage. Forcibly removing the possessing spirit would also have a huge impact on the host's mind, and he should have fallen into a coma. It worked. Suna was panting heavily, and the 2 newcomers not far away also breathed a sigh of relief. Alpha, who was in the corner, also revealed himself. Wade, the altar didn't issue an order to complete the mission. What happened? Are they locked in the spirit-locking tablet? A spirit-locking plaque. Wade chuckled, raising his head and pulling up the jade plaque hanging from his chest. Is this what you're talking about? You want to lock me up inside this little sign? You're not Wade. Suna said through gritted teeth. You're an evil spirit. Wade, Wade. Wake up. Don't let the evil spirit control you. Hey, you think that just because I can't do anything to that monster, I can't do anything to you either. Wade, possessed by an evil spirit, laughed wildly. Now I'm finally free. Free. As he spoke, he glared fiercely at the unconscious Zhang Lang, walked over, and kicked him in the face. Serves you right for bullying me. Serves you right for making me work. Serves you right for looking down on me. But after kicking twice, Zhang Lang's fingers suddenly twitched. Holy crap. The evil spirit gasped and turned to run out of the restaurant. Waking up so soon. Alpha was taken aback. A coma caused by neurological damage isn't something you can just wake up by kicking it a couple of times. The fact that this guy can move means the damage has already healed. Run. Alpha roared. Suna goes after Wade to help him control the evil spirit. Only when he controls the evil spirit can we leave this place. As he spoke, the old butler's face turned ashen, blood flowed from his 7 orifices, and he released a large number of illusions once again. Under his cover, Suna immediately chased after the direction Wade had left in. One of the newcomers instinctively wanted to follow, but was pulled back by the girl with glasses. Over here. She pulled him and they ran away through the door in the opposite direction. Zhang Lang sat up from the ground, glanced around at the messy restaurant and the illusions darting around, then turned to look in the direction of Alpha. I just saw you. Upon hearing this, Alpha, which had just re-entered stealth mode, felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. Ha 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 ha. Let's see who can control me now. The evil spirit that had successfully possessed Wade laughed wildly. This kid's physical abilities are better than average, he runs incredibly fast. The evil spirit was running through the corridor of the third-class cabin when it suddenly saw a group of fully armed crew members rushing towards it. These guys are slow to react. The evil spirit muttered something, then immediately put on a frightened expression. Help! Help! The murderer is right behind us. The crew immediately made way. Don't be afraid, get behind us. Just then, from the direction the evil spirit had come from, a figure suddenly appeared at the corner of the corridor. The nervous soldiers immediately raised their guns, and one of them even fired a shot. Whoa! The figure was startled and let out a woman's scream. Look carefully before you shoot. A nearby crew member shoved the shooter, then turned to look at the pretty girl running towards them, his expression immediately changing. Miss, come quick. We're here, you're safe. Without needing their reminders, Suna was already running at full speed, passing through the crew in the blink of an eye. Without stopping, she only left a thank you before chasing after the evil spirit. They're really getting entangled. The evil spirit snorted, but suddenly tripped and fell to the ground with a thud. It tried to get up, but its body was not under its control. It writhed on the ground for a long time but could not get up. Kid, you still won't give in. The evil spirit gritted its teeth and cursed viciously, but then its expression changed. Though still conflicted, it now held a touch of innocence. This is my body, I make the decisions. Clearly, it was Wade's own spirit that was fighting against the control of the evil spirit. While he was struggling, Suna ran up from behind and was startled to see Wade convulsing on the ground, not knowing what was going on. Suna. I can't control myself anymore. Wade gritted his teeth, then his expression changed. Don't get in my way. Do you all want to be killed by that monster? Seeing this, Suna roughly understood the situation. Evil spirit, if you don't cooperate now, we'll all die. Wade's face contorted in a ferocious expression. By cooperating with you, I've been locked inside that little sign forever, turned into a slave. As soon as he finished speaking, his expression turned more innocent. No, I can sign a contract with you. That's right. Suna chimed in from the side. I can assure you that by being with us, you can explore a wider world and experience richer adventures. Are you kidding me? The evil spirit roared, we can't even leave this ship now. Where is the vast world? I think I'd better completely control this kid before possessing someone else. Impossible. Wade regained some of his senses. I will never be controlled by you. At that moment, gunshots and shouts from sailors could be heard in the distance. Suna ran back around the corner and peered out, then ran back in fright. That monster is catching up. Hurry, Mr. Evil Spirit, Brother Evil Spirit, I'm begging you. I can enter into an agreement with you. With our souls as witnesses. With his mind clear, Wade gritted his teeth and said. I promise you some autonomy. Agree now, or we'll both die here. You haven't completely taken over my body yet. If I'm killed, you're finished too. Okay. Wade's face contorted into a grimace again. Hurry up. Wade lay on the ground, beginning to make a pact with the evil spirit within him. But in the distance, the screams of the crew members could be heard. They were being knocked down and sent flying one by Zhang Lang, as if they had wandered into a herd of sheep belonging to a bull. Men and horses were thrown about, and they scattered and fled. Seeing that Zhang Lang was about to catch up, Suna gritted her teeth, swung her fists, and charged forward. Zhang Lang had just slammed a crew member against the wall when he looked up and saw the Reincarnator. He immediately drew his gun and fired. As soon as Suna's two gauntlets collided, a shockwave spread out, directly deflecting the incoming bullets and knocking Zhang Lang back 2 steps, knocking the gun out of his hand. Suna herself was propelled forward by the shockwave, her 2 fists clapping together and slamming into Zhang Lang's chest, sending him flying backward. Having repelled her opponent, Suna dared not linger and turned to run. But halfway through his flight, Zhang Lang suddenly used the short knife in his hand to stab into the wall, stopping his retreat. Then, he tilted his body, kicked off the wall with both feet, and darted forward diagonally. He rolled in midair and used the wall opposite the corridor as leverage again. And so, Zhang Lang once again used a zigzag jump in the narrow corridor, instantly catching up with the fleeing Suna, knocking her down and pinning her to the ground, then slashing her head with his short knife. Clang! Ripples appeared on the shield. Then let's do another cut. Meanwhile, Wade, who was lying behind the corner, had just completed his pact with the evil spirit. With the new ritual, a phantom emerged from his body and slowly entered the jade pendant on his chest. As the evil spirit entered, the jade pendant's originally hideous face came to life, as if one could hear the struggles and screams. At the same time, all the surviving Reincarnators received a notification that the mission was complete and they could leave. However, Wade did not immediately teleport. Instead, he scrambled around the corner and happened to see Zhang Lang pinning Suna down and raising his knife to strike her. Suna's shield was flashing frequently, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. Monster! Wade roared, attracting Zhang Lang's attention. In a moment of surprise, the kid pounced on him and grabbed Suna's short hair. Then, with a whoosh, the two figures disappeared together. Zhang Lang, who was riding on Suna, was now half-kneeling on the ground. This isn't a reaction to leaving the world. Hollow said. It must be a teleportation-like ability. They escaped. Zhang Lang looked up at the narrow corridor around him. In the cramped and compact third-class cabin, being able to teleport more than 10 meters away meant he was already several floors away. The fact that the kid could use the teleportation skill meant that he had already controlled the evil spirits. It seemed that they had already begun to leave the world, and no matter what, he would not be able to stop them in time. We were still a step too late. Zhang Lang sighed. Luckily, I made it in time. Meanwhile, in a corridor on a second-class floor, Wade suddenly appeared and immediately began requesting to leave, but the red flames on his body had already begun to burn. Nearby, Suna lay on the ground, tears welling in her eyes, her whole body trembling. Suna, teleport now. Wade shouted. If the Reincarnator assassins catch up, we'll be in big trouble. Even if the flames start to burn, there is still a possibility of being interrupted. Therefore, it is impossible for Suna, who was just suppressed by Zhang Lang, to teleport successfully. How terrifying. Suna trembled all over, the image of the tall, terrifying Reincarnator assassin hacking at her with his sword replaying in her mind. Suna. Wade shouted, isn't next week your birthday? Haven't you been looking forward to your birthday party for so long? Happy events always cheer people up. Suna finally regained some of her senses, struggled to her feet, and activated the teleportation. As the red flames slowly climbed up her body, the beautiful girl with short blonde hair finally felt a little more at ease. Meanwhile, somewhere in third class, the bespectacled girl who had escaped and another newcomer also figured out the altar's mechanics and, following the instructions, began their teleportation. And so, this mission world has finally come to an end. With a burst of black flame, Zhang Lang returned to his own world, that familiar, cramped basement. I wasn't seriously injured this time, and the food at the restaurant was pretty good, so I didn't feel hungry. However, his clothes were left in the second-class cabin of the Olympus, so he had to return wearing only a pair of black wolfskin shorts. However, Zhang Lang was already used to returning in barely clothed condition. He casually grabbed a jacket from the clothes rack and put it on, thinking to himself, how was the harvest this time? Not bad. The illusory voice clearly carried a hint of amusement. We killed 9 reincarnators in total. 2 were weaklings, not very valuable, but the remaining 7 were quite good. A total of 1,760 points. Adding the 990 points left over from last time, that's a total of 2,750 points. At this point, Sue seemed a little regretful. It's a pity we couldn't kill those 2 guys in the end, otherwise we could definitely have broken 3,000 points, and this mission would have given us 3 chances to upgrade. Twice is fine too. Zhang Lang seemed satisfied. Let's begin. Amidst a cacophony of noise, the first enhancement soon appeared before Zhang Lang. Reward type, blood enhancement. Reward name, hard leather. Rarity, rare. Effects, skin strength is greatly enhanced, enabling it to resist a certain degree of attack, corrosion, high temperatures, etc. Note, a chainmail with no weight, no thickness, and no gaps, isn't that convenient? This enhancement looks similar to iron bones, both increasing the strength of certain parts of the body. This description reminded Zhang Lang of the red-bearded men he encountered in that zombie monster world, whose skin could withstand the spray of submachine gun bullets. Could this be the same kind of enhancement? Regardless, it's a very practical enhancement. With this, he should be basically immune to light weapon attacks. Zhang Lang accepted the request, feeling a tingling sensation all over his skin, and the enhancement ended. Zhang Lang raised his hand and pressed his skin, which still felt as soft as before, not hard like armor. He took a small knife from the side and stabbed it into his arm. With a snap, the knife tip broke off under his wrist strength, but the skin remained intact, only momentarily dented from the stab. It really is a portable chainmail, a very apt description. Zhang Lang was very satisfied and said to Sue, next. Soon, the second enhancement appeared. Reward type, blood enhancement. Award name, Min C. Rarity, common. Effect, increases water attribute by 10 points. Note, what does it mean to be quick-witted? It means being able to think of everything during an argument and not regretting it afterwards. It's another attribute bonus, and it should be in the same series as the previous bodybuilding. The water attribute can affect memory, reaction speed, calculation ability, etc., which is very useful, so there's no reason to refuse it. With this reward, Zhang Lang felt his mind was clearer, and he pulled up his attribute list to take a look. Gold, healing, immune system unmeasurable. Wood, perception ability 24 points. Water, reaction, calculation, memory 34 points. Fire, muscle strength 31 points. Earth, body strength, energy storage and intake 45 points. I dare say that over 95% of Reincarnators didn't have such high stats when they received the hero-level advancement quest. He said smugly. Do heroes need to complete quests to advance? This was the first time Zhang Lang had ever heard of such a concept. Of course. Su said, do you think becoming a hero-level hero is so easy? Do you know how many people meet the requirements every year, only to fail at the promotion quests? So that means. Zhang Lang glanced at his attribute table. I'm already comparable to a weaker hero-level character. You're overthinking it, kid. Su poured cold water on him. First of all, being a hero-level hero isn't just about having higher stats. Secondly, completing the hero advancement quest grants a huge reward. This reward is the fundamental reason why hero-level heroes differ from sacrifice-level heroes in strength. You could say that within the same hero tier, there are two completely different levels before and after promotion. You're still a long way from being able to compare yourself to a successfully promoted hero. Alright. Zhang Lang nodded, looks like I still need to work harder. As he spoke, he brought up the panel and looked at the task progress at the bottom. Hunting the 1000-point guard, current progress, 41 out of 100. Hero hunt, current progress, 0 out of 10. We're one step closer to achieving a blood enhancement of unparalleled quality. If I gain this ability, I will definitely become much stronger, and the mission to hunt down heroes can begin. With these expectations in mind, Zhang Lang began to continue his life in his hometown. In the days that followed, he continued to dedicate himself to making a leather outfit from wolf skins, with a trench coat being his top priority. Zhang Lang had made up his mind, this trench coat had to be long enough to cover at least the calves. Of course, this is not just to increase the area of protection. In fact, with the hardened skin, his skin strength is no less than that of the wolf monster. The main reason for making it longer is to add more pockets so I can hold more weapons and items. Although he doesn't have much to bring into the world, he can always get something after killing a reincarnator, and it will be inconvenient if he doesn't have enough pockets later. Of course, it's not just about the style, as clothes to be worn on the outside, the workmanship is also very important. It's not that Zhang Lang is vain or wants to wear prettier or more fashionable clothes. In fact, he preferred simpler clothes, preferably with a less noticeable vintage feel, so that they wouldn't look out of place or stand out in most mission worlds. That's right, being inconspicuous is what Zhang Lang is looking for. If the workmanship of this outfit is so rough that it's laughable, even comparable to abstract art, then you can imagine how many heads he'll turn on the street, which would be very disadvantageous for him when hunting reincarnators. However, with only the tools at hand, it's really difficult to make something too delicate. Fearing that the precious black wolf pelt would be wasted, Zhang Lang decided to try making one using ordinary wolf pelts first. However, when he actually started doing it, he realized where the difficulties lay. This thing is many times more complicated than those leather shorts. Not to mention ensuring the shape, there are countless times more cutting and sewing stitches to do it. This was an impossible task for Zhang Lang, who could only use crude bone knives and needles. Finally, after many days of effort, all that appeared before Zhang Lang was an ugly trench coat with rough workmanship, stiff sleeves, and a material that looked like plastic from a distance. Hey, do you think anyone will even look at me wearing this on a mission? If you want to avoid attracting attention, you'll probably have to do Stone Age quests. Su Laoshi replied honestly. No, even the Stone Age probably wouldn't work. Leather clothing from that era would likely have been fur-lined. Your bald look would probably even be considered ugly by primitive people. Thank you for the compliment. Zhang Lang threw the failed product on the ground and sighed. Don't worry about such trivial matters. A hint of pleasure lingered in Su's voice. I have good news. Good news. Zhang Lang raised an eyebrow. I've found the perfect task for you. His tone was effusive, yet his joy was barely concealed. What suits me best? Zhang Lang thought for a moment. Could it be a level 1? Level 0 world. A world where only melee weapons are allowed. That's not all. The voice, though slightly trembling, betrayed excitement. No items are allowed in this world. Even your essential clothing will be replaced with the same style of ordinary material, your leather underwear won't fit anymore. There are such restrictions. This was the first time Zhang Lang had encountered such a rule. That's why I said it suits you. In terms of raw combat strength, among ordinary sacrificial level reincarnations, almost no one can match you. The voice in the virtual voice carried a hint of laughter. These are supposedly fair rules, but they actually greatly benefit you. Isn't that good news? That's all right. Zhang Lang asked, how many altars were there in total this time? It's certainly dangerous, but if we succeed, the final reward will be amazing. The empty tone was filled with a devilish allure. So, what do you say, want to do it? Of course we'll do it. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. How much preparation time do I have left? About half an hour. That's enough. Zhang Lang packed his things, returned home, took out some dried meat from the basement warehouse, fetched some water, and delivered it to Xiaoya upstairs. Although based on previous experience, no matter how long one spends in the mission world, only an hour will pass in reality. As the older brother, Zhang Lang was still worried that Xiaoya might not have enough to eat or drink. After feeding Xiaoya, he also ate something. After they were full and satisfied, it was almost time. Hollow, let's go. All right, buckle up. With a shout, black flames erupted from Zhang Lang's body, and he quickly vanished without a trace. When Zhang Lang came to his senses, he found himself sitting in a huge transport plane, his body secured to his seat by metal safety bars, wearing a portable headset in his ear, goggles on his face, and a parachute pack on his back. There was also a tempered glass enclosure around the seat, completely cutting him off from the outside world. Zhang Lang turned his head and saw that there were hundreds of others like him, covered and fixed in their seats. They were men, women, young and old, from both the east and the west. They must be the Reincarnators that Su had mentioned, who came to participate in the mission. Zhang Lang tried to break free of the restraints, intending to strike first. However, the safety bar was too sturdy, even he couldn't break free with his strength, let alone anyone else, especially with the tempered glass enclosure outside. As Zhang Lang broke free, he heard a clanging sound from the crowd, like something hitting a glass dome. It seemed that someone else had the same idea as him. Zhang Lang tried it, but with his body restrained, he couldn't touch the glass enclosure at all. He must be a reincarnator with special abilities. These 100 people are truly a hidden gem. Just as I was pondering this, a sweet female voice came over the loudspeaker in the cabin. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this killing game. The woman's language was very similar to a Western language from Zhang Lang's hometown. As she spoke, a portable headset provided simultaneous interpretation, making it easier for the reincarnators who spoke different languages to understand. You are all death row inmates selected from around the world. You should have been punished by law and executed. However, the organizers of this killing game have secured a chance for your survival. Please look down. At this point, Zhang Lang felt a tremor beneath his feet. Looking down, I saw that the deck beneath my feet had opened, leaving only a transparent glass floor. Through the glass, I could see a small island about 10 kilometers in circumference diagonally below. The island had buildings, jungles, rivers, and hills, with a complex terrain. This must be the battlefield for the chaotic battle. The island you see now is actually a nuclear test site. A nuclear bomb will be detonated here at 8 p.m., which is 12 hours from now. This will also be the battlefield for your killing game. In other words, the final time limit for the killing game is 12 hours. Only when it's confirmed that only one squad remains will the entrance to the nuclear bunker on the island open. The final winner will not only escape the nuclear blast but also receive a pardon and a large reward, allowing them to reintegrate into society. You all don't need to worry that the island is too big to find your opponents. Once the game begins, the island and the surrounding sea will be shrouded in poison gas. Only the island has an energy barrier that can protect it from the poison gas. However, the energy barrier will shrink every hour, and the direction of shrinkage is completely random. If you don't reach a safe area before the time limit, you'll likely be poisoned. Furthermore, the organizers have provided everyone with personal terminals, which include goggles and headsets. The island map, remaining player numbers, and any other updates will be displayed on them. Safe zones will also be announced 10 minutes before any changes occur. Of course, the organizers won't let everyone fight barehanded. Various weapons and equipment are scattered throughout the island. If you're lucky enough to find powerful gear, it will greatly increase your chances of survival. Alright, the aircraft is about to pass over the island. See the button next to you. Press it whenever it lights up, and the glass canopy beneath your feet will open, dropping you out. You can choose the right time to land. A good landing spot might just be the key to your victory. Finally, I wish everyone the best of luck in escaping alive. The broadcast had just ended when the button lit up, and almost simultaneously, someone pressed the button to send a message. Seizing the initiative, huh? Zhang Lang frowned. Indeed, if the island is littered with weapons, landing first allows us to acquire them sooner. It's a wise decision. Nearly 20 people chose to parachute at the beginning, but Zhang Lang didn't make a move. He was still waiting for the right opportunity. During the flight, a few groups of people jumped off, but it wasn't until the aircraft was close to the center of the island that the Reincarnators began to jump off in large numbers. After hearing the rules, most of the Reincarnators began to analyze the situation. On such a massive island, with no guarantee of transportation, the most deadly danger might not be the infighting among the Reincarnators, but rather the ever-expanding toxic gas field every hour. Because the safe zone shrinks randomly, the center of the island is the relatively safest place. This is because no matter where the safe zone is, it's not far to get there from the center. Therefore, more than half of the participants, more than 10 teams, are deployed here, including Zhang Lang. Zhang Lang chose this place for a reason that was different from others. He simply wanted to find a place with many people so that it would be easier to hunt. However, Zhang Lang did not expect that before he even landed, he had already become someone else's prey. Zhang Lang had experienced many worlds, but had never parachuted before, so he was a bit flustered when he jumped out of the spaceship. He wasn't the only one, many other Reincarnators seemed to have similar problems. However, they all adapted quickly, not because they were born with excellent balance, but because of their equipment, which had built-in parachute assistance, allowing a complete novice to adapt to the feeling of falling very quickly. As long as you don't have a fear of heights, it's fine. However, some people adapted faster than others and took action while others were still tumbling around and feeling dizzy. A young man was adjusting his posture with the equipment when suddenly a dark shadow swept past. The young man spun around in the air a few times before falling limply, a trail of blood trailing behind him. In that instant, his neck was slashed open. The killer, that dark figure, has already set its sights on its next target. Can he fly? No, it's just that he developed a membrane between his hands and feet, allowing him to glide like a flying squirrel. With such unique advantages, coupled with his regular practice, he can control his direction very well in mid-air, launching attacks when others are in a panic. As for his attack method, it is a bone blade that grows from his wrist, which is sharper than a knife. With a single slash at extremely high speed, it is enough to kill the opponent. I never expected the first activity to be skydiving. The assassin was a blonde Westerner, laughing triumphantly. This is perfect for me. Before I land, I'll kill a few more people and rack up some rewards. As he spoke, he had already killed another Reincarnator and changed direction to find another one. The other Reincarnators also noticed this aerial combat expert and quickly changed course to get away from him. However, none of them could match his agility in the air, and he chased after them, killing one more. Above the assassin, his 4 teammates landed side by side, watching him hunt down his prey from above. Captain, Brad has gone on a killing spree again. A Western woman with a blonde ponytail spoke, and a tall, burly man beside her smiled. Let him be. It's rare to find such a suitable hunting ground. But what if he steals all the kills? Where will we get the rewards then? On the other side, a thin man with a hooked nose pouted, seemingly quite dissatisfied. Survival is paramount in this kind of mission, said the last member of the team, a tall, slender man with a cold expression. If we can take this opportunity to eliminate a few powerful competitors, it will benefit our entire team. The captain nodded, raised his hand to the ring on his middle finger, and said, Brad, I just saw them go down to Altar 115. Their sniper has a cybernetic eye and superfast reaction time. If they get down to the surface, it'll be a big problem. Take them out first. A reply from Brad came through the ring, Roger that, Captain. But before that, let me kill one more, just one. As he spoke, he brandished his bone blade, searching for his next target. Finally, his gaze settled on a tall man with an Asian face who was still adjusting his posture. Zhang Lang had already noticed this aerial assassin. Her ability to move freely in the air, combined with her high-speed dives and bone blades, made her extremely lethal. However, Brad used the same trick again, raising his bone blade and charging straight at Zhang Lang. With a whoosh, the two passed each other in midair. Zhang Lang shook his hands, adjusted his posture, and swooped down headfirst, intending to be the first to land and seize the initiative. In contrast, Brad seemed to have lost his balance, tumbling helplessly like a puppet with its strings cut, and began to freefall. That's impossible. Brad's captain noticed something was wrong and instructed the blonde girl beside him, "Race, check on him." Rachel raised her hand to her right temple, stared at Brad for a moment, and said in surprise, "He's dead." "How could this be?" The captain's eyes widened. "Quick, go down and check." The group adjusted their posture and swooped down to catch up with Brad, who was swaying in the wind. They then discovered that the bone blade in Brad's left hand had been broken off and was now stuck in his own neck. Was it done by that person? How is that possible? The captain was shocked. Although Brighton's bone blade was thin, it was harder than steel. In just a moment, how could his opponent have turned the tables and killed him? It's not impossible. The cold-faced man frowned and said, "The blades clashed in midair at extremely high speeds. If the opponent finds the right angle and strikes from the side, they don't need much strength to break the bone blades. But the prerequisite is that this person's dynamic vision and reaction speed must be faster than ordinary people, and they must also be able to turn the tables and kill the opponent. The opponent should have at least 3 or 4 blood enhancements. That's all the enhancement from light blood." The hook-nosed man's eyes widened. Could he be a hero? Impossible, this mission doesn't recruit hero-level players. The captain gritted his teeth. It's just that he happens to have a lot of blood enhancement. In this mission where you can't bring any equipment, those with more blood enhancement do have an advantage. Rachel, remember his signal, pay close attention to this person. The blonde girl, Rachel, nodded. The captain gritted his teeth and said, "All right, go down and search for equipment first. Don't easily engage in combat with such a strong opponent. The primary objective of this mission is survival." After saying that, he led the way and swooped down, with the other team members following closely behind. At this moment, Zhang Lang was unaware that he had already attracted the attention of others. That guy was indeed a skilled aerial fighter, but aside from his bone blade and skin, his physical attributes weren't particularly outstanding. He might be a little stronger than the average person, but in Zhang Lang's eyes, it made no difference. With his current physique and experience, it would be no problem for him to kill this newbie. However, the reward he received after killing him surprised Zhang Lang. Su just told him that this guy's head is worth 320 points. What does a score of over 300 mean? Zhang Lang had previously dealt with reincarnators with scores above 300, who were all powerful, fully armed, and top-tier experts. This weakling was only good at gliding and had 2 bone knives. Was he really that valuable? In response to Zhang Lang's question, Su provided the answer. Have you forgotten that this is a special rule? The rewards for killing among reincarnators are not distributed entirely according to strength, but according to special rules. In this mission, all reincarnators have a base value of 40 points. If they have any non-weapon or item enhancements that can be used in this mission, each one will add 40 points. Also, if a reincarnator kills another reincarnator, half of the points already earned by the killed reincarnator will be added to the killer's bounty. For example, the guy you just killed should have at least 2 enhancements, skin membrane and bone blade. If he also has attribute enhancements, he'd be worth about 160 points. Before you killed him, he had already killed 3 people in midair, and those 3 people he killed together should be worth 320 points. Adding that to him, it increases by half of 320 points, 160 points, making him a 320-point head. It's that tall. Zhang Lang frowned, counting that he had 12 blood enhancements. So, I should be worth 520 points. After killing him, my bounty should now be 680 points. That's right. So you might be the biggest kill in this mission. Su chuckled and explained, actually, this score is quite reasonable. First, according to the rules, the reincarnators participating in this mission must have participated in at least 3 mission worlds, but have not yet advanced to the hero level. Although there's no requirement to be a 1,000-point guard, most of these reincarnators who dare to take on such a high elimination mission are reincarnators with enhanced blood and skills. I estimate they're worth at least 80 points. This high reward also encourages reincarnators to kill each other and finish the competition as quickly as possible. As he spoke, his tone, though seemingly eager, betrayed his excitement. Zhang Lang, this is the perfect mission for you. Go all out here and give it your all, I've prepared plenty of rewards for you. 100 damned Reincarnators. Zhang Lang narrowed his eyes. Even without a reward, I won't let them go. At this point, he adjusted his posture and increased the speed of his dive. However, as he descended to the minimum safe distance, the parachute assistance system automatically deployed, abruptly trapping air and slowing him down, causing him to begin a swaying descent. Zhang Lang landed on the roof of a 5-story building. The facilities on the island had been abandoned for a long time. After landing, Zhang Lang quickly followed the instructions in his goggles to remove his parachute and turned to look around. The roof was completely empty except for a stairwell. There was nothing there that could be used as a weapon. Zhang Lang reached the edge of the building, grabbed the rusty railing, and with a snap, removed a section of steel bar more than a meter long. He picked it up and weighed it in his hand. It was quite manageable. Zhang Lang didn't choose to go down the stairs. After all, he followed the crowd because there were many skydivers, and many reincarnators had landed before him. Even considering the skydiving area, a conservative estimate would be that at least 10 reincarnators were hiding in these buildings. It's very likely that someone downstairs has already found weapons and is lying in ambush. After all, we don't know what kind of weapons this world will provide, or how powerful they will be. Apart from him, everyone else came in teams, so it's best to be cautious and see how things go first. Zhang Lang lowered his footsteps, ran to the other side of the railing he had dismantled, stepped on it, and using his superhuman strength, twisted the steel bar in his hand, hooked it against the wall, swung down, kicked the glass, rushed into the room, rolled against the wall, and held the steel bar up to look around. The room was empty, except for some dusty sofas and chairs. Zhang Lang held his breath and listened intently. Footsteps were coming from outside the room. There are 3 people. Zhang Lang assessed the opponent's intelligence. 2 arrived at the door, and the 3rd stopped halfway there, seemingly, behind me. Zhang Lang was startled. Before he could react, the wall behind him exploded, and an iron fist burst through the wall, striking Zhang Lang in the back and sending him flying. Zhang Lang rolled to his feet, half kneeling on the ground and looking back. He discovered that the person who had broken through the wall was a burly man over 2 meters tall, with an exaggeratedly designed powerboxing glove on his right hand. They even have equipment like this. Zhang Lang frowned, then suddenly heard the sound of a door being broken down beside him. He had rolled right to the doorway when the 2 men waiting outside kicked the door open, and the leader of the group picked up a pistol and started shooting at him. However, Zhang Lang reacted even faster. The moment he felt the gunshot, he threw the steel bar in his hand, which hit the gunman right on the forehead, smashing his skull with a crack. The reincarnator died, but his companion behind him did not hesitate at all. He pushed the corpse aside, rushed in, and swung his machete at Zhang Lang. He had just seen it, his teammate had been hit at least twice. This guy should be incapacitated and couldn't dodge his machete. To his surprise, Zhang Lang seemed completely unaffected and actually put his hands together to block his cleaver. Disarming an opponent with bare hands. Before the men with the machete could react, Zhang Lang twisted his arms and disarmed him, then turned and kicked him in the temple with terrifying force, shattering his skull and killing him instantly. At that moment, the burly man who had smashed through the wall rushed in, swinging his power boxing glove straight at Zhang Lang. Too slow. Zhang Lang grabbed the machete he had just seized and slashed at the burly man's neck. Before his fist could even land, this blow would be the death of him. However, when Zhang Lang's knife struck the burly man's neck, it was as if he had struck cast iron. It didn't even break the skin. A shield. We got a shield item so quickly. As Zhang Lang was still in surprise, the burly man's iron fist arrived, striking him squarely in the face. A terrifying pulse burst forth from the fist, and a shockwave that was almost visible to the naked eye spread out, sending Zhang Lang flying backward. He crashed into a wall, bounced off, and smashed the glass coffee table. A large piece of broken wall plaster fell down, scattering all over his head and face. It's not a shield, you actually hit him in the flesh, that's a skill. Su said. This guy has a skill, probably a blocking skill, but I don't know if it's a duration or a number of uses. This is troublesome. Be careful. Zhang Lang snorted coldly, stood up from the broken pieces of wall plaster, raised his hand to pat the plaster off his body, and 2 bullets leaked out from the small holes in his clothes. With the hardened skin, a mere pistol hitting him was almost like a plastic bullet. That punch was a bit hard, but Zhang Lang rubbed his face and was fine. Oh ho. The burly man was also somewhat surprised to see Zhang Lang get up. Looks like you're not simple either. Is it blood enhancement? Or skill enhancement? Zhang Lang didn't speak, but squinted and analyzed. The fact that the burly man didn't rush to chase after him meant that his damage-blocking skill wasn't based on time. So, it must be based on the number of uses. Thinking of this, he grabbed a large piece of broken glass and threw it out. The burly man smashed the glass with his iron fist, but Zhang Lang had already circled around to his side, his machete aimed straight for his waist. With a clang, it was blocked again. And the blade broke. So fast. Realizing he was being attacked, the burly man turned around and threw a punch at Zhang Lang. The powered gauntlet, trailing a rocket-like plume of flame, came crashing down like a warhammer. Zhang Lang neither dodged nor evaded, but simply raised one hand to catch it. With a loud bang, the two fists collided, and the burly man's fist bounced back. Zhang Lang, who had already activated Dragon Heart Berserk, remained unmoved, and continued to thrust the broken sword in his hand at the burly man. The burly man panicked. He had never seen a reincarnator like this before, who could actually use his bare body to withstand the power gauntlets. His blocking skill can only last for 3 hits, he can't block any more. This guy is too dangerous. Thinking of this, the burly man suddenly threw a punch towards the door. The rocket thruster propelled his fist forward, and his massive body shot out with it. He used the mighty rocket punch to escape. Looks like it's gone. Seeing the burly man flee, Zhang Lang did not rush to chase after him. Instead, he threw away his machete, picked up the pistol from the first dead body, aimed at the burly man's back, and pulled the trigger. No matter how fast you rush, can you outrun a bullet? The burly man fell to the ground with a thud. Zhang Lang rushed over, stepped on his back, and fired a final shot into his head. Only when he saw that the man was completely dead did he stop. Having dealt with his opponent, Zhang Lang didn't immediately search the body. Instead, he found a secluded spot near a window, crouched down, and waited quietly. 5 people were sent out from one altar, which means that there should be 2 other companions of these 3 people nearby. If they hear the commotion here, they will likely come over. Hiding allows you to set up ambushes, and if your opponent has a powerful weapon, you can also break a window to hide and then seize the opportunity to counterattack. 5 floors is indeed a bit high for ordinary people, but for Zhang Lang now, it's not much better than jumping 5 steps. However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no movement. Su said, "They probably ran away. We heard fighting over here, and then we lost contact with 3 of our teammates. They look like they were taken down. The remaining 2 probably didn't dare to make any rash moves and sneaked away." Zhang Lang frowned, lay down on the ground and listened for a moment. After confirming that there was no noise downstairs, he got up and began to clean up the mess. The burly man's rocket-powered gauntlets were a good thing, but they were too bulky, affecting his speed and agility. The rocket punch's sprinting effect also consumed fuel, which had already been almost depleted after just a few uses. Besides, Zhang Lang already had the mighty wrist ability, so he didn't really need these gauntlets and there was no need for him to wear them. The machete was handy, but unfortunately it was broken. The pistol was just an ordinary pistol, but it could make up for the lack of ranged attack power. Zhang Lang found more than a dozen pistol bullets on the gunman, picked them up, filled a magazine, and headed downstairs with the gun. Zhang Lang searched the entire 5-story building but only found 2 hand grenades. It seems the island doesn't have that many weapons and equipment, what you find really depends on luck. By the way, of those 3 heads, the burly man was worth 120 points, the man with the machete was worth 80 points, and the man with the pistol was worth 160 points. Unexpectedly, this guy had the most enhancements. It seems that either he died too quickly to use them, or he drew enhancements like photosynthesis that don't have much combat ability. Zhang Lang got a good deal. That's how it is for those who reincarnate. You may have traversed countless worlds and received numerous rewards, but no one can guarantee that the next opponent will be the one who counters you, let alone that you will be able to return alive from the next mission. The 3 of them brought Zhang Lang a profit of 360 points. If we include the one who could fly, then that would be 680 points. Having gained so many points in less than an hour since entering this world, this is truly the fastest Zhang Lang has ever earned points. See, I made the right decision bringing you here. He boasted in his head, making no mention of the danger of facing 100 reincarnators. Just then, a warning sounded in the earpiece, and a new message appeared on the goggles. The safe zone will shrink in 10 minutes.